First, I'd like to thank Nguyen Tran Thien Lac for donating 100K and the anonymous donor who gave 20K through my bank account. Kaitoki also donated 20K via Super Thanks, and Famtine donated 10K through Mumu. Everyone's support is a huge motivation for me to continue releasing new stories. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Now, let's get into the story. The story begins in a palace with a magnificent chandelier. A voice rings out. "Oh my, Sienna, you're so adorable. Isn't it quite cute to see how hard you've tried? So very hard. /." These were Florida's mocking words regarding Sienna's steaming chicken dish. Turning to a glistening dish, Florida said, /. "Let's start with the turkey my nephew made for you, father /." Hearing this, he picked up his knife and fork, cut the chicken, and brought a piece to his mouth to savor. Seeing this, Lancelot asked, /, "Is it to your liking?" Navirius replied, "not bad, /." He glanced at Sienna with a mocking smile and said, "That turkey looks wonderful. The presentation is also very appealing." Florida smirked, her eyes filled with smugness as she looked toward Sienna. Meanwhile, she was intently observing her grandfather. "Oh, next, the head of the house will try Miss Sienna Francis's dish." He took a piece of the cake with his fork and brought it to his mouth. After chewing a few times, his expression darkened. The smug look on Florida's face deepened. She thought, just as I predicted, but a second later, Navirius began to devour the dish. The clatter of fork and plate echoed throughout the room, causing the smile on her face to completely disappear. Both Lancelot and the guests were surprised, as it was the first time they had seen Navirius behave like this. The guests whispered to each other, "Is he trying to save face for his granddaughter? Preposterous. Mr. Francis is very strict, even with his own blood." Ignoring their whispers, Navirius continued eating. Very quickly, the plate of food Sienna had made was empty. Florida was now gnashing her teeth, her eyebrows furrowed as she wondered, "How is this possible? What did she do?" Sienna simply smiled, seemingly happy that her dish had pleased Navirius. At this moment, Lancelot stepped forward and said, "It seems both dishes have proven to be excellent gifts, grandfather. Could you indicate which one you found better? I'm sure it would make the banquet more." "Interesting, the surrounding guests chimed in, what a splendid idea. What do you think about placing your fork on the better plate?" Navirius accepted the suggestion and raised his fork. He then placed it on Sienna's empty plate. The results were in. Florida nearly bit her lip off. She thought incredulously, "How can this be?" The silent battle had ended. Only 3 people remained at the table. Lancelot, sitting opposite Sienna, said, "Now, Sienna, tell grandfather your wish." She lowered her head, hesitating slightly. Inwardly, she thought, "Just 2 weeks ago, I was still a woman in my 20s, working for a restaurant. My father, a drunkard, gambler, and womanizer, was far from the ideal parental figure. He constantly dragged me around to escape loan sharks. So I was truly grateful to him for abandoning me at an orphanage when I was 8. Unable to read or write, with a stutter and easily frightened, I constantly became a target for bullies. However, that's where I met Ms. Mia, a teacher who was like a real mother to me. In her memory, a gentle voice echoed, "Senna." Recalling the image of that woman, Sienna continued to think Ms. Mia was my parent and my only friend. She taught me everything, including the feeling of love and affection. When I became an adult, we opened a small restaurant. It was my perfect little haven until the day Ms. Mia passed away from pancreatic cancer. By the time it was discovered, it was too late for treatment. After scattering her ashes at sea, on the way back, a light flashed on me. At that moment, I turned my head and saw a truck rushing towards me. I was sure I was dead. But after waking up, I found myself in another world. Standing in front of the mirror, I thought to myself, a pretty typical story, huh? Luckily, it's in a novel. Looking at the pretty face in the mirror, this is Sienna Francis, the youngest daughter of the Francis family, a high-ranking noble family known as the supreme rulers of the East. Sienna exhaled, "Sound impressive, but I'm not happy at all." Sienna had 2 older brothers, both born from 2 different mothers. One was the daughter of a noble, the other a royal princess. But Sienna's mother was a slave. She came from a nomadic tribe, people considered lowly and barbaric in the empire, and she was even rumored to be a prostitute. Immediately after giving birth to Siniana, she was taken away and exiled, chased from the castle. Not long after, she was killed in the purge of the barbarians while fleeing towards the west. She continued to think, there are so many rumors surrounding Siniana, all revolving around her being a cruel and spiteful girl. She caused all sorts of chaos, as if blaming her misfortune on the family. Eventually, she fell into a deep depression and would attempt suicide whenever unsupervised. And then one day, a servant arrived late and saw Siniana hanging from the rafters. Someone cried out, "Oh no!" Siniana continued to think. Finally, she succeeded. That's why I was able to possess this lifeless body. Because her mother was a slave, and because of her behavior, her grandfather loathed her, her father avoided her, and her two brothers treated her with disdain. Standing before Siniana was her stepmother, Frida Mary Athena. "Honestly, Siniana," she said, "you've embarrassed me in front of the elders. They'll surely scold me for how you waste food every day. So I've specially prepared this for you." Looking at the food she had prepared, Siniana's face was filled with disgust. She thought to herself, ugh, the smell alone makes me nauseous. As she was about to stand up, two maids suddenly pressed down on her shoulders. The blonde maid even gave her a mocking smile. Florida stood up and used a fork to stab a piece of the rotten salmon. "Oh, you don't understand me, do you? No surprise there, since you're the daughter of a whore." She placed the fork with the salmon in Siniana's hand and continued, "Now, be a good girl and such." Finishing her words, she shoved the piece of fish towards Siniana's mouth, but the girl's hand didn't budge. Seeing this, Florida burst out laughing. "Aha! I wonder how long you can keep this up." But after a while, unable to force the fish into Siniana's mouth, she raised her voice, "Eat it before I hang you up and beat you." Siniana's face darkened. In a flash, the piece of salmon landed in Florida's own mouth. The two maids shrieked, "Madam!" Florida hastily spat out the fishy, foul-smelling, rotten fish. Then she began retching violently. "Ugh, act." The two maids anxiously asked, "Madam, are you all right?" After vomiting, Florida glared up, while Siniana simply stared back with a cold expression. She said, "Please, worry about yourself." Back in the present, seeing her lost in thought for so long, Lancelot called out, "Siniana." She clutched her dress, thinking, I endured the misery when she locked me in a freezing room in the dead of winter, giving me nothing for warmth but a flimsy shawl. I tolerated her bullying whenever she took her frustrations out on me, but I won't anymore. So she pointed at Florida and said, "I need your help, sir." Inwardly, she thought Siniana might have believed that death was her only escape, but I certainly don't. Then she said, "She has continuously abused me for no justifiable reason." She continued to think, because I am Ayn Senna, who has crossed hell and high water. Back after Siniana had shoved the salmon into Florida's mouth, she was sitting in her room when she heard a knock. Knock, knock. Before she could speak, the person opened the door and entered. "The head of the house summons you, miss." Siniana sighed, thinking, the head of the house? Meaning Siniana's grandfather. She narrowed her eyes. I can imagine why he's looking for me. Recalling the day the servant had cried out, "Oh no, madam," Siniana thought, it must be because of the incident with Florida that day. Not long after, she was standing in the hallway. Siniana looked around, thinking, wow, this house is like a $1 trillion mansion I've seen on TV. Any one of these decorations would be enough to last me a lifetime. Looking at the man before her, Siniana grumbled under her breath, "Ugh, I really don't want to go. But if I don't, I'm sure I'll run into more trouble." After a while, they stopped before a room. The door opened, and Siniana stepped inside, filled with curiosity. Inside the room, Navirius was seated, flanked by La Salote and a stern-faced official. Nearby, Florida's voice rang out, "Siniana, that girl slapped. Please give me justice, father." Because she had made her accusation first, Navirius sighed angrily and said, "I can't believe there's a lunatic running loose under my roof." Siniana broke out in a sweat, frowning. His oppressive presence made the atmosphere chilling. It's no wonder everyone calls him the king. The empire is the most powerful nation on the continent. The Francis family is one of the most powerful and long-standing families of the empire, and Navirius Francis is the head of this family. Although he handed over the title of Marquis to his son years ago, Navirius is currently the co-king. While she was pondering, he spoke, "What you did is unacceptable." Sienna. Florida, on the other hand, added fuel to the fire. Scoffing, she said, "It's all my fault, father, because I have failed to earn her respect as a mother." Saying this, she turned to Sienna with a feigned look of compassion. "Dear Sienna, an apology is all I ask for." Sienna inwardly scoffed. That pathetic act. She's definitely cleared her own guilt, mixing in a few lies for good measure. She was so confident because she knew Sienna's personality and how she would react. Unbelievable. She's asking for an apology because she knows I'll never give one. Having finished her thoughts, she lifted her head. Just as she was about to speak, Sienna adopted a thoughtful expression. She wondered how she should address him. She usually called him head of the house, but in this situation, it wouldn't help. After a few seconds of hesitation, Sienna finally spoke. "Grandfather," she said. Navirius couldn't hide his surprise. But he patiently listened to her, that "I will apologize to her if you insist, but only if you also apologize to me. Because my apology would mean I've deceived myself and acknowledged her lies. If I must endure such shame, it won't be just to avoid offending you." Hearing this, Navirius frowned and asked what. Sienna replied, "Because then, when I hug my pillow and cry every night from the pain of being misunderstood, it will all be your fault, grandfather." At this, Navirius seemed slightly amused. He asked, "Oh, and why would you be hugging your pillow and crying every night?" Waiting for this exact moment, Sienna immediately turned to Florida. "Because I did nothing wrong. All I did was feed her the food she had prepared for me. Isn't that right?" Florida was also a little surprised that she dared to talk back. She bit her lip and said, "I didn't know you could talk back so terribly, but I—" While she was trying to appear pitiful to Navirius, Sienna thought, "It's no wonder she's flustered. This is the first time I've ever talked back to her." Then, feigning surprise, she asked, "Oh, if you didn't do it on purpose, then neither did I. We were eating at the same small table, weren't we?" This time, Florida suddenly yelled, "Enough with the lies. You deliberately fed me spoiled food." Having said that, she pretended to be in a fit of uncontrollable rage, gasping, "Ha ha." Then she added, "Ask the servants. They saw everything." Hearing her say that, Sienna became even more nonchalant. "Then it's clear you're implying they deliberately brought you spoiled food, because they have absolutely no respect for their mistress." Florida was immediately speechless. And so, the internal trial ended. Sienna returned to her room and sat contemplatively on the sofa. Florida, the future Marchioness, arrogant and haughty, now had the look of a death row inmate. Recalling the moment just now, after Florida had run out of excuses, Navirius had coldly left behind a single sentence. "From now on, you are grounded, you fool." She had still tried to plead, but "Father." Florida had reached out with trembling hands, but her grandfather had left regardless of her pleas and excuses. Sienna thought, the moment I met his eyes. In Sienna's memories, her grandfather had always looked directly at her with contempt, but not today. Thinking about this, she shook her head, arguing with herself. "No, I must be imagining things." Then she thought again. Anyway, it seemed like she had no other choice but to live as Sienna. Ever since entering this body, she had tried everything to return to her old world, but everything was in vain. She chided herself. The problem was, in TV shows and movies, noble families were often cruel, even to their own relatives, and she didn't think Sienna's family would be an exception. Florida had started to mistreat her ever since the family stopped caring. Sienna bit her nails, continuing to think. Considering Sienna's behavior, any wrong move could get her killed. Although it was unlikely they would be on her side, there was still another problem. Her memories were incomplete. Some parts were hazy while others were completely erased. For example, she didn't know why Sienna was kicked out of the main house and had to live in the annex. She lay down on the bed, her mind filled with questions. What if she caused irreparable damage? She needed an informant. A maid would be the ideal source of information, but the annex was full of Florida's ghosts, so she had to choose carefully. Thinking of this, Sienna suddenly sat up. Saijin was here. Saijin was the only maid who dared to defy Florida. She had to find her, so she immediately ran out into the hallway. Just then, the servants' meeting bell rang. Ding, ding, ding. Sienna thought to herself, "I think it's time for the servants to attend the evening meeting." She stopped in front of a corner, muttering, "Is it this way?" As she stepped forward, a loud shout suddenly echoed from ahead. Sienna's eyes widened. In front of her, someone yelled, "How dare you talk back to me?" Ahead, a group of maids surrounded a maid with blonde hair. Sienna thought to herself, that woman, I definitely recognize her. That's Saijin. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she stepped out from her hiding spot and asked loudly, "What's all the commotion?" Seeing her, the maid scolding Saijin sneered. A contemptuous voice rang out. "It's none of your business, Mississippi." Looking at her smug, provocative face, Sienna thought with some amusement, she must be so afraid of whoever is backing her up. Nicole was Florida's personal maid, who had accompanied her mistress to this mansion. A little smarter than the other maids, she ensured Florida's tyranny in the servants' quarters. Nicole was also the one who tied her up and hung her when Florida wanted to beat her. It was also her who dot too much. That trash deserved to be beaten like that. Sienna continued to think, and it was Nicole who locked me in the closet, lit the fireplace in my room, and took away all the blankets and cushions, almost freezing me to death. New grudges and old debts. Sienna wouldn't put up with it anymore. She said loudly, "Absurd. You must tell me what's going on in these servants' quarters." Surprise was evident on Nicole's face, and the other maids also stirred. After a few seconds, as if remembering that she had Florida's backing, Nicole said dismissively, "I'm just disciplining a servant." Sienna continued to ask, "For what reason?" Amidst the maid's mocking laughter, Nicole replied, "She's too impudent." And she asked, "So, can you leave now, miss? So I can't continue." Sienna thought to herself, "It seems she's not as smart as she is arrogant and difficult. If she were truly smart, she would be humble after witnessing me shove the spoiled food into Florida's mouth." As she thought, she stepped forward, raising her right hand high. After a hard slap, Nicole's head snapped to the side, a handprint appearing on her face. Nicole reached up and touched her face. After a moment, she turned back and yelled at Sienna, "How dare you? Don't you know how long I've served Lady Florida?" Her question was answered with another hard slap to her other cheek. But Nicole continued, "Just you wait until Lady Florida hears about this." The result was 2 handprints on either side of her face. Nicole trembled, touching her face dramatically. Oh, Sienna thought, "I don't like resorting to violence, but I know from past experiences as Ian Senna." After the slaps, Sienna's hand was also red. She shook her hand, continuing her thought, "Bullies will only get bolder if we don't fight back." So she reached out and removed Nicole's badge, then said coldly, "You're fired." Having done that, Sienna turned to the other maids and asked, "Does anyone else want their badge confiscated?" They hurriedly replied, "No, miss. Please spare us." All the maids dispersed. Sienna held out her hand. "Here, let me help you up." After helping Saijin up, Sienna asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" She respectfully replied, "No, Mississippi." After hesitating for a moment, Saijin bit her lip and asked, "Miss, are you trying to coax me?" Sienna asked, surprised, "Coax you?" Thinking that she was feigning ignorance, Saijin said again, "Then I must ask you to stop, because nothing will make me leave." Sienna was startled. Leave? What is she talking about? Why would Sienna fire the maid who stood up for her against Florida? At that moment, a fragment of memory surfaced, the image of Saijin earnestly pleading, "Please, miss, don't send me away. I swear I'll never tell again." Sienna thought, I can guess Sienna's relationship with people by sensing her body's reaction, and unlike the first time I met Florida, Sienna's body was happy to see Saijin. I have a feeling that lying to her will be useless. Perhaps I should tell her everything I can. After sighing, she said, "Actually, I'm not sure what happened because I really don't remember much. It seems I lost some of my memories after my last suicide attempt." Saying this, Sienna gave a naive laugh. Aha! Upon hearing this, Saijin clenched her fists, tears welling up in her eyes. "You shouldn't have done that. Why didn't you run away with me when I asked you to?" Sienna suddenly understood. Oh, that's what happened between us. She thought Sienna didn't threaten to fire Saijin because she hated her. She was just defensively lashing out like I did when I was young. The first gesture of kindness from others is bound to hurt, like pouring alcohol on a wound. Like the first time I met Komiya. After a few seconds, Saijin suddenly said, "I apologize for speaking out of turn again, Mississippi. Please forgive me." Sienna gently took her hand and I was scared. Saijin. She thought, I want to apologize to Komiya, but I'll never have the chance. She continued, I was scared that kindness would make me weak, scared of getting used to pity and sympathy. Silently, she added, scared that Komiya would leave me, as soon as she felt relieved to see how I'd changed. Then she said sincerely, I'm sorry I hurt you. She said sincerely, I'm truly sorry. At the same time, she silently apologized to Saijin. I'm sorry, Saijin. Saijin stared blankly at her for a moment. Then, she gently exhaled. Smiling, she said, "Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you for apologizing." Afterward, they returned to the room, and Sineana explained everything to Saijin, except that she wasn't the real Sineana. Saijin asked, "Is there any way I can help you, miss?" Waiting for that exact question, Sineana said, "You can answer a few questions." Saijin quickly nodded. Of course. "I'll tell you everything I know." Sineana moved closer. "Good." First, she pointed to the scattered pile of books on the floor. "What's that?" "It looks like cookbooks, but..." Saijin squatted down and picked up a book. "These are your textbooks from the Academy, Mississippi. You were enrolled in the most prestigious culinary academy in the East." Sineana asked, puzzled. "Culinary academy? What does that have to do with my family?" Saijin said, "Oh, a great deal. The head chef of the royal kitchen is an extremely powerful position. Officially called the royal chef, they oversee and control everything related to food." Sineana asked curiously, "Everything?" Saijin nodded in affirmation. "Yes, literally everything. From procurement to international food trade. There's even a saying, every second child of noble families is destined to wield a kitchen knife, because the royal chef effectively controls the empire's supply chain. Many young nobles are encouraged to study culinary arts in depth." Saijin continued, "In the case of the Francis family, the eldest son inherits the family title, while the second son joined the Knight Order, responsible for security. That leaves only you, Mississippi." Unfortunately, seeing her expression, Sineana, breaking out in a sweat, said, "That's enough. No need to say the rest." She sat, tracing circles as she thought. Sineana, always last in her class, with abysmal theory scores and even worse practical skills, must have had some serious resentment toward her family to do this. Suddenly, she stood up, her eyes determined. "So, that means grandfather would favor a skilled chef over his pretty-faced granddaughter, right?" Saijin nodded. "Exactly, Mississippi. You seem suddenly determined." Sineana clenched her fists, her eyes burning. That's good news for Ayan Sina, who spent her entire life in the kitchen. After thinking it over, she felt a bit frustrated. "I wish I could test how much Sineana's body remembers about cooking." Then she asked, "Is there a kitchen we can use?" Saijin replied, "Yes, but Lady Florida took the key from you." "But she's not the one who keeps it," Sineana said. "So, who has it?" Saijin immediately replied, "The eldest son, sir." A moment later, she stood before Lancelot's door and said, "It's Sineana." Sineana stood silently, waiting for a response. A few seconds later, Lancelot's voice rang out, "Come in." Seeing her enter, Lancelot flipped over some papers. "So, what can I do for my little sister?" A brief introduction. He is Lancelot Francis, the eldest son of the Francis family. Looking at the smile on his face, Sineana thought, he's friendlier than I expected. I remembered him as being like a venomous snake, but he seems completely different. A moment later, tea was served. Sineana sat on the sofa, her head slightly bowed, and thought, it's a good thing Lancelot has the key. If it were Guan, he'd probably yell and scare me off before I even got through the door. I'd rather choose a venomous snake that can talk. Waiting for a moment when she still didn't speak, Lancelot asked, "So what brings you here?" Sineana replied, "I want the kitchen key." Upon hearing this, Lancelot immediately spat out the tea he had just been drinking. Sineana asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Lancelot took out a handkerchief, wiping his mouth as he replied, "Yeah." Then he said, "I don't think it would be wise to give you the key." This made Sineana a little confused. "Why not?" Lancelot said, "Because of your position with Florida Meriton." She frowned, interrupting, "Just because she doesn't like me?" Lancelot suddenly asked, "Do you know why she doesn't like you?" Sineana thoughtfully replied, "Because I look like my mother." Lancelot paused for a few seconds. Then he raised his forehead and chuckled. I didn't expect you to say that." Surprising. Sineana, sweating, thought, "Isn't it?" "So, what's the real reason Florida hates Sineana? Besides, I'm the one who's surprised." While her brain CPU was working at full capacity to find a reason, Lancelot chuckled, "It's written all over your face." Sineana, embarrassed, thought, "Well, I heard that." After laughing, Lancelot raised his hand as if to pat her head. But seeing Sineana look up, his hand stopped midair. Then he slowly retracted his hand and rubbed his neck. Seeing that familiar expression, Sineana thought, "Oh, I know that look. It's very Kumiya-like. Before I fully trusted Kumiya, I used to be defensive like Sineana. I really disliked being touched and would flinch whenever she approached me. Mia would say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you." So whenever she wanted to pat my head, she would hold back with her other hand and avert her eyes, just like that. While she reminisced, Lancelot suddenly said, "The main reason Florida opposes you is because of your status." Sienna was surprised my status. He continued, "Her engagement with father wasn't based on love, but on an agreement. She became his wife and would oversee household matters. In return, we would support her family. Of course, we also benefited from this arrangement." Hearing this, Sienna thought, now I understand. The Francis family didn't have as much to gain from the marriage as the American family. So Florida is desperately trying to maintain complete control over the Francis household's internal affairs. Lancelot added, "But you are a major obstacle to that plan. As father's daughter, you could oversee the internal affairs in Florida's place." Sienna interrupted, "But I've never been interested in the family's internal affairs." Lancelot nodded, "True, but people can change." Sienna frowned, thinking, meaning, if I do anything, Florida will feel even more threatened, especially since I've started cooking, because grandfather has actually let Sienna prove herself through culinary arts. After thinking it over, she calmly said, "So what you're saying is you have nothing to gain by helping me." Lancelot paused for a moment. Then he chuckled and said, "Oh dear, you're not a naive girl, are you?" Sienna added, "If I were you, I wouldn't think it wise to refuse my request." Lancelot couldn't help but let out an "oh." Sensing his doubt, she replied, "Because I would resent you, and you wouldn't want that when I have control over the family's internal affairs, rendering Florida useless. So, this issue isn't really about Florida and me, but about us, brother." Lancelot pondered for a few seconds, his gaze gradually turning cold. Seeing that, Sienna silently broke out in a sweat. What would happen if Lancelot thought she was being arrogant and refused to give her the key? Suddenly, he asked as what? This time, it was her turn to be perplexed. "Yes?" Lancelot asked, "What made you suddenly change?" She lifted her teacup and, lowering her head, said, "I simply realized a few things after my near-death experience." Hearing this, Lancelot looked a bit curious, which are, Sienna's voice deepened with seriousness. "Nothing will change unless I change myself." She thought to herself, "As Yuna, I suffered throughout my childhood and adolescence. I endured many misfortunes and did nothing about them. Because I thought I was destined to be unlucky, because I thought I was born to be unhappy, and there was nothing I could do to change it. But after meeting Ms. Mia, I realized no one is born unhappy." Lancelot stood up, smiling as he said, "On one condition, have dinner with me, with grandfather present." Sienna once again fell into thought. I can imagine what he's thinking. He needs grandfather's approval to avoid being suspected of having ulterior motives. Otherwise, grandfather might suspect Lancelot benefited from this, even though he seems to be framing it as a choice. However, the look in his eyes revealed the true reason behind this request. So, she replied, "All right." Lancelot said, surprised, "It's surprising you decided so quickly." She continued thinking, his indulgence towards Sienna has changed, and showing this change to grandfather is important. Finishing her thought, Sienna replied, "Familial affection can enhance feelings, you know." Then she thought, the simple act of dining with family is enough to demonstrate Sienna's change. Then, taking Lancelot's hand, she said in a sincere voice, "You can pat my head if you want." Lancelot immediately beamed, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Feeling his hand on her head, Sienna smiled, thinking this could also be beneficial for me. That evening, at the Marquis's mansion, before a room's door, Lancelot reached out to open it. His other hand took Sienna's, surprising her. He politely said, "Ladies first." Sienna slowly entered the room. Looking at Lancelot's smile, she thought, "I've never been treated so courteously." For a moment, Sienna's face flushed slightly, and her heart beat faster. Lancelot said, "Please come in." She gratefully replied, "Thank you." After entering the room, Sienna peeked out from behind Lancelot. Good evening." The familiar yet unfamiliar voice immediately caught the attention of the two people sitting inside. One, Francis, said in surprise, "Kid." Before he could say anything more, a hand landed on his shoulder. Lancelot said with a smile, "Sienna and I were chatting until we realized it was dinner time." Hearing this, Navirius glanced at Sienna and snorted. Her face immediately paled, and cold sweat poured down like rain. She looked around the table, wondering, where should I sit? This is my first time attending a family meal, so I don't know the proper etiquette. Sienna always sat behind her grandfather and two brothers at the banquets she had to attend. But then, catching sight of the empty chair to Navirius's right, Sienna paused for a few seconds. Then, locking onto her target, she sat down at the table under everyone's surprised gazes. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat silent. Sienna thought to herself, well, it would be odd to leave the other side of grandfather empty. Under Navirius's somewhat hostile gaze, Sienna could only force a laugh. Ha. Very quickly afterward, her attention was captured by the food on the table. Looking at the soup dish, she said, "Oh, this looks delicious." Then, wondering aloud, "Is this crab soup?" Sienna took a spoonful and tried to sip. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she inwardly exclaimed, "Amazing!" The sweetness of the crab exploded, and the texture of the mushrooms could only be described as perfect. And on top of that, the green onion garnish and lingering spiciness reminded her of Korean cuisine. While she was engrossed in her food, Lancelot's voice suddenly rang out. "I've heard about the anti-rebellion campaign, One. It seems our troops are on the defensive." One didn't answer, his eyes fixed on Sienna with a look that could kill. She thought, startled, "He's glaring at me so intensely that my appetite has completely vanished." After a few seconds, One exhaled. He replied, "That's General Sidrick's strategy. He's intentionally allowing the city to be besieged to lure the rebels in and ambush them from behind." Navirius said, "The rebel leader is an extremely cunning fellow. We must be exceedingly vigilant when fighting against him. Does the city have sufficient supplies?" One politely replied, "Yes, sir. Both weapons and provisions have been stockpiled in advance." Sienna just listened silently. Then she thought the anti-rebellion campaign is widely known, evidenced by the fact that it's even reached Sienna's ears. A major battle took place along the Philip Test River. The Franciscan army retreated into the city and closed the gates, pretending to be on the defensive. Thinking about this, Sienna's hand suddenly paused. "Wait, the city is next to the river." She blurted out, "The situation is dangerous like that." Upon hearing these words, the three men immediately looked at her in surprise. Navirius asked, "Oh, how so?" Without waiting for him to finish, Sienna proactively answered, Yes. That river flows from east to west, meaning from the rebels' encampment to the city downstream." One impatiently asked, "So, are those rebels going to float down the river to get to the city?" Sienna replied, "No, but they could poison it." One interjected, "That's not a problem. The city has sufficient water reserves." Sienna shook her head and said, "The problem isn't drinking water, but for agriculture when spring arrives. The residents will need to start farming, but if the rebels poison the river, it will contaminate the soil and destroy the crops. And that will lead to people trying to leave the city and sneak out of the city that's already under siege." Hearing this, One's eyes widened, his eyebrows practically knitting together. Sienna continued, "They'll have to open the gates. Besides, as grandfather just mentioned, the rebel leader is very cunning and considers even what children know about the strength of the army. Francis's forces. Why did the rebel leader pretend to retreat so easily?" A final voice rang out. One couldn't stay seated any longer. He jumped up and said, "I need to send an urgent letter to General Sidrick." Navirius pondered for a few seconds. Then he lowered his head and said, "Very well." After a while, Lancelot handed Sienna a key to "Here's the kitchen key," as requested. Her eyes sparkled as she thought, "Oh my, it looks like one of those complicated keys from treasure hunting TV shows. I'm still a little worried about whether I'll make a mistake during dinner, but I finally got the key." Just then, Lancelot called out, "Sienna, will you let me try your dishes?" Sienna was taken aback for a moment. He's asking to be a taste tester? That's perfect. It'll give me a general idea of the Francis family's tastes. After thinking it over, she smiled and replied, "Yes, I'd be happy to." She quickly returned to her room and then, accompanied by Soren, went to the dining hall. The door opened. She said, "It's open." Soren replied, "Yes, I thought so." Then they both looked inside. As soon as she saw the scene inside, Sienna's eyes widened. Inside the kitchen, all the utensils were neatly arranged, an impressive number of them, though a bit dirty. While Sienna was still stunned, Soren rolled up her sleeves and said, "It's a little dusty from not being used, but I'll clean this place right away." Sienna finally reacted. "This is amazing." From her memories, she knew the kitchen was supposed to be equipped with tons of utensils and magical appliances, but seeing it in person was even more incredible. There were all sorts of baking, cooling, and mixing equipment, all powered by magic stones that converted magic into electricity. There was even an induction stove and an ice maker. And the best part was, she looked at the huge appliance by the wall and thought with satisfaction, a giant oven. Then Sienna joined in the cleaning, meticulously wiping down the oven. When it was sparkling clean, she stood up and said, "Done." Though tired, her face was full of smiles that I'm so happy. Back when she first started a restaurant, she'd always wanted an oven like this. She remembered her account balance, always showing $99. Sienna could only sigh. It was never enough. It was too expensive for her and too big to fit in her kitchen. Back in the present, Sienna sighed with emotion. Things are different now that I'm loaded. Hearing this sigh, Soren was startled. Oh no, she's sighing. Is she bored of having to cook again? Night deepened. Sienna went to bed. She'd barely close her eyes when she suddenly woke up with a start. Feeling her heart pounding, Sienna blushed. My own kitchen. I'm too excited to sleep. She smiled silently, staring at the ceiling. She thought to herself, it's the first thing that truly belongs to me. The next day, the kitchen cleaning was complete. Soren said, it's clean and organized. I also sharpened all the knives. Sienna exclaimed, yay. Thank you, Soren. Seeing her energetic demeanor, Soren was momentarily stunned. Then she smiled, thinking, thank goodness she's so enthusiastic. After seeing Sienna take out a chicken, Saikon asked, what are you planning to make, miss? Sienna replied, spicy fried chicken. After answering, she thought, there's no breading mix here, but I can use breadcrumbs for a crispy texture. First, cut the chicken, then season and marinate it. And while the chicken is marinating, prepare the spicy sauce. As Sienna stirred the sauce mixture, she thought, whoa, they even have tomato sauce. This place is a culinary paradise. Finishing her thought, she continued stirring the sauce, mixing chili powder, honey, minced garlic and ginger, and the rest into the tomato sauce. Because there's no hot sauce, I'll use habanero peppers to add spice. The rest is easy. Just coat the marinated chicken and deep fry it. Then stir-fry the fried chicken and the spicy sauce. After finishing, Sienna looked at a dazed Saikon and asked, what's wrong? Saikon immediately waved her hands and replied, it's nothing, Mississippi. I'm just surprised by the sudden improvement in your skills. Hearing this, Sienna said a little awkwardly, I just didn't have the motivation before. Saikon nodded and said, oh, I understand. The conversation ended, and Sienna plated the spicy fried chicken. Now for the taste test, she picked up a piece of chicken and put it in her mouth. After a few seconds of chewing, feeling the delicious flavor explode in her mouth, Sienna opened her eyes wide and thought, oh my God, this is super delicious. It would go perfectly with beer. Finishing her thought, she pushed the plate of chicken towards Saikon and asked, do you want to try some, Saikon? Saikon hesitated a bit. Yes, Seeing this, Sienna thought, I guess improved skills don't necessarily mean confidence in the taste. After a few seconds of hesitation, Saikon made up her mind and said, all right, I'll try it. Sienna nodded, yes, go ahead. So, under her expectant gaze, Saikon picked up a piece of chicken, her whole body trembling. Blowing on it, she said, foo, 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 all right. The moment the chicken entered her mouth, Saikon's eyes widened. Then she smiled brightly and said, it's delicious, miss. Although she had anticipated the result, seeing such a reaction, Sienna also asked with delight, really? Saikon nodded and said, I'm sure the Lord will be very pleased. This surprised Sienna a little, and she asked again, really? She placed her hand on the table, lost in thought. Actually, chicken dishes are my specialty. It's cheaper than pork and beef, so I use chicken in all my recipes whenever I was desperate for protein. Finishing her thought, she said, good, then I'll let Lancelot try it first, and then it's your turn. As she was about to pick up the plate, Saikon suddenly said, oh, in that case, you need to use nice plates. Sienna nodded, good idea. Saikon immediately turned around and said, I'll go get them and be right back. At this moment, Sienna suddenly called out, wait, I'll go too. I want to see if there's anything I can use for decoration. Seeing Saikon's surprise, she urged, hurry up or the food will get cold. Saikon hurriedly replied, yes, Mississippi. The two quickly ran off without noticing a dark figure standing by the door. As soon as the two left, the person immediately took action. After a while, the kitchen door opened. Sienna and Saikon returned. Saikon sighed in relief. Phew, this will do. Huh? She turned around and asked, did someone clear the spicy chicken plate? Sienna shook her head. No, why would you ask that? At this moment, she also saw the state of the table. Empty, completely devoid of anything. Sienna thought in surprise, it's disappeared. Navirius's voice echoed in the office. Report the latest situation on the campaign. Lancelot said, Sienna's guess was correct. Recently, a group of merchants sold a large shipment of poison to the rebels. Just then, a knock came at the door. On entered, and Navirius asked, what's the current situation? On immediately replied, reinforcements were dispatched before the rebels could poison the river. Navirius said in a low voice, send Calypso. He'll take care of everything. On continued, then we'll need a transfer gate. Considering the distance, do you think Marquis Xavier will let us use it? Lancelot frowned. The transfer gate will get Calypso there instantly, but I'm afraid the Xavier family won't cooperate due to their hostility towards us. Hearing him say that, Navirius pondered, the transfer gate is always the problem. Lancelot continued, if only we had our own transfer gate. Navirius shook his head slightly. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to find a mana source sufficient for a successful transfer gate. Not to mention, only the Saintus' power can open a transfer gate. He narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. It's truly troublesome. Why did God grant Xavier a Saintus daughter? Hearing this, the brothers Lancelot and Owen could only lower their heads. After a moment, Navirius sighed and said, I'll send a letter to Xavier. Owen, contact Calypso. He immediately replied, yes, sir. At this moment, Navirius suddenly called out, and Lancelot. He bowed respectfully, yes, sir. Navirius asked, I heard you gave Sienna the kitchen key? Lancelot replied, yes, that's correct. Hearing this, Navirius said, don't do unnecessary things. Lancelot paused for a moment. Then he said, but I believe she has truly changed, sir. I could tell when she told me she chose to change herself rather than live a meaningless life. Navirius silently put his hand inside his coat. Then he said, but you've seen her incompetence, and I don't invest in people like that. At this moment, Owen suddenly cleared his throat, ahem. When the two turned their attention to him, he said, what if that wasn't her true ability? Navirius asked curiously, what do you mean? Owen replied, she's been trained at the academy for over 4 years. However, the dishes she showed us always seemed almost deliberately bad. Navirius asked directly, are you suggesting she's improved? Owen nodded, yes, although it's just a guess. Navirius pondered for a moment. In his mind, he thought, she has definitely changed. The unexpected sparkle in those lifeless eyes, and the vibrancy on the face that was previously only gloomy. The most curious thing is that she's actually started using her intelligence. Thinking of this, he said, very well, then I'll wait and see. Lancelot, hearing this, said, a wise choice, sir. After leaving the office, Lancelot said, I never thought you would side with Sienna. Owen turned back and replied, well, I'm indebted to her. Although I don't like her very much, a knight's duty is to repay a favor. And I wasn't lying when I said she hid her true skills. Lancelot was a little surprised. Really? Suddenly, he stared at the corner of Owen's mouth, then asked, what's that red stuff under your lip? Owen looked up innocently. Red stuff? He suddenly remembered something, and after a small exclamation, he reached out and wiped away the chili sauce. Lancelot watched for a moment, then turned and said, anyway, it's lunchtime. Let's go. Owen said, I'm not eating. Lancelot stopped, surprised, and let out a small gasp. Owen added, I'm full. At the same time, in the kitchen, Sienna was deep in thought, muttering, that damn chicken thief. Sicon furrowed her brow, wondering, who could it be? Someone on Lady Flohetta's side. At this point, Sicon suddenly asked, should I investigate? Sienna smiled and said, it's okay, it's fine. That plate was just for practice. I can make a new one right away. It quickly grew dark, and Sienna carried a plate of spicy chicken to Lancelot's room, knocking on the door. After waiting a moment with no answer, she wondered aloud, is Lancelot not here? She held the doorknob, thinking, there aren't any servants around either. Maybe I should just bring it in myself. Upon entering, Sienna felt a little guilty. Why do I feel like I'm somewhere I'm not supposed to be? After placing the spicy chicken on the table, she breathed a sigh of relief. Putting it here should be fine, right? Suddenly, Sienna exclaimed in surprise, whoa, what's that? In the darkness, Lancelot was lying on the sofa, clutching a stack of papers, his eyes closed tight. Sienna silently breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's Lancelot. Phew. She walked over to the sofa and looked down. Seeing him like this, I just remembered he usually doesn't get enough sleep. According to my memory, he only sleeps 4 to 5 hours a day. And he's even holding documents while sleeping. Being a noble isn't all that great. Thinking this, Sienna found a blanket and covered Lancelot with it. Then she picked up the stack of documents and sat next to the sofa, staring at him. she whispered. Wow, his face is like it's sculpted from pure marble. Those long eyelashes are the envy of many a maiden. No wonder the Francis brothers are famous across borders. Sienna rested her chin on her hand and said, "He's really handsome." Just then a voice asked, "Who, me?" She nodded. "Yes, you come here." Sienna startled and gasped. Lancelot opened his eyes and looked at her, saying apologetically, "Sorry for surprising you." By now, Sienna's face was as red as the evening sun. Then she suddenly burst into tears, saying, Sorry, I didn't sneak in. I just seeing her fear." Lancelot smiled and said, "It's okay, I know." He sat up and pulled the blanket off, then asked, "You were just covering me with a blanket, right?" He then tilted his head and asked with a smile, "So you think I'm very handsome?" Sienna stared blankly for a moment. Her face flushed again. It's just, you look very dazzling." Hearing this, Lancelot opened his mouth as she stared at him in bewilderment. He burst into laughter, shaking with amusement. Being laughed at, Sienna puffed up her cheeks. Sulking, she said, "I'm going back." Lancelot quickly called out, "Oh wait, I'm sorry." Taking Sienna's hand, Lancelot asked, "Didn't you have something you wanted to tell me?" She stopped and turned her head. "Well, yesterday you said you wanted to try my cooking." Lancelot nodded upon hearing this. "Yes, that's right. So Sienna brought the tray of food from the table. So I brought you what I just made." Looking at the enticing plate of spicy chicken, Lancelot asked in surprise, "Did you make this?" Sienna nodded, "Yes." Lancelot looked up with a smile and said, "Thank you, Sienna." She didn't say anything, just stared at him. After a moment, he asked hesitantly, "Is something else the matter?" Sienna shook her head slightly. "No, I'll let you enjoy it." Lancelot didn't eat immediately. He asked, "It's late. Should I escort you back to your room?" But she replied, "It's okay. I'm fine." Having said that, she turned to leave. Just as she took a step, Sienna abruptly stopped and said, "Oh, one last thing. It's better with beer." Lancelot asked doubtfully, "Beer?" Sienna nodded, "Yes, but since you look quite tired tonight, I'll make it again when you're feeling well enough to drink." After saying that, she continued walking out. After the door closed, Sienna breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was unexpectedly awkward. She touched her forehead and muttered, "Just thinking about him is exhausting because of that unrealistically handsome face." Lost in thought as she walked, she suddenly bumped into someone. Sienna looked up, and one immediately said, "And where did you crawl out from?" Looking at his expression, which seemed like he would kill her in the next second, Sienna immediately broke out in a sweat. "One oppressive aura," she thought, then replied, "Lancelot's room." "One asked for what?" Sienna said frankly, "I brought him food." One asked with a thoughtful look, "Food?" "Fried chicken." This question made Sienna a little confused. "Yes, but how did you know?" Hearing her counter-question, Juan seemed a little evasive. After a few seconds, he stroked his chin and said, "From the smell of the frying oil." Sienna said, "Oh, you're right. It was fried chicken." She then raised her hand and sniffed the air. At this moment, Juan asked, and he left. Sienna replied, "No, I gave it all to Lancelot." Hearing this, Juan immediately said, "Then you should make more." Sienna looked up and asked why. Juan replied, "Because I need to check if you did anything funny with the food." Sienna stood on her tiptoes, annoyed, and retorted, "But I didn't." She frowned, "And even if I did, I wouldn't be stupid enough to make another plate in front of someone." After saying that, she didn't bother looking at Juan's displeased face, turned around, and continued walking. "Have a good evening." Back in her room, Sienna sat in front of the mirror and thought, "He really scared me. I hope I'm not too suspicious. It doesn't matter. I didn't do anything wrong. Lancelot will be fine." Thinking of this, she became a little doubtful. But how did Juan know it was fried chicken? The only people who knew she made fried chicken were Lancelot, who ate it, herself, who cooked it, and Sicon, who helped her. Remembering the plate of spicy chicken that was stolen, Sienna thought with a start, "Wait, there's one more person, the chicken thief." As soon as the thought flashed through her mind, Sienna refuted herself. "No, it can't be Juan. He's eaten all sorts of delicacies." At the same time, Juan, walking down the hallway, suddenly stopped. He thought to himself, "Lancelot will probably leave some because he doesn't eat much, right?" Then he recalled that morning. "I thought someone had opened the kitchen door without permission," then realized it was Sienna bustling with energy. As Juan hid behind the door, inside the kitchen, Sienna said, "Hurry up, it'll get cold." Sicon hurriedly replied, "Yes, Mississippi." Juan thought to himself, "Normally, she never cooks, so I thought she was up to something." He sniffed the air. At least it smells good." I went into the kitchen without noticing and decided to try the chicken. After taking a bite, Juan cried out, "Ouch!" His hand didn't stop piling the chicken into his mouth. But by the time I realized, only an empty plate was left. I can't believe While he was reminiscing inside the room, Lancelot was also looking at the plate of spicy chicken and thinking sweet, spicy, and salty fried chicken. After finishing it, he wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Juan's voice rang out. "It's me." Lancelot was a little doubtful. "It's so late. Why are you still here?" Juan opened the door and walked in, saying nothing special. He sat down on the sofa next to Lancelot. His eyes looked up at the plate on the table. Seeing only a few chicken bones left on the plate, Juan said disappointedly, "You ate it all." Lancelot pulled the food tray to the side and said, "I tried Sienna's dish, and you were right. It seems she's been hiding her true skills. Her dish displays a surprising balance of sweet, salty, and spicy. The spicy sauce particularly complements the crispy texture of the outer layer and the juiciness of the meat inside. I wonder how it would taste with beer." She mentioned they go well together. Hearing this, one immediately asked with interest, "Beer?" Lancelot stroked his chin, thoughtfully saying, "Come to think of it, I'm sure it would suit your taste, the beer too." Saying this, he glanced at Juan. "You could ask Sienna to make it." Juan looked back, then frowned without saying anything. He suddenly remembered the past, the night of his 13th birthday, broken glass scattered on the floor, surrounded by screams. Along with the whispered question, "What happened?" Before him was Sienna, her expression extremely cold. Opposite her was Juan, silently saying nothing, ignoring the drops of blood flowing down from his head. Remembering that, Juan gritted his teeth and asked, "Why would I?" His words were cut short by a knock on the door. A servant entered, and Juan asked, "What is it?" The servant replied, "Madame Frohida is discussing something with the Lord." Lancelot asked, "About what?" The servant bowed their head and said, "It's a matter concerning Miss Sienna's kitchen." Hearing this, Lancelot propped his chin on his hand, his eyes thoughtful as he asked, "What is she trying to do?" The servant replied, "I'm afraid I couldn't inquire further." Out of curiosity, the two brothers, Lancelot and Juan, left the room. Upon opening the door to Nevarius's office, they heard Frohida's voice. "This is my nephew, a talented young man who graduated from the Western Academy at the top of his class." As soon as Frohida finished speaking, the young man beside her politely said, "Greetings, sir. Eom Ondra. I am honored to meet you, Lord Francis." Juan sneered, I understand her intentions. The head chef of the palace is a coveted position, even for the Francis family. Grandfather will generously invest in Sienna once he sees her culinary skills improve. So Frohida is trying to snatch that resource for her nephew. Looking at Andre, Juan continued to think, but I must say, her nephew is a suitable choice. He's unlikely to betray them, as the Francis and Mariathans families are intermarried, and with his top-of-the-class achievement, he has a higher chance of entering the royal kitchen. Sienna. He frowned at the thought. What a farce. Even though I don't particularly like Sienna, that Maria then woman isn't much better. Inside the room, Frohida continued, "I think Andre could prepare a special dish for your upcoming birthday feast." Nevarius pondered for a moment. He tapped his fingers on the desk and said, all right. With his agreement, Frohida immediately beamed. After she led Andre out of the room, he asked, Aunt Frohida, why did you tell him I graduated top of my class when I didn't?" Frohida stopped in her tracks, turned around, and said, "Oh, but it's all right, Andre. Once we pay the headmaster enough, something as simple as a diploma is easy to acquire." Andre still looked a little anxious. "But what if I lose to Miss Sienna?" Upon hearing this, Frohida burst into laughter. Bribing that Sienna girl? In your dreams. That girl isn't as clever as I am." Andre still seemed puzzled. "Yes, but..." Frohida didn't explain further. She said, "Besides, I've already found a professional chef to make the actual dish. All you need to do is put on a show." Andre hesitated. "If you say so." Without waiting for him to finish, Frohida was lost in her own thoughts. That dim-witted girl has such poor scores. I'll be surprised if she can even hold a knife properly. Making a dish for the feast is beyond her capabilities. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she continued, "Don't worry, Andre. Just do as your dear Aunt Frohida says. I'll take every little thing away from that girl and give it all to you." Andre replied, "Yes, Aunt Frohida." Meanwhile, Inside Sienna's room, Saikon rushed in. Miss Sienna, she turned around. Saikon continued. Frohita has brought her nephew to the castle. Sienna asked in surprise. Her nephew? Saikon nodded. Yes, ma'am. She began to briefly explain the situation to Sienna. After listening, Sienna rubbed her chin. Grandfather's birthday feast? She paused, then thought, although it's earlier than I thought, I guess Frohita already had a plan. So it's not too alarming. Thinking this, Sienna looked up and asked, when is grandfather's birthday? Saikon replied, in 10 days. Sienna pondered again. 10 days, not much time. After a few seconds, Saikon asked, what are we going to do? Sienna replied, we'll compete with them, of course. Hearing this, Saikon looked a little worried. But I heard that nephew is a prodigy who graduated at the top of his class. Sienna thought to herself, maybe, but I've been cooking for almost 10 years. And for 6 of those years, professionally, every single day, I've diligently wielded a hot frying pan in the kitchen of a busy restaurant. She clenched her fist. We have to do our best. A while later, whispers could be heard outside Sienna's kitchen. As the two of them reached the door, Saikon called out, what's all this commotion? This is Miss Sienna's kitchen. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Suddenly, someone stepped out. Upon seeing the person, Saikon's eyes widened in surprise. She exclaimed, Nicole. Nicole, as arrogant as ever since being dismissed by Sienna, said dismissively, from now on, Master Andre Maria then will also be using this kitchen. Saikon asked, on whose authority? Nicole replied, of course it belongs to Madame Flohita Mariatin. Saikon thought to herself, so she's back to being Flohita's servant after I fired her. Saikon said, this kitchen was built specifically for Miss Sienna. Even the young masters are forbidden from using it. So how does Madame Flohita have the authority? Nicole retorted with a smug look, oh, come on, don't be so stingy. Meanwhile, Sienna opened the door and entered the kitchen. Upon looking inside, she saw Andre intently looking at a recipe book. At that moment, Andre also noticed her, and he quickly closed the book, bowing his head as he said, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mississippi. E.O.M. Andre Mariotin. Sienna snatched the recipe book from his hand. She calmly opened it. Let me take a look. Andre said nervously, but I spent all day writing that recipe. Hearing this, Sienna parroted Nicole's words, oh, don't be so stingy. Despite saying so, she closed the recipe book, adopting a thoughtful expression. Sharing the kitchen is fine, but it wouldn't be fair if I were the only one sharing, right? Andre stammered, but Sienna interrupted, then just share your secret recipe with me. At that moment, Flohita appeared out of nowhere and yelled, stop talking nonsense. For a chef, a recipe is more valuable than anything. Are you so stupid that you don't know that? She continued, my father-in-law has requested Andre to cook a dish for him at the banquet. Such an important dish can't be made in the busy main kitchen. That's why we need to borrow your private kitchen. Yours. Sienna's expression turned serious. Then she glanced at Andre. I understand. Having said that, she looked down at the utensils on the table, thinking to herself, they probably belong to that nephew. Thinking that Sienna had agreed, Flohita said, what a good girl. At this moment, Sienna gripped the tablecloth tightly. A second later, she yanked it hard, sending the utensils on top flying through the air. Flohita cried out in alarm. Hey, she asked loudly, what do you think you're doing? Sienna held the tablecloth in her hand and calmly replied, I'm just following your advice. Flohita yelled, what? Sienna explained, well, you told me I had to be useful to grandfather. Flohita asked, puzzled, so what does that have to do with throwing other people's things on the floor? She replied, he taught me never to let anyone take what's mine. Flohita gasped in surprise. At this point, Sienna also released the tablecloth. Continuing, he also said to teach a harsh lesson to any scoundrel who dares to undermine me. So I did exactly as he taught, for grandfather's benefit. She narrowed her eyes. Cook here if you want. But remember, I'm just doing what my grandfather taught me. Andre's face paled with fear, and he stammered, I don't need to. I'll cook somewhere else. Flohita yelled from the side, Andre. He burst into tears, saying, please, Aunt Flohita, I don't think I can concentrate. Hearing this, Flohita had no other choice. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll make you pay for this. Sienna, unafraid, replied, I'll be waiting. After they left, Saikon asked hesitantly, will everything be all right, miss? Sienna thought with a serious face. Of course not. Flohita will look for any opportunity to attack me. I'll lose my position if grandfather acknowledges Andre's skills at the birthday banquet, and Flohita could send an assassin to the annex, while everyone's attention is on Andre. She glanced sideways. Well, it's a bit early, but it's bound to happen. I have to use this opportunity to get rid of Flohita once and for all. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she put on her apron and said, "Help me, Saikon. I'm about to start cooking." Saikon replied, "Yes, Mississippi." After a while, a whole plate of chicken, sparkling with the aura of a main character, was served. As soon as Saikon tried a piece, Sienna asked, "How is it?" Saikon chewed the food thoughtfully. After swallowing, she said, "Well, it's quite elaborate for a human," but without waiting for her to finish, Sienna thought, "Not enough. It has to pop. Otherwise, I'll just be a backdrop for that nephew." Flohita's nephew not only received formal culinary education, he's also familiar with the tastes and preferences of the people here, having lived his whole life in the Jalakjan Empire. Wait, preferences? A thought suddenly popped into Sienna's mind. She spoke up, "That's it." Then she thought, Korean cold noodles, naengmyeon, have varying popularity, even though any Korean likes it. But in the West, it's quite unfamiliar, where noodles are served in soup, and cold soup isn't considered the norm. So all I have to do is aim for what grandfather likes. Thinking of this, Sienna asked, "Do you know what grandfather likes?" Saikon shook her head and said, "I don't know either. I've never served him, and the servants who do are constantly changing. So it won't be easy to find out." The smile on Sienna's face quickly disappeared, and her brows furrowed. "What about the chef? Surely he would know." Saikon said again, "I suppose so, but he's always on high alert. Even Flohita can't influence him." Having said that, she also looked thoughtful. Who else? All right, maybe the young masters know. They always dine with the Lord. Sienna said, "Right." Finishing her words, she thought, "But Lancelot will give me another favor. I got the key to the kitchen on the pretext that I would fulfill my duties. So relying on his goodwill might decrease his favorable impression of me, which I've worked so hard to gain. I guess I'll have to ask Juan, but..." Thinking of this, a drop of sweat appeared on her face. "He's scary. Will he talk to me given how much he hates Sienna? I need to come up with an excuse to see him." In the hallway, Sienna paced back and forth. Then she patted her forehead and sighed. "I've been wandering around the castle for half a day, and nothing has come up. Maybe I should go back to the annex." Just then, a commotion arose. "She's taking it to the second young master. How terrible." He'll flip the table again. Sienna followed the voice, and when she saw the maids whispering to each other, she thought, running errands to Juan's room? The voice from earlier rang out again. Poor girl. Hearing that, Sienna said, "Let me go." Only then did the three maids notice her, their eyes and mouths widening in surprise as they said, "Miss Second Young. Miss, we are." "Miss Sienna," the brown-haired maid asked. "Are you sure, miss?" Sienna nodded. "Yes, I'll deliver it to Juan." So the maid handed her the stack of documents. While crying, she said, "Thank you so much. Thank you so much." Sienna thought, "Thank you for giving me an excuse." Then she walked towards Juan's room, sighing when she arrived. The moment Sienna raised her hand to knock, the door suddenly opened. Juan, with a frown, asked, "What is it?" Sienna, sweating, exclaimed, "Goodness." After uttering that word, she thought to herself, "Wow, he's really intimidating." Meanwhile, Juan noticed the documents in her hand and asked, "Why are you carrying those?" Before Sienna could answer, Juan pulled her hand towards him. He asked in a low voice, "Have you read them?" She stammered, "No." Inwardly, she thought, "Oh my, that startled me." Hearing her response, Juan breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said, "All right, give them here. They don't belong to you." Sienna didn't move, so Juan's voice hardened. "I said, give them here." Looking at his face, she asked, "If I don't, will you hit me?" Juan stepped closer, looking at her with amusement, and uttered, "Huh." She gulped nervously. She reassured herself, thinking, "It'll be easy if I'm prepared to be hit. All I have to do is endure the pain. I'm used to violence. When I was very young, I was beaten by loan sharks, then by my biological father, and then, when I was a little older, I was beaten by the orphanage director. Once a slap ruptured my eardrum, and a few kicks broke an arm and a leg." Thinking about the horrific memories of the past, seeing Juan getting closer and closer, she closed her eyes and thought, "So it won't matter if Juan hits me." Suddenly, he spoke. "Why would I do that?" She stared at him blankly for a long moment, then suddenly burst out laughing, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She cheerfully said, "You're better than I imagined." Juan looked at her, puzzled. "What do you mean?" As if realizing the thoughts of the little girl in front of him, he said irritably, "You thought I was some scum who hits women?" She giggled in response, "But you don't, do you?" He emphasized, "Of course I don't." Then she looked at him expectantly, offering a condition. "I'll give you these documents if you tell me what grandfather likes to eat." She thought to herself, "One might be a little scary, but he's much better than those loan sharks who try to sell my organs." One narrowed his eyes at her, his expression full of suspicion, his sharp gaze sweeping over every nuance of her face. "You've been acting very suspicious lately. What are you up to?" Sienna retorted, "Nothing. But speaking of which," she hesitated, glancing down at his large hand, which she now realized was tightly gripping her wrist. Juan, also noticing this, quickly released her hand and stepped back. Folding his arms, he looked at her sternly. "Stop playing around. Give me the documents and get out." But she shook her head resolutely. "I'm not playing around. I'm serious." Juan asked, puzzled, "Why do you want to know what grandfather likes to eat?" She replied calmly, "Because I need to." He wasn't satisfied and let out a disgruntled sound. Juan frowned. "Are you going to cook for him?" She nodded obediently, yes. He continued to press. "What made you decide to do that?" The questions kept pouring out of Juan's mouth, leaving her exasperated. She thought to herself, "He keeps grilling me. He's probably not going to tell me. What a waste of time. I'm leaving." Just as she was about to leave, one suddenly spoke, soft persimmon, ripe. "There, now give them here." Hearing his words, she froze for a moment, her mind now only revolving around the words, soft, ripe. She asked, "Wait, soft, what do you mean?" Then she suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand excitedly, ignoring Juan's surprised look, and asked cheerfully, "Do you mean he likes sweets?" He has a sweet tooth. He seemed to break free from a spell, stammering, "Not exactly, but lately he's been eating more noodles, something he didn't like before." Her eyes lit up, and she murmured joyfully, "Ripe persimmons and noodles, aha." Sienna happily squeezed his hand and said with a cheerful smile, "Thank you." At the kitchen, Saikon, seeing her lost in thought, approached and softly asked, "Miss?" She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "I need a certain ingredient, but I'm not sure it's in season." The maid asked curiously, "What is it, miss?" She whispered to Saikon, causing the maid to let out sounds of delight. Then she said softly, "I think I can do it, but what does he need it for?" Sienna replied resolutely, "For the banquet dish, of course." Saikon looked puzzled. "Really? Are you serious?" "Over here." Sienna, brimming with enthusiasm, raised her hand to show her determination. "If I'm right, this ingredient is crucial to my success." Then she hurried off, leaving only the words, "Thank you, Saikon." In a dimly lit room, Lancelot stared into the distance. Suddenly, someone called his name, Lancelot. It turned out to be Juan. The two faced each other, and suddenly Saikon's struggling voice rang out, "Miss." "Oh dear, not the meat again." Juan, looking at the chaotic scene before him, chuckled. She must be out of her mind. But he thought to himself, she's actually going to prepare a dish for his birthday. "Grandpa's." Lancelot smiled, his eyes fixed on her. "Admit it, she's changed." Juan glanced at Lancelot with an incredulous look. "You really believe that?" Lancelot shrugged, "But it's true." Finishing his words, he gave a calculating smile. "I still don't completely trust her, but she used to be a gloomy, unpleasant, sullen girl with a pale, lifeless face like a zombie." Remembering the helpless cries of the servants, "Please stop, Miss Sienna." Lancelot continued thinking, a mentally unstable child. She antagonized everyone until no one was left by her side. But now, she's definitely changed, figuring out the rebels' plan. Recalling Sienna's words, "The Philip Test River flows from east to west." He continued and started to interact with the family instead of hating and avoiding us. He again recalled Sienna's question, "Can I pat your head if I want to?" Lancelot murmured, touched her hair, and realized it's much better than its disheveled appearance. Like the tips of grass swaying gently around my fingers, and she seemed quite pleased, smiling like a purring cat. It felt like a wild, roaring beast was acting friendly towards me. Juan looked at his older brother grinning to himself, thinking in confusion, why is he suddenly grinning like that? Lancelot, oblivious to his younger brother's strange look, was engrossed in watching his sister. Thinking to himself, quite a lot of strange feelings, huh? Lancelot patted his younger brother's shoulder, his voice calm. "I see no reason not to encourage her when her actions benefit our family." Juan feigned indifference, clearing his throat sarcastically. "Humph, I'll bet my sword this phase won't last long. How nice would be if she just gave up halfway, huh?" Lancelot turned, his tone cheerful, "But you have to admit, she's the perfect tool to keep Mariaten in check." One didn't argue. "I suppose so." Frohita's been crossing the line, acting as if she's already Martian as Francis. She's been lying low after Sienna's debacle in front of grandfather. When do you think grandfather will rein her in? Lancelot replied indifferently. It seems he intends to leave her be until she does something unforgivable. He narrowed his eyes, but if you ask me, her antics are becoming increasingly troublesome. There have been reports of carriages filled with gold being sent to the residences of certain individuals, gifts from Count Mariatan. He's eager for allies with his daughter marrying into the Francis family. Once Frohita and father have a child, Count Mariatan intends to use the Francis fortune for his grandchild. Hearing this, Juan turned, his brow furrowed in question. So, you're saying we should help Sienna? Lancelot turned his head, a faint smile playing on his lips if she creates the opportunity for herself. Juan looked at the dangerous smile, thinking to himself, it's no wonder his nickname is Snake. On the day of the banquet, the chef spoke respectfully, please try this, madam. Frohita parted her lips, taking a bite. Andre at her side softly inquired, how is it, Frohita? She savored the taste. Not bad, she thought smugly. I secretly hired a professional chef to prepare the dish Andre will be serving. All he has to do is roast the turkey to perfection. Then she looked at the chef and ordered, very well, leave the castle. My nephew will do the rest. The chef tried to explain, but madam, controlling the heat is crucial. Not letting the chef finish, she snapped, do as I say or face the consequences. A while later, smoke billowed from the kitchen. Andre obediently announced, it's done, Aunt Frohita. She looked at the dish before her with self-satisfaction. That girl will be shocked when she sees this. This will teach her a lesson, that arrogant, foolish brat. Andre, still worried, said, but what if she can cook? She seemed confident enough to do it herself. Frohita scoffed and waved her hand dismissively. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. She always ranked last in her class. Suddenly, her eyes glinted with malice. But it's better if she doesn't even get to present her dish if I want to completely crush her. Even if she fails at cooking, she'll try other things, and she'll become a nuisance if she dares to take over the internal affairs. So I have to crush her and make her revert to her old self, unable to resist and looked down upon by grandfather. A maid was summoned and bowed respectfully. You called for me, madam. Frohita asked haughtily, what's that Branch family girl doing? The maid replied, she's changing her clothes, madam. Frohita feigned concern. Is that so? But I wonder if she's fit to attend such a grand banquet. She must still be shaken from those suicide attempts. Don't you think so? The maid hesitantly asked. What do you mean, madam? Not waiting for the maid to speculate, she continued her charade. I think she deserves a good rest. Then she held out a packet of powder, softly ordering, take this. The maid asked, puzzled, what is this, madam? Frohita spoke as if it were nothing, just something to help her sleep through the day like a baby. The maid opened it, revealing a white powder inside. Then the maid, understanding her intent, obediently bowed her head. I'll put it in her tea, madam. Suddenly, Frohita grabbed the maid's hand, stuffing money into it, and said with a laugh, I'm counting on you. At the banquet hall, the atmosphere buzzed with lively chatter and laughter as guests raised their glasses and toasts. Flattering words flowed endlessly. Oh, Lady Frohita, you seem to grow more beautiful every day. Truly, I must say, you're even more beautiful than these flowers. She continued her fake smile, thinking scornfully, look at these vultures picking at the Francis family's bones. And once again, I'll be bathed in the admiring gazes of these fawning sycophants. Before my engagement to Marquis Francis, I was considered the capital's silver grape. Silver grape, referring to men and women past marriageable age. The fruit that comes after the flower has bloomed. And a particularly bitter and shriveled grape, useless except for medicinal purposes. It's a flowery term to mock someone from a prestigious family who lacks any personal charm. And I was humiliated to be the capital's most famous silver grape. Despite my prestigious family and beautiful appearance, none of my relationships lasted longer than 3 months. But after my engagement to Marquis Francis, all those who once mocked me are now trying to get on my good side. You're as beautiful as ever, Lady Frohita. Indeed, now I'm basking in the spotlight wherever I go. It's wonderful that my dream has come true. Suddenly, as Lancelot and Juan entered, her eyes immediately turned towards them. Feigning affection, she said, Ah, my dear stepsons, Lancelot, Juan. She smiled at them, lost in reminiscence. You remind me of when I first met your father. He was about Juan's age then, wasn't he? I met him at a party at the palace. Arthur Francis. I fell in love with him at first sight. Then Frohita gently took Juan's arm, her tone cheerful. Dear Juan, you remind me so much of when I first met your father. But he wasn't interested in playing along with her charade and quickly pulled his arm away as if it were dirty, leaving her stunned and humiliated. What's wrong? Juan didn't even glance at her, his face grim. Seeing this, Frohita made an excuse that, oh ha, he must be in a bad mood today. She kept laughing to cover her embarrassment, ignoring the stares from everyone around. Gam, standing in the crowd, watched, angrily gritting his teeth. How dare he? That evening, at the banquet venue, the main hall was quite crowded. A woman spoke up. May I ask if everyone has arrived? It seems Miss Francis is still absent, even though the banquet has begun. Indeed, Frohita, overhearing the murmurs, quickly turned towards the door. Seeing Navirius arrive, she hastily greeted him. Good evening, father-in-law. In an instant, Frohita smirked. Then, feigning concern, she said, Oh, poor dear. She seemed fine this morning, so I thought she was feeling better. A voice of concern inquired. I heard she wasn't well. Is it anything serious? Frohita continued innocently. I'm not sure. She just said she wasn't feeling well and couldn't attend the banquet. I tried to persuade her to join for a while, but I couldn't. After Frohita finished speaking, the people around her started whispering, sounding as if they were saying, It seems like she isn't really sick, huh? What a terrible excuse, not attending grandfather's birthday banquet. How shameful, typical of a troublemaker. Unpleasant whispers continued to spread. It's unfortunate that the head of the family failed to give her a proper education. Truly, she's a disgrace to the family. Navirius frowned at the surrounding gossip. Standing to the side, Frohita inwardly rejoiced. Just as planned. But outwardly, she sighed helplessly that it's my fault. I should have disciplined her better. Suddenly, Siniana opened the door, pushing a food cart, and spoke, Please forgive my tardiness. Seeing her, Frohita couldn't believe it. She came? How is that possible? Siniana appeared, stunning and beautiful. She hurried towards Navirius and bowed. Happy birthday, grandfather. But Navirius's face showed no joy. He frowned in displeasure. Seeing his expression, Siniana thought, I guess he's upset that I'm late. But I had to finish the dish first, or it would have been a disaster. It took so much time that I didn't even have time to properly put on makeup. She recalled the hurried preparations and the servant's cry from behind. At least put on your shoes, miss. After the greetings were exchanged, everyone pulled out their chairs and sat down. Navirius sat down as well. On the other side, Lancelot was pulling out his chair, preparing to sit, while Juan was already seated. Seeing that everyone had sat down, Siniana thought, because this is a social gathering, I should probably act as Siniana usually does. Thinking this, she turned and started to sit further away from her grandfather. Before she could take more than a few steps, a voice called out to her, Sit here. Navirius gestured to an empty chair nearby. Siniana froze. That's the seat Frohita monopolizes when father's away. Exactly, Frohita exclaimed in surprise. Preposterous. Gam, fearing she would cause a scene, nudged her arm to stop her. Navirius looked at Gam and said, Calm down. At this, Frohita stopped advancing and stood in place, frowning. She scowled and walked towards a seating area. The seat she usually occupied was now taken by Siniana, so Frohita had to sit in the chair beside her. As soon as she sat down, she turned to Siniana and started a conversation. How did you get here? Siniana looked at her and replied honestly, I have legs, so I walked. This answer left Frohita speechless. Siniana thought, of course, I know what she meant by that question. She wants to know why I didn't drink the tea. Candles were lit. The sound of laughter and cheerful conversation filled the dining hall. The dishes were all meticulously prepared. Looking at the fresh green salad in front of her, Siniana picked up a piece of lettuce and ate it slowly. Siniana was chewing when she suddenly stopped. She saw Navirius looking at his plate of vegetables. Siniana watched as he frowned, picked up his spoon, scooped some up, and then put it back down. Siniana thought, he's barely touched his salad. Suddenly, Frohita spoke up, father-in-law. She smiled sweetly and said, Allow me to present the dish my grandson made for you. Having finished speaking, Frohita ordered the two maids to push the cart in, bring it forward. A beautifully presented, golden roasted chicken elicited praises from everyone. Ah, how splendid. Navirius was also surprised by this dish. Not stopping there, Frohita smiled smugly. Oh, it seems Siniana has also prepared a little surprise for you. Hearing this, everyone became curious. The young lady's dish? How surprising. The current situation annoyed Sienna. It was clear Flohita was trying to undermine her dish. Having thought this, she also spoke up, bring it to the table. The servants obeyed and placed Sienna's dish on the table. The cloche was lifted, revealing a roasted turkey. Flohita, sitting next to her, watched with amusement. The surrounding people also gossiped, "Ha, indeed a lovely turkey. At least she tried." The other guests chuckled. It seems the outcome is clear, isn't it? Truly, culinary skills can't be improved overnight. Flohita chuckled softly as she listened. Suddenly, a gasp was heard. "Oh dear." Flohita covered her mouth, laughing. "This is just too adorable, Sienna. Although clumsy, the effort is simply endearing, don't you all think?" Sienna's chicken looked rather unappetizing. Glancing at the golden roasted chicken, Flohita said, "Now then, please enjoy this turkey specially prepared for you by my grandson." Having finished speaking, the turkey was presented to the guests. Navirius cut a piece and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, someone asked, "Is it to your liking?" Navirius replied, "It's not bad." Hearing this, Flohita beamed, and the others exclaimed, "Oh." Flohita smiled with satisfaction as she listened to the guests praising her grandson's dish. The turkey looked truly magnificent, and the presentation was also very appealing. Meanwhile, Sienna sat quietly, waiting for her turn. Then a voice announced, "Oh, next, the Lord will try Miss Sienna Francis's dish." Navirius put a piece of the chicken in his mouth. He chewed carefully and savored the piece. It was unclear what flavor he tasted, causing him to frown. Flohita, observing this, rejoiced inwardly, just as I predicted. But at that moment, a series of clinking sounds rang out. The sight before her surprised Flohita. Lancelot and Guinevere also stared in astonishment. The other guests were no exception, whispering amongst themselves, "Yes, he trying to save face for his granddaughter." Preposterous. Lord Francis is very strict, even with his own blood. In the blink of an eye, the plate holding the chicken was completely empty. Flohita was aghast. How could this be? What did she do? Regardless of what people said, seeing him eat with such relish made Sienna smile with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Navirius frowned in thought. I barely had to chew the meat before it melted in my mouth. This special sauce is what makes the dish irresistible. This sweetness is honey. No, it's mixed with something else, but what? After a series of analyses, he realized, wait, this hidden flavor, ripe rose hips. How did she know? Meanwhile, Sienna thought happily, success. Guinevere's hint made me realize it. Ripe, soft persimmons. The general term is actually ripe persimmons. The reason he chose the word soft and ripe, unless he overheard grandfather specifically loves ripe and soft persimmons. Another hint was grandfather's love for noodles. So I asked Saikon to find pineapple and kiwi. The bromelain in pineapple and the acidity in kiwi would help break down the protein in the meat, tenderizing it. I marinated and tenderized the turkey enough so its form would remain, glazed the surface with bulgogi sauce, and then steamed it. This is a common technique in Korea for steaming meat to tenderize it. I also used honey and ripe persimmons in the sauce to complement the marinade and add a subtle sweetness. In an instant, the guests looked at Sienna differently. They whispered amongst themselves, seemingly surprised that Miss Sienna was more talented than rumored. Lancelot spoke up. It seems both dishes have proven to be excellent gifts. Sir, can you indicate which is superior? At his words, the guests agreed. That's a good idea. What do you think about placing your fork on the better plate? Following their lead, Navirius picked up his fork and finally placed it down on Sienna's plate. Things didn't go her way, so Flohita bit her lip in anger. How could this be? The result was decided. Lancelot looked across and said with a smile, "Now, Sienna, tell grandfather your wish." Since he had spoken, she didn't need to remain silent any longer. Sienna said, "I need your help, grandfather." She pointed at the condemned Flohita. "This woman has continuously abused me for unjust purposes." Hearing this, Lancelot, Juan, and Navirius were all startled. Pausing for a moment, Sienna stated her intentions. "My wish is for you to conduct an investigation into this matter." Flohita covered her mouth with her hand and muttered, "What? Abuse?" Then she turned to everyone, trembling and crying. "That's absurd. I've never committed such a monstrous act in my life. She's slandering me." Calm quickly stood up and shouted, "Miss Sienna, be careful with your words. How can my daughter abuse you?" "With all due respect, Sir Francis, I'm afraid I can't ignore such accusations. I will file a formal complaint." The sound of a hand slapping the table echoed as Lancelot suddenly smiled. He said, "Am I the only one who clearly heard my sister's request?" Seeing this, Com asked in confusion, "Huh?" Lancelot continued, "She asked grandfather to conduct an investigation, not to simply believe her and prosecute without evidence." Com still wanted to argue, but Lancelot's voice rang out. "An investigation will surely clear up any misunderstandings, if they exist." Not accepting that, Com yelled directly at him, "But those accusations are absurd. Your sister is slandering my daughter." Seeing his rudeness, one spoke up in annoyance. "Let's wait for the investigation to be completed before speaking." Everything was decided after those words, making Com shudder. Suddenly, Nefarious raised his hand. Everyone fell silent and listened. At this moment, he ordered Lancelot summon Hezarus to conduct the investigation. Hearing the familiar name, Sienna immediately thought Hezarus, a former royal investigator known for his unwavering integrity. I'm sure everyone here has heard the story of how he resolutely refused to lie, even when his life was threatened. Meanwhile, Nefarious looked at Sienna and affirmed, "I believe none of my grandchildren would cause trouble without reason." She gave a demure smile. After the commotion, the banquet ended. Lancelot was leaving when he stopped. He turned back and asked, "Why are you following me?" After a moment, Sienna replied, "I want to ask you to relay a message to Lord Hezarus." Lancelot misunderstood and quickly advised, "I'm afraid he's not the type to be easily persuaded or bribed." She corrected him, "That's not it. I just want to inform him that there's a witness currently in my kitchen." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "What? Are you sure?" Sienna thought to herself, "These people think I'm stupid or something." Then she recounted the whole incident to Lancelot. "A few hours ago, a maid from the annex brought me tea. She said, 'Young Master Lancelot sent this precious tea.'" Sienna continued, "I immediately ordered Soren to tie her up." Intrigued, he asked, "How are you certain I wasn't the one who sent her?" "Because it wasn't natural." He didn't understand, repeating, "Not natural?" She then explained, "It's not natural that you would send a maid from the annex. Until just now, the entire annex was Frohida's territory. If you truly wanted to send me a gift, you would send someone more trustworthy than a maid from the annex, someone who could easily betray me. Besides, the act of delivering tea right before the banquet was already suspicious." Lancelot wondered, "But how can you be so sure?" She replied, "Because you're too smart for that." Lancelot continued, "I could have been trying to harm you." But Sienna was completely confident. "No, you wouldn't. I'm an effective tool to control Frohida, and I'm sure you wouldn't waste your efforts on me, as long as I'm still useful." As if struck in the heart, Lancelot stood frozen for a few seconds. Finally, as if understanding something, he smiled and pledged, "I'll ensure Lord Hezarus receives the message." It didn't take long before Lord Hezarus sent a report to her grandfather. Frohida believed the servants in her annex would keep quiet and instead was certain she would be kicked out of the castle. Nefarious read the report. Frequent slaps in the middle of winter. She ordered Lady Sienna's blankets taken away, replacing it with a thin cloth for her to cover herself with. She also constantly locked Lady Sienna in the closet and even tried to feed her spoiled food. After reading, he immediately flew into a rage. "How dare you harm my granddaughter?" Frohida's father, calm, panicked and denied, lying, "It's all lies, father-in-law. She bribed all the servants to accuse me." That foolish excuse only made matters worse for the Mariaten family, as the servants turned against her and provided whatever they knew as evidence. Com hastily knelt and begged for forgiveness. "Sir, I will compensate in any way possible, so please don't cancel the engagement." Com Mariaten, the man behind Frohida's cruelty, desperately pleaded for mercy. Read, but to no avail. Juan sarcastically chimed in, "Do you think you can compensate for murder, grandfather? The abusive man is even worse than his daughter." Lancelot, beside him, agreed. "A woman like her doesn't deserve to be a Francis." Suddenly, Nefarious turned to her and asked, "What do you want, Sienna?" She exclaimed in surprise, "Yes." He continued to explain, "You're the victim, so you can judge them. We can have them hunted like animals if you wish." Suddenly, his expression turned chilling as he growled, "Or do you want to dissect them on the spot, throw their limbs to the dogs, or cut off their funds and let them slowly starve to death?" Seeing his terrifying demeanor, Sienna, stunned, replied, "I prefer them to slowly starve." After saying that, she became pensive. "I think that's a more heartbreaking sentence than killing them outright. They might even get revenge if they're lucky. Though it won't be easy, judging by the sinister smiles of those two siblings." That very day, grandfather ordered an administrative official to withdraw all the investments he had made with the Mariatan family. That was certainly an effective death sentence. Khan Mariatan and Frohida were expelled from the castle, and although Khan Mariatan boasted he would find another backer, it wouldn't be as easy as he claimed. Who would dare lend to someone Nefarious Francis disliked? At this moment, the tea party between the four of them was proceeding quietly. Lancelot, in a cheerful mood, asked, "Will you enjoy the reward, Sienna?" She nodded vigorously. "Yes, very much." Juan unconsciously smiled, but Sienna caught him. He immediately changed his demeanor, scowling at her. "What are you looking at?" Lancelot, on the other hand, smiled brightly and said, "I'm glad to hear that. Now then, tell us," Lancelot said, his expression turning cold. "Why did you change?" Sienna suddenly fell silent. Grandfather looked at her expectantly. One did as well. Sienna's mind was flooded with thoughts. I knew this question would come. It's also because I don't have Sienna's memories, so I can't completely impersonate her. She hesitated, then she thought, she and I are completely different people, so it's no wonder grandfather my two brothers noticed something unusual. Thinking so, she decided to speak up that. Suddenly, her eyes became vacant. She swayed and collapsed onto the floor, causing her grandfather and two brothers to cry out in alarm. Sienna, she struggled to open her eyes. The images of everyone appeared blurry. Lancelot called out anxiously, "Anna." Her eyes slowly closed. After opening them again, the scene before her had changed. Sienna wondered, "Where am I?" Light shone in her eyes, and she saw her own small, thin hands. These are my hands. Where is he?" A man's voice shouted in her face, startling her. He grabbed her head and shook it violently. "I'm asking where your father is hiding. Do you think I'll let you live with the money he stole from me?" He yelled and smashed the furniture in the house. She clutched her head, closing her eyes and hiding in a corner, terrified. "I have to shrink myself. That way, it will hurt less. Then, I just need to close my eyes and count to 100. This time will be better because I can count to 100. I don't have to count to 9 and then start over again. Open your eyes again." The dream shifted. She heard children's voices, 7, 8, 9, 10. "Ready or not, here I come." Sienna quickly recognized her orphanage, and it seemed to be playtime. The sounds of children playing echoed. Found Yun, and Juho too. Then laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha, hee hee." She sat alone, waiting. Sienna thought to herself, I was the best hider there. She wanted to cry because no one ever found her. So why am I always waiting for someone to find me? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Found you." She quickly looked up. The voice said again, "Senna." Miss Mia said with a smile, "Come out, let's play together." Sienna's legs trembled. "Miss Mia." Sienna hurried forward. She wanted to grasp that gentle arm. Mia extended her hand and said, "Come here, come to me." Sienna reached out. "I can't touch her." She unconsciously called out, "Miss Mia." However, she couldn't reach that hand. "I can't lose Miss Mia like this." "Sienna na wimperd, Miss Mia." Her foot suddenly tripped on a small stone. Sienna fell into Mia's arms. "Oh, dear, Senna, be careful." Sienna clung to Mia, pleading, Please, don't leave me. I'll be a good girl, so please don't disappear, Miss Mia." In the present, Lancelot worried. What's wrong with her? The doctor answered seriously, "Nothing serious, sir. She fainted from exhaustion, coupled with poor health." Lancelot looked puzzled, but she seemed fine until she collapsed. How could someone not show any symptoms? The doctor quickly replied, "Well, in my opinion, she may have been masking her condition." One was astonished until she collapsed. The doctor nodded. "Yes, it seems she's grown accustomed to persistent pain." One was bewildered, unbelievable. She just pulled herself out of hell. Sienna was sleeping on the bed. Her hand slipped off. Lancelot gently took her hand and placed it back on the bed. The bruises on her hand were revealed, leaving the two brothers speechless. Nefarious, seeing this, also fell into deep thought. A knock suddenly echoed. A servant slightly opened the door and announced, "Guests from the capital are waiting for you, master." Nefarious said in a low voice, "I must go." One felt uneasy, really? Work takes priority right now, Grandpa. Sienna's hand suddenly grasped the hem of her grandfather's robe. She whispered, "Please don't leave me. I'll be a good girl." Nefarious paused, looking at her for a long moment without speaking. Her small hand gripped tighter. The two brothers were also taken aback by this. Juan's hand clenched into a fist and trembled. Time passed, and Sienna slowly opened her eyes. She sat up and rubbed her eyes. It's dark already. She stretched, her mind feeling somewhat refreshed and invigorated. "And I had a nice dream, though it was quite hazy." She suddenly wondered, but where am I now? Saikon's voice startled her, and she turned. Miss Siniana, she asked worriedly, how are you feeling? Senyana replied softly, I'm fine. Put the wash basin down. Saikon quickly approached and said, I was so shocked to hear you fainted, Mississippi. Siniana looked bewildered. I fainted? Saikon nodded. Yes, from exhaustion and poor health. Oh, why didn't you tell me you weren't feeling well? Siniana gave a bright smile. I'm fine now, really. By the way, where are we? Saikon quickly replied, Master Wan's room, Mississippi. I think they brought you here because it was the closest bedroom to the grand ballroom where you collapsed. Siniana got off the bed and patted the sheets. This puzzled Saikon greatly. What are you doing, miss? Siniana replied, because one might be agitated by me spending the night in his bed. Saikon looked dumbfounded. Spending the night? Miss, it's been 3 days since you collapsed. Siniana asked in surprise, what? Seeing her stunned, Saikon said with concern, you must be terribly exhausted. The young master said you could stay until you feel better. Siniana was astonished. One said that. Saikon softly replied, yes, both the lord and young master Lancelot agreed. This left Siniana with many questions. They were really letting her use a bedroom in the mansion? What happened while she was unconscious? And where was Juan sleeping? Well, it seemed she didn't need to worry about that. There were plenty of rooms in the mansion. Saikon smiled gently. Miss, the young masters have been visiting you every day, and Siniana turned, and Saikon quickly replied, I'll tell you later, you need to get some more sleep now. The door closed. Siniana felt uneasy thinking. Why were they checking on her? Perhaps they thought she had feigned fainting right when Lancelot asked the reason for her change and wanted to kick her out once she woke up. She wondered, what would she do? She didn't even have a single penny. Florida's people were also fired from their positions. They knelt and begged every day, lamenting how they couldn't live in the Francis territory while they were the ones who abused me. But I didn't forgive them. They were expelled from the territory and forced to wander, working hard to pay for the countless damages. Finishing her reflection, Siniana rested her chin on her hand and sighed. Perhaps I was a bit harsh on them. Saikon softly reminded, how can you say that, miss? Just look at the bruises they left on you. They were Florita's accomplices in hanging you. Siniana smiled unconsciously. She asked, anyway, how's Nikon? Saikon recounted. This time, it also came to light that she embezzled the annex's budget. Now she's being tortured for the embezzlement, as well as the abuse. She'll be executed soon. Saikon sounded a little sad, and next, it will be Florida. Siniana rolled over and exclaimed, oh dear, how brutal. Saikon suddenly cried out, it's time. Siniana sat up. She thought, right? She had to go to lunch with her grandfather and the 2 brothers. Saikon said excitedly, I'm so glad you completely won against them. Siniana gave a wry smile. I guess I can't feign illness today. All right. The door slowly opened. Siniana walked in and froze. Everyone was already seated at the dining table. She said shyly, please excuse my tardiness. Then she paused, thinking in confusion, that's strange. I'm sure I arrived on time. Lancelot looked at her affectionately. It's all right, Siniana. We arrived early because we had some matters to discuss. Siniana nodded. I understand. The steaming hot, delicious soup placed on the table looked very tempting. Her eyes sparkled. The scallop soup, wow, the scallops are huge. Her grandfather placed his silver spoon on the table. Bring me my usual. She asked, you mean the soft one? Navarius looked at her, his eyes gleaming. Siniana said, you really need to get your teeth looked at. Navarius replied, it's not that bad. She insisted, but it will cause lingering pain. Please don't be stubborn. Having said that, Siniana scooped up a spoonful of soup and offered it to him. C'est ça, grandfather. Don't be shy. This is a family meal. Navarius, embarrassed, said, enough, you're being a nuisance. Siniana said sweetly, I just don't want you to be in pain. Or should I make you some steamed turkey? Navarius seemed to be thinking it over. After a few seconds, he said, give the recipe to the chef. I'll pay you for it. Siniana was stunned. Pay me? A bell rang. The butler quickly appeared, and Navarius ordered, bring me some money to pay Siniana for the recipe. The butler bowed. Yes, my lord. Siniana was overjoyed. Unlike her 2 brothers, Siniana had no personal assets. Her grandfather had withheld them all after the trouble she had caused. Yea, I finally have money like Siniana. Lancelot gently asked, what are you going to do with the money? Sienna thought for a moment and replied, "First, I'll reward Saikon because she's helped me so much, and then I'll buy myself a new pair of shoes." Lancelot asked in surprise, "Shoes?" Sienna replied, "Yes, mine are too small, and they hurt my feet every time I walk." He was taken aback. "Too small? But they were made to fit you, weren't they?" Sienna bowed her head with a wry smile. "Actually, Frohita burned all the shoes made for me this year. Since then, I've only been wearing old ones, which have made my feet bleed and blister." She thought to herself, "Walking in those ill-fitting shoes makes my feet so uncomfortable." Lost in thought, Sienna used the food to mask her sadness. These scallops are divine." She looked up with a small gasp, then wondered, why do they look so serious? Is it because I mentioned the shoes? Lancelot spoke up. Owen looked at him in confusion. Lancelot smirked. "I just remembered, you still have a punishment to carry out, don't you?" On the street, Owen's voice rang out. "You could just call a shoemaker to the castle, you know?" Sienna replied, "But I want to see the shop. Besides, I didn't tell you to come with me." She thought to herself, "After the meal, I received a bag of money, and Owen received his punishment, clearly because the rebel-made operation was almost a complete failure. Lancelot was the one who delivered the punishment. Go shopping with Sienna." Looking at Owen's unwilling expression, she broke out in a sweat, wondering, but why am I part of Owen's punishment? Lost in thought, she stopped and called out, "Wait a minute." Owen stopped, waiting for Sienna to catch up before asking, "What is it, kid?" "A turtle." Sienna pouted, "I'm not slow. You're just too fast." Owen glanced at her, then said in an annoyed tone, "I'm walking slower than usual, and I'm even making sure you can keep up." "Then why do you say you're faster than me?" Sienna pointed at her sore foot and shouted, "Because your legs are longer." She explained, "It makes your steps bigger than mine like this." Owen snorted at her description. "Nonsense, I don't walk like that." Seeing Sienna's bleeding foot, he suddenly fell silent. Then he turned around and walked forward, step by step. Sensing the distinct change in his pace, Sienna thought in surprise, he actually slowed down. After a while, they opened the door to a shoe store, and a voice called out, "Welcome." The shop owner, a man with Sicilian skin, looked out and exclaimed, "Oh my, Lord Owen, what brings you here?" Owen replied, "I'm here to buy shoes for my sister." The Sicilian man looked at Sienna with his chin in his hand. "Your sister?" He then gave a bright smile. "I understand. Please follow me." Sienna could only offer a strained smile at his enthusiasm, feeling as if the whole room was staring at her. Elsewhere, a female employee whispered, "Why did Lord Owen bring her along? Isn't she the black sheep of the family?" The male employee replied, "Who knows?" Suddenly, the Sicilian man called out, "Come on then, my lads and lasses." They both replied, "Yes, sir." Sienna was led inside, where sparkling shoes appeared before her eyes. She thought in amazement, "Wow, so many beautiful shoes, like a flower garden. And all kinds too. Heels, boots, all sorts of whatchamacallits." Sienna murmured, "I thought this world was quite similar to the Victorian era, but it seems more advanced in its culture and technology, unlike Earth. Perhaps it's due to the existence of magic. Technically, the furnaces here are more advanced than those of the Victorian era." An employee approached and asked, "Would you like to try them on, miss?" Sienna lifted her foot for the employee to help her with the shoes. A happy smile appeared on her face as she thought, "Oh my, they're beautiful." After she tried on 2 pairs, the employee said, "These 2 seem to suit you best. Which one would you like?" Sienna hesitated silently. "The brown ones are extremely comfortable, but the cherry pink Mary Janes are so soft." She sat down and sighed, "It's too bad I can't wear heels with my swollen foot." Seeing her troubled expression, Owen said casually, "Just buy both." Sienna shook her head. Then, clenching her hand, she thought, "I need to save money for emergencies, in case the Francis family kicks me out." Having made up her mind, she said, "I'll take the brown ones." After receiving the shoes and paying, they left the store. On the way, Sienna thought with satisfaction, "Yes, these shoes are a good choice. Better to buy new shoes now than wait for my foot to heal." Suddenly, she stopped, looking at a sign in front of her. She exclaimed, "Oh, pancakes!" Owen grunted, then turned back to ask, "Do you want some?" Sienna didn't answer, only pursing her lips in a pitiful expression. Owen sighed. "Let's go then." Sienna immediately asked with a smile, "Really?" Owen replied, "A knight always keeps his promises." After entering the bakery, Sienna held the menu, her eyes still sparkling as she thought, thank goodness, this is a decent restaurant, not a street stall. Wouldn't let me go anywhere else. She lowered her head and smiled at the menu. Let's start with banana. After choosing her dish, she looked up at the guards. The guards here are equipped just like the ones at the castle. As if noticing her suspicion, Owen said, it seems they hired guards because many noble ladies frequent this place. Sienna nodded. I understand. As soon as she finished speaking, Owen stood up. Wait here. I have something to take care of. Don't follow any strangers, understand? Sienna nodded. Yes. As if not reassured, Owen took a step away and then turned back. And if anyone tries to sell you anything, Sienna finished his sentence, I won't buy it. He added, also, anyone who acts friendly and gives you sweet talk is definitely a scammer. She said impatiently, I know. Owen sighed, and don't do anything unusual. After saying that, he left, and at that moment, Sienna's cake was served. She immediately picked up her fork. Finally, the blade pressed down, and Sienna was a little surprised. Oh, I can cut it easily. I love this sweet explosion in my mouth. After finishing one cake, Sienna picked up the menu again. Sweets are done, now for savory. As she was choosing, someone suddenly walked up. Seeing the person, the customers in the shop gasped, oh my, amazing. Hearing the commotion, Sienna looked up. Before her was a very handsome young man. It was the prince of the empire, Dominic. Rewinding a few seconds, a buzz rippled through the shop. That guy is so handsome. Oh my, he's so manly. The hubbub made Sienna look up from her menu. She thought to herself, I wonder who that is? Even Owen and Lancelot aren't greeted like that. While her eyes were searching around, a young man suddenly walked up. Seeing Dominic stop in front of her, Sienna let out a silent gasp. She wondered, does he know me? But I don't remember ever seeing him in Sienna's memories. Dominic bowed politely. At the same time, a group of men in black appeared. Her eyes landed on the container held by the man standing behind Dominic. That's Fee, a ceramic bot there. One was right. Someone really did show up to sell me something. That man, Dominic's guard, Ambach, smiled and bowed to her. Excuse me, miss. She coldly interrupted. I'm not buying anything. Ambach froze, his expression awkward. Dominic looked at him questioningly. Then, he looked at her and asked with a forced smile what? Ambach chuckled awkwardly. Haha, it seems Miss Sienna has learned an interesting joke. Dominic asked indifferently. Joke. Ambach replied yes. It seems she wants to be left alone. He then said, we'll take our leave now. Excuse our interruption. Hearing that, Sienna nodded with satisfaction, thinking to herself, now go find something productive to do. You guys. A while later, the food on her plate gradually disappeared. Sienna gracefully wiped her mouth. At that moment, Owen's voice rang out. Let's go. He walked closer, feigning surprise as he saw her table. I thought you only ordered a banana pancake. Sienna calmly replied, yeah, then I ordered something else. His face full of confusion, he asked, something else? But you had lunch at home. Sienna coughed lightly. She replied, I had something sweet, so I need something savory. She suddenly stood up, raising her hand to call out, waiter, please. Owen quickly interrupted. Leave it. The waiter quickly approached, and Owen slipped a few gold coins into their hand. Payment settled. He called to her, let's go. It's getting late. She obediently replied, yes. In the Francis family carriage, Sienna gazed outside, suddenly exclaiming, oh, the sky is so beautiful. She leaned her head out the window to see more, secretly delighted. So this world has a Milky Way too. Owen's hand quickly landed on her head, gently but firmly pulling her back in. The carriage suddenly jolted, startling her slightly. At that moment, Owen said, the roads around here are rough. He looked at her for a long moment, as if hesitating. Then he handed her a pale pink gift box and said, here, take this. Sienna held the box, bewildered. What is this? She slowly opened it, revealing a pair of rose-pink Mary Janes. Sienna's face lit up with happiness, silently rejoicing. They're the Mary Janes from the shoe store. Thinking it over, she shyly asked, they're for me? Owen curtly replied, who else would they be for? Sensing something was amiss, Sienna nervously thought, Owen gave me shoes. Why? Does he mean for me to just put them on and leave? She asked in a small voice, but why? I thought you didn't like me. Hearing this, Owen's eyes widened in surprise. He asked, what are you talking about? You're the one who doesn't like me. Sienna froze. Owen sighed, speaking slowly. Well, I haven't forgotten what happened that day. Both grandfather and Lancelot had a hard time with you. He looked seriously at Sienna, but I still feel bad about letting Flohita do those terrible things to you. Sienna, after hearing this, bluntly replied, that's called ghosting. Owen was taken aback. She continued, and yes, it was wrong of you to neglect me. On said, flustered, I didn't know things were that bad. He pressed his lips together, looking troubled. After a moment, he said in a low voice, his face full of remorse, like you said, I was wrong. Sienna's face was tinged with sadness, thinking to herself, I don't know exactly what happened between Sienna and On, but even if Sienna did something terrible to offend him, it still doesn't justify neglecting her. I was abused too, just like Sienna before I met Miss Mia. I was abandoned, locked up, and forced to sleep in a cold room, and beaten almost every day. But then, someone told me to forgive my abusers for my own sake. Those words were more painful than the abuse itself. How can forgiveness be so easy? It takes a lot of careful thought and time to forgive those who have hurt you. She clenched her hands. The atmosphere in the carriage became heavier than ever. Only her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. That's why forgiveness should never be given so lightly unless the other person makes the first move. Sienna looked up with a wronged expression. However, she thought, I'm the one who has to experience Sienna's conflicts and suffering, and Yuna will be the one to contemplate forgiving the Francis family, not Sienna. Thinking this, she spoke up, thank you for the shoes. On was startled, unable to believe his ears. He asked what? He looked up at her. Now, filling his eyes was the image of his little sister, Sienna, holding his gift and smiling. Sweetly, seeing this, an indescribable feeling stirred within him. The carriage remained silent until they reached the Francis mansion. The coachman stopped the carriage. Whoa there. Sienna stepped down gracefully. As Owen walked away, he instructed, don't wander around at night. Sienna quickly replied, I'll try not to get in your way. Owen looked annoyed and glared. What I mean is I'm worried. He stopped abruptly, took a deep breath to compose himself, and then said, never mind. See you later. Sienna looked at him, her face full of confusion. Clutching the box in her arms, she thought, I have to get back to my room and light a lamp to see what this is. Sienna stopped short, looking up. Grandfather. She bowed her head politely and greeted him. Good evening, grandfather. Navirius calmly asked, are those new shoes? Sienna broke out in a cold sweat. She thought nervously, why the sudden interest? Does he plan to take them from me? Thinking this, she went on the defensive, giving him a less than friendly look. As Sienna wondered how she could escape this situation, Navirius showed concern that it's late. Go to your room. As if she couldn't believe her ears, she asked in bewilderment, yes? Back at her room, Sienna excitedly tried on the shoes. Wow, they're beautiful. Looking at the pretty shoes, she thought, the heels are a bit higher than I thought, but they're still comfortable. I'll wear them when the swelling goes down a bit. Si-chan spoke up, by the way, miss, will you be returning to the academy soon? Sienna replied, I'm considering it. Si-chan gently asked, is there anything else you'd like to do? Sienna remained silent, her lips pursed. She thought, I wish I could make a living by cooking. What about opening a restaurant here? This empire is famous for its food culture, and the streets are full of restaurants, so there seems to be a lot of demand. She looked at Si-chan and asked, Si-chan, what would you say if I told you I wanted to leave this place? Si-chan hesitated at her words. Then, she laughed. Then I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. Are you planning to leave the mansion soon? Sienna said firmly no. She thought, absolutely not. I can't leave without any money, or I'll starve. She smiled, I need seed money first. Si-chan added, but how will you manage that? I don't mean to offend, but you don't have any personal assets. Sienna replied, I'll start earning money. Her eyes filled with contemplation. It seems like this family isn't planning to kick me out right away, which means I still have time. On a beautiful morning, at the Francis family dining table, after finishing his meal, Navirius fell into pensive silence. He'd lost his appetite recently, subsisting on soft, ripe persimmons, which he disliked, for quite some time. However, Sienna's steamed turkey was delectable, even after having it for 2 days in a row. It was an impressive feat, especially considering how the girl had done nothing to make herself useful before, as if she were protesting something. Sienna had changed drastically after her last suicide attempt. Lancelot and Owen also seemed suspicious and wary of her sudden transformation, though he wasn't certain. Then again, his eyes sharpened. He recalled the time Sienna had fallen into a delirious sleep, murmuring, please don't leave me. I'll be a good girl. Francis mused, perhaps she really has decided to start anew. At that moment, the door opened and Agon, the head chef, entered, asking, is there anything I can do for you, sir? Navirius asked seriously, what do you think of the recipe? Agon cautiously inquired, you mean the steamed turkey recipe, sir? Navirius replied, yes. Agon said, I heard it was young lady Sienna's recipe. and I regret not knowing sooner. Navirius looked at him. What do you mean? Agon quickly replied with two simple words, magnificent, sir. I can see an ingenious mind, beautifully utilizing the skills and experience of a seasoned chef to develop that recipe. Agon thought, I can't lie, because the steamed turkey truly is impressive. When I read the recipe, I realized young Lady Sienna used fruit to tenderize the meat. Never thought kiwi and pineapple could do that. And she also recognized the issue with the master's teeth, which I myself hadn't grasped. Navirius asked, so the girl has some talent? Agon immediately stated frankly, any chef of my age and expertise would want her as their apprentice. Navirius was slightly surprised, including you. Agon nodded reverently. Yes, with all due respect. Hearing this, Navirius pondered for a moment. Agon was one of the top chefs in Jalajan. He wasn't just personally discerning, but also a great judge of character. It was incredibly rare for him to praise someone so highly. Ending the conversation, Navirius allowed Agon to leave. Alone, he mused, I must give the girl a test. The next morning, Sienna was summoned. She politely greeted, sir. Navirius was intently reading a paper in his hand, and without looking up, said, sit. Sienna slowly sat down, feeling restless, seeing that he remained silent. She quickly spoke up, what is it, sir? Navirius looked at her. I have a task for you. Sienna tilted her head in question. A task, sir? She thought to herself, but I'm not Lancelot or own. Navirius calmly stated, it concerns a guest from the royal palace, currently staying at the mansion. Navirius continued, a guest from the royal palace is currently staying at the mansion. He cannot eat seafood. Sienna replied, I understand. He cautiously reminded her, politics is a brutal battlefield where one must never reveal their weaknesses. Sienna innocently asked, speaking of weaknesses, like how your teeth are weak, sir. Navirius's face darkened slightly as he said, my teeth are not weak. Sienna pondered silently, thinking, I can't understand why that person chose to hide their condition. Even on Earth, rumors sometimes ruin people's lives. For example, Bambi Corporation's stock price plummeted after rumors spread about the CEO's health complications. A prominent religious group was offended after hearing two rumors about the Bambi Nation's president only eating a specific type of meat. Finishing her thoughts, she voiced her conjecture. So you want to make that guest feel indebted to the Francis family by serving them a special seafood dish that they can eat, made by me? Navirius looked pleased, precisely. Sienna thought, I wonder why he asked me to cook when there are so many other skilled chefs in the mansion, especially since he's well aware of my previous tendency to cause trouble. Perhaps he's testing me. Sienna spoke again. So, can I request payment for my services? The butler, startled, nearly dropped the glass in his hand. Navirius looked puzzled. Sienna gently explained, I know I must obey you as a member of the Francis family. Navirius looked tensely at his granddaughter. He said, if you know that much, then why are you asking for payment? Sienna cheerfully pointed out, consider the relationship between an employer and their employee. The employee serves their employer, and their loyalty is compensated with wages for their labor, correct? And in doing so, you'll gain a lot of benefits. If you pay me. Having said that, she raised both hands in a gesture of determination. Seeing this, Navirius thoughtfully hummed. Sienna was surprised. It seems he's not angry, more like stunned. She thought, then touched her fingertips together. Like this, right? I'll do my best. Navirius was swayed by her demeanor. He asked, so you want a salary? Sienna didn't answer, only giving him a bright smile. Navirius held his forehead and sighed. That I must say, you're quite cunning. Sienna quickly bowed her head. Thank you for the compliment. Navirius asked, exactly how much do you want? Sienna smiled confidently. Just add it to my personal assets. He hummed thoughtfully for a long moment. Then he replied, very well. The next day, in the Francis family dining room, Lancelot's voice rang out, come in, Sienna. She slowly entered. Upon seeing the guest Navirius had mentioned, Sienna froze. Before her, Lancelot stood beside Guan, smiling cheerfully. But her eyes landed on the man sitting next to Navirius and an object nearby. Pausing for about 5 seconds, Sienna gasped. Inwardly, she thought a ceramic vase. Seeing her puzzled expression, Lancelot explained, the Imperial Palace sent it as a congratulatory gift for your birthday. Sienna thought, it looks just like the one those scammers try to sell me. Lancelot called to her, come and pay your respects to Prince Dominic. Just like their first encounter, Dominic was dressed entirely in black, his gaze emotionless as he looked at her. Sienna wondered, is he the one who approached me at the pancake restaurant? And I thought he was just trying to trick me. Thinking this, she paused. He just said Dominic. She knew that was the unfortunate child born from a one-night stand between the emperor and a nun. Prince Dominic was notorious for his demonic ruthlessness on the battlefield and was rumored to be a heartless monster devoid of humanity. I'd only heard bad rumors about him. As if sensing her gaze, Dominic glanced back. Just one look made her fidget. What would happen if he revealed what happened at the restaurant? But thankfully, he only looked for a few seconds before turning away. Meanwhile, she cautiously glanced at him. Navirius's voice rang out, Sienna, take His Highness for a walk in the garden. In the Francis family garden, Sienna was now trying to keep up with Dominic. She thought irritably, he told me to take him for a walk in the garden, but why do all men walk so fast? Looking down at her swollen, red feet, she continued to think, plus it's hard for me to keep up with these feet that haven't fully healed. Thinking this, Sienna sighed, determined, I'll have to ask him to rest for a bit. She looked up at Dominic for a few seconds. Then, she shyly said, please wait a moment, Your Highness. Dominic stopped. He turned around, looking at her with a slightly bored expression. Seeing this, Sienna rejoiced inwardly. Good, now I can catch up. She tried to lift her swollen, red heels and walk. After less than 2 steps, she suddenly lost her balance. She stumbled forward, fearfully closing her eyes. I'm going to fall. But no, Dominic quickly came to her side. In a mere moment, he caught her by the waist. Their eyes met. She opened her eyes wide, gasping. Then she thought in surprise, he smells so good, like a strong fragrance. Or is it some kind of soap? Dominic gently pulled her up. Then he softly said, be careful, you could get hurt. Sienna had a feeling that the current situation wasn't very good. She unconsciously took 10 steps away from Dominic. He looked at her with a puzzled expression, while she felt incredibly embarrassed. Sienna said, thank you again, Your Highness. She bowed, with all sincerity, and said, for helping me, and for overlooking my previous mistake. She thought, he'd be sad if he knew I mistook him for one of those pyramid scheme scammers. Dominic's mouth moved. You aren't joking? Sienna's eyes widened as she looked at him. Huh. The two stared at each other for a long time without saying a word. Feeling that time was being wasted like this, Dominic finally spoke. It's nothing. I don't want you to be further upset. You can leave now. After saying that, he coldly turned and walked away. However, she said, but, Your Highness, you're not boring me. He paused for about 5 seconds, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He said in a low voice, is that so? But I tend to bore people, because I don't understand humor. She looked at him sympathetically. Your Highness, you don't have to be humorous. And you're not boring either. We've just met and are still a bit awkward. Hearing this, Dominic suddenly smiled. Sienna was immediately overwhelmed by it. With a smile on his face, his handsome features seemed to glow. He asked, is that so? She stared at him, dumbfounded, thinking, one smile, and his image is completely overturned. He suddenly became more talkative. To be honest, I believe it would be better if you left. Your grandfather wants more from our walk than a simple sightseeing tour. Sienna softly asked, are you referring to the conversation about marriage? He said, you've realized it. Sienna's face clouded over. She thought, although grandfather said he wanted me to make seafood for Prince Dominic, so he'd feel indebted to us. That's not the main reason. I've suspected it ever since he told me to go for a walk with the prince. And also from what she'd read. She pursed her lips, a sulky expression on her face, from the documents I received from the maid and transferred to Guan. Remembering when Sienna, in place of the maid, delivered the documents to Guan, Guan asked, how did you get this? She thought to herself, I told Guan I hadn't read it, but I lied. Because the more information I have, the more advantageous my position will be. It's a list of noble families intending to have their daughters marry Prince Dominic. It explained everything. As the only unmarried daughter of the Francis family, obviously, I'd also be a candidate. It seems grandfather aimed to achieve at least one thing besides the prince's visit, even if I failed to prepare the seafood. Lost in thought, the two of them unknowingly arrived at the lake. Dominic spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. May I ask what your strengths are? Sienna stammered. Strengths? Yeah, I can carve carrots into flowers. He watched her descriptive gestures with a questioning look. She said cheerfully, you don't have to worry if you're inquiring about the strengths I can bring to the marriage. Dominic, his face full of curiosity, said, I'll consider it later. Confident in her value as a potential spouse, she hurriedly replied, no. He looked at her, confused. Huh? What? Sienna stated frankly, I have no intention of marrying you. He asked, surprised, why not? She said bashfully, no matter what, I just want to focus on the food, the seafood that someone who hates it will like. Returning to the castle, Sienna walked down the hallway, her mind still preoccupied. Perhaps I shouldn't have said he wasn't charming. I hope I didn't hurt his feelings. Well, whatever. I just need to focus on the food, the seafood that someone who hates it will like. She appeared incredibly enthusiastic, encouraging herself that she could do it. A while later, Sienna brought out a dish of battered and fried shrimp. She asked, how does it taste? Sikhan took a bite and immediately praised, it's delicious. It seems like frying has removed the fishy taste of the shrimp, but not completely. Hearing that, Sienna looked thoughtful. She worried, Dominic will leave in 2 days. The dish must be completed before then. I really need personal assets. But how? Thinking so, her gaze landed on the tray filled with red octopus. It seemed that preparing octopus was a source of dread for her. Sienna hesitated for a long time. Sikhan suddenly suggested, what about completely grinding the seafood? Then again, the texture, it won't. Sienna was thinking about something else at this point, I guess. Then, she suddenly startled, looking at Sikhan with surprise. Wait, what did you just say? She finished her thought. I think there's a dish like that he might be able to eat. The next morning, everyone gathered at the dining table. Lancelot, seeing Sienna enter, brightened considerably. Good morning. Did you sleep well? She slowly walked in, looking tired, and replied, no. Rubbing her eyes, she thought, I can barely keep my eyes open. I'm so tired. All right, today the seat of honor will be empty because the prince is here. Sienna just stared at the empty chair, prompting Navirius to ask, why aren't you sitting down? Following Navirius's words, Sienna quickly sat down beside him. This surprised Navirius slightly. She noticed his reaction and asked, should I sit somewhere else? Navirius cleared his throat. Ahem, no. A few more minutes passed, and Dominic finally appeared. He calmly sat down, his expression as indifferent as usual. When the main guest arrived, a servant quickly approached to serve the salad as an appetizer. At this moment, Sienna glanced to the side. She noticed that Navirius hadn't touched his food. She thought to herself, there's nothing on his plate. His dentures must be bothering him. Having thought this, Sienna took some peas, placed them on a plate, and instructed the servant, give this to him. The servant quickly replied, yes, Mississippi. Here you are, sir. The plate Sienna had prepared was placed directly in front of Navirius, surprising him. Sienna smiled brightly and said, it's soft and delicious. Sienna mashed the peas on her own plate with a spoon and said, try mashing them like this. They taste even better and sweeter. Navirius listened and silently nodded. Then he used a spoon to mash the peas as she had instructed. Sienna tilted her head, watching him intently, and asked, would you like more? Navirius chewed slowly and replied, all right. Lancelot, witnessing this scene, was shaking with suppressed laughter. The entire dining table fell silent after Sienna's suggestion. She leaned over to look at someone else, thinking, I wonder what Dominic's tastes are like. Looking at Dominic eating intently, she wondered, I must carefully observe which foods he avoids. As he brought the food to his mouth, she realized, what's that? He's eating it. Looking down at the plate of food, she saw a piece of roasted eggplant and wondered, roasted eggplant? Then she quickly cut a similar piece, thinking, I should try it too. Sienna quickly put the eggplant in her mouth and chewed. Her face suddenly froze, then flushed bright red. Burning hot, the image of a large chili pepper flashed in her mind. Legendary ghost pepper? Lancelot, noticing her expression, asked with concern, Anna. He worriedly asked his younger siblings, are you all right? Sienna covered her mouth, coughing as she replied, no, I'm about fine. Lancelot quickly offered her a glass of water here. Dominic, sitting opposite her, was also watching her intently. He looked down at his plate, lost in thought. Then Dominic withdrew his hand, which had been reaching for another piece of roasted eggplant. After the burning sensation in her mouth subsided, Sienna sighed in relief. She looked up at him, puzzled, and let out a small sound of surprise. Seeing him cutting chestnuts, Sienna breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. While Dominic was eating, she thought to herself, I was worried I'd have to try that eggplant again if it was something he liked, but thank goodness, this time it's boiled chestnuts. As she mimicked his choice of food, she analyzed it in her head. Chestnuts are sweet, so they'll counteract the spicy aftertaste, especially since they're soaked in milk. After the meal ended, Sienna returned to her room, sprawled out on her bed, and groaned, No, my tongue is numb. Looking up at the ceiling, Sienna muttered, Clearly, His Highness likes spicy food, and that's why such a spicy dish was served. Sikhan entered, carrying something, and said, Here, I brought you some medicine, Mississippi. I guess such spicy dishes aren't usually served. She was silent for a moment, then added, Although young Master One quite likes spicy food. Sienna also understood the issue, yes, because it's hard for grandfather to digest. Then she thought, My responsibility is to create a dish for tonight's dinner. Initially, I plan to fry it and make soup. The ritual of ordering wine will be used during dinner when there are guests, and the dish must be a perfect pairing with the wine. But if he likes spicy food, it will be better to change the menu entirely. The kitchen door closed. As Sienna put on her apron, she noticed something strange on the table. She asked, What's this? Sikhan looked at the bag and replied, I'm sorry, I'm not sure either, Mississippi. Both of them huddled together to examine the strange package. Upon opening it and finding a pinch of yellow powder inside, Sienna wondered, Is someone trying to use sleeping pills to stop me again? Then she dropped the package back into the basket, thinking, It's really bothering me. I'll just leave it over here. Sikhan continued her work. Sienna cheerfully asked, What do you think about what I made earlier? Suddenly, a voice came from outside. It has a beautiful color. Sikhan, unaware, replied, It's delicious too. Then she froze. Oh my, young Master Wan. Sienna, equally surprised, asked, What are you doing here? Wan, without answering, criticized fishy. This angered her. Excuse me? Then he changed the subject. Your mouth is swollen. Hearing this, Sienna pouted, thinking, Well, it's because I ate something super spicy. Wan continued to criticize her. Your ugly face is even uglier. Criticized about her appearance, she frowned unhappily. What did you say? Wan continued his relentless teasing. Well, you're the ugliest of the three of us. Sienna retorted sarcastically. Don't act like you're complimenting your own magnificence. The servants, now noticing him, whispered, Oh my, is that young Master Wan over there? How can he be so handsome, even from behind? Those compliments felt like a slap in the face to her. Then Sienna turned away and said, Lancelot is more handsome. Wan stunned asked back, What? Impossible. Did your mouth get lost after eating chili peppers? Sienna continued to praise Lancelot. Lancelot has brighter skin than you and many other finer points. He, unconvinced, continued to argue, like the skin of the weak and sickly. Refusing to be outdone, she lowered her head and praised, He's as handsome as a prince. Just then a voice cut in, You two look happy. Lancelot suddenly appeared beside Wan. Who are you talking about so passionately? Seeing him, she exclaimed, You're right here. Then one pulled Lancelot forward and asked, Look closely. Where do you say I lose to Lancelot? Sienna also pretended to examine carefully. She calmly delivered a blunt statement. As I said, Lancelot is more handsome. This made Lancelot smile while Wan fumed you. Lancelot quickly pushed one aside and complimented her back. I agree. I think Anna is much prettier than a rascal like you. One, being criticized by both of them at once, yelled, Am I supposed to believe she's prettier than you? Lancelot suddenly turned to Sienna and asked, Anna, can I borrow your hand for a moment? She wondered my hand. He solemnly placed a small packet into her hand. Sienna, bewildered, asked, Is this medicine? He admitted, Yes, digestive medicine. While Lancelot patted Sienna's head, she thanked him that you're welcome. He cheerfully replied, You did give me the title of prince, after all. Juan, watching their affectionate exchange, grumbled to himself, Prince, huh? Yeah, right. Noticing this, Lancelot scoffed, You're the one who neglected to give her the medicine I told you to. He added, And now you're jealous of my princely position. Juan retorted, I already gave it to her. He then presented Sienna with a packet similar to the one Lancelot had given her here. Seeing her bewildered expression, he grumbled, What's this? The kid takes what the prince gives her without question, but with me, it's different, huh? But Sienna was focused on the 2 packets of medicine in her hands, and oh, it's not that. Sienna stared down at the medicine in her hands, thinking the digestive medicine both of them gave me is a yellow powder. And it's the same in that paper packet too. Sienna glanced up, wondering that's also digestive medicine, but where did it come from? Her eyes widened as she remembered. All right, when I left the dining room earlier, back in the dining room, Navirius called out to me, "Wait a moment." Sienna, about to leave, had stopped, but then he didn't say what he was going to say. Nothing. You may go. Because of that, Sienna thought to herself with some certainty, it must be that. But she shook her head. No, that's a ridiculous thought. Under the gazes of her two brothers, Sienna busied herself with her work. I have to focus on making the food, and I'll definitely get paid. Watching her, Juan remarked, she looks like a little chick. Lancelot, puzzled, responded. Juan propped his chin on his hand, judging her, the way she runs around. He compared Sienna to a chick, then pointed at her, and that pouty lip is just like a chick's beak. Lancelot exclaimed, "It really is." Observing her preparing the food, he wondered, she's so small. Why is that? We all eat the same food. Flustered by their stares and comments, Sienna muttered, I can't concentrate. Finishing a dish, she sighed in relief. Phew, finally done. The distance between the annex and the main castle is quite far, so I'll do the final baking step in the castle kitchen. Sienna wiped her sweat, thinking, I replaced the meatballs with ones I made by hand so I could win over the prince. Someone called out, Miss Sienna. Citron entered from outside. It's time for you to get ready. She agreed. Looking at Sienna's state, Citron guessed, is the dish finished? Sienna conveniently instructed, yes, take it to the castle kitchen. Citron stepped forward, lifting the dish. Should I just put it in the oven? Sienna held up 3 fingers, yes. Because it's quite large, about half an hour should do it. Citron cheerfully finished her sentence. Use the water oven like the one in Mrs. Kitchen and bake it 3 times. Sienna thought, when I tested it in the kitchen used for the banquet before, the oven's temperature was too intense. Since the oven temperature in this world isn't as well controlled as the ones in my previous world, I plan to bake it in 3 stages. Evening quickly arrived, and it was time for dinner. Sienna put on her new dress and received compliments. My lady's attire today is very beautiful. However, someone criticized her off-the-shoulder blue dress, saying it was too revealing. It doesn't matter, Citron said, because the autumn night is getting cold. So please wear this coat, Mississippi. As Sienna put on the coat, she complimented Citron, your hair is also braided like that. Otherwise, you would look like a fairy. Complimented by the beautiful girl, Citron smiled back, then aren't you being too generous with your praise? The doors to the banquet hall then opened. All the guests inside were taken by surprise. Entering the hall under everyone's curious gazes, Sienna worriedly thought, I remember Sienna hated dressing up and attending parties. That's why everyone is so shocked. Lancelot and Guan quickly approached her. Lancelot didn't hold back his praise. Oh, you look decent today, kid. Hearing that, Sienna pouted and replied, it should be today as well. Seeing that, Guan chuckled. Several other guests quickly approached to get acquainted, though we heard that Prince Dominic will try Miss Sienna's dish tonight. They cheerfully chatted with her. Your Highness must be very lucky to try your dish, right? Exactly. The dish is personally made by the young lady. Observing this scene, Sienna assessed them in her mind. Their mouths spout kind words, but their eyes are full of mockery. While they continued to praise her, Sienna stroked her hair without smiling. Ha, I'm really looking forward to it. Inwardly, she understood clearly. They think they don't need to win my trust because they believe I've lost it from grandfather. Guan, seeing her discomfort, was about to speak up. Hey, but someone else called out, miss. She looked questioningly at Citron. What's wrong? Citron whispered anxiously in her ear. The dish is completely burnt. In the middle of the banquet, Sienna couldn't help but exclaim, Nanny. In the kitchen, the dish Sienna had prepared was burnt black. The head chef scolded, how could you ruin the young lady's dish like that? The blonde kitchen assistant trembled as he made excuses. If Miss Sienna had given better explanations, this wouldn't have happened. She doesn't know the nature of this oven, and maybe she thought we could bake everything at once. Citron arrived just in time to hear this and was indignant. What are you saying? She stood in front of the kitchen assistant and explained lies. Miss Sienna personally tested it, and that's why she divided the baking time into 3 parts. He still tried to argue back, but that's not what I heard. And did the young lady really say that? Citron's anger reached its peak, veins bulging on her forehead as she shouted, "How dare you!" The kitchen assistant, seemingly unafraid, continued to insult Sienna. "Humph! How could Miss Sienna, who is known to be clumsy in cooking, know how to use this oven?" Citron finally exploded. "Insolent! How can you speak about the young lady like that?" Agon, hearing the commotion, pushed the door open and asked, "What's going on?" Sienna's face was serious as she calculated. "Since the appetizers have just been served, I only have 20 minutes left." Meanwhile, Citron was still fuming. "You blatantly lied. The kitchen assistant wouldn't back down, but I didn't say anything wrong." Agon asked irritably, "Will someone tell me what you're all arguing about?" "Here." Suddenly, Sienna realized something. Looking at the burnt food, she thought perhaps if I... Citron continued to fume, insisting, "It's just suspicious. The way he keeps lying. I'll tell the head butler about this." A red-haired cook panicked. "This is a kitchen matter. If it gets out, the kitchen's honor will be ruined." Sienna then clapped her hands loudly. The clapping startled everyone. She calmly said, "All right, everyone, clear this marketplace out now." Citron, still disgruntled, started to protest, but Sienna cut her off, bringing everyone back to the task at hand. Back to work. When there are guests waiting, a chef must focus on the dish. That's basic chef etiquette. The red-haired female cook agreed. "Lady Sienna is right. What are you all doing? Everyone, back to your stations." Sienna changed into her chef's attire and tied her hair up. As she turned around, she was surprised. She noticed Agon staring at her and asked, "What is it?" He flusteredly turned his head away. "Nothing." This made Sienna even more curious. She quickly brushed aside her curiosity and asked him, Anyway, is there a portable stove or an oven that we can put on the table?" Agon quickly responded, "If that's what Milady requires, then we have one." The two continued to work together smoothly. "Then bring it to me." "Yes." The blonde kitchen assistant sighed in relief. But suddenly, Sienna smiled slyly and said, "I didn't say you could relax." The kitchen assistant stared at her, stammering, "Why, yes." She just smiled knowingly that we'll discuss this after the current challenge is over. But her face quickly darkened, showing her anger. "Because you were confident enough to utter various lies when deceiving me. Remember to prepare yourself for the truth to rip that mouth apart." Sienna's voice rang out. "Citron, bring me what's left of, well, what I made earlier from my kitchen." Citron asked, "How much should I bring, milady?" Sienna added, "Everything we have." "Ah, and bring the red sauce too." Citron obediently replied, "Yes, milady." Agon, seeing this scene, thought to himself, "It's hard to believe that's really Lady Sienna, the infamous black sheep of the Francis house." He silently assessed, of all the people here, Milady should be the most panicked about the burnt dish. However, she remains calm, coldly assesses the situation, and quickly devises a new plan. Her movements have changed too. Although I can't say her knife skills are extraordinary or anything, they're quite refined and good. As if she's someone who has spent her whole life working in a kitchen. The pan sizzled on the stove, the oil crackling and releasing an enticing aroma. Sienna quickly stirred the pan, each ingredient blending together perfectly. Then she handed the pot to Citron. "Here, transfer this for me." Suddenly, Agon spoke up, "Milady, please wait a moment. We're making our ingredients for a soup, so you will..." Without waiting for him to finish, Sienna quickly reassured him, confidently saying, "It's all right. It will become a special dish. Just wait and see." At the dining table, lively laughter and chatter filled the air, the atmosphere brimming with excitement. A few people stared at the pot placed in the center of the table, curiously whispering amongst themselves, "It's certainly a strange dish. I've never seen anything like it." Agon quietly observed, thinking to himself, "In the cold north, people often use portable stoves to keep food warm, but it's quite novel for the Eastern nobles." Navirius, he nodded slightly, his voice calm and steady. "Please light the stove." As soon as the flames ignited beneath the pot, the broth began to simmer, and wisps of hot steam rose, carrying a rich aroma that filled the air. The surrounding nobles instinctively closed their eyes, inhaling deeply, savoring the enticing scent. One of them softly exclaimed in delight, "Ah, this smell is a powerful fragrance. It truly stimulates the appetite." He glanced towards Sienna. She sat there confidently, as if all the gazes directed at her were within her expectations. Indeed, how clever. If she intended to capture everyone's attention and interest, she succeeded. The aroma of a finished dish and the aroma of a dish in the process of being cooked have completely different effects. Related. As the pot reached a sufficient temperature, the lid was lifted. Agon ceased his thoughts, silently bowing his head. Citron ladled the food into each bowl before everyone, the rising steam carrying the rich aroma swirling before. Dominic, Citron carefully inquired, "Will you try it, Your Highness?" He bowed his head slightly, looking at the food in the bowl. Under the watchful eyes of many, Dominic picked up his fork and pierced a piece, bringing it to his mouth. As the flavor spread through his mouth, he paused momentarily, a hint of surprise in his expression. He continued to chew, contemplating, it's yellow. He picked up another piece of the meat. After closing his eyes to savor it, Dominic opened his eyes wide, thinking, surprisingly light, not at all heavy like meatballs. The flavor is pure, salty, but without the characteristic richness of meat. Instead, it has a scent reminiscent of cheese. Dominic slowly assessed, not bad. Sienna observed Dominic's expression, and seeing his apparent satisfaction, softly asked, "What do you think, Your Highness? I hope this seafood dish is to your liking." Dominic seemed surprised, asking seafood. She gently explained, "What Your Highness just ate is called fish cake. It's made by grinding and mixing 3 types of white fish and squid, and I call this dish spicy rice cake stew." After speaking, she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, the dish I originally planned to present was a type of gratin with rice cakes, fish cakes, and spicy red sauce. But everything ended up. I thought using a Korean dish would be better than a Western one, which the nobles in this world are used to. Dominic picked up a piece resembling a meatball, asking again, "You said seafood?" Lancelot interjected with a smile, saying amiably, "What do you think, Your Highness? Is Sienna's dish to your taste?" Dominic paused for a moment, then gave a genuine smile, praising without reservation, "Yes, it's delicious." Hearing this, Sienna's eyes lit up, excitedly thinking to herself, "He said it's delicious." The other nobles laughed and chatted amongst themselves, "Oh, it's spicy, but the sweetness compels me to keep eating." Another continued, "This so-called rice cake has a novel texture, doesn't it? Truly, it's quite good." As the banquet ended and night fell, Sienna walked triumphantly beside her 2 older brothers, smugly thinking, if I had a camera, I could take a commemorative photo of the clean pot. The sight of the guests happily eating my food already warmed my heart. Juan, seeing the girl's cheerful expression, asked, "What did grandfather promise you that has you so excited?" She looked at him, bewildered, and let out a surprised, "Huh?" He looked at her, "That aren't you happy about completing the terms of the agreement?" Sienna, as if she'd won the lottery, covered her mouth and gasped, thinking, "Oh my God, I can go collect my reward now." Juan teased, "What's with that stupid expression?" She grinned, "That I'm just happy Prince Dominic liked the food I made." Juan froze. He raised an eyebrow in annoyance, though. "You hold other thoughts about that guy." She was puzzled by her brother's strange words. "Other thoughts? What do you mean?" Juan spoke frankly, "Did I mean, are you actually planning to marry him?" She immediately retorted, "No, absolutely not." Juan didn't quite believe her, really. Sienna affirmed, "Yeah, I already told Prince Dominic." She paused, then added, "But I'm not sure if he was hurt by what I said." Lancelot, hearing this, asked hurt. She explained, "Maybe I shouldn't have told him that I couldn't find him charming enough to marry." One was stunned, "What? Even if he's inconsiderate, His Highness is still considered one of the most handsome men in the Empire. But you're saying he's not charming enough?" She looked at her 2 brothers standing beside her and murmured, maybe it's because I've lived with you 2 for too long." Lancelot looked down at her. "What do you mean?" She smugly explained, "Well, one has a good physique, and Lancelot has a nicer voice." Her 2 brothers gaped at their little sister's unexpected compliments. After walking for a while, she noticed her brothers were still standing there like statues. Turning back, she asked, "What's wrong?" The 2 brothers chuckled smugly, clearing their throats in embarrassment. Ahem. Lancelot smiled brightly. "It's getting quite dark. Would you like us to escort you back to the annex?" 3 days later, in the family study, Nevarius spoke in a low voice, "You've proven yourself useful. I'll keep my promise." Sienna happily accepted the gift box. "Thank you, grandfather." When she opened it, her heart screamed. It was a signet ring worth a fortune. She quickly put it on, then nervously clutched it, her eyes fixed on her grandfather, thinking, he's not going to take it back, is he? Seeing his granddaughter's probing gaze, Nevarius simply said, "You should check the total amount first. You'll be surprised." Her eyes widened at the long string of numbers on the paper. 300,000 peony. Oh my God, that's like $300,000. She stammered, I think there's been a mistake. Navarius calmly explained, as if it were nothing. The total has been calculated based on your worth. Lancelot and one always fulfill their roles faithfully, so it's only natural that their assets are on a different scale. She worried, no, I mean it's too much. He gently added, if you wish to complain, present your evidence. Sienna was speechless, anxiously thinking, how can I provide evidence that I'm not worth that much? She reluctantly accepted it, her worries unabated. Hesitantly, she said to him, I'll gratefully accept it. Navarius said, you may leave now. As she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something that, oh right, grandfather. I've been wondering, did you leave digestive medicine in my kitchen? He startled, then denied it with a flustered I did not. Sienna skipped out with her spoils, thinking, I never imagined such a huge sum would fall into my lap. It's more than enough to cover travel expenses. Should I leave the mansion now? But what if they're watching me? She looked at the box in her hand, hesitant. Those loan sharks back on Earth inflated my debt exponentially and hunted me relentlessly. I have 300,000 peony now. If I run, the terrifying faces of the family flashed through her mind, making her shudder. After a moment, Sienna calmed herself. Silly me. I can use this money as capital to earn more. I'll only take the money I earn. Cooking and selling food is nothing new. I'm a pro. I'll buy a shop. Lancelot walked over and called, Anna, so you received it? She obediently replied, yes. Sienna looked up hesitantly. How much do you think a basic building along the shopping street would cost? Lancelot readily answered, let's see. It's quite spacious, but I'd estimate a single-story building in the suburbs would be around 200,000 peony. Sienna replied, I see. Lancelot asked curiously, but why do you ask? She answered, I'll drop by the broker's place. I'm thinking of doing some market research. He patted her head. Be careful, he said kindly. Sienna was momentarily stunned. Then she smiled brightly. Lancelot, seeing this, asked, what's up? Her voice was full of cheered, I'm just happy. Your hand is really warm. Lancelot was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled and said, that's not good. A while later, Sienna thought, escorted by Sishan and a few knights, I went out to meet a real estate broker. The shady broker tried to squeeze me dry with an exorbitant brokerage fee using some tricky tactics. He said with a forced smile, 400,000 peony is the lowest price I can offer. But Sienna had her own tricks. When two hulking guards approached and gruffly said, Milady, you summoned us? The broker flinched and stammered. House Francis. It only took a few seconds for him to recognize the Francis family crest, and he practically fainted. I asked him to find me 3 locations within my budget of 200,000 peony. She added calmly, I'll give you a week. You can refuse if you think you can't do it. He cried, no, I can do it. Leaving the real estate broker's office, Sienna said as she walked, it seems he's a capable broker after all. I was going to set a time limit if he said he couldn't do it, but it looks like I'll be able to buy a building at a good price. Sishan nodded. Yes, it's a relief to hear that. Shall we return now, milady? She thought for a moment. Since we're already out, should we walk around and grab something to eat? Sishan asked, you intend to explore the town now, milady? Sienna put on the air of a wealthy person, always finding the best way to be cost-effective with money and time. Suddenly, a chuckle came from behind them. Sishan whirled around, glaring. Sir Barkis? Barkis scratched his head sheepishly. My apologies. It's just a bit strange to hear a term like cost-effective. It makes me, never mind. Gray, beside him, struggled to contain his laughter, trying to remain serious. I apologize, milady. Sienna, used to this, said cheerfully, it's fine. Gray looked at her and smiled. Then he said, everyone's happy about Mrs. Change. Sienna softly asked, could you tell me your name again? Gray replied, I'm Gray. She continued to ask, Mr. Gray, in your eyes, was my past self very bad? The atmosphere immediately fell silent. Understanding his implication, she nodded, right? I understand what you mean. Gray hesitantly replied, actually, you were quite bad. Sienna inquired further. How so? He continued, Miss used to look like someone who wanted to destroy herself. Barkis chimed in, but the current Miss is very different. Surely, Miss must have noticed how the two young masters and the Jaju's attitudes towards you have changed. She tilted her head, seemingly unconvinced. Really? He didn't hesitate, of course. Young Master One personally ordered us to pro. Seeing him about to spill everything, Gray quickly kicked him. But Sienna had already understood everything. Startled, she turned to Sishan and asked, "Why did Juan make the two of you protect me?" Sishan smiled faintly and replied, "Because they're the best knights, Mississippi." She wondered to herself, puzzled, why use such high-level security? Could it be that he's watching me in case I run away with the money? He probably gave the order. I still need time to earn a little more, but my actions will be limited if I'm constantly being watched. I need trust. The next moment, she called out her order. "I want to go back." She made a decision in her heart. Since my image has been somewhat restored, I need to build friendships and relationships now. Sishan asked, "I thought Miss wanted to continue." She clearly replied, "I want to see grandfather." Then Sishan happily followed, ignoring the two guards behind them. "Let's go, Mississippi." But they didn't know that their Miss was thinking about how she would create friendly relationships and then shake off this surveillance. At Lancelot's room, Juan, pouting, angrily opened the door in front of him. Lancelot laughed while complaining. "Still haven't gotten used to knocking? How rude." Juan coldly gave him two choices, angry or laughing. Pick one. Lancelot spoke again. "It seems you also lack tact." Juan plopped down on a chair, feigning anger. "Are you particularly sensitive these days?" Lancelot replied, "Well, because there's someone cuter than you here who deserves to be treated better." Juan, extremely curious, asked back, "Anna?" Lancelot just smiled without answering. Juan continued, "I was under the impression you hated Sienna." At this moment, Lancelot finally voiced his concern. "Have you forgotten about that incident?" Juan's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with anger. He recalled memories from his childhood, his head covered in blood, Sienna's voice ringing out, "Hey Juan, how dare you lay a hand on me? Wake up. Remember how different you are from me. Your mother tried her best to protect you." It was his 13th birthday. Sienna's voice, full of contempt and disgust, still echoing around Juan. "But Juan, your mother, that wonderful princess, is different. You were abandoned here, you idiot." His face was torn by the teacups Sienna had thrown at him, fresh blood continuously flowing down his face. One looked down at the blood staining his hand. What hurt more than the torn skin or the gushing blood was Sienna's words. "Everyone knows grandfather thinks of you as trash, but you're no different, except you were thrown away by your own mother." My heart ached so much, my body felt like it was shattering. I knew I was abandoned. When I heard what Flohita did, every image I had of Sienna evaporated from my mind, even though I'd seen the bruises on her arms before. But I carelessly brushed it off, thinking Sienna deserved them for what she had done. One said, "But Flohita's abuse is too severe a punishment to justify a child's mischief." Immediately after, Lancelot's surprised voice rang out, "Is that so?" One raised an eyebrow. Then he recounted aloud what he saw to Lancelot. "I saw her acting as if we would attack her at any moment. She behaved like someone who'd been abused their whole life, even though it's only been a year since Flohita came to this castle." He asked, I've changed, Lancelot. Something about her has affected me. What was it?" Lancelot lowered his head and smiled me. Recalling Sienna's words, "You can pat my head if you want," Lancelot said, "Well, I found cuteness in other things." He was extremely cheerful, laughing loudly and trying to imitate Sienna's tone. "Your hands are so warm, Lancelot." "Like that?" Juan stared in astonishment. "She talked about you?" When Lancelot, extremely smug, boasted to Juan today before she went out. Gawain exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "Why did she only tell you?" "TSK, so what?" Lancelot smiled. "Well, of course, it's adorable." However, he also felt a secret fear, thinking, so being adorable is dangerous. Finally, he offered his younger brother some advice. "Hey, treat her better, and she'll acknowledge you as family." One closed his eyes and raised a hand to rub his head. "Duh. I even told Barkis and Gray to protect her, no matter how busy I am." Lancelot smiled, thinking to himself, this kid really doesn't know how to win people over. I wonder if I should suggest he try a different approach. He picked up the pen in his hand and gave a gentle smile. A moment later, Lancelot made a decision. I should probably stay quiet a bit longer. At this time, Sienna also returned to the castle. She called out, "I'm home." But when she saw Juan standing before her with a dark expression, Sienna hesitantly explained, "I just got back from, the broker's place." Seeing her brother still unresponsive, she looked up and continued, The carriage was very comfortable." Sienna thought to herself, what else does he want to hear? Then she said, "Thank you for the guards." Juan brought a hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. Ahem. Sienna's eyes widened in realization that it must be that. She bowed her head sincerely. Thank you. Juan suddenly asked a very strange question. So, I'm very good, right? Sienna exclaimed in surprise. Juan rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, I'm very good to you. Whatever, forget it. Juan patted her head and said, go inside first. Barkis and Gray were standing in the distance. Seeing Juan look over, Barkis could only give a wry smile. Juan walked towards him without a word, clapped him hard on the shoulder, squeeze, and Barkis immediately cried out, ouch. Then Juan just brushed past them and left. Sienna stared blankly, confused, at his retreating figure. Inside the castle, Sienna was standing in front of Navirius's room. His furious voice echoed from within, useless. Then another voice spoke, making her ashamed. Sienna thought to herself, maybe I should come back later. At that moment, a knock came along with the butler's voice. Miss Sienna has arrived. Finishing his words, he bowed his head and smiled faintly. If it's Miss Sienna, it's all right. At the same time, Navirius's voice rang out, come in. The door opened, and Sienna entered under the watchful gaze of Navirius and a stranger. Upon seeing the man, her eyes widened in surprise. That man, General Cedric. He's the knight commander who almost fell into the rebels' trap during the purge. She sat down next to Navirius and thought, it seems a scolding is unavoidable. Cedric stood up and said, Miss Sienna, I can give you my seat. Sienna asked him, puzzled why. Cedric spoke awkwardly. The seating arrangement, how should I put it, is a bit jumbled. Navirius coldly interrupted, it's fine. Sienna closed her eyes and tilted her head back, thinking, that's right, what's wrong with me sitting next to him? Cedric laughed loudly. I don't know what strange things have happened, but I'm glad there's been change. He continued, indeed. The people who used to escort Miss Sienna told me some rather interesting stories. Navirius opened one eye, curiously asking, how interesting? Cedric glanced to the side and said, they said the reason the young lady returned earlier than planned was because she wanted to see her grandfather. Navirius looked at Sienna in disbelief. He asked, is that true? Sienna hesitated, about that. She thought to herself, even though I was just trying to be friendly, so they wouldn't pay attention to me. Then she replied, yes, it is. Navirius looked at her silently. Then a happy smile spread across his face. How childish of you to say you wanted to see your grandfather. Cedric laughed loudly. Well, I don't think I should be here while grandfather and granddaughter are having a moment, so I'll excuse myself. Navirius said angrily to him, retreating is the only thing you learn on the battlefield. Cedric wasn't fazed. He just laughed loudly and replied, is it all right for me to be here, Lord? I don't want to cause any discomfort to the young lady. Navirius angrily ordered, leave. After Cedric left, the door was closed once again. Sienna apologized seriously. I know you were in the middle of a conversation, grandfather, but the butler said it would be all right, so I interrupted and said I had returned. Navirius reassured her, it's no problem. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Don't misunderstand, you've just become a little more useful than before. Sienna thought incredulously, hey, what are you talking about? Navirius kept the teacup in his hand. After a while, he put the teacup down. Sienna, looking at his trembling hand, asked, grandfather, is your hand numb? Navirius insisted, it's nothing serious. At this moment, Sienna suddenly voiced her suspicion. This happens often, and you find it difficult to wake up every time. Hearing this, Navirius was extremely surprised. How did you know? Sienna touched her chin and continued to ask, perhaps your vision is getting worse, or you often feel dizzy, right? And when you're angry or stressed, your neck becomes stiff. Navirius stared wide-eyed and replied yes. Sienna tilted her head, thinking, could it be that? Outside, the weather was quite nice. At this time, Matisse was taking Navirius's pulse. How long has it been since you felt the numbness in your hands and feet, Lord? Navirius recalled and said, perhaps 3 months ago or more. After listening, Matisse continued to inquire, and how long has it been since you've been able to chew your food properly? Navirius replied, about a month. Matisse held his notepad, stood up, and made a suggestion. I think we should conduct a more thorough examination. Navirius immediately asked, do you mean my condition is serious? Matisse's face was clearly worried. He voiced his speculation. I'm afraid so, if even your muscles are stiffening. We'll have to consider the possibility of a grave situation. Navirius looked at Siniana, who was sitting beside him, and asked, my dear. Siniana exclaimed in confusion. Yes. He immediately voiced his doubt. How did you know about my condition, even though you're not a doctor? Siniana responded awkwardly. That, she thought to herself. There was an elderly woman, a regular at the restaurant I run with Mia, who was always like that. One day, she became unable to move properly due to complications from high blood pressure. But Siniana couldn't say that. She smiled and said, I read about it in a book. If blood can't circulate as usual, it causes stiffness in the heart. And when the heart stiffens, it makes it difficult for the whole body to move. So I was quite sure. As soon as she finished speaking, Matisse praised her. Oh, even those with professional expertise would have difficulty discerning that. Truly remarkable, Miss Siniana. Do you have any interest in medicine? Siniana shook her head and replied, No, my hands are destined for cooking. Matisse still tried to persuade her. Talent has nothing to do with interest. If you were to venture down the path of medicine, I believe you could. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Excuse me, I've brought the meal. Many exquisite dishes were placed on the table one after another. Siniana's eyes widened in surprise. All sweets and savory dishes. She immediately exclaimed, You mustn't eat sweets and savory dishes anymore. Matisse nodded. Miss Siniana is right. Siniana touched her chin thoughtfully. Sweets and savory dishes are no different from poison for high blood pressure patients. My steamed turkey recipe is also sweet and savory, but he's basically only been eating my steamed turkey lately. I didn't expect him to have high blood pressure. She was frightened, thinking, what if he collapses because of the food I cooked? At this point, Siniana immediately said, Grandfather, please let me assist with your treatment. Navirius asked curiously, And how do you intend to do that? Siniana didn't answer him, but turned to ask Matisse. Dietary adjustments are extremely important for illnesses, aren't they, Bear Matisse? Matisse affirmed, Miss Siniana is correct. Treatment begins with dietary adjustments. Siniana continued, Furthermore, your health issue is tied to the future of the Francis family. So, others mustn't know if you begin treatment with dietary adjustments. There will be no room for doubt. She placed her hand on her chest, confidently asserting, Therefore, don't you think it would be better if I helped as well, since I already know? Navirius looked at her for a few seconds. Then he smiled and softly replied, All right. Hearing this, Siniana was also very happy. She thought to herself, because in the past, I created a menu solely for the purpose of treating that elderly regular customer. So I can easily come up with a list of necessary ingredients. Beetroot, kale, bananas, and many other things were blended to make juice, and I brought it to him every day. Navirius looked at the green juice on the table. This stuff is only fit for rabbits. Siniana, standing beside him, made a condition that if you drink it all, I'll make meat for lunch. She gestured to Moses, saying, I heard you left half of it last night. Navirius immediately shot a sharp glare at the butler. After the glass of water was emptied, Siniana asked her grandfather, So, shall we go for a walk? Navirius asked, surprised again today. Seeing his reluctance, Siniana explained, The next step in the treatment after a meal is exercise. Behind a friendship house by the fountain, Siniana closed her eyes, enjoying the fresh air around her. Her nose and ears were cold, but it felt wonderful. Looking at the high heels on her feet, she thought, I originally planned to wear the Hone shoes I bought in the spring, but I couldn't wait. So I'm wearing them today. Navirius curiously asked, What's making you so happy? Siniana smiled and said, My high heels are very pretty. Her eyes widened, her face showing surprise. Grandfather's voice, just now, sounded very affectionate. Navirius looked back and said coldly, You seem to be wearing them very confidently, even though I could buy a dozen pairs just like them. Siniana began to doubt herself. Now it sounds normal. Did I mishear? Navirius smirked. Siniana immediately became serious, looking straight ahead. In her mind, she thought, I can vaguely see the merchant and grandfather. Siniana was a little curious. And they say Lancelot resembles his father. So who does Siniana resemble? Her mother, perhaps. Navirius stopped, asking suspiciously. Siniana said frankly, I was wondering who I resemble. Immediately, the atmosphere fell into a terrifying silence. Navirius asserted, Me, of course. Hearing him say that, Siniana's eyes widened in surprise. Her face went blank. I don't know. If grandfather and Juan are carnivores like lions and ferocious tigers, then I'm definitely a cute rabbit, like a little bunny. Navarius, seeing her continued silence, started to worry at what's wrong. Sienna quickly replied, "Nothing." Navarius said, "Walk closer to me. I can't hear what you're saying." Sienna, while catching up to her grandfather, thought, "How scary." Looking from behind, there's something wrong with his gait. She lowered her head. Sure enough, Navarius's legs were trembling. Sienna's eyes were filled with sadness. I wish I could tell my past self this. She moved closer and held Navarius's arm tightly, surprising him. "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Sienna made an excuse. "Please hold me tight. It's just that these high heels are uncomfortable." But he still realized, "You're just like your mother, completely incapable of lying." Sienna didn't reply, but thought, this strong and terrifying person, someone who seems like they could burn me intensely if I get too close, is simply a lonely old man, someone with too much to protect. A moment later, Lancelot and Juan entered from outside. Both looked surprised in the same direction. Navarius's voice rang out, "Just let her sleep. Leave her be." Seeing Sienna sleeping soundly, neither of them had the heart to wake her, so they agreed, "Ah yes." Lancelot, watching her sleep, thought he even used his coat as a blanket for her. Navarius suddenly spoke. "Give me an update on the transfer gate issue. Is there still opposition from Xavier?" Lancelot stepped forward, placing a document on the table. "They've agreed to open the gate, Your Majesty, but they're demanding a high price for its use." Reading the update, Navarius cursed, "Those bastards." So, the price has skyrocketed, and now Xavier's daughter has a monopoly on the transfer gate. Lancelot replied, "Even with the portal Miss Xavier possesses, traversing the Empire's length would be difficult. Moreover, since House Francis controls the harbor, they have to be cautious in negotiations with us. They won't be able to raise the price much higher." "Is that so?" Navarius asked. Prince Gawain then reported, "We haven't detected any noteworthy activity from him since last time, Your Majesty." After hearing both reports, Navarius instructed, "He won't just be here to celebrate my birthday. It's obvious he has other intentions. You two must observe his every move." Wang bowed his head. "I'll keep that in mind, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty." A sudden noise made them turn in surprise. Sienna was babbling excitedly, seemingly captivated by something unseen. Her innocent cheerfulness brought smiles to the faces of the three men. Lancelot suddenly remembered something. Regarding the dish Sienna served at the welcoming banquet for the prince. "I heard it wasn't the one originally planned." Navarius, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" Lancelot explained, "Apparently, a chef burned the dish she intended to present. The dish ultimately served at the banquet was one she had to quickly make as a replacement." Wang, standing beside him, widened his eyes in surprise. "That dish was just a substitute." Lancelot nodded. "Yes, made in no more than 20 minutes. Wang, incredulous, looked back at Sienna and exclaimed, "Huh? What was she thinking? How could she make that in 20 minutes? He walked towards where she was sleeping and reached out as if to stroke her hair. She must be hiding her skills quite well." His hand was suddenly caught. Wang turned his head. Lancelot lowered his voice. "Don't wake her." Then, Lancelot recounted what he knew. "Anyway, what's even more shocking is the excuse given by the one who burned her dish." Wang bristled. "What?" "That," Lancelot continued. "He insisted it wasn't his fault, and instead blamed our sister for not testing the oven's temperature control. However, someone witnessed Sienna testing the oven in the kitchen that morning. The servants also claimed the chef was lying." Indignant on Sienna's behalf, Wang exclaimed loudly, "What? That bastard!" He stopped mid-sentence, looking at Sienna. Is she awake?" Lancelot, seeing her still soundly asleep, replied, "No." With that, they both turned and walked out of the room. Wang said, "There's something I need to take care of." "Excuse me, Your Majesty." Lancelot added, "With your leave, Your Majesty." The next day, a bewildered cry rang out. "What?" Sikon then reported, "That lying chef ran. His mouth has been slit, Your Majesty." Sienna quickly asked, "Huh? Who did that?" "Get out." She recounted how even he didn't know anymore. He insisted that an unknown assailant had brutally attacked him. Then another unknown person appeared and broke both his arms. And then someone else came onto the scene and slit his mouth. Sienna, curious, wondered what he could have done to provoke such rage in so many people. The deceitful chef, a fool, had spilled the reasons for such wrath with his own mouth. And he still had the audacity to ask for help in finding his attackers. It turned out that the man was truly wicked. He stole another chef's recipes, broke his own son's arms, and even used the Francis family name to extort the province's residents. The moment she heard he had used the Francis name for extortion, Sienna's voice rang out, "My goodness, such things have happened," noting that he was expelled without a penny of severance. Sitting at the dining table with Navarius, she asked, "If there are unknown assailants around, shouldn't the castle's security be reinforced?" He answered while eating, "Don't worry, security is already tight, so the castle is completely safe." Reassured by his words, she replied, "I understand." Suddenly, she spoke up, "Ah, father, you're going for your checkup now, right? I suppose you'll be using the secret passage again?" Navarius replied, "That's right." After hearing this, Sienna became extremely worried. Baron Matisse said it was just nerve pain causing a sprained ankle, but I can't help but worry. I should help him to the carriage. Suiting action to thought, she escorted him to the carriage. Seeing her filial piety, Navarius chuckled, "There's no need for that. The carriage is waiting for me at the end of the path." Sienna continued to hold his arm and support him, but it's still quite a distance. Seeing her persistence, Navarius reminded her, "You'll have to walk back alone." Unafraid, Sienna asked, "Who else knows about the secret passage in the house?" Navarius continued, "I know you lack a sense of fear." She looked at him and explained, "It's not that I don't have any. I'm afraid of sharp things because they can pierce you to death, and leather belts too, they hurt much more than fists." Suddenly, he asked curiously, "Did Frohita hit you with a leather belt before?" Afraid of a misunderstanding, she smiled and replied, "No, I just heard it hurts more than punches." But his expression seemed disbelieving. Sienna reaffirmed, "It's true." After replying, she thought to herself, Frohita would use a whip to hit Sienna. The one who hit me with a leather belt was my deadbeat dad. Once she had escorted him to the carriage, Sienna bid him farewell, wishing him a safe trip. Navarius watched her intently. He quickly took off his scarf. Worried that Sienna would be cold, he wrapped his wool scarf around her. After doing so, he said, "All right, go back now," while Sienna replied, "No, I don't need it." Then, she reached out and called out, "Father!" But the carriage quickly drove away, leaving her standing there alone. Sienna touched the wool scarf and thought, "It's so warm. I should go back too." As she turned to walk back to the house, she suddenly froze, her eyes widening as she looked ahead. A sense of panic rose within her. Those shadows. Sienna stumbled backward. Could they be thugs? Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and covered her mouth. The unexpected situation startled Sienna. I should have listened to father. How do I call for help? Who is it? A voice rang out, causing her to stop struggling but don't move. Sienna felt a sense of familiarity. Wait, this voice. The owner of the voice was Dominic. Seeing her freeze, he whispered, "They'll hear us. Be quiet." The two stood silently, close enough to hear each other's heartbeats. Sienna then realized who had covered her mouth, Prince Dominic. Leaning against him, Sienna assessed the situation. Based on the shape of the shadows, their attire is meant for stealth. They must be spies from another province. While House Francis is known for its strength and power, the other side of that is the ever-present danger. And if those spies discover me, well, the moment they realize I'm the daughter of House Francis, they'll kill me or do things to me I don't even want to think about. After waiting a while, once the shadows had disappeared, Sienna's voice rang out, "Thank you." Finding this strange, Dominic asked, "Did you forget to be wary?" Hearing this, she immediately replied, "Actually, gratitude comes first." She retorted, "I should thank your highness before questioning why a guest of House Francis is sneaking around outside the castle so late at night, dressed as if you don't want to be seen." Dominic, hearing this, wondered, "Miss, how did you know I wouldn't deceive you and cooperate with those people instead?" Sienna sighed. "Suspiciously enough, your highness is currently the only guest of House Francis. If anything were to happen to me, your highness would be the prime suspect." Seeing her thorough reply, Dominic couldn't ask anything further. Then he spoke. "You are different from what I expected, Mississippi. You're not afraid, even in a situation like this." Sienna looked at him, stammering that, while thinking to herself, the prince doesn't know that the large tree about 10 steps behind him is the exit to a secret passage. I can use a magic tool to alert the knights immediately, so I could escape if I were afraid. Suddenly, she looked down and noticed something. Seeing his bloodied hand, Sienna exclaimed, "You're bleeding." Then she approached him, took his hand, and asked for permission. "Please, let me see your hand." Next, Sienna bandaged the wound and tied it with a lovely bow, then instructed him, "This is only first aid. When you return, your Highness must have it properly treated." Dominic spoke up, "You mean I'll be fine if I return to Francis Castle? I'll be found out from my suspicious actions." Hearing this, Sienna looked at him while devising a plan. The prince saved me, even knowing his actions would be suspicious. Moreover, knowing grandfather's personality, he must have prepared for this situation. After thinking it over, she said, "Today, I will simply consider you as the person who saved me." Having said that, Sienna pulled her sleeve down to cover the bandaged wound there. Looking at his bracelet suddenly made her dizzy, especially when she heard the sound emanating from it. She thought, so dizzy, but Sienna quickly shook her head to regain her composure. Immediately after, she opened her eyes and said, "We should go." But the sight before her was the handsome appearance of Dominic, the prince of the empire. A thought flashed through Sienna's mind. So surprising, I thought he was a magazine model for a second. Sienna suddenly stepped forward and asked, what are you thinking about?" Looking directly into her eyes, he asked curiously, "To you, do I still lack sufficient charm?" He then raised his hand and touched Sienna's cheek, making her blush. Dominic answered her previous question, "That's what I was thinking." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Miss Sienna." Sienna, sitting in the living room, replayed their earlier conversation in her mind and analyzed it. "He's trying to charm me with that look, so I won't say anything to grandfather, even if he's done something suspicious." Sikhan, seeing her pale face, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, your face is completely white." She replied, Sienna put a hand to her forehead and concluded, "Thinking back, I've been like this ever since I touched that bracelet." Meanwhile, Sikhan worried, "I'll bring you some medicine, so please rest early tonight, Mississippi." Sienna replied, The next morning, a voice rang out, "Here's a letter from the broker." Sienna, reading the letter, was surprised. Right next to the Grand Theater and 4 stories tall. "At this price, it must be less than 1/5 of what I have." The letter mentioned that the owner wanted to talk to me, and there's an address written in it. I'm quite curious and worried about why they want me, so I've decided to go meet them. Having made her decision, she thought to herself, but before that, I have to go for a walk with grandfather. At that moment, Sienna was holding Navirius's hand and helping him walk when he joked, "It feels as if you're walking a pet." She helplessly replied, "Of course not, grandfather." From the opposite direction, Lancelot and Juan approached cheerfully, asking, "Are you two taking a stroll?" Navirius looked at her and said, Then he withdrew his hand, no longer letting her support him. Seeing this situation surprised her. Suddenly, Sienna looked at the two of them and said, "What do you two think about joining us for a walk?" She smiled slyly, thinking to herself, "After all, once I leave this castle, walking with grandfather will become their responsibility. It will be better to let them naturally realize how uncomfortable grandfather is with his leg while walking." Navirius, standing beside her, wanted to object that, but before he could finish his sentence, Lancelot came to his side, smiling and saying, "Shall we go, grandfather?" One also came to walk beside Sienna. She thought it would be a pleasant 4-person stroll, but Navirius quickly walked ahead. This made Sienna realize his pride really is something else. She sadly thought to herself, "It's sad that he can't let his granddaughter know he's not well. From now on, I have to be mindful while walking with grandfather." Within the castle grounds, as everyone was walking, one suddenly said, "You're even uglier today. Who do I resemble to be this ugly?" Sienna lightly tossed her hair and replied, "I heard I look quite a bit like you, grandfather." Her answer silenced Juan. Lancelot turned to Juan and said, "Haven't I told you time and time again that you're the ugliest in House Francis?" Juan, having nothing left to lose, replied, So good that there's nothing to worry about." Juan muttered under his breath, "I don't know why everyone considers me a prince." Sienna turned to Lancelot and asked, then, conversely, who is the most charming? Lancelot, hearing this, smiled brightly and replied, "Of course, it's our youngest." Sienna looked at him and said, I understand." Juan, however, thought differently. He replied, "Probably father." She repeated, "Father?" Juan recounted, "Yeah, they say he created a tsunami on the continent when he was a boy." Lancelot added, "He was also famous for his handsome looks." Yes. Sienna looked at him admiringly. Come to think of it, grandfather was also as tall as Juan and still had sharp teeth despite his age. After considering it, she stepped forward and concluded, I understand. So, the two of you are nothing compared to father and grandfather. Hearing her say that, Juan's face fell, while Lancelot was surprised. After our walk, I got into the carriage and left the castle to meet the homeowner. Sitting in the carriage, she suddenly felt annoyed. Grandfather is so stubborn. He walked by himself the whole time, as if perfectly fine, and those two didn't even notice anything unusual about his leg. The carriage stopped, and she got out and walked into a house. After entering, a man approached her, smiling brightly. Oh my, Miss is even more beautiful today. I think I'm going blind. How can this be? Unfamiliar with the man's flattery, Sienna went straight to the point. Where is the homeowner? The man extended his hand to lead the way. Yes, please follow me. The homeowner is right over there. Sienna was surprised when she saw the other party. That person. The other party was a short, stout man. The man who had greeted her suddenly reported, Sir, Miss Sienna has arrived. Seeing Sienna appear, Abindo stepped forward to greet her. How is Miss doing? Before, you were like an unripe, green fruit, but now. He suddenly blushed and said suggestively, I suppose I should say you seem to have ripened. Seeing his behavior made Barkis and Gray frown. Sienna asked uncomfortably, Why did you sell this building to me at such a low price? Abindo replied, This building is a small gift I wanted to give to Miss before proposing. She didn't understand, so she repeated, proposing. He stared at her while explaining, Generally speaking, women need to be cherished like little foxes. Softly, I heard you've changed a lot until the end of the year. That's good. Women are different from men in nature, and they can only become a true adult after having a husband, like a reliable guardian. Even your grandfather will feel at ease. Sienna frowned and patiently asked, and Abindo grinned, revealing his intentions that I'm saying I'm willing to marry you. He coughed slightly. Of course, I'm only a little older than you, but what fault can be found with a man's age? Hearing his shameless words, Sienna was dumbfounded. A little. Sienna was only 19 years old, while Viscount Abindo was 38. Abindo continued to chatter on. A viscount's wife must have a certain level of decorum. You must have lacked it without a lady of the house at the Francis estate, but that can be taught after the wedding. Hearing him, she thought, I can guess the source of this man's shamelessness. Although my image has been somewhat restored, it's only within the castle. Outside, I'm still the uneducated one, the one with no standing in the family. Moreover, Sienna's mother is known as a mangy prostitute. On the other hand, this man's stepmother, Lady Virginia, once saved grandfather in a past war. This guy's status and career have been elevated solely because of that. While she was lost in thought, Abindo came to a conclusion. Now we can get engaged next year and marry the year after. Asking for your hand is the best thing a young man can do, right? You don't have any objections to my wonderful marriage proposal, do you, miss? The more Sienna listened to him, the more irritated she became. This guy was disgusting. Seeing Sienna's silence, he continued to ramble. Frankly speaking, your past behavior has been quite noticeable. Suddenly, she cut him off. Well, I'm quite all right. The statement puzzled him. Sienna firmly replied, You can take back that kindness. I have no intention of marrying you, Viscount. Seeing her refusal, Abindo gritted his teeth and threatened, Now, if you die, even your grandfather and those two young masters won't bat an eye. He sneered, You're a monster. Anyone who gets close to you will be eaten alive. Sienna recalled someone saying the same thing to her when she was little. You're a monster, and anyone who gets close to you will be eaten alive. One day, you'll even eat your teacher alive. The words she heard when leaving the orphanage became a source of trauma, because it rang true with what everyone around her had endured. After recalling her painful past, Sienna clutched her skirt and announced, A marriage between us will never happen, Viscount Abindo. Abindo refused to accept it and yelled, Why? I already said I'd be your protector. Seeing him like this, Sienna didn't want to hold back any longer. The thought of living with someone so rude and fat, and on top of that, with that foul breath, it makes me sick. The broker and Sikhan, standing nearby, could only remain silent and look away. Gray's eyes widened in surprise. while Barkis lowered his head to stifle his laughter. Meanwhile, Abindo continued to argue, I was being kind enough to propose to a troublesome woman like you, but you dare. You'll regret this. I'll file a formal complaint about it. Siniana crossed her arms and replied, fine, go ahead. Go and whine to your stepmother. That's what you always do. Hearing this, Abindo shouted, what did you say? Suddenly, two people approached him. The newcomer was so tall that he had to look up. Barkis smiled warningly. Viscount, stopping here will save your life. At the castle where Siniana was living, the group had just stepped out of the carriage when a maid ran up to report Miss. Hearing this, she replied, what is it? The maid hesitated. Viscount Alabindo. Barkis, standing beside her, reassured her, you don't have to worry, Miss Siniana. I'll explain how rude that man was. Siniana smiled gratefully and replied, I appreciate everyone's concern, but I will report it myself. Inside the room, Abindo was tattling. Lord, you don't know how disrespectful Miss Siniana was. All I did was approach her with kindness and goodwill, but she abused me with violent words and even used her guards to threaten me. I repeat, the knights of the Francis house threatened me, a vassal of the nobility. Today ended with threats, but who knows what will happen next time. Navirius didn't jump to conclusions, but looked at her and asked, Siniana, is what the Viscount said true? Lancelot and one were also present in the room. Siniana replied, partially. Abindo, sitting to the side, interjected partially. Now you're accusing me of lying, Lord Navirius. Look at the shocking way this young lady behaves. He rambled on, don't you, about my mother's and my loyalty to you? I proposed to Lady Siniana out of concern for the distress she would cause you, Lord Navirius. However, Lady Siniana failed to consider my commendable loyalty, and, suddenly, one interrupted proposed. Hearing this, Abindo continued, yes, Lady Siniana is almost 20 now. I can imagine how worried you must be, Lord Navirius. Lady Siniana could be deceived by a shameless scoundrel who only cares about the benefits he can gain from your position. Suddenly, someone lunged forward and grabbed him by the collar. The sound of a chair falling and a cry rang out, ugh. Young master, Juan, furious, tightened his grip on Abindo's collar, looked directly at him, and sharply repeated, Siniana received a proposal from a 38-year-old man. Lancelot, calmer, turned to look at her and said softly, this is your fault, Anna. Not entirely calm, he added coldly, shouldn't you have ripped his mouth open right then and there? Hearing words more terrifying than any threat, Abindo trembled. How can you say such a thing, young master? Lancelot asked, is there more? Siniana, bewildered, exclaimed, yes. Seeing her confusion, he chuckled. I didn't think the story would end with just this man proposing to you. It's all right, continue. Hesitantly, Siniana said, he said I was disrespectful when he proposed to a troublesome woman. And Lancelot repeated, woman. Frowning, she continued, and that if I were to die, grandfather and brother wouldn't even bat an eye. She suddenly thought, I don't want to say any more. But one didn't comply, urging her with a frown continue. Siniana, her head bowed sadly, recounted, he said I was a monster, devouring anyone around me. As soon as she finished speaking, Abindo received a devastating punch from Juan. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Juan, still seething, gritted his teeth and yelled, you bastard. Lancelot quickly pulled Siniana towards him. He drew her into a comforting embrace. This allowed her to feel the warmth of her family. Suddenly, a knock echoed. Excuse me, Lady Virginia has arrived. A magnificent woman entered. A beautiful, dignified woman entered. Navirius's voice rang out. I'm sure you've heard the story. Virginia smiled in response. Yes, I have. Siniana huddled closer to Lancelot, thinking, so that's Lady Virginia. Will she still try to protect her stepson? Navirius began vaguely. You can calculate the compensation costs in advance. He softly stated his intention, because I intend to kill this scoundrel. Hearing this, Abindo, startled, sprang up, no longer feigning unconsciousness. Virginia remained calm, asking, is that why you summoned me? Abindo, standing beside her, quickly cried out, Mother, that's too cruel. Lady Siniana lied. She frowned, turning to Snap. Shut up, you useless child. He exclaimed, Mother. Ignoring his cries, Virginia turned to Navirius and said, do you think I'm still the knight who follows you every step and answers every call? It's been a long time since I retired, and at this age, I don't have the energy to waste on such useless things. Navirius replied, that's something someone who didn't raise their child properly would say. Virginia retorted, isn't that the fault of the arrogant head of the household? For a very, very long time, I did nothing but follow you on your campaigns. While I didn't notice the presence of a tree being eaten away by insects, if I had realized it was rotten to the core, I would have dealt with it from the beginning. Navirius, ignoring her words, announced, regardless, I will chop off his head and send it to your house. Virginia, also tired of her son, suggested, just throw him to the pigs. What would I do with something so disgusting? Albino, terrified, babbled incessantly. But mother, I told you it wasn't true. Mother, look at him. Sienna thought, just like a parrot. Suddenly, Virginia kicked Albino in the shin with her elegant high heel, making him cry out, ow. Then she scolded, do you think I don't know this is just a move to get what you want after hatching some useless plan? Since you harassed his blood relative and were blinded by your greed, death is what you deserve. Hearing that, he stammered that, seeing the mother and son arguing. One suddenly spoke up, perhaps you two should talk later. Lancelot added, we can't let him forget about us before they're done talking. Then, one grabbed Albino by the collar and dragged him from behind. Lancelot, seeing this, called out, let's go. Albino wailed hopelessly, no, mother. All the commotion having passed, only 3 people remained in the room. Sienna sat facing Virginia and thought, her wrinkles are quite elegant, reminding me of a seasoned actress. Her staring was noticed by Virginia, who smiled and asked, is there something interesting on my old face that you're staring so intently at, miss? Sienna quickly replied, you're still very beautiful. The compliment seemed to please Virginia immensely. Oh my, I heard Miss Sienna had changed, but I didn't expect you to become so sweet. She gently assessed, the improvement in the Lord's complexion is understandable when his niece has become so lovely. On the other hand, I haven't had such luck. Sienna fell into thought. Lady Virginia has raised Viscount Albino since she was 18. Even if he was only an adopted son, she was very devoted. He's a man of his word. But is this really okay? Noticing something in her silence, Virginia quickly put down her teacup and explained, please don't worry. Miss Sienna, I am a knight, but I am also a commoner. The reason I was drawn to the sword was to protect people like me. But the son I raised killed someone within the very class I strive to protect. Virginia bowed her head in self-reproach. Perhaps that's when I gave up. Honestly, I'm the one who should be making amends. After all, you've had to endure such behavior. Virginia's sudden speech left Sienna bewildered. Can she read minds? Seeing her flustered look, Virginia laughed heartily that you're so adorable. Before coming here, I confirmed with the so-called broker. The building will be the reason this meeting today becomes appropriate, won't it? Sienna, confused, uttered, huh? Virginia continued, I'll give it to you. Sienna, hearing this, turned to Navirius for help, but Virginia suddenly took her hand. I hope. Then, she bowed her head and gently kissed Sienna's hand. You will allow me to bear your burden. Seeing this, Sienna suddenly thought, a true knight. She gave such a solemn and noble speech. Finally, she agreed, making Virginia smile radiantly, yes. Suddenly, the butler entered with a scroll to report that I apologize for interrupting the conversation. After reading the contents of the scroll, Navirius angrily shouted, damn it. Virginia, hearing this, inquired, what's the matter? He seriously replied, the Merchants Guild is appealing against us to the royal family, with support from House Sevier. He stood up and said, this meeting is over. I must summon the vassals immediately. Virginia took the scroll and read aloud. Excessive taxes and violent management at the port under the ownership of House Francip have led to certain damages to the merchants. And therefore, we have united our voices to petition the royal family to punish the brutality of House Francip and revoke their authority at the port. After reading, she was also angry. What nonsense is this? The Merchants Guild has no motive to react this way. The taxes aren't excessive, and the management isn't violent. Navirius immediately answered her question that it's Sevier's plan. He's trying to secure a monopoly on distribution. Hearing this, Virginia analyzed, if the port belongs to them, things will certainly be that way. Sevier must have used the Saintus' transfer gate to threaten the merchants. That's his only card, isn't it? Navirius replied. Those merchants must be more desperate about the Saintus' transfer gate than the port, so it's unavoidable. One card of his is stronger than 100 swords. Virginia declared, I will summon the vassals right away. That evening at the Francip Castle, Sienna wandered the halls, thinking, I can't sleep because my heart keeps pounding from yesterday's events. Maybe I'll feel better after a walk and some fresh air. He and my two brothers stood up for me. So that's what it feels like to be protected by someone. She recalled yesterday's events. My heart was pounding, and I felt embraced by warmth. She walked while lost in thought, then stopped in front of a particular spot. This place is Father's wine cellar. This place is off limits. I have to go back before I get caught. Then she suddenly realized something. Somehow, this place feels familiar, shining with white light at night, and the path is lined with Siberian chrysanthemums that don't wither even in winter. Just like the setting in the story Mia and I created. Sienna stopped to look around. There was a statue of an angel holding a baby at the end of the path behind the cellar. If I grabbed the hand, not holding the baby, when her hand touched it, the statue began to move, and if I follow the path that opens, there'll be a cave. Remember, Senna, there's treasure there. That entrance is fake. You have to find a real entrance. That was just a story I made up with Mia, but why does it exist here? Next, place your hand on the goddess statue at the entrance of the cave and wait. How can this be? Only move after all the things with red dots fall down. Ignore the door on the wall. You have to go through the door on the ground. After going through the door, Sienna stopped in fear. There was a fleeting sound. Don't be afraid, Sienna. The sacred beast is kind to those who are permitted. A large white lion appeared. When it saw her, it quickly turned its head and walked away. Seeing its back, Sienna thought to herself, it's giving me permission. She walked to a vantage point, a rock. It's the same color as the stone on Prince Dominic's bracelet. Saltwater fish. There are only freshwater lakes and rivers around here. How can there be saltwater fish here? Curiosity led Sienna to reach out and touch the water surface. Suddenly, a bright light appeared, blinding her. Light! She closed her eyes tightly in discomfort, and when she opened them, before her stood two twin children. They looked at her and spoke in an unfamiliar language. Who are you? Sienna looked around in bewilderment and thought, where am I? I was just looking at the rock in the cave a few seconds ago. No, wait, am I still in Jalajan? Even though Jalajan isn't as developed as present-day Earth, it's still a medieval society. But this looks exactly like the ancient Roman kingdom. And beside the ancient buildings, strange garnets were scattered, adding to the splendor. A carefree girl looked at her. Go. Sienna was startled by the strange sound of her voice. What is she saying? What language is that? Footsteps? I want to go back. Suddenly, her surroundings transformed into another place, giving her a strange feeling. A moment later, she looked around and suddenly pondered. I'm back. It was a hallucination, but it was too real to be a hallucination. Remembering those people, she thought to herself, no, what I just saw must be real. I don't know where I was transported to, but it definitely wasn't anywhere in Jalajan. This continent doesn't have a race with gray hair and eyes. Sienna was lost in thought when the giant white lion from before reappeared. It looked at her and roared. She paid it no mind, thinking to herself, I should go back now. If I'm away from the annex for too long, everyone will start looking for me. She touched the blue rock and thought, this rock would be amazing if a necklace were made from it, so I could wear it. Suddenly, something made her eyes widen in surprise. The rock she had just been looking at was emitting a brilliant light. Her eyes suddenly closed, and her body fell backward helplessly. Time passed. After waking up, Sienna sat blankly, looking around and thinking, the cave is gone. Touching her neck, she thought in surprise, a necklace. It's a deeper blue than Dominic's bracelet, but how? No, I'll think about it later. She quickly tucked the pendant inside her shirt. Several hours later, Sienna returned to her home. A voice called out, Lady Sienna. It was Sikhan. She ran over anxiously and asked, what happened? Where were you all night? Sienna stammered, thinking up an excuse to lie to her. I went for a walk. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk. Sikhan looked at her with worried eyes. Oh my, you gave me quite a shock. Besides your sudden disappearance, there's been a commotion at the castle. Sienna asked, commotion? At the Saviors? Sikhan replied, it's related, more or less. They say the Eastern Transfer Gate has been opened. Both of them sat down on the sofa. Sienna inquired further. Saintess Savier opened it. Sikhan clutched her skirt and said, it's a possibility. Sienna looked at her questioningly. How do we know that? Sikhan explained, the longer the gate is open, the stronger the backlash. Lady Savier has become a topic of discussion because this time, the transfer gate's distance seems to have been so long that the barrier around Friendship Castle collapsed. Despite other opinions, Sienna curiously repeated, other opinions? Then she listened as Sikhan recounted. Such a powerful backlash is rare in history. Therefore, everyone is questioning whether Lady Savier had the ability to create such a transfer gate in the first place. After listening, Sieniana pondered with a pout. The people I saw didn't seem like they were from this continent. This could be called a long-distance transfer gate. She shook her head. Let's not jump to conclusions. A transfer gate is a tremendous power. Such powers always have corresponding dangers. I need to know more about them. I'll go to the library before dawn fully breaks. Without hesitation, she headed straight for the library. Sieniana, sneaking along, was constantly wary of her surroundings. After a while, she bumped into someone. Oh, seeing Dominic, Sieniana exclaimed in surprise. Your Highness. She quickly explained, I was just taking a walk. Dominic mused. A walk in the middle of the night through the back gate, I see. Sieniana asked, what about your Highness? Why are you using the back gate? He stated his reason. The front gate is blocked. Sieniana was startled. Blocked? Dominic explained. The front gate is where the barrier collapsed yesterday due to the opening and closing of the transfer gate. Sieniana, unsure what to say, gave a forced laugh. She thought to herself. I shouldn't answer impulsively. Dominic gently raised his hand to her cheek. There's a wound on your face. Sieniana was surprised to hear him say that. A wound. I must have gotten it while I was walking yesterday. Inwardly, she thought, this time, I'll be wise and feign ignorance. Dominic smiled. You must enjoy taking walks quite a bit. Sieniana readily replied. I suppose so. He gently cupped her face in his hands. At that moment, the bracelet he was wearing made a clicking sound. The stone on Dominic's bracelet suddenly glowed. Sieniana's pendant immediately reacted, looking at the glowing spot on her chest. Dominic's eyes widened in surprise. At that very moment, his bracelet snapped and fell to the ground. Dominic stared at his wrist in disbelief. What just? Suddenly, a voice announced, Your Highness, dawn is approaching. The knights are having a difficult time with a rather energetic guest. Dominic said sternly, I don't recall requesting this protection. Guan continued irritably. Protecting the treasure of this house from the hands of guests is always the top priority. Dominic retorted sarcastically. Has this treasure stated they desire protection? Guan was silenced, frowning at him. Then Guan went to take Sieniana's hand. Sieniana, come here. She was taken aback by his action. Oh, yes. They had only taken a few steps when Dominic also took her other hand. He looked at Guan with a challenging gaze. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. Sieniana, not understanding what was happening, stammered. Then I will. Guan angrily shouted. Sieniana. Dominic maintained his composure and said, Mississippi. Sieniana was caught between the two of them. She helplessly pleaded internally. Let me out of this fight. Oh God, please tell me what to do in this situation. Both men were getting annoyed, leading to an argument. Guan irritably raised his voice. Perhaps your Highness should let go of her hand. Dominic refused to back down. You should be the one to let go. Both of them gripped Sieniana's hands tightly, causing her to wince in pain. Unable to bear it any longer, she cried out, It hurts. Hearing her complaint, both men calmed down and focused on her. Sieniana sighed inwardly. Oh, even I know that was bad acting. Where's a hole for me to crawl into? Immediately afterward, Dominic released her hand. Guan did the same. Suddenly, Albec appeared. He was surprised to see him there and exclaimed, Prince Dominic. Dominic sighed and said seriously, Let's go. Then the two of them left, leaving only Guan and Sieniana. At this point, he curiously asked her, What happened? She explained, Nothing. His Highness seems to be a good person. He was just worried when he saw I was injured. He looked at Sieniana unhappily. You seem cheerful. Be careful around him. He's a cruel man. Think about how he treats the people of the defeated nations. She tilted her head innocently. But aren't you the same? You do similar things on the battlefield. Guan, as if struck by her words, I still allow some people to live, like women and children. Sieniana disagreed and said, The women and children of the defeated nations, if they don't die, are sold into slavery. Some are even used as ingredients for alchemy. Besides, he really does seem like a good person. Guan asked her in a low voice, And why are you taking the outsider's side? She timidly denied it. But I'm not. Dominic had overheard their conversation. His eyes were tinged with sadness as he thought to himself, Good? No one ever thinks of me that way. Born to an emperor and a nun, I was considered a candidate for the throne. Because I wasn't recognized as the emperor's legitimate son, I was given to an old knight and sent to the border. If I didn't kill, then I would be the one to die. That has been my fate since birth. That's the lesson I learned at a very young age, after being chased to the battlefield without any protection. I was once captured as a prisoner of war, and after they learned I had the emperor's blood, I was sold as an ingredient for alchemy. After seeing a mother sacrifice herself to become an alchemic ingredient in place of her child, only to be turned into a grotesque half-demon, I swore to never show mercy again. Because of it, I become notorious as a cruel murderer. But I've never sought others' understanding, because it's true that I've killed prisoners of war without asking what they wanted. And all that time, I've never regretted my actions. Suddenly, Albeck informed him, "A message from the palace has just arrived, Your Highness." Dominic, strangely calm, replied, "I suppose they want us to push the investigation." Albeck expressed his frustration. It's easy for those who want to criticize while sitting in their gilded mansions. We're the ones risking our lives out here, damn it. There's a mana source capable of creating a transfer gate somewhere around here. If House Friendship realizes the royal family has been secretly investigating this, they won't be happy. Dominic affirmed, "I'm sure they won't." Albeck continued, "If they discover our objective, they'll pretend not to know. Then I'm sure they'll secretly make a move targeting Xavier. Just like Your Highness, it's ultimately because Lady Xavier monopolizes the transfer gate that House Xavier was able to rebuild itself like this. Despite the prophecy, does Your Highness truly believe a transfer gate exists here? House Friendship would surely have found it if there was one. Moreover, having a mana source is one thing, but the transfer gate still needs a Saintess to activate. They'd still have to search for another Saintess. But for this entire century, Jalakian has only had one Saintess, hasn't it? There will be an uproar if the scale of the transfer gate, opened this time, becomes widely known. Dominic, listening to his words, agreed. Perhaps, but we can't be certain yet that Saintess Xavier was the one who opened this gate. Albeck immediately questioned, who else could it be? It would be utter chaos if a new Saintess capable of opening the gate appeared. The Crown Prince, the fourth prince, everyone would go mad trying to make the new Saintess their wife. Suddenly noticing Dominic's empty wrist, he was startled. Wait a minute, Your Highness, where's the mana stone? Dominic remained silent. Seeing this, Albeck lowered his voice. Currently, it's the only way for us to find the transfer gate since it's made from the same material that generates the mana for it. Dominic calmly announced. I lost it, causing Albeck to cry out in alarm. What? Meanwhile, Sienna was stealthily making her way back. She muttered to herself, the castle's security is incredible. I didn't know there were so many knights here. What should I do if I really did open the transfer gate? Please don't ever let anyone find out. She opened the library door to find Lancelot sitting at the table, reading. He looked at her gently and exclaimed, Sienna, what brings you here at this hour? Sienna replied, I found it a bit dull in the annex, so I wanted to read. What are you reading? He casually said, I'm researching transfer gates. She feigned interest. Oh, I'm curious about that too. Lancelot asked in surprise. You are? Sienna admitted to him. Yes, what just happened has made me think. I figured it's best to learn about it. He gently patted her head. How diligent. Inwardly, she thought guiltily, feeling a bit bad about this now. Without making her wait, Lancelot pulled out a chair for her to sit with him. He cheerfully said, let's sit and talk. Sienna smiled to herself, thinking, Lancelot, so kind. Lancelot quickly sat down and began. I presume you know that only a Saintess can open a transfer gate? She politely replied, yes. Lancelot added, however, a Saintess alone can't open a transfer gate. They also have to find and use another mana source. It acts like a sort of key. Sienna listened thoughtfully. So, if the transfer gate is like a house, the Saintess is like the homeowner and can only open it using a key, which is the mana source. After thinking it over, she asked, so the mana source is like a stone? Lancelot chuckled, well, you're not wrong, but that's the first time I've heard it described like that. Sienna glanced awkwardly in another direction. Then she asked, so, are transfer gates the only type of transportation magic? Lancelot replied, at least for now. That's why transfer gates are an almighty power, indispensable to anyone who possesses them. They're essential for trade and also very useful in war. Sienna sat dejectedly, muttering to herself, well, of course, because strategies would be useless if the enemy could pinpoint where they wanted to go. I don't need that kind of almighty power, the kind that always comes with an equal level of danger. No, no, even if I could open a gate, this time it could still be severe. If people with gray hair and eyes exist nearby, the gate I opened wouldn't have caused such a big reaction. A moment later, Sienna asked him, "Do you happen to know of any race with gray hair and eyes?" Lancelot replied without hesitation, "I do. Although, I've never seen them with my own eyes, as they're on another continent very, very far away." She cried out in her heart, "Why me?" After a while, Sienna recounted, "Much time has passed since the transfer gate incident, but grandfather and my two brothers and the others are still busy with meetings. Every day, everyone is meeting with each other. Severi still claims ignorance about the matter. But how can we believe them? Our side also has a firm policy. We must quickly build a stronghold." She thought proudly, "But the one responsible for this incident is me. Well, I can't reveal the truth, but I can do this for them. Cooking, of course." Inside the kitchen, Soren reported to Sienna, "Miss, the eels have been prepared." She replied with satisfaction, "All right, leave them there." Soren looked at her curiously. "What are you planning to make, Miss Sienna?" Sienna told her about her intention, that I'm making food that's good for fatigue. Then she muttered to herself, "And what's better for fatigue than eel?" Agon watched her intently as she cooked. "Miss is using ground ginger. I see. With soy sauce and honey as well. What an interesting combination." The chef beside him complimented her. "Miss's movements are smooth and precise. I'm sure any chef would hire you in an instant if they knew this." Agon added, "I think so too. Fast but accurate." Sienna blushed with pleasure at their words. "If you two have nothing else to do, could you help me?" He readily replied, "Of course, Mississippi. I just wanted to observe a little more closely." The head chef looked over and asked, "Is this ginseng?" Sienna exclaimed, "Yes, to be precise, it's red ginseng. Baron Mathis brought me a lot. I recalled reading a news report proving red ginseng's effectiveness against high blood pressure. So when I mentioned this to Baron Mathis, he gladly purchased some." The head chef inquired, "But if I remember correctly, ginseng is a medicinal herb. What do you plan to cook with it, Miss Sienna?" She cheerfully replied, "Well, I'll be using it as an ingredient, but not for the eel dish. It's for dessert." Sienna thought to herself, "Ginseng has a unique flavor and aroma, so it doesn't go well with unfamiliar dishes. I plan to make some red ginseng candy. It's something I'm quite confident in." She remembered the cafe I liked in front of the hospital where Mia was treated sold red ginseng candy. Back then, I was struggling with medical bills, so I couldn't afford something that expensive. Instead, I made it myself. Good quality and affordable. Lost in thought, Sienna unconsciously smiled. Then she affirmed to herself, "It attracts everyone's attention, especially among the older generation." After a while, the food was served. Sienna excitedly introduced the dish. "This is grilled eel rice." Since the rice is also soaked in the sauce, the rice and eel can be eaten separately, but it tastes better when eaten together. Someone asked, "Is this the appetizer?" Sienna gently replied, "No, this is the entire meal." The person asked in surprise, "This is all?" A mustached man frowned, skeptically thinking, "Miss Sienna made this meal for us. Although I've heard about Miss Sienna's change from other nobles, one's skills can improve overnight just because they've repented for their wrongdoings. Surely, she must have received help from Agon during Sir Francis's birthday party and other banquets." His gaze was fixed on the plate of eel rice on the dining table, his expression filled with hesitation, dumb. Seeing this, Sienna said, "Of course, I prefer the meals made for banquets, but eating like that regularly isn't very healthy." Meanwhile, the mustached man was still thinking, "But shouldn't a meal consist of at least 3 courses?" The others also looked at the eel rice with hesitation. Sienna's smile remained on her face as she thought, "Everyone looks quite surprised. I anticipated this, but I know the magic of words will encourage these people to eat." She enthusiastically introduced the dish. "The doctor calls eel medicine from the ocean. It's excellent for restoring energy, warding off old age, and it seems to be very beneficial for invigorating the kidneys." Hearing this, everyone's expression suddenly changed. "Invigorating the kidneys?" "Ah," someone exclaimed after taking the first bite, followed by praises. "The sweet flavor and the perilla leaves are so delicate. It goes so well with the rice. The texture is quite good, soft, but not mushy." Lancelot gave Sienna a proud look. The mustached man was still hesitant. He frowned at the glistening piece of eel and assessed it silently. "Humph, they're just flattering her because Sir Francis is present." Thinking this, he slowly put a piece into his mouth. The surprisingly delicious taste stunned him. gently placing the eel onto a spoonful of rice. He thought, she said it's even more delicious when eaten with rice. By the sun, the mustache man's taste buds truly exploded after trying this combination. Sienna added, it depends on personal preference, but I believe it'll be even more delicious with pickled ginger or seasoned sprout salad. The mustache man's face brightened. He said indeed, the sharp flavor of pickled ginger gives it a delightful zest. Sienna breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, I'm glad I chose to make ginger. But why do old men care so much about virility? I'm sure if it were for their wives, a kind word would be more effective than an aphrodisiac. She noticed her grandfather reaching for the pickled ginger. Sienna quickly stopped him. Grandfather, you can't. The guest suddenly fell silent, glancing at her in surprise. Sienna hurriedly explained, I just want grandfather to eat healthy foods made with good ingredients, so he can stay with me longer. She thought to herself, salty pickled vegetables are poison for someone with high blood pressure. That's why I made his dish less oily. Navirius looked disappointed and sighed, putting his spoon down. Seeing this, Virginia laughed. Oh my, even the great Navirius Francis can be swayed by his granddaughter. Navirius said sternly, don't talk nonsense. Knowing Navirius was embarrassed, Virginia continued, Miss Sienna, allow me to inform you of something. When this Mr. Francis is pleased, the wrinkles around his mouth. Navirius snapped silence. Just then, someone burst out laughing. I'm quite envious. My grandson only knows how to ask for an allowance. He's never done anything for his old man. The nobleman opposite him said, you think you have it bad? My grandson is the same. The other guest replied, I'm certain no grandfather is more pitiful than I. My grandson told me not to come, saying I reeked. Virginia felt immensely satisfied. She said, lately, I've heard Miss Sienna has been giving you quite a lot of special attention, Mr. Francis. Navirius took a breath. He began to recount. She comes to my place every day, insisting I take walks with her. Everyone gasped. Oh, he continued proudly. And she makes me juice every day, saying it's good for an old man's health. Someone exclaimed, oh, so envious. Another guest remarked, her eyes full of amusement. Virginia said, you must be very happy. Navirius retorted, happy? More like tired. Despite his complaint, his face couldn't hide his pride. After the meal ended, I gave grandfather the red ginseng candy I had prepared, while also warning him to control his portions. Then he let me participate in the meeting, so I stood behind him until late at night. Sienna wondered, is this acknowledgement? Meanwhile, Lancelot suddenly said, spring must be coming soon. It's not so cold anymore, so walks will be more pleasant. She hesitated. I don't think walks are necessary anymore. Lancelot looked puzzled. Why? Sienna replied shyly, I didn't know grandfather found them so tiring. I won't bother him any more from tomorrow. I'm sorry. Juan and Lancelot both looked at Navirius with confused expressions. Navirius hurriedly said, wait, He suddenly found it difficult to speak. After a pause, Navirius spoke quickly and turned away. In for a penny, in for a pound. We'll go again tomorrow. Suddenly, he turned back, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Better. Guan and Lancelot burst out laughing at the same time. Only Sienna seemed clueless about what was happening. Jaju Francip was furious. Unless a battle was underway, permission was required when opening a gate over a long distance or for a large number of people. However, this time, nothing was submitted, and a section of the Francip barrier even collapsed. Everyone believed Lord Savier, the only person in the empire capable of opening gates, was the culprit. Because of this, the Francip family directly confronted Savier and conveyed their refusal to discuss the harbor business Savier had been eyeing. Finally, Savier issued and sent a written statement to the palace, promising he wouldn't attack preemptively. Only then did peace return to Francip. Sienna was with her grandfather, Navirius. She spoke up. The Meteorological Bureau says it will start to get warmer next week. Navirius asked, is that so? She calmly replied, I guess the walks after that will be quite hot. He stated flatly, I don't think so. Sienna said, you might think differently when next week comes. He replied, I won't. She sighed inwardly, but that's not what I meant. Last week, Baron Mathis had returned with the examination results. Her grandfather didn't have any underlying illness as she had suspected. Instead, his health had improved. Perhaps because he had been controlling his diet and walking for an hour each day for a while. And it turned out her grandfather's leg problem was just a sprain, so walking was no longer an issue. However, he had started a habit of extending his hand towards her whenever they went into the garden. Seeing the outstretched hand, she was a bit perplexed. And what was even more baffling was that her two older brothers had started joining the walks. Lancelot asked, "Is it warm?" Guan followed up with, "Are you hot?" Lancelot casually said, "I'll prepare iced tea after the walk. You liked the tiramisu last time, right? I'll prepare that too." Guan, not to be outdone, said, "You also love those baked chocolate cookies." Piglet, Sienna glared, pouting, "I said I'm not a piglet." Guan asked, "So no snacks today then?" She hesitated, but seeing this, Guan continued to tease, "I'll have his servants bring cheesecake along with the tiramisu. We can't leave out Jeremy's raspberry jam either." She mumbled, "I'll eat." Guan teased her, "See, you're a piglet." Sienna grumbled, "I like myself this way." Guan laughed heartily high. Beside them, her grandfather and Lancelot were also filled with laughter. Sienna inwardly assessed, "His expression has become a bit softer. I can read his face now." Guan suddenly announced, "Ah, grandfather, there's a letter from Cedric asking what should be done with the remaining rebels." Navirius calmly replied, "What's there to ask? Make those able-bodied men contribute by sending them to the mines, while settling the elderly and the sick." Hearing this from her grandfather, Sienna couldn't help but shudder inwardly, though he's still as terrifying as ever. Back in the library, Sienna was focused on reading. Once a saintess reaches a certain rank, she can freely use gates. However, if the saintess isn't focused enough, the gate will recognize the saintess as someone who needs protection, and in some cases, it will open on its own to protect the saintess from danger. At this point, she closed the book. "I've already read this, so I should find another one." She reached out, continuing to think controlling gates sounds nice. Suddenly, an unexpected voice came from behind her. "You'll fall." Sienna startled and looked behind her. "Huh? Who?" Her words were cut short by a scream. "Ah." Seeing her fall backward, Dominic quickly reached out to catch her. Seeing him, Sienna couldn't help but stare in surprise. Sienna whispered, Thank you, Your Highness." She then asked him, "What brings you to the library?" He calmly replied, "To say goodbye." She looked bewildered. "Goodbye?" He answered while still holding her, "Yes, in 3 days, I will return to the royal palace." Sienna was puzzled. "Weren't you planning to stay longer?" He calmly replied, "It seems there isn't much profit to be gained by staying here any longer." She wondered silently. "Profit?" He carefully set Sienna down on the long sofa. She gratefully said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Dominic remarked indifferently, "You are very generous with your apologies and thanks, Miss Sienna." She looked at him innocently and replied, "Yes, I'm not sure either." He quickly responded, "You are excessively so." He placed a hand on her head and advised, "Keep those things to yourself and don't speak them aloud, or others will become aware of your naivety." He looked at her, his eyes filled with a hint of worry that a naive person with power will be torn to shreds. She was still confused. "Power?" Dominic immediately said, "The transfer gate." "Unexpected." Sienna asked, "How did you know?" He explained, "The mana I possess comes from the key of the former saintess." Sienna thought to herself, "It was attracted to the new mana within me and absorbed." He said, "Hide it for as long as possible." "It's for your own safety, Miss Sienna." She cautiously asked again, "Why are you telling me this?" He answered frankly, "Because you kept my secret." Sienna pondered, "He's referring to me not telling grandfather about the spy." Thinking so, she unconsciously smiled and said, "Just as I thought, you are a good person." Dominic looked at her in surprise. Strange. You're the only one who believes I'm a good person, Miss Sienna." She stared into space for a moment, lost in thought. She said, "The way I see Your Highness? You're just like a cactus." Dominic looked slightly doubtful. "Are you referring to that hideous plant covered in thorns with nothing but a stem?" Sienna suddenly laughed. "That's just its outer appearance. It actually has beautiful flowers. And it's only prickly to protect what's inside." Dominic paused, his gaze softening as he looked at her. 3 days later, Sienna's voice echoed in the room. "This should be enough to cover the travel expenses." She diligently wrote, carefully calculating, "I've written out a plan to leave here, because Lady Virginia gifted me an entire building. So there's no need to use personal funds as capital anymore. My plan might progress faster than anticipated." Saikon quietly approached her side, informing her, "Miss Sienna, I presume you will be seeing the prince off this afternoon." Siniana replied. Yes, ah. Saikon's face flushed crimson, seemingly dazed. Seeing this, Siniana worried. Saikon, are you all right? Saikon sighed, answering with difficulty. Yes, I just have a slight fever. Siniana said, but let me look after you. Saikon quickly interrupted. No, Miss Siniana, what if you collapse because of me? She gently reassured her. Don't worry. It's just a common cold. I'll retire early today. Siniana asked with concern. Is your room heated? Saikon smiled in response. Of course, it is. Siniana looked at Saikon with a touch of reluctance. All right, then go and rest. She thought, I'm so worried about Saikon. She doesn't have any relatives, so there's no one to take care of her if she gets sick. As if understanding her thoughts, Saikon gently squeezed her hand and reminded her, you should keep warm too, Miss Siniana. It's easy to get sick if you're not careful when the seasons change. Siniana nodded. Yes, I'll be careful. Seeing this, Saikon looked at her affectionately. The afternoon sun was shining brightly, and Siniana's whole family was gathered in the castle courtyard. She stepped forward and said, I wish your highness a safe journey. Dominic said cheerfully, we'll meet again at the royal palace next time. Siniana politely replied, yes, if there's a chance. Lancelot and Juan stepped up beside her at the same time. We'll be there too, they said, both radiating a palpable air of possessiveness that we won't be missing out. Dominic suddenly extended his hand. Siniana hesitated slightly, thinking he wants to shake hands. Thinking this, she cautiously touched his fingertips. Dominic quickly grasped her hand and pulled her closer. Dominic's gaze was filled with an indescribable emotion. As she stared in bewilderment, unsure of what was happening, he gently lifted her hand. His lips slowly touched the back of her hand. A smile bloomed on his handsome face. He said, I will miss you. Siniana was flustered by the situation. After Dominic left, Juan angrily spoke up. I don't like him one bit. Siniana looked at him blankly. Your Highness? Juan crossed his arms, looking annoyed. Didn't you see him flirting with you today? Huh? Lancelot spoke up. What do you mean by again? Juan grumbled. I saw them once before at dawn, sneaking around by the back gate. Siniana glanced at Juan, thinking it's true. But why does he make it sound like that? Navirius and Lancelot both froze for a moment. Lancelot gave a cold smile. Dawn. Sneaking around. Siniana quickly explained, it really was just a coincidence that it was dawn, and we were at the back gate because the front gate was blocked. Juan looked at her. Then why did that prince touch your cheek? Lancelot asked, sounding angry. Cheek? Navirius echoed. Did you say cheek? She lowered her head. There was a scratch on my cheek, so he was just looking at it. One was displeased that is he crazy? How can he look at another man's sister's cheek? Lancelot said coldly. He must be out of his mind. His hand suddenly touched her cheek. Siniana, those flirting men are cunning. It only takes a moment to move from the cheek to the lips. Siniana asked innocently, really? What about Yuan and grandfather? Her question rendered the three speechless. One spoke up. That's not important right now. Siniana said, even if Prince Dominic was flirting, isn't that good for the Francis family? One looked confused. What do you mean? She replied, your goal from the beginning was for me to marry the prince. Lancelot and Juan's gazes suddenly shifted to Navirius, who quickly turned away. Now that I think about it, it does seem a bit early for marriage. Juan said fiercely, if any guy touches your cheek in the future, just kick him away, understand? Lancelot added, depending on the situation, punching is also acceptable. Siniana broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, oh my God, it sounds like I'll be dead meat if I touch any man's cheek in this house. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out. Is there something amiss with today's harmonious atmosphere? Siniana immediately recognized the voice. It was General Cedric. Lord Navirius asked sternly, what about the prisoners from the rebel faction? Cedric bowed respectfully and replied, they don't seem to have any plans in the near future, sir. They will be transferred to the resettlement area and provided with support for their families and elderly parents. Lord Navirius inquired, has the resettlement been completed? Cedric quickly responded, I am personally supervising it, sir. Siniana hurried away, worrying, I have to go back and take care of Saikon. I'll bring medicine, health supplements, and clothes. As she thought this, she suddenly looked down in surprise. Her pendant suddenly began to emit a dazzling, warm light that gently enveloped her. Siniana felt a sense of familiarity similar to the last time. The power of the stone in the pendant was transporting her to an unknown location. As she walked aimlessly, Siniana thought, where am I? Surrounded by darkness, Siniana continued walking, wondering. The portal swallowed me. Why did it activate on its own? She panted, having walked continuously without finding a way out. Sienna's steps began to falter, her legs trembling. I don't think I can walk any further. After a while longer, she spotted a light. What is that light? Suddenly, a pair of hands grasped hers from behind, and a voice said, "Not that way." She turned around abruptly as the voice continued, "This way." Meanwhile, back in the Francis castle, a voice echoed, "Where is she?" The three Francis men were discussing Sienna's whereabouts. Lancelot stroked his chin, guessing the kitchen. She usually spend a lot of time there. One agreed. Probably. Having said that, one chuckled that she'll be surprised. Piglet, I personally went to the North Ward to buy that dessert all the young ladies are raving about. He looked at the dessert, thinking, I want to see her face when she excitedly digs in. One imagine the scene where he'd ask, how does it taste? I personally bought it, and she with wide, delighted eyes would reply, it's amazing. Lancelot interrupted Juan's daydream that I'll go get her. I prepared her tea, so I'm quite excited today. Hearing this, Juan exclaimed, oh, I'll go too. The two headed towards the kitchen to find Sienna. Juan suggested, can't we bring Sienna back to the castle? Living in the annex might remind her of Floretta. He considered, if she's in the kitchen, we can just move her to the castle. I'm sure father won't object. Lancelot suddenly interjected, no, I don't think that's the only reason. He speculated, it's probably her last line of defense. Juan, confused, repeated defense. Lancelot clarified, emotional defense. One side as he opened the door to, why is it so complicated? When the door opened, both men were astonished. The kitchen was empty. One of them exclaimed, she's not here. The other replied, then where is she? The two looked at each other in bewilderment, unsure of where Sienna had gone. Then, the two hurried to her bedroom. She wasn't there either. The child couldn't have gone out, could she? The guards didn't say anything. One anxiously asked the servant, where's Sienna? The servant honestly replied, Miss hasn't returned after seeing the prince off. Your Highness. Hearing that, Juan pondered. It's been a few hours since she went to see the prince off, but she said she would return to the annex. I'm starting to have a bad feeling. Suddenly, he turned to Lancelot, who was bending down to pick up a piece of paper under the bed, and asked, what are you doing? After reading the piece of paper, Lancelot concluded, these papers detail a plan for leaving the castle. Juan wandered upland. Following that, Juan rushed to open the door to Navirius' study and shouted, Sir. Navirius was standing, looking at the scenery outside the window. Hearing this, he replied, what is it? He immediately turned around when he heard Juan's announcement, Sienna has left. Back with Sienna, she looked at the person before her in disbelief. How can this be? How is this possible? The person I've missed so much, to the point that my heart felt torn apart every night. Mia looked at her and smiled gently. My child, and the only person who called her my child. Regardless of her age, Sienna unconsciously stepped towards that person and said, you? Her heart thought, I was so afraid that if I left this place, I wouldn't be able to see her again. My feet wouldn't leave the ground. Mia then spoke, let's go. Sienna lowered her head hesitantly. But, Mia gently patted her head and said, you have to go before it's too late, before the transfer gate swallows you forever to protect you. Hearing that, Sienna asked, so we're inside the gate now. Mia raised her hand and waved as she replied, yes. After that wave, countless sparks radiated around the two of them. Looking at the scene before her, Mia took her hand and walked as she spoke. These are the flowers you like, right? Sienna was surprised. I said that a long time ago. You still remember? Mia gently replied, of course, and I also know you said that while looking at the begonias in the orphanage's flower garden. And I know you love flowers, but never bought a single bouquet while you were alive, because you had to struggle to survive. I know you survived 5 years with the same old coat. Know you hid in the sewers for 2 days to avoid debt collectors, and also know you ended up having to endure aging as you grew up. And I know you hid it all because you didn't want me to worry. I know what a sweet and affectionate child you are. So I'm sure there are many people in this world who will love you more than I do. Hearing Mia say such nice things about her made Sienna shyly retort, no, I'm a bad person. No, please don't go. But Mia gently advised, my child, go. Sienna stubbornly asked again, can't I stay with you? Seeing her like that, Mia hugged her. Mia hugged and gently patted her, announcing, you have to hurry, your family is waiting. Unable to bear it anymore, Sienna sobbed. But you are my family. Mia still gently soothed her. Of course, I'm also Senna's family. But now you have a new family. Sienna didn't think so. She sniffled and argued. No, I don't. Mia didn't believe it. Really? Recalling the old image, Sienna whispered, they really don't like me. Hearing that, Mia changed her question. What about you, Senna? Do you not like them either? Hearing that, Sienna quickly replied, no, but suddenly, Mia cupped Senna's cheek and said, Senna, I can't stay here with you any longer. Mia looked at her with concern and advised, to live for yourself, you have to learn to open your heart to others. You'll never truly know someone's sincere feelings if you keep locking yourself away to avoid getting hurt. With that, Mia pushed Senna away. Senna gasped, miss. Pushed backward, Senna stared at Mia, her eyes brimming with tears. Suddenly worried, Mia warned, be careful, the traitor. Before Mia could finish, in a blink, Senna was back in reality. She quickly looked around and analyzed, this place a grassy field I've never seen before. Based on the grass, growing everywhere despite it being winter. Could this be somewhere near the southern barrier of the Francis estate? The secret passage is nearby, so I'll look for it. Suddenly, she hugged herself, remembering that really was Miss Mia. I think I can still feel her warmth. A rustling sound startled Senna. Footsteps, another spy. The rustling continued, causing her to squeeze her eyes shut, cower, and pray. Don't come here. Noticing the footsteps stop, Senna opened her eyes in surprise. Standing before her wasn't a spy, but Nefarious. Senna hesitantly called out, Grandpa. Then, she lowered her head sadly. What should I do? If more time passes than I thought, they'll think I ran away. Suddenly, Nefarious said, get on my back. Seeing him bend down and offer his back, she stammered, that's strange, but Nefarious didn't ask anything, just said, let's go home, back to our home. A moment later, Senna was on Nefarious's back. She asked with concern, I'm not too heavy, am I? He replied, no. Senna worriedly said, but Grandpa, your age? Before she could finish, Nefarious spoke, I'm not so old that I can't carry my granddaughter. Hearing that, Senna changed the subject. How did you know I was there? Nefarious gently explained, you weren't on the list of those who entered and left, and you weren't in the flower garden, so I guess you used the secret passage. After hearing his answer, Senna fell into thought. Although it was probably a coincidence that I was transferred there, somehow, I feel it was Miss Mia's thoughtfulness. After returning to the mansion, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by a loud voice that startled Senna. Senna. Lancelot burst through the door and yelled, do you know how dangerous it is around here? Seeing him angry for the first time startled her. Lancelot! Lancelot continued to shout. Bandits could appear anywhere at any time. Juan, seeing his anger, tried to calm him down. Enough, I'm sure she understands. Juan placed a hand on his shoulder, tried to soothe him, but Lancelot yelled, get off. Seeing him lose his composure, Juan continued to Chingal, she's back safe, it's all right. Don't scare her. Senna finally spoke. You were worried about me? Juan replied, of course. The two stared at her intently. Juan said, because the Francis family's dignity would be damaged if you ran away. Lancelot had regained his composure. He recounted, we sent out an investigation and requested cooperation from the neighboring provinces. Juan added, we also planned to involve the royal family if we couldn't find you in the North Ward. Hearing what they had done for her, Senna, touched, she remembered Mia's words from earlier. You'll never know how others truly feel if you keep your heart locked up to avoid getting hurt. Senna realized, could that be true? Do they have genuine feelings that I don't know about? She suddenly asked, so, everyone doesn't hate me? Her words startled Nefarious. Not only him, but the other two also widened their eyes in surprise. Juan slowly spoke. You said, but Nefarious suddenly interrupted. Senna, hearing him call her name, she quickly replied, yes? Nefarious decided, move into the castle. Hearing this, she was surprised. Seeing Senna on the verge of tears, he continued, move into the castle and stay with us. Senna, touched, nodded repeatedly and replied, yes. Seeing that everything was settled, Juan came forward and pinched her chubby cheeks. Don't scare us like that again. You hear? Or I'll call you Pig for the rest of your life. Suddenly, Lancelot pushed Juan away. He sat down and gently said, let today be the last time you consider running away. After that, the two stared at her. The answer was, Senna, both crying and laughing, replied yes. The next day, at the Francis castle, A conversation echoed. We have withdrawn the cooperation request for the search, and we have also canceled the emergency alert nights. The four of them were having breakfast. Cheerfully, Lancelot asked with a smile, "Did you sleep well?" Senna replied, "Yes." Suddenly, he took out a piece of paper jokingly. "By the way, I noticed your travel expense calculations weren't quite accurate." Seeing the familiar paper, she thought to herself, "I thought I hid it well." One snatched the paper and said, "Don't teach her that stuff. What if she actually runs away this time?" As he spoke, he crumpled the paper. Hearing this, Lancelot asked, "Oh, what would you do?" Senna shook her head and said, "I've decided not to go anymore." In her mind, she continued, "Because I know there's nothing left here for me to run away from." One suddenly said, "Those 3 days we spent looking for you were the worst." Senna, listening with surprise, "Wait, 3 days?" Then, she said, "I bet Soren was worried sick." But he replied, "Soren is on leave." Senna was surprised. "On leave?" Lancelot explained, "Her fever hasn't broken yet. As a result, she probably hasn't heard about what happened with you." Senna asked worriedly, "Where is she now? Is it serious?" "Maybe I should." But Lancelot interrupted her. "She's in the castle infirmary, and it's not life-threatening. If you go, it will make the nurses and patients uncomfortable." One, while cutting meat, exclaimed. Then he handed the plate of cut meat to Senna and recounted, "When we searched the public hospital, it was packed. It's unavoidable with the change of seasons. I'm so jealous. Maybe you should get sick too, so you can rest." Navarius, seeing one teasing her, threatened, "Do you want me to make that happen? So you can't work for the rest of your life?" Quan firfelidi plaiv. "No, sir." Navarius cleared his throat and instructed, "Don't waste time on useless things and focus on your work. I'm sure plenty of people have started harboring foolish ideas while we were busy searching." One replied, "Yes, sir." Senna suddenly thought, "I remember Miss Mia saying, 'Be careful of the traitor before I return.' She clearly said traitor. That means there's a traitor in the house." Francis, "My first thought was a spy, but from the beginning, the spy wasn't loyal, so it's hard to call them a traitor. Therefore, there's no doubt the traitor is someone on the inside." Seeing Senna's silence, Lancelot spoke, "What's our little sister thinking so intently about?" Startled, she replied, "Nothing." Then Senna continued to ponder, "I don't have any proof yet, so I can't bring it up. From now on, I should keep an eye on anyone suspicious for the next few days." Suddenly, Lancelot's voice rang out. "Senna, regarding the furniture for your new room, do you want to choose it yourself?" Senna asked curiously, "Is that all right?" He replied, "Of course. We can buy other things if you need them. Looking at your wardrobe, I see you don't have many clothes or shoes." Senna considered while eating, to do those things I need a little time to prepare. My personal assets are less than both of yours, so I plan to sell that building." She chewed her food while thinking, "My clothes have started to feel tight because I've gained a little weight recently. Dresses are so expensive. Just looking at the price tags makes my eyes want to pop out, especially if I want to buy shoes and furniture." Suddenly, one spoke up, "Why is that what you're worried about?" She looked up and asked, He glanced at Lancelot and said, "Whoever brings it up buys it. It's the truth." Senna disagreed, retorting, "But it will be very expensive." Seeing her naivety, one lectured her while Lancelot stared at him, "Now's the time to milk them for money. What are you being shy for?" Hearing this, Lancelot decided, "All right, Senna, today I'll be your victim." Senna's eyes widened, her face filled with surprise. Looking at the displayed items around her, she thought, "Everywhere I look, there are luxurious and beautiful jewels." In one's hand was a red bow with a gemstone in the center. He asked his sister, "What do you think of this?" After seeing the bow, Senna exclaimed, "It's beautiful." Lancelot pointed to another item and said, "I think this suits our little sister better." What he pointed at was a sparkling necklace. Upon seeing it, Senna gasped, "It's so pretty." Then she looked at another item. One followed her gaze and then suddenly teased, "Just like you." Senna retorted angrily, "No way." Lancelot's eyes widened, a delighted smile spreading across his face as he echoed one. "Wait, you're right. Not to mention, you're also like a kitten." He gently patted his sister's head and praised, "That means you're adorable." Senna gave her brother an exasperated look. Honestly, Lancelot looked at a cat-shaped brooch and asked Senna's opinion. "Do you want this brooch?" Senna still felt hesitant, "But it's so expensive." Lancelot, unconcerned with the price, simply smiled and requested of the salesperson, "Wrap this up." The salesperson confirmed, "Yes, sir, just this brooch?" Lancelot replied, "No, I want everything we just looked at." Senna's eyes widened, and she hurriedly said no. One immediately teased her You clearly like it, don't be shy. Senna still tried to persuade him. One is enough. One said coldly, fine. He pointed at the jewelry in the display case one by one and told the salesperson, everything from here to there. Senna thought angrily, are they crazy? Back at Francis' castle, Senna ate while thinking helplessly. We went to the cafe after shopping, but I was totally tricked. I couldn't refuse because whenever I said no, because it was too expensive, Gon would buy everything. Just then, Lancelot reached out and wiped away the crumbs on her face. You have something on your face. The girls sitting behind them blushed, covering their mouths, and exclaiming, oh my. Senna reminded him awkwardly, people are looking. Lancelot closed his eyes and smiled arrogantly. It's just because we're beautiful. Senna puffed out her cheeks and pouted, looking to the side. Watching two girls chatting and laughing at the next table, she thought they're so pretty. It's nice to see young girls laughing and having fun. Lancelot wondered aloud, come to think of it, you've never brought a friend to the castle. Senna explained, because I don't have any friends. He said, but there was that young lady you used to hang out with at parties. I think her name was Rebecca. Lancelot looked genuinely surprised. Are you referring to Lady Priscilla? Senna lowered her head and explained, it was just to score points with my brothers. An incredulous voice rang out. Senna continued, her father told her to. But I'm okay without friends. After hearing her, Lancelot looked at Senna with a puzzled expression. Why? Senna replied happily, because I have a close friend to keep me company. As she finished speaking, the image of a girl with a bright smile and blonde hair, Sichan, flashed through her mind. Lancelot turned away, bringing a hand to his mouth and feigning a cough. Well, I suppose you don't need to make any more friends then. Lancelot also smiled and said, well, as long as you're happy. After seeing his smile, Senna was quite surprised. I thought Lancelot would react differently. That's surprising. I wonder if Sichan has fully recovered. Looking at the exquisite pastries on the table, Senna said, I want to buy some for Sichan too. This time, however, Lancelot disagreed. You can't visit her for a while. Senna was puzzled. Why? Because she's sick. Lancelot ate a pastry while relaying the news he'd heard. That it's probably due to a weak immune system, but I heard she also has a skin infection. If you go and catch it from her, Sichan will be even sadder. Lancelot added, it's better to let the useless ones get infected instead. Senna asked why. He replied, some people have been taking advantage of the opportunity created by the search efforts to acquire unsavory things. Senna asked curiously, like what? Lancelot licked his fingers and explained trivial things, but using the money given for medicine or using the confusion to change the records of the knights on night duty so they can collect their wages. Senna's eyes widened. Traitors. She turned and asked, what about you, Lancelot? Anything going on around you? Lancelot replied, there are always those who like to cause trouble on my side, so nothing noteworthy. He smiled and continued, while I was away, they tried to bribe the mine manager and split the profits amongst themselves. They're the type who definitely see turmoil as an opportunity. Senna lowered her head, recalling the information she had just gathered. Traitors, the mine, Sichan's illness. She pursed her lips, seeing turmoil as an opportunity. Could it be? A few days later, outside, a mysterious man was moving somewhere. He placed a yellow stone on the table. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed from the stone. What's the situation? The mysterious man knelt as a very familiar voice replied, everything is ready. The voice within the stone immediately warned, I will not tolerate a second failure. The man thought to himself, I've already failed once. If things go wrong again, their sword will be pointed at me, not Francis. But if I succeed, with that thought, he confidently replied, of course. The voice echoed again. You're certain no Francis has caught wind of this? The man smiled. They trust me completely. However, the voice remained unconvinced. Don't let that lower your guard. That old man has a sharp eye. If you leak even a hint, he'll deal with you immediately. The man said smugly, by then, it'll be too late. Everything will be beyond their control. I'll have taken care of everything while they're still scrambling to react. He thought to himself, good, I've woven in the safety net. All I did was use that brat, who's recently become the subject of every Francis's attention and pampering. If that brat falls into danger again, like a few days ago, Navirius Francis won't be able to focus on anything else. Didn't I see it with my own eyes, how he lost his mind when Sienna Francis disappeared? He laughed confidently. Please, don't worry. The mysterious voice spoke one last time before vanishing. I'll await your good news. Farewell. Under the clear blue sky, the streets buzzed with noise. Someone asked in surprise, "Are you really giving me this?" Sienna replied, "Of course. There's plenty, so don't eat it all yourself. Share it with your neighbors, those who couldn't come." The person said, No, that should be done first before accepting the food." Nearby, a woman gently comforted the child in her arms. There, it doesn't hurt much. "Here you go, good boy." After administering the injection, she called out, "Next." Seeing the mysterious man approach, Sienna exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you're here?" Cedric asked, "Puzzle, miss. Why are you suddenly distributing food? And what's with the syringes?" Sienna replied, "Since a nutritious meal is necessary after an injection, I'm handing out sandwiches. And those syringes contain vaccines." Cedric exclaimed, seemingly anxious. "Please explain it more clearly." "Vaccines," Sienna asked darkly. "Shouldn't you know better than I? The one who instigated the disease here, in this Francis territory?" Her words barely finished. Cedric was seized and pinned to the ground. He let out a groan. Ugh. Sienna looked down at him coldly. "Traitor, I'm very disappointed in you, Sir Cedric." A loud voice suddenly called out, "Miss?" Sienna, utterly astonished, called back, "Sikhan." Sikhan smiled and asked her, "You've had a difficult time, haven't you, Miss Sienna?" Sienna turned to look behind her and asked, "How are you? Are you feeling better?" Sikhan replied, "A whole month has passed, and I'm completely healthy now." Hearing this, Sienna said joyfully, "I'm so glad." Suddenly, another voice interrupted their conversation. "Keep the greetings brief." Lancelot reminded Sienna, "Grandfather is waiting." He continued, "The illness has been identified, so to control it, my family hasn't had a moment's rest. I'm in charge of procuring the vaccine supply, the provincial director of quarantine enforcement, and Grandfather handled the port issues so it wouldn't fall into Xavier's hands. He also oversaw the interrogation and torture of Cedric. I had to take charge of the poor people. I chopped carrots and sautéed spinach until my wrists felt like they were going to fall off. But everything has its rewards. My skills have improved a lot." In a room somewhere, Sienna looked at Quan and Lancelot and asked worriedly, "Are you two okay?" Quan tiredly replied, "No, I'm about to die." Lancelot smiled reassuringly at his sister. "Don't worry, we're both better now." He looked at Sienna with great expectation. "Why don't you run over and hold my hand?" Sienna's eyes widened, and she stammered, "Huh? I won't run over." Suddenly, Lancelot reached out and grabbed Sienna's wrist. He pulled his sister closer and smiled. "Then I'll just hold your hand." Quan silently stared at their hands. Then his eyes widened in surprise. Quan angrily questioned Sienna, "Why are you leaving me out?" A cold voice echoed, reminding the three of them, "Enough of these antics." Navirius praised his granddaughter. "Your contributions this time were considerable, Sienna." Sienna replied, "But grandfather, you were the one who made Cedric confess." She thought to herself, "If it weren't for Mia's words, 'Beware the traitor,' there would have been no clue for me to realize." Mia had once told Sienna, "You have to leave before it's too late, before the portal swallows you forever to protect you." In other words, that day, something was dangerous enough for the portal to confine her for her own protection. Cedric was the last person she saw before the portal took her, and he was coming out of the annex. She had gone to an old woman and her father, demanding, "Confess what you know about Cedric's actions." The old woman said fearfully, "The truth is, after Sir Cedric confirmed my daughter's illness, he proposed a deal. She had summoned an old woman whom Cedric, unlike the other prisoners of war, had allowed to live in the central province. The old woman revealed, in return for my family being allowed to live in the central district, he only asked for a set of my sick daughter's clothes. Of course, the reason he allowed the girl to live in the central district was undoubtedly to spread the disease faster. That way, their house would be even more distracted by the epidemic. She coldly asked Cedric, "You were following Xavier's orders." Cedric didn't answer immediately, but asked in return, "Why would you guess Xavier would do something like this?" Sienna stated a location, the port. He must want to seize the port to monopolize trade. Upon hearing this, Cedric's eyes widened in fear. Sienna recalled, "Grandfather asked me how I wanted to be rewarded for this. I received a music box. I love its gentle and graceful sound." Navirius, still concerned, asked her again, "Is that really enough?" Quan spoke up, "Speaking of which, you don't have to say it. Just fill her hands." Navirius thought for a moment, and then told Sienna, "Then I'll reward you with a total of 6 properties." A music box along with 6 buildings. A few days later, a brown-haired man spread his arms and declared that was Xavier's intention. Quan immediately recognized his intent. You mean he'll suddenly freeze the supply of thunderstones without warning? Another angry voice rang out. If you bury the recent issue and give us the port, then we'll continue negotiations. And what will you do if we also freeze the supply of stones and thermal rocks? As soon as he finished speaking, someone else chimed in. I'm certain it'll hurt our backbone. The brown-haired man laughed loudly. But how can they be more important than thunderstones? We can control it until negotiations open somewhere. Someone else mentioned, Xavier has declared to the royal family that while monopolizing thunderstones, they will still circulate them without harming the Empire's order. The brown-haired man stroked his chin and said, we simply have no other choice when you put us in this deadlock, so please make a wise judgment. A red stone was placed on the table. He added, so we will come again in a week. I look forward to a positive response. Meanwhile, in the Francis castle, a commotion arose. How can they suddenly freeze the supply? That's no different from telling us all to die. Those foolish idiots. How can they so confidently break their oath with the royal family? Perhaps they have someone to rely on. That's why they're acting like this. Perhaps, as you say, maybe Miss Xavier will marry the fourth prince, the Empress's son. Sienna, standing to the side, listened and wondered. Thunderstones are made by processing mana sources, right? The angry voice continued. You mean the royal family is just turning a blind eye to this to welcome Miss Xavier? Seeing the red stone lying on the table, Sienna thought, I've seen a place with a bunch of these. Although at that time, I didn't know they were mana sources. By now, everyone had left the meeting room. Sienna, holding her forehead, looked at the stone and asked, Grandfather, is this really the mana source of thunderstones? Navirius confirmed yes. She suddenly said, then, I think I can buy some of these. Navirius looked at Sienna in disbelief. What did you just say? Lancelot, too, stared in astonishment. What do you mean? Sienna ran off, leaving only a single sentence. I'll be right back. Now, she was standing in a very deserted place. Sienna wondered, there won't be anyone coming here, right? She closed her eyes, concentrating, trying to sense something. Her hand touched the necklace she was wearing, and she thought, now, think about the place I want to go. She frowned, her eyes tightly shut in deep concentration. A moment later, Sienna opened her eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar scenery before her, she felt extremely happy that it actually worked. This place has tons of thunderstone sources. So many thunderstones are scattered on the ground. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out, go. A boy with long white hair stared warily at Sienna. Tristan's eyes widened in surprise. Sienna picked up a handful of mana and approached, asking, I come from Glycin. Do you want to sell these mana sources to me? Seeing that he still didn't speak, Sienna tried to explain, if you can. Tristan let out a completely incomprehensible sound. Quit. Sienna muttered helplessly, oh no, talking isn't working. Suddenly, Tristan's eyes widened, staring at her in astonishment. Sienna also looked at him in surprise. She took out a white box and asked, are you looking at this? Seeing Tristan shake his head, she wondered suspiciously, does he mean he doesn't understand what I'm saying? She pressed the button on top of the music box. The music box immediately started, and a song began to play. Tristan blushed, covering his mouth with his hand, his eyes clearly showing surprise. Sienna, seeing this, felt awkward and wondered what she should do. She actually quite liked it. Hesitating for a few seconds, she closed her eyes and decided, oh, whatever. Then she said, I'll give it to you. Magnus narrowed his eyes in confusion and curiously asked, Your Highness, who did you coerce to get this from? Tristan pouted and retorted, no one. They gave it to me first. Magnus remained suspicious. Are you certain you didn't steal or destroy something of theirs like you usually do? Tristan said in an aggrieved voice, I said no. A goddess gave it to me. Magnus frowned and asked the goddess. After a few seconds of hesitation, he added, You're not referring to the goddess they said descended during the ritual, are you? He then excitedly recounted, It was a person with red eyes. She was very cute, with big round eyes, like a kitten, and her voice was as lovely as a thrak. But strangely, in return for the goddess's gift, I tried to give her a lion's pelt and a national treasure sword. But she refused them and instead asked for weeds. Magnus felt strange. Weeds? Why would a goddess want trash? No matter how much we pull them out, they keep growing, and if we leave them for too long, they become sharp. It's always been a topic of discussion in this country. Tristan said with a hint of anticipation, I wonder when she'll visit me again. Magnus replied, who knows? But if she does come next time, you must inform the temple. Tristan smiled, looking at the gift in his hand, muttering as if reminding himself, I'll pick as many weeds as possible to prepare. At this moment, in the Francis mansion, questioning voices continuously rang out. Why didn't you say anything? When were you able to open them? Sienna stammered. Not long ago, it's just, I felt something bad would happen if everyone knew. Immediately, everyone simultaneously emphasized each word. Something bad? She softly tried to explain, like having to move soldiers during war. I didn't want to be involved in the deaths of people, and besides, I didn't think it would be proof for the trouble when I planned to run away. I am sorry. Seeing the glistening tears in her eyes, Lancelot quickly reassured her, we're not scolding you. We're just bewildered. You're the only one who went on your own and met people who are said to live at the edge of the world. In history, no one has been able to open a gate to that place. Moreover, you even brought back a mana source for thunderstones. Navirius looked at what Tristan considered meaningless weeds and said in a low voice, this isn't just a simple mana source for thunderstones. Lancelot said in surprise, yes. He added, this is Akenstone, a treasure that caused 5 nations to war for a decade to seize it. He glanced at her and softly called, Sienna, come here. She quickly trotted over. Yes. He pinched his niece's cheek affectionately and praised, you did a great job this time. Then he suddenly laughed loudly. Goodness, I never thought I'd be so enamored with you. She thought to herself in a daze, I've never seen him this happy, either. The surrounding vassals clamored, how many thunderstones do you think this can make? All of the Francis territory could easily last a year with the amount in this box. Lancelot looked at the pile of thunderstones on the table, resting his chin in his hand thoughtfully. Perhaps we should reallocate the budget for purchasing thunderstones. Navirius agreed, yes, we should start right away. The vassals replied, yes, sir. Lancelot suddenly asked, should we reveal Sienna's ability? He immediately responded, all of Jelak Jian will be thrown into chaos if they know she's a saintess who can open a gate to such a distant land. He then looked at her and said softly, Sienna, do as you wish. Hearing this, she was puzzled. But if it's not revealed, won't House Francis see no benefit? Navirius praised her with satisfaction. I'm very pleased with how you've handled recent matters. Sienna hesitated, but he interrupted. If you decide to tell everyone, I will protect you with all my power. But if not, that's fine too, because you won't have to face any danger afterward. A week later, the brown-haired nobleman from House Savy finally returned. Now, Lord Francis, please give us your answer. He said quietly and seriously, Sienna, speak with him. She seemed to snap back to reality and replied, yes. She thought to herself, he wouldn't choose just anyone to represent him in negotiations. So far, only Lancelot, Lady Virginia, and 2 people from the royal castle have represented him. Grandfather knows better than anyone that I've never learned about these things. Seeing her youth, the nobleman quickly spoke up, applying pressure. He stepped forward and raised his voice, but, young lady, what could a young girl like you and I possibly discuss? Lord Francis, do you really intend to end our negotiations like this? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began whispering amongst themselves. Sienna faced him and said calmly, that's right. We don't care whether you work with us or not. He was taken aback. She replied, we're self-sufficient now. He asked again, what do you mean? Sienna didn't answer. She clenched her fist and a light suddenly burst forth. Then she said, go back and relay this message. That Lady Francis can also open a transfer gate. Then she proudly walked away, leaving the stunned crowd behind. After sending the Savy envoy away, we informed everyone that I was a saintess. What followed was a deluge of praise, declaring me the treasure of House Francis, saying this was the most groundbreaking news in 30 years, and so on. They rejoiced immensely. Now we've secured Akenstones. No need to negotiate with Savy anymore. We have so many Akenstones. At home, they started calling the land. I traveled to Elka. We found an old man who had been to Elka a decade prior, after wandering the ocean. With him as our interpreter and grandfather leading the way, we and others went to Elka to bargain. Now in Elka, the old man translated. They say this is the prophecy of a red-eyed goddess. You will descend to save this land. Because the people here know nothing of transfer gates, they believe the young lady is a goddess after her sudden appearance. Therefore, they say even if you're not a true goddess, you still possess mystical powers. So you will be revered as a saint here, Lady Sienna. And they're asking you to stay here forever and become their saintess. An Elka person spoke something unintelligible. Immediately, the nobles behind us became noisy that's absurd. Lady Siniana is our saintess. Suddenly, she gasped, thinking to herself, ah, it's that child. Siniana followed Nevarius's gaze. He softly asked, who is that? She replied, the child who gave me the Stones last time. He smiled as if understanding his granddaughter's heart. Go on. She stepped into the mansion. Her eyes widened, dazzled by the extreme luxury. Oh my, she thought, her mind screaming, gold and jewels everywhere. Tristan, clutching glittering gold and silver, ran towards her excitedly. Here, Siniana bashfully refused. Are you giving this to me? No, it's okay. Suddenly, a creaking door opened. Startled, she turned and waved her hands, explaining to Magnus, I don't want anything. He looked at her coldly and replied, I know. Seeing him speak so fluently, she blurted out in surprise, huh? Siniana asked cheerfully, oh, so what's this child's name? And yours too. His voice rose. His name is Tristan. Please call me Magnus. She trotted over to Tristan, pointed at herself, and said, Tristan, I'm Siniana. He, of course, blurted out something in another language that even her mother, risen from the grave, wouldn't understand. Then, the genius Tristan haltingly stammered, She, Nien. She tilted her head and smiled. All right, call me whatever you like, as long as you're comfortable. Suddenly, Tristan lunged forward and hugged her tightly, saying cheerfully, Zen. Looking at him nestled in her arms, she thought cuter than anything in the world. Immediately after, Tristan kept bringing one thing after another in front of her, calling Zen. Astonished, she asked, Are you giving these to me too? Magnus warned from the side, Please don't accept anything Tristan gives you. Siniana enjoyed herself there until dusk. She thought, Tristan is a smart child. He's haltingly forming sentences with just a few words I taught him. In a flower-filled garden, Tristan called her name affectionately Zen. She glanced at him. He said, Zen I like. Siniana immediately praised him. You're so smart. Then Tristan threw himself into her arms and hugged her tightly. She happily thought, it feels like having a little brother. Siniana spoke up. Has the deal been established? Nevarius's voice replied calmly. Yes, we've agreed on a trade for iron. Magnus, looking at the two of them, softly asked, What's your relationship? She replied, He's my grandfather. Magnus then translated for Tristan. The next second, Tristan shoved a pile of glittering things into Nevarius's hands. Here, for you, he said, leaving Nevarius dumbfounded. Then, with a smug air, he circled around and hugged Siniana's waist tightly. Leaning in close, he gently placed a kiss on her cheek, leaving her stunned and unable to move. In a domineering tone, he declared, Here, mine. After hearing those words, her grandfather, with great effort, pushed him away and said, That will never happen. I had to open the gate quickly, she thought. A few days later, at the mansion, Virginia's voice rang out, There's a festival tonight. If you're bored, we can go see it. Siniana exclaimed expectantly, A festival? Virginia happily recounted. They'll set off fireworks to pray for a bountiful harvest and the coming spring. Quan, as if remembering something, chimed in, Plenty of fools use it as an excuse to pick up women. It gets crowded at night, so watching it from the castle is fine too. Lancelot agreed, suggesting, You can see it more easily from the castle. Virginia sipped her tea. Tea reminds me, unmarried ladies usually stay home during the festival because of bad luck. Siniana tilted her head and asked, Bad luck? Virginia explained, They say if you see fireworks go off above your head outside, you'll get married late. Upon hearing this, her two older brothers suddenly changed their tune. Quan said on second thought, I think we'd get a better view if we saw them go off up close. Lancelot added, And participating in events on the shopping street has been proven to be a good experience. She watched her brothers flip-flop faster than a pancake, thinking, Didn't you just say it was easier to see from the mansion? You two are so quick to change your minds. Bright lights shone everywhere, and crowds of people poured into the streets, the festive atmosphere filling the entire street. The carriage slowly came to a stop. Siniana was about to get down when she suddenly hesitated. In front of her, Lancelot extended his hand and said, Let's go, Anna. Quan did the same. Take my hand. The two immediately started bickering. Quan asserted himself first. How do you think you can hold something heavier than a book? Let me do it. Lancelot, not to be outdone, retorted disdainfully, Says the one who couldn't beat me until he was 13. Their grandfather walked over, completely ignoring his arguing grandsons, and extended his hand. He looked affectionately at his granddaughter, Siniana. She stared blankly for a few seconds. Then she immediately smiled brightly and placed her hand in his. Soon, fireworks exploded continuously in the sky, their brilliant light stretching out, illuminating the silent night. A voice suddenly rang out, "A normal festival like this is great too. Since we were able to buy ice for free, we could make it better this time." Kwan looked up at the sky and said, "See, kid? Definitely see it, right? It's exploding right above your head." Her eyes sparkling, she exclaimed, "It's beautiful." Kwan, hearing this, softly asked, "What's beautiful?" Her voice filled with joy. She replied, "Nothing. I'm just happy." Navarius, hearing this, said, "How silly." Meanwhile, at the Savy mansion, voices argued, "Please amend this. The advantage in the negotiations has shifted to the Francis family. Furthermore, the imperial palace has strictly forbidden threatening the area by interfering with the mana source." Marquis Johann Savy retorted, "Did the Empress agree to turn a blind eye so that she could have the Saintess of Savy as her daughter-in-law someday?" But another nobleman spoke up, "You must admit the appearance of a new saintess at the Francis house. If her power surpasses even Lady Iron, the Empress will not hesitate to abandon us. Therefore, you must give up the harbor and beg for the mercy of the Francis family." In a fit of rage, Johann slammed the table, roaring in frustration, "Damn it." The next morning, a pleading voice echoed through the Francis mansion, "Lord of the house, please have mercy." In the study, Count Grisman and his aide knelt on the floor, pleading, "The Marquis is repenting for offending you." The aide chimed in, "Yes, that's right. That's why Count Grisman, the head of the Savy Elder Council, was sent as a special envoy." Lancelot watched, a smile that was 3 parts cold and 7 parts cruel gracing his lips. "If you care about returning with your lips intact, I suggest you refrain from further superfluous talk." They stammered, trying to defend themselves. "Lord Lancelot, we—" Suddenly, he frowned and roared, "Negotiations. Negotiations can only take place after Marquis Savy himself kneels before the Francis family crest, causing the 2 men to tremble violently." Kwan added in a cold voice, "These little lambs will be returned, so make sure there are no mistakes in escorting them." As soon as they left, the room fell silent. Kwan glanced at the girl beside him and asked with concern, "Were you shocked by the yell?" Sienna, though slightly frightened, only whispered a little. Suddenly, Kwan casually scooped her up in his arms like a baby and soothed, There, it's all right now," causing her to shriek. Kwan even bounced her playfully, saying smugly, "See? It wasn't that bad, was it?" Lancelot, seeing this, laughed loudly and added, "Yeah, our little sister is so brave." Sienna, in Kwan's arms, commanded, "You're never allowed to yell at me again." He confidently replied, "I won't." She looked unconvinced, starting to say, "But before every day." He looked at her indulgently, quickly cutting her off with a promise, "From now on, no." Elsewhere, Marquis Xavier said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Empress Grania put on a saccharine expression as she addressed him. "Lady Xavier is truly unfortunate. If her father weren't so stubborn, she would never have been caught up in such a scandal right before her impending marriage." Johann bowed his head obediently. "I have nothing to say, Your Majesty." She continued, "I simply want to roll out the red carpet before my son becomes a Snow White, untouched by the dust of the world." Marquis Xavier hastily promised, "It will certainly be so once we have this matter under control." Grania smiled at him. "Did you say under control?" "In my eyes, the Xavier flame seems about to be extinguished." His eyes widened, and he immediately felt alarm bells ringing in his head, thinking, could they really have the means to procure the mana source for the Thunderstones, and no small amount of ochre as well? Grania's expression immediately changed, and she roared, "This is why you should do everything in your power to secure a mana source for the transfer gate the moment the oracle is given." Marquis Xavier remained silent, only thinking to himself, 2 years ago, I sent serpent messengers to Francis as soon as I learned of the oracle, but they failed to acquire any information, so I plan to investigate further after tying the Francis house to the rebels and the plague." Grania glared menacingly. "If you weren't so stubborn and stiff-necked with your pride, things wouldn't have come to this. It's fortunate that Dominic didn't bring back the mana source. Otherwise, that lowly commoner would stand shoulder to shoulder with my son. We must avoid opposition from the Francis house as much as possible, even if it means you have to get on your knees and beg for mercy from that old Francis geezer himself." Johann obediently complied, "Yes, Your Majesty." A few days later, Marquis Xavier personally came and knelt, though I didn't see it myself as my family wasn't fond of the idea of me meeting the Marquis. Xavier retrieved Cedric. There's no way he would have survived otherwise. This news didn't affect the usual atmosphere in the slightest. Soren complimented his young mistress, "You look lovely. But why are you going out in such plain clothes, Lady Sienna?" She replied cheerfully, "I heard the raspberries are growing on the back mountain, so I thought I'd go and pick some." She strolled happily across the green grass, thinking to herself, "How long has it been since I haven't had to worry about money in the spring? Probably never, huh?" When she saw the lush bushes laden with glistening raspberries, she murmured, "There really are a lot of these raspberries." Sienna carefully picked one and tasted it. Immediately, her face lit up, the flavors exploding in her mouth, tart yet sweet. "I should make jam, shouldn't I? Since I also have avocados, guacamole would be good too." Suddenly, a commotion behind her caught her attention. She turned around, muttering, "What's that noise?" She saw several servants with Bacchus emerge from the bushes. She asked what's going on. The servants took turns explaining, well, we heard that Lady Sienna would be picking raspberries today. And this place has a lot of wild animals like snakes, so we were worried you might get hurt or fall on the mountain. Hearing this, Sienna turned to ask, "And what about you, Sir Bacchus?" He immediately clasped his hands, earnestly replying, "Please have mercy, Lady Sienna." The captain said if you were to get even a single scratch, it would be my fault. Please consider how worried I was when I heard you had gone up that thorny mountain. Sienna tilted her head in thought, and then she smiled and asked, "Would everyone like some raspberries?" The four of them replied in unison, "Yes, Lady Sienna." After tasting a few, one of them exclaimed, "They're so sweet." Sienna casually said, "Of course they are. They'll be even better when processed." Hearing her say that, the maid excitedly asked, "Do you mean wine?" "I heard that strawberries were used to make wine last time." Sienna nodded, "Yes, raspberry wine. Let me make a few bottles today." The maid said happily, "Really? We'd love to help." Bacchus asked in a low voice, "Can I have a taste if I help too?" Sienna hesitated slightly. I'll give you some." After picking the raspberries, the five of them returned to the castle. Sienna went to process the raspberry wine. When the wine was poured into a jar, Bacchus couldn't help but ask, "When will it be ready to drink?" Sienna thought for a moment and replied, "About 3 months." Bacchus said, a little disappointed, "It takes that long?" She explained, "Because it needs time to mature. On the other hand, it could be used immediately to make a cocktail." Having said that, she thought, "That reminds me, a drink like that needs a matching dish. Vodka goes well with pork, so I should make a pork dish. I can boil some pork and make a radish salad, so they can be eaten together like Boss Sam." As she thought, she worked, her hands moving at full speed. Bacchus, seeing this, couldn't help but praise, "Your hands are so fast, Lady Sienna." She casually replied, "Are they?" After a while, the pork salad platter was laid out. Sienna asked, "Shall we eat now?" Bacchus replied, "Oh, I can't wait." The feast had just begun when Juan walked in with a murderous look on his face. On the table, bottles and jars were scattered. Sienna's voice rang out, "Ha ha, that's like mine, brother," while she giggled like a goose. Bacchus's heart leaped to his throat. He hurriedly said, Lady Sienna hasn't drunk much, not even a glass." Juan said coldly, "Shut up." Then he walked to the table and called, "Kid, let's go." But Sienna was so drunk she didn't remember anything. Hugging the bottle, she replied, "No way." When he picked her up, she started making a fuss. "Hey, I don't want you monster, tyrant bear." Juan said helplessly, "You little..." As soon as they left the kitchen, they ran into Neverius and Lancelot. He asked what's going on. Juan politely replied she was drinking with the servants. Meanwhile, Sienna skipped towards Neverius and tattled, "Oh, Grandpa, Grandpa." She opened her sparkling eyes and said, "Grandpa, he's mean." Hearing this, Juan snapped, "What?" Then growled, "Come here." But she remained unafraid and said no. Neverius softly interjected, "Leave her be." Then he asked, "Shall we have some water?" Sienna smiled brightly and replied, "Yes." The next morning, Sienna, now sober, thought with embarrassment, "What do I do now? Did he carry me? I don't understand what happened yesterday at all." Thinking this, she hesitantly called out, "Elwan." He responded sarcastically, "Elwan? Not monster or tyrant." Sienna stammered, "Hey, about that, you must have misheard." One said in a low voice, "Be smart. Don't drink like that again." At that moment, Lancelot's voice chimed in, "A little is fine." He then handed Siniana a letter. She asked, "What's this?" Navirius replied, "A letter from the Empress for you." Siniana was dubious. "The Empress? Why?" "For me." Navirius chuckled. "She must have heard about you being the Saintess. The Empress and the Imperial Consort will be visiting the eastern region for the ceremony, and the Empress has requested your presence to accompany her. Although, you don't have to go if you don't want to." Siniana thought silently. The Empress is the head of the 11th Golden Seat, the daughter of Duke Calendula, and the highest-ranking woman in this land. If I offend her and become a target, I'll be under immense pressure. With that in mind, she said, "I'll go." One asked, "Are you sure? You don't know what the Empress will do to you." Siniana smiled and replied, "She'd be a fool to harm me while she's in the eastern region. I'm not afraid of someone like that." I sent a reply to the Imperial Palace immediately, and in return, they sent me a dress and a jeweled belt to wear. Then, a few days later, I went to the temple with Soren and an escort. When we arrived, the receptionist said, "You can only bring one servant and one guard with you. Please come this way." The three of them went inside, and a brown-haired lady immediately stood up and called, "Lady Siniana Francis, please sit here." Siniana glanced to the side and said, "It seems someone else arrived before me." The brown-haired lady replied, "It's all right, we're special." Meanwhile, a blonde-haired lady named Kristen was giving Siniana a displeased look, eyeing the blue-haired lady's jeweled belt. Siniana thought to herself, "Aha, if the one wearing the jeweled belt is second, no one dares claim to be first." Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. "Greetings, Your Highness." Following that, a group of 3 women entered. Siniana stared at the blonde-haired woman and thought, "The Imperial Consort has blonde hair. That's Imperial Consort Rowena." Lancelot said, "She's the youngest Imperial Consort, and the one who raised the crown prince in place of his deceased mother. She's the most powerful person after the Empress." Finishing her thought, she bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Your Highness. I am Siniana Francis." Rowena exclaimed in apparent surprise, "Oh my, you're adorable. Come, sit here so we can chat." "Oh dear, aren't there enough seats?" Rowena then called out, "Christine, could you give up your seat?" She responded with annoyance, "But Your Highness." Before she could finish, Siniana spoke, "I'm fine." But before the "but" could leave her lips, Rowena interjected, "There's no need for such modesty. Someone special deserves special treatment." Siniana's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of disappointment in her heart. So the Imperial Consort also knew she was the Saintess. Saint Xavier was on the Empress's side, so the Imperial Consort also wanted her on her side to aid in the fight for the throne. At that moment, a commotion arose. Looking in that direction, Rowena's eyes turned cold. The person approaching was Grania. Waiting for her to draw near, Rowena curtsied, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Grania ignored her and turned to address Siniana, "Lady Siniana Francis." Siniana replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Grania said warmly, "Thank you for accepting my invitation." Hearing this, Siniana humbly replied, "It's an honor to be invited, Your Majesty." Seeing Siniana's polite reaction, Grania finally addressed the Imperial Consort. My, look how eager you are, Rowena." She chuckled. "I took a liking to her the moment I saw her. You won't steal her away from me, will you, Your Majesty?" With that, Rowena took Siniana's hand. She continued, "I was just worried Your Majesty would have Lady Francis accompany you in place of Lady Xavier." Grania scoffed. "Your quick wit is certainly commendable, although I must tell you, it doesn't make me comfortable." Despite her words, Rowena showed no fear. "I simply meant that Your Majesty, the mother of all your subjects, is very wise." Listening to their gunpowder-laden conversation, Siniana thought to herself, "I never knew one could be so elegantly terrifying. I would have mistaken them for good people if I hadn't heard about them from Lancelot beforehand." After a while, all the ladies, including Siniana and Rowena, followed behind Grania. As they walked, Grania turned and asked, "So, how is life at the Francis household? I hear you haven't made your social debut yet. Don't you find it tedious?" Siniana shook her head slightly. "Not really, Your Majesty." Hearing this, Grania inquired, "Must be because you keep yourself busy with other things. By that I mean food." Siniana gave a puzzled, "Yes, Your Majesty." Grania said, "Seeing as you haven't made your debut at this age, I presume you're honing your skills at the academy." Hearing this, Sienna understood. The Four Directions Academy, directly under the royal family, is the fastest and most standard way to enter the royal kitchen. Regardless of noble or commoner, anyone who is a chef with that goal applies to the academy. However, when nobles and commoners are mixed, commoners naturally become inferior to nobles whenever power struggles arise because of it. One of the academy's requirements is that the students' identities not be revealed. Hence, nobles, who make the royal kitchen their goal, don't make their debut in society. Thinking this, she replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." At this point, Rowena chimed in, "Oh, how interesting. Perhaps this time, we can enjoy Lady Francis's cooking?" Sienna asked, "Isn't it strange for nobles to cook these days?" Rowena replied, "Of course not. In fact, it would be stranger if the royal chef wasn't a noble. That's why one must strive for perfection." The woman beside her added, "However, even if the current royal chef is a commoner, their skills." Before she could finish, Rowena interrupted, "Please, what important plays prioritizes skill alone? The royal kitchen's reputation has hit rock bottom. Casting pearls before swine, isn't it?" Immediately, voices echoed in agreement. "Her Highness speaks the truth." Truly wise words. Sienna thought, she's not talking about the royal chefs, she's alluding to the crown prince and fourth prince. As she thought this, Grania suddenly turned her head and called, "Rowena." Rowena, unafraid, smiled and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Grania asked, "Would you fetch me some water? I'm thirsty." Rowena frowned. "Of course, though Your Majesty's maids are just for show," Grania said without a hint of anger. "But of course, everything is sweeter from your hands." Sienna thought, what she's trying to say is, Imperial Consort Rowena is a rags-to-riches case, having caught the Emperor's eye as a servant, a wet nurse. Her position is quite high among the servants, but because she was just a servant and not a maid, the Empress is mocking her background. Rowena forced a smile. "I apologize, Your Majesty, but I'm feeling a little unwell." Hearing this, Grania feigned disappointment. "Is that so? What a pity." She gave a dark smile. "Go and get some proper rest then." Evening arrived quickly. In the room assigned to Sienna, Soren said, "You don't look well, Mississippi. I think you should rest now." Sienna, lying on the sofa with a tired expression, replied, "Because that place is simply a battlefield. Accompanying the Empress and Imperial Consort requires team-making skills, so I must learn." Soren chuckled. "Just sleep, I'll wake you." After a while, Soren woke Sienna and led her outside, then exclaimed, "Oh dear, look at me. I bought the tea leaves this evening, but I've gone and forgotten them." Sienna said with a hint of worry, "But Azam isn't here yet either." Soren said, "The method for brewing delicious tea depends on the type. I'll be right back." Hearing this, Sienna nodded. All right, watching Soren's receding figure, Sienna thought, Soren is very attentive to detail. Perhaps this is what a friend should be like, but strictly speaking, Soren is 8 years older than me, so she's more like an older sister than a friend. Even as Ayansana, I didn't have any friends. Perhaps the children at the orphanage calling me a monster and ostracizing me left a deep wound, making it difficult for me to approach anyone else my age. Thinking this, Sienna's mood sank. I wish I had friends. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Thinking it was Soren returning, Sienna looked up. "Ah, sitter." Looking at the person who arrived, she blurted out in surprise, "Your Highness," Dominic asked. "What are you doing here at this hour, miss?" Sienna replied, "I'm learning how to make tea, as accompanying the Empress and Imperial Consort requires that skill." "What about you, Your Highness?" Dominic said, "I'm here to oversee the guards." Sienna thought back. Come to think of it, when I was in the garden, I overheard 2 young ladies talking. Did you see? Today, once again, there are no words to describe his beauty. I could hear the maid's squeals from here. Oh no, if I knew he was coming, I would have made myself more presentable. Back in the present, Sienna asked excitedly, "How long have you been here?" "Oh, if you're here for protection, you'll be here until the end of the Eastern ceremony, right?" Dominic nodded. "Yes." Hearing this, her smile widened. "Wonderful." Seeing her expression, Dominic curiously asked, "Are you happy to see me, miss?" She grinned and said, "Of course." Inwardly, she thought, "Because I'm grateful that you protected me by keeping my ability to open the gate a secret." Suddenly, Dominic brought his intense gaze close to her. Then, he smirked and said, "I'm also nervous to see you, Sienna." She widened her eyes. Her face, despite her age, suddenly became as bewildered as child's. But why is he suddenly speaking so casually? Although, I know he doesn't need to be overly respectful to me, since he's royalty. And that stare is making me so embarrassed. Thinking this, Sienna nervously asked, "Shouldn't your highness be patrolling? Don't you need to go?" Dominic replied, "I thought you were waiting for your maid." Sienna nodded, "Yes." He continued, "Then I'll stay here with you until she returns. This isn't the Francis castle. No one knows what could happen." Seeing his cold expression, Sienna thought to herself, "He's back to being serious." Did he realize I was embarrassed? Having thought this, she couldn't help but ask, "But why is your highness so kind to me? You saved me once, kept the secret about me opening the gate, and today," without letting her finish, he replied, "Because I think about you when I'm alone, and I grow more curious about you as time passes, so I'm happy to see you." Sienna paused for a few seconds. Then she said, "Me too." Dominic's eyes widened in surprise. She continued, "I also want to be friends, since we're only 3 years apart. Can't we be friends?" He seemed slightly surprised. Then, with a hint of dejection, he said, "I wonder if others feel this way when they're with me. I'm regretting things now." Sienna asked why. Inwardly, she wondered, doesn't he want to be friends? After a few seconds of silence, Dominic said, "You miss your friends and want to make new ones." Sienna replied, "I don't have any friends, so I don't know, but I think I would." Dominic nodded. "Then, of course, we can be friends." Hearing those words, Sienna immediately broke into a bright, beaming smile. They chatted for a while, and seeing Sikhan return, Dominic said, "I'll be going then." She nodded, "Yes." Sikhan entered and quietly asked, "What brought your highness here?" Sienna replied, "He said he was here to supervise the patrolling guards." Sikhan nodded, "Ah, patrolling, but it seems he lingered for quite a while." Sienna said, "He was..." At this point, she suddenly thought, "I wonder what will happen if the prince and the marquis's daughter have a private relationship. I won't say anything, as Sikhan might worry." Having thought this, she said, "His highness waited with me until someone arrived because I didn't have a guard." Sikhan replied, "I understand. I thought he was a cold-blooded monster, but it seems those were just rumors." Sienna shook her head and said, "No, he's quite kind." Despite this, Sikhan still seemed a little apprehensive. "But the rumors?" Sikhan curiously made a questioning sound. Sikhan then recounted, "Have you heard about how the Duke of Limax's daughter fell for Prince Dominic? She cried her eyes out and demanded he kill her if he wouldn't marry her." Sienna chuckled and said, "He must be quite popular." Sikhan continued, "His Highness gave the young lady a sword." Sienna asked, puzzled, "Why?" Sikhan replied, "Perhaps His Highness meant that she could die if she wished." Sienna gasped and asked, "Is he really that cold?" "Why?" Sikhan replied, "Perhaps His Highness meant that she could die if she wished." Sienna gasped and asked, "Is he really that cold?" Sunlight streamed into Sienna's room, waking her. Sikhan gently asked, "Miss Sienna, are you awake?" Sienna, still drowsy, murmured, Sikhan gently reminded her, "You need to have breakfast." Sienna rubbed her eyes, her voice still thick with sleep. "What about the others?" Sikhan slowly drew back the curtains. "It seems that to help everyone become closer, they'll be dining together. If there's a banquet, they'll inform us." Sienna said, "I understand." Then just prepare something simple for me." A while later, Sienna was in the castle garden. She sat alone on a bench, a breakfast box beside her. Sienna was about to enjoy the delicious sandwich in her hand when a voice suddenly called out, "You're eating quite late, Mississippi." Sienna looked up at the owner of the voice and replied softly, "Ah, yes. I just woke up." A blonde girl stood with her arms crossed, looking confident. Behind her were a few other girls, likely there to observe. Sienna searched her memory. "I remember her name is Kristen, one of Imperial Consort Rowena's faction." Kristen covered her mouth with her hand, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Oh my, it seems you're being quite lazy, Miss Francis." Sienna replied indifferently, "I didn't hear the maid say there was a set wake-up time." Kristen quickly said, "That's true, but there are things like common customs. I hope you won't be offended by my words." Sienna looked at her skeptically. "Miss," pretending not to hear her, Kristen smiled sweetly and turned to the girls behind her. "Don't worry, Miss Francis isn't a fool. You won't misunderstand words that come from concern, right?" Sienna, a little flustered, said, "If it's about yesterday, I apologize." She thought to herself, in any other case, I would make my opinion clear to her, but yesterday Kristen had to give up her seat because of me. Kristen opened her fan. I don't mind that. After all, the transfer gate isn't a simple matter. Naturally, Her Majesty and His Highness would show their concern, although I guess it won't last long. She continued, a smirk playing on her lips. "Oh, I'm simply repeating rumors. The main story is that Miss Sabi has made quite a name for herself. So, there's really no chance for you to squeeze in. Foo foo foo. Moreover, the Empress hasn't been stingy with her support." Sienna softly questioned, "Aren't you on Imperial Consort Rowena's side?" Kristen snapped her fan shut, her face turning genuinely enthusiastic. "Indeed, that's why I'm asking you to be wise. Please don't make our consort misinterpret your abilities." Sienna thought to herself, her words have crossed the line. What should I do? Suddenly Kristen exclaimed, "Oh my!" Prince Dominic and his knight were approaching. Sienna quickly realized, "My friend." Seeing him, Kristen abandoned Sienna and stepped forward to greet him. "Your Highness, you look more haggard than the last time I saw you. It seems your Highness's work is all taxed, isn't it?" The young ladies behind her whispered amongst themselves. Kristen gave a natural smile. "My father is also very worried. He said he would visit your Highness after the Eastern ceremony. There will be another conversation then." Dominic's expression remained unchanged. He asked, "Who are you?" Kristen, slightly embarrassed, asked in return, "Yes?" Dominic's voice rose slightly, his irritation showing. "I'm asking you who you are." Kristen responded awkwardly and unnaturally. "Your Highness probably doesn't remember me because you met me after drinking." By now, Dominic had lost his patience and quickly walked past her, having been so blatantly ignored. Kristen's face flushed red like a ripe tomato. Dominic didn't bat an eye. He approached Sienna and addressed her gently, "Mississippi." He smiled and asked, "Did you sleep well?" Sienna politely replied, "Yes." Dominic continued inquiring, "It must have been tiring making tea so late, wasn't it?" Sienna felt a bit tense. She thought to herself, "It seems like he overheard my conversation with Kristen. He showed concern. You'll get sick if you're too diligent." Meanwhile, Kristen was feeling both humiliated and furious. She gritted her teeth and glared at Sienna. Sienna felt incredibly embarrassed. She reminded him in a low voice, "Everyone is looking at us." He maintained his smile, his gaze fixed on her, and calmly replied, "I know." Witnessing this scene, Kristen turned around in a huff and left as the crowd looked on in surprise. The other young ladies, having run out of gossip, followed Kristen, restoring the area to its initial quiet. Ambet then spoke up, "Are you sad, miss?" Sienna sighed sadly. "No, not really. It's just that my sandwich has gotten soggy with time." Ambet's eyes widened in surprise. She added, "The chef worked hard to make it, and that effort should be repaid by eating it with joy." Hearing this simple statement, Ambet burst out laughing. He said, "I'm sure they'd be pleased with that thought. You're quite the charmer." Sienna pointed at herself, her face blank with confusion, and asked me. Ambet nodded. "As a newcomer, it's not unusual to be challenged." Sienna tilted her head, pondering slightly, "But it's not all like that." She mused, "The other young ladies are actually quite friendly. They asked me to eat with them because I don't know many people here, and the Sikan tea I brought back was happily shared by them." Ambet looked at her with bright eyes and a cheerful smile. He said brightly, "Most people are more cold than kind, but you're different." Sienna nodded in agreement. "That's the philosophy of life Kumia taught me." Thinking about it, she praised Kumia in her mind. Kumia is truly the best. Ambet chuckled at her expression. Dominic, looking rather displeased, called out, "Ambet." Ambet flinched at the slightly petulant tone in Dominic's voice. Sienna and Dominic sat down together on the bench by the fountain. He let her finish her breakfast in silence. He suddenly addressed her as she was drinking her milk, "Mississippi." Without warning, he lifted her face, his thumb tracing around her small mouth as he said, "You have something here." Dominic's sudden action startled Sienna. She turned away, flustered, and replied, Thank you." She thought, "This is so embarrassing. What do friends usually say to each other?" He looked at her for a moment and then asked, "Miss, what are your hobbies?" Sienna quickly replied, "Lately, I've been collecting knives." She gave a nervous laugh, thinking, "This is a bit awkward, like I'm just reciting what I've learned, but I'm glad we have something to talk about." Ambet looked a bit surprised. "Knives?" She replied, "Chef's knives." As if understanding what she meant, Dominic said, Sienna turned to ask him, "What about your highness?" He pondered for a moment, then said, "If we're talking about collecting, probably poisons." Siniana's eyes widened in curiosity. "There are a lot of strong poisons, aren't there?" He replied with enthusiasm. "Hundreds have been discovered, including dozens of strong acids." Siniana, equally enthusiastic, asked, "How can you store acid poisons? Wouldn't they melt the bottle?" Dominic explained without hesitation. "The corrosive properties of acids are very strong. Only weaker ones can be bottled." Anbet, standing nearby, felt the atmosphere was rather strange. He muttered, This is truly a civil conversation between a man and a woman." Night fell, and the royal dining hall was ablaze with light, the tables laden with food. Several young ladies surrounded Siniana, excitedly inquiring, "What kind of tea are you enjoying, Miss Frances?" Siniana politely replied, "I believe it's Darjeeling." One of the girls exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, but look at your eyes. They sparkle as sweetly as honey." The young lady beside her nodded in agreement. Indeed. The girls chatted and laughed merrily, bolstering Siniana's spirits. She thought to herself, "Everyone is so friendly. This is wonderful. I'm so happy." Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. "The sparkle of our jewels has brought us much joy." Grania, accompanied by Imperial Consort Rowena, entered gracefully. The young ladies rose to curtsy. Rowena smiled and said, "Please be seated." Turning her attention to Siniana's teacup, Rowena suddenly asked, "What tea are you drinking, Miss Frances?" Siniana softly replied, "Ceylon." Rowena covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled, "Oh my, our tastes are the same. I adore Ceylon. Do you like scones?" With that, the Imperial Consort pushed a plate of delectable scones towards her. "Here, have some." Siniana felt a little uncomfortable. She thought to herself, "Well, I'm going to get indigestion from all this staring." The beautiful Rowena spoke softly, feigning concern to be, "By the way, how did you leave your residence, Miss Frances?" "I presume by carriage." Siniana, a bit confused, replied yes. Rowena continued to probe. Ever since you could open gates, how far can you open them? And how much can you transport?" "I hear Miss Xavier can transfer 50 people at once over a long distance." "What about you?" Siniana frankly replied, "I'm not sure. I've never compared myself to Miss Xavier, so I don't know." She continued, a touch coldly, "And I have no intention of comparing myself to her." Rowena was taken aback by Siniana's bluntness, rendered speechless. She paused for a moment before saying, "I understand." Empress Grania hadn't reacted throughout the conversation, calmly savoring the tea in her hand. Inwardly, she mused, "Miss Siniana, so difficult to read." She shot a chilling glare at Rowena, thinking, but more importantly, I just want to rip that Rowena's lips off. Just today, there have been so many attacks directed at me, and she's clinging to the new saintess, Miss Siniana's side. Well, I suppose it's to her advantage to find a bloodline to cling to, since the Xavier saintess will be my daughter-in-law. Grania slowly sipped her tea. "I hate even the sight of her." Suddenly, a cry ripped through the dining hall. Imperial Consort Rowena. Imperial Consort, look! Drops of blood trickled from Rowena's nose, staining the table. She covered her mouth to stem the flow of blood, her face pale. A cough escaped her, and someone beside her cried out in alarm, "No, the guards." A moment later, a soldier's voice rang out, "We have imperial orders to search the villa," a handmaiden next to Grania said. "Finally, the poison was found among the Empress's belongings. Don't you think this is unusual?" She explained eloquently, "Its purpose is to kill bugs after diluting it with water." The Empress's disgust for bugs is widely known, isn't it? The soldier said flatly. However, there's no denying that it is poison. Grania's handmaiden felt this was absurd. She retorted indignantly, "Are you suggesting that suspecting Her Majesty is justified?" The guard remained impassive. "Look, after a thorough search of the entire East Villa, Her Majesty is the only one in possession of the poison." Grania, the blame squarely placed on her, bit her nails anxiously. She was isolated by the royal guards, fear churning within her. Siniana approached softly to Your Majesty, she called. With Grania's consent, Siniana quickly drew near, whispering in her ear, "This is clearly Imperial Consort Rowena's doing." Grania's eyes widened in surprise at this. She looked at Siniana seriously and asked, "Can you swear on your life?" Siniana nodded without hesitation. "Yes," she replied. She mentally pieced together the events I saw when Imperial Consort Rowena looked for milk to add to the tea. She tried to shake the milk bottle near her, then deliberately switched to the one further away, and the milk curdled. Milk curdles when mixed with acid, which is why some cheeses use lemon juice during production. Milk also curdles when it spoils, so people often stop using it immediately if they notice. Today, the imperial consort provoked Her Majesty excessively. She wanted to show everyone how much Her Majesty hates her by framing her for this self-poisoning. Seeing the seriousness in Cineana's eyes, Grania gave a bitter smile. She scoffed that woman. Grania looked directly at Cineana and asked, "But why are you telling me this, Miss Cineana?" Cineana hesitated slightly, then finally admitted frankly, "I will no longer be looked down upon by Your Majesty." Grania was momentarily stunned by Cineana's words. A moment later, her expression softened. She laughed. "Ha ha, I like clever people, and you are one, Miss Cineana." Cineana calmly replied, "I am grateful for the compliment." Grania, feeling immensely pleased with her, said, "If you need anything in the capital, come find me. I'm happy to help you since you've helped me in this matter." Cineana bowed her head slightly, "That I pray for Your Majesty's health from afar." Grania added, "I also like humble people." Hearing this, Cineana inwardly cringed. "I would really appreciate it if you didn't particularly like me." Grania cheerfully asked her, "Do you happen to know what kind of poison she used?" Knowing that would simplify matters. "All we need to do is find the distributor and make them confess who bought it." Cineana hesitated for a moment, then said, "About the poison, I'm not entirely sure." Expecting nothing less, Grania reached out and touched her hair, her voice gentle. "It's all right. You've helped me enough already." Cineana was momentarily stunned by her gesture. For days later, Cineana stood there with a serious expression. "Summoner of the gods, Your Highness, Imperial Consort Rowena." Rowena called her softly. "Come here, sit down." Cineana quickly obeyed, sitting next to Rowena, who was holding her head wearily. She asked with concern, "Are you feeling any better, Your Highness?" Rowena replied, "Yes, although I'm still a little dizzy." Looking at Rowena from this close proximity, she silently praised her beauty. The imperial consort was a very beautiful woman, although the empress was as well. It was hard to believe a deadly poison was hidden behind this beauty. Rowena's pale, slender hand rested on hers. "Oh, what have you been doing all day while I've been ill?" Without hesitation, Cineana replied, "Her Majesty has been taking care of me, Your Highness." Rowena's eyes filled with surprise that you're being honest. "A great deal, you say?" Cineana thought to herself. She still asks even though she knows everything. "Every time I meet the Empress in the garden, I feel like someone is staring at me." And it turned out to be Imperial Consort Rowena's handmaiden, probably waiting during Sir Grey's investigation. Rowena smiled faintly. "I wonder what you said to Her Majesty. Will you tell me?" Cineana froze for a few seconds. She seriously recounted, "Her Majesty knows His Highness poisoned himself." Rowena was astonished. "What did you say?" The face that just a moment ago hadn't shown any expression other than a friendly smile now turned more alarmed than ever. "How do you know that, Miss Cineana?" "I saw someone telling Her Majesty that nonsense." Cineana confessed, "I was the one who told Her Majesty." Rowena was speechless. She asked again, bewildered, "How did you know? Why did you say that?" Faced with Cineana's indifferent expression, as if nothing important had happened, Rowena sighed. "Phew, you mean to side with the Empress, don't you? You made a mistake doing that. The Empress will make Lady Irene Xavier her daughter-in-law." Cineana didn't care about that. She said, "I have no intention of siding with Her Majesty." Rowena was shocked. "What?" Cineana calmly replied, "Your Highness, I didn't tell Her Majesty that the poison you drank was tarantella." A slight tremor of fear came from Rowena. Cineana thought to herself. Dominic, a poison expert, said the only acidic poison that could produce the symptoms the imperial consort displayed was tarantella. Rowena asked why. Cineana calmly explained to her, "Tarantella is very rare, so finding the distribution network is very simple. If the distribution network is found, it will reveal that Your Highness purchased it. And if I intended to be your ally, I would have already said what the poison was. I know why you tried to do something even at the risk of your own life." Imperial Consort Rowena. Cineana's gaze became firm. She pondered, "It's to prevent the fourth prince from marrying the Saintess. If they marry, there will be fewer and fewer people on the crown prince's side, and that's why she prepared the poison. Pushing the Empress into political suspicion is the only way to prevent the marriage." But Imperial Consort Rowena also knew it was extremely dangerous. so she hesitated, and that's probably why she tried so hard to win over to her side. And I don't intend to compare myself to her. She had said this to the Empress, but by declaring that she wouldn't step into the fight, Imperial Consort Rowena finally took that desperate action. I told you, Siniana said, taking Rowena's hands in hers and gently persuading her. If you put Her Majesty in a difficult position, you'll only make the conflict worse, Your Highness. Rowena's face was filled with fear. This is my only option, as long as you refuse to take my side. Siniana replied frankly, I may not be on your side, but you can still consider me a friend. At this, she gave a small smile. Although I can't become close that quickly because I'm quite shy. If we had a little more time. Rowena froze for a few seconds. Then, understanding dawned on her. A smile spread across her face. Ah-ha-ha, she chuckled, her laughter gradually increasing in volume. Ah-ha. After a while, Rowena's mood seemed to improve. Her face brightened considerably. All right, she said, then we'll slowly become friends. This also put Siniana somewhat at ease. She nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Rowena continued, I'll show you how boundless my kindness is to my friends. The Imperial Consort immediately sent word to the Imperial Palace, stating that she hadn't consumed any poison and had instead suffered from hematemesis due to accumulated fatigue. Siniana now felt drained. She was haggard, her conscience gnawing at her from lying so many times. She wearily lay down on the sofa and closed her eyes. I've just looked after both of them, but the truth is, I'm the wicked one. Even after the failed accusation, the Empress had dimly sensed defeat and had been accumulating power to survive. However, if that power crosses the line, His Majesty will be forced to put the Empress under control. Her gaze sorrowful, staring at the ceiling, Siniana continued to think, civil war. The transfer gate is this world's formidable tool of war. That's why, if one side has Xavier, the other will try to have me. I absolutely abhor and refuse the idea of becoming an accomplice in the slaughter of the people. Soren, noticing Siniana's exhaustion, approached with concern. Are you all right, miss? Siniana sat up with a heavy heart. It's finally happening, even if there was a major incident. Soren was surprised. Incident? Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Grania's handmaiden and Rowena's handmaiden entered together. Grania's handmaiden spoke cheerfully. Her Majesty hopes to have tea with you, Miss Siniana. Rowena's handmaiden chimed in. Imperial Consort Rowena expressed her desire to go mountain climbing with you. Hearing this, Grania's handmaiden, unable to hide her competitiveness, glanced at the other woman and said haughtily, wait your turn. Her Majesty's command always takes precedence. Rowena's handmaiden was equally assertive. Imperial Consort Rowena, who has almost recovered, is desperately seeking Miss Siniana. Grania's handmaiden scoffed. I'm shocked by the poor discipline of the palace staff. Rowena's handmaiden retorted. Surely Her Majesty, the epitome of grace, wouldn't deny Imperial Consort Rowena's request. Aren't you unwell? Siniana, unsure of how to handle the situation, thought this. She quickly spoke up. Could I perhaps meet with both Her Majesty and Imperial Consort Rowena together? The two handmaidens abruptly fell silent. After exchanging less than pleasant glances, they replied curtly, yes, I will relay your message. An outdoor tea party was arranged. Grania and Rowena sat together at a round table, waiting for Siniana's arrival. Seeing her appear, Grania smiled. You're here. Rowena also looked pleased. Have you arrived? Rowena asked, a little frightened, slowly stepping closer. She cautiously inquired, are you both well? But I want to ask why I was summoned. Grania set down a meticulously jeweled green gift box. She said, here, open this. Siniana opened the gift box. Inside was a jet-black, teardrop-shaped stone. She thought to herself, the black tear, it's like the one Lady Xavier received from the Empress. Her eyes widened in surprise. Why are you giving this to me? Rowena gave a bright smile and said, only a precious jewel is given to a precious person. I hope you like it. After Rowena finished speaking, Grania also set down a dark blue gift box that, oh my, we have the same idea. Open mine too. I suppose I don't need to tell you that a diamond is a symbol of eternity. Siniana carefully opened it. Inside was a brilliantly sparkling, multifaceted diamond. Grania continued, you can take it to me and I wish you would be my companion forever. Sienna was truly bewildered. She thought, oh no, both of them don't just like me, they really like me. A few days later, Sienna sat inside a white carriage near the city gates. Resting her chin on the window, she gazed blankly, thinking, after the daily summons from Her Majesty and Imperial Consort Rowena, I finally escaped. Her eyes flickered as if she saw something. There, she exclaimed softly. Dominic's cold face was staring at her from outside the carriage window. Startled, she said, Your Highness. He asked, what are you doing here? Flustered, she replied, hiding. He said with a worried tone, you neglected to bring your guards again. Sienna hastily explained, but if I had guards, I would have to face questions about what happened. Dominic remained indifferent, asking, avoiding trouble is more important than your life. Sienna said in a low voice, but the royal knights are very skilled, so no suspicious person could be lurking around. He immediately countered, internal enemies are more dangerous than external ones. Sienna, full of trust in him, said, but you will keep those internal enemies away from me. I believe in you. Looking at her adorable appearance, Dominic unconsciously smiled. She suddenly wondered, will you tell them I'm here? He said in a low voice, you'll be discovered even if I don't. She asked blankly why. He replied, because it's almost time for the carriage's maintenance. Thinking that she could no longer use this carriage, Sienna's face became downcast, her eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful. Dominic sighed. He said, follow me. Sienna asked back in surprise. Huh. He said, a little exasperated, I said you'll be discovered if you stay here. Leaving the carriage, Sienna happily thought to herself, he must be helping me. She joyfully followed him. Arriving at a small door, he opened it for her and softly said, this way. Yes, she replied. Inside was a small passage filled with stairs. She followed him, stepping up each one. Soon, they reached the top floor. She realized, this is the side door leading to the top of the tower. Sienna turned around, curious. How did you know about this side door? Dominic remained silent, his eyes gazing at the scenery below. After a moment, he spoke, his voice tinged with sadness. I stayed here for a short time when I was young. While looking for a place to die, I stumbled upon this place. Sienna's eyes shimmered with concern. Why did you want to die? Dominic replied, because I was afraid of killing. He looked directly at her, his emotions laid bare, the exhaustion of killing to survive evident in his expression. Seeing the weight in his eyes, Sienna didn't know what to say. The only person the emperor, with his harem of concubines, couldn't touch was the saintess. Therefore, his birth was a mistake unwanted. He was destined for the battlefield. Lost in thought, her hand unconsciously reached out to him. Your Highness, she called softly. The warmth of her hand against his cheek startled him. She offered a comforting smile, that I'm glad you're alive, that you overcame everything, that you lived to see me. At her words, his eyes began to well up. He closed them, savoring the warmth of her small hand. Sienna spoke gently. Thank you. Elsewhere, a door slammed with enough force to shake the entire mansion. Johan's voice boomed. You must quell these ridiculous rumors. Count Grisma suppressed a chuckle. They're just the idle chatter of ignorant fools, Your Excellency. Johan rétorted angrily. But isn't the East Villa the source of these rumors? Grisma replied confidently. There's no way Her Majesty would favor the Francis girl when young Lady Iron is already set to be his daughter-in-law. Johan's face twisted in displeasure. Right, of course, that brat can't take my daughter's place. But at this juncture, I can't help but worry. To meet the Francis family's compensation demands, he'd shut down most of his maritime businesses, and the resulting rumors had slipped through the lips of those busybodies. He flung several papers at Grisma's face. Bring me the communication stone, he commanded. Is Her Majesty well? You ungreated. Grania's voice responded calmly. There would be no reason for me to be unwell if you were doing your job properly, Marquis Xavier. Grania's composed voice emanated from the communication stone, that I presume you didn't contact me simply to inquire about my health. What is it? Johan reported uneasily. There are rumors spreading throughout the capital, Your Majesty. Grania's voice took on a displeased edge. That is not news for worthless gossips to wag their tongues about. He spoke cautiously. I'm aware of that, Your Majesty, but it's difficult to suppress rumors when they concern you. I heard you've taken a particular interest in the Francis girl. I presume that's untrue. Hearing Johan mention Sienna, Grania replied, she's an intelligent girl, capable of standing alongside Lady Iron. She's also the one who took care of Rowena's nonsense. Johan was taken aback. He lost his composure exclaiming, "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Grania admonished, "Consider the advantages to be gained. The Francis family lacks neither prestige, power, nor wealth." Johann voiced his disagreement. "But we've been enemies for centuries. How can we possibly join forces with them now?" Grania's reply was succinct, "And that is precisely why it must be resolved in your generation." With that, she cut the connection, leaving Johann seething. Damn it, only after countless times knocking on her door did the Xaviers get a chance with the Empress. She was never this arrogant when the Empire's coffers flowed from Xavier. He pressed his lips together, deep in thought. "I must do something. I must be somewhere even higher, so she can never dismiss me again." Resolute, Johann sprang to his feet. "Summon Ratsua immediately," he bellowed. The scene shifted to Siniana's room. She was tossing and turning in her bed, her eyes staring blankly into space. Outside, the rain was coming down hard. She said, "Oh, it's suddenly raining." Dominic announced, "We'll be leaving today." Siniana looked at him in surprise. He replied, "My father has ordered me back." Her face fell. Seeing this, he comforted her. "We'll meet again." She asked sadly when. He smiled and replied, "Whenever you wish." Remembering this, Siniana turned over, thinking irritably he was probably joking. The prince, can't just act as he pleases just because some ordinary young lady wants him to. Her eyes filled with sadness as she thought, "For some reason, I feel so lonely." 2 weeks later, at the Francis Manor, Lancelot saw Siniana getting out of the carriage and greeted her. "Welcome back." One pinched her cheek teasingly. Did you lose weight?" He looked at her with concern and asked, "Did they mistreat you?" Siniana turned her head away, pouting, "No, of course not." She thought to herself, "If they had, I would have tormented myself." The Empress had given her a pass to enter and leave the palace at any time, while Imperial Consort Rowena had told her she must come to the palace to visit. Rowena had said excitedly, "Just think of it like going to sample the royal kitchen's food." Naviria's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. "Siniana." She exclaimed happily, "Grandfather." She looked at him, holding out his hand with a puzzled expression. Navirius didn't let her hesitate any longer, quickly taking her hand and saying, "Follow me." Siniana wondered, "Where are you taking me, Grandfather?" Navirius didn't answer. She asked again, "Grandfather?" A lavish table laden with food had been prepared. She exclaimed happily, "Oh." Siniana's heart leaped with joy. So many dishes from the land and sea. Lancelot gently helped her into a chair, and one pushed her chair up to the table. At that moment, she suddenly realized something. Her brother's and grandfather's place settings weren't laid out. She wondered, "Aren't you all eating?" Lancelot replied gently, "We've already eaten." She thought to herself, "That's right, it's past dinner time. So all this is just for me." Siniana looked apprehensive, "But it's so embarrassing to be the only one eating." A plate of pasta was set down. One smiled and asked, "You like carbonara, right?" Siniana's eyes sparkled. She thought, "I love it." After her first bite, she praised, "Delicious." Lancelot said, "Try Aegon's dish too." She was surprised. "Aegon cooked it?" Lancelot nodded. "Yes, the dream sausage, his specialty." Siniana looked bewildered, thinking to herself, as the head chef, Aegon doesn't usually do more than supervise the menu, family meals, and grandfather's meals. A dish from Aegon. A dish cooked by one of the 3 renowned head chefs of the royal kitchen. She gently cut a piece of the sausage, slowly brought it to her mouth, and savored it. One watched her curiously and asked, "Pretty good, right?" Even grandfather requests it quite often, Siniana. Her taste buds exploded. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide, speechless. She thought to herself, "Lamb, this is made from lamb, isn't it? How can it have such a flavor? A unique taste. The strong lamb flavor isn't unpleasant at all. The spices were used to accentuate it to the point where it truly became the centerpiece with every bite. Juices burst through every crevice in my mouth, and the hot pepper's bite was gracefully overwhelmed by the savory saltiness." Seeing her strange expression, one suspiciously asked, "What? Does it taste weird?" Siniana quickly replied, "No, it's just very delicious. So much, so that it makes me question whether everything I've made up until now was actually cooking." She thought to herself. Just a moment later, the food on her plate was completely clean. She rubbed her full belly, happily remembering the image of her grandfather begging her, "Eat some more fruit." Lancelot gently said, "Siniana, eat quickly." One added, Pig, eat your cake, taking turns feeding her. She happily thought, after my family went so far as to take turns feeding me dessert, I feel like a stuffed animal. Lancelot, seeing her less than elegant posture, exclaimed, "Oh dear, I think you ate too much." He came to sit beside her, his face full of worry. "Are you all right? Should I call a doctor?" She nodded. Medicine is enough." Juan placed a small paper packet on her thigh. "Here, take this, you weakling." She looked bewildered. "Is this medicine?" Juan de yeah. Sienna looked at Juan and thought to herself, "I ate way too much. Even a big guy could pass out after this." Juan asked, "So, how was it at the villa?" Sienna described it as briefly as possible. Juan pondered for a moment. He said, "Empress Rowena's sudden change in position even caused the 11th golden seat to convene, but it was all because of you." Lancelot scratched his chin, surprising. Navirius remained silent, lost in thought. Sienna, thinking she had done something wrong, spoke up boldly, "Hey, I'm sorry." Lancelot patted her head. "You did well." Navirius calmly said, "It's no wonder the Empress and Imperial Consort yearned for you after what happened." She was a little doubtful, but they could also look down on me for my arrogance. Navirius began to explain, "A clever cat wouldn't expect more than a rabbit allowing itself to fall into a trap." She nodded. "I understand." Juan looked at her curiously. "Anything else?" She hesitated. "That I met Prince Dominic." Juan asked, annoyed, "Huh? Why that bastard again?" Sienna glared at Juan, reminding him he's the Emperor's son, not a bastard, and he came to oversee the guards. Juan's face was full of suspicion. "What about the flirting? Did you kick him to the curb?" Sienna honestly replied, "But he didn't do anything." She cupped her face, secretly delighted. "We're friends now." Juan's face became even more sullen, seeing her expression. Lancelot called out, "Sienna." She responded absent-mindedly, "Yes." He warned her with a smile, "Be wary of those with polished exteriors." Juan coldly added, "And even more wary of those without." Lancelot continued, "Think of men as having a deadly knife inside them." Juan snorted, "Every single one of them is wicked." Lancelot looked at her with concern. "This world is full of strange men, so don't trust anyone." Having heard a barrage of warnings about men, she nodded repeatedly, yes. She tilted her head, thinking to herself, "I guess the men of Jilak Jian are all strange." She returned to her room. Sienna sat on the bed and sighed. Sikhan asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell, miss?" She replied, "No, I just ate too much." Sikhan chuckled and said, "Well, the castle did spend days preparing to welcome you, Mississippi." Sienna responded, "They're all so kind." Sikhan placed a wooden box on the table and said softly, "Because you are kind, Miss Sienna." Sienna exclaimed, are these all party invitations?" Holding the neatly wax-sealed invitations, Sienna thought, "I receive them occasionally, but this time it's countless." Sikhan told her, "After all, it's been revealed that you're the saintess, and rumors that Her Majesty the Empress and Princess Rowena adore you are also spreading rapidly. Perhaps you should consider making your debut if you won't be returning to the Academy, Mississippi." Sienna felt quite conflicted. She thought, even as I and Senna, I dreamed of becoming a top chef. I need to gain experience as a prep cook, like a proper chef, since I never studied abroad or went to culinary school. But finding a prep cook position is too difficult for a woman. A prep cook has to take care of kitchen equipment and ingredient preparation until their eyes pop out, and they work from dawn and are the last to leave. Therefore, men who have good stamina are preferred over women. But here I can do it. All I need to do is try. She asked, "Sikhan, when do I need to submit my intention to return to the academy?" Sikhan quickly replied, "The deadline is within this week, Mississippi." Sienna was surprised. "Really? That's plenty of time." Sikhan, startled, asked back, "Huh? I thought you were afraid of going back. I assumed you didn't want to return because graduation is just around the corner and you're afraid of taking the exam. A guardian's signature is required to take the royal kitchen exam. Sienna wonder de grand fatigue signature." Sikhan shook her head. "No, the Marquis's signature." Hearing this, Sienna started to imagine Marquis. Father, the man whose beauty was said to be unparalleled in the empire, a powerful figure who inherited everything at such a young age and had the capital in the palm of his hand. However, he was also a cold-blooded man, indifferent to his family. Sikon added, you have to go to the capital to get the Marquis's signature if you return to the academy. Sienna looked reluctant, thinking to herself, I feel a bit scared when I think about father. Her hand unconsciously gripped her skirt, but only those with the highest scores can participate in the Royal Kitchen entrance exam. And Sienna's scores are rock bottom. It would be unimaginable unless I ranked first in the graduation exam. I just want to attend the classes, so it'll be fine. Time passed. In Navirius's study, the butler said, I have prepared the tea and snacks that Miss Sienna likes. Juan brought the plate of cake to Sienna and said cheerfully, the log cake you like. She quickly corrected him. It's a bûche de Noël. Juan ritorti, no. He replied, whatever. Here, have some. Of course, you won't be able to digest this with those cookies you just ate. She shook her head in disagreement. It was just a palm-sized cookie. Lancelot gently took the cake plate away. Yes, it wouldn't be good if you got indigestion. Juan quickly reminded him, but her wrist looks like it'll snap if you bend it, Lancelot. Lancelot retorted, any human wrist will snap if it's bent. Juan didn't say anything more. Anymore. He looked at Sienna with confusion while she stared down at her teacup without saying anything. Navirius and Lancelot also noticed this. Navirius thought, she wants to say something. A moment later, she started to speak, Juan, his face full of anticipation, asked, what is it? Sienna shyly said, everyone knows that for the academy. I heard the application to return has to be sent back this week. Once again, the room fell silent. Juan crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and asked, do you really need to go back? Lancelot spoke up, since the new semester has started, it's quite difficult to find housing now. Sienna argued internally, but the academy has a dormitory system. Navirius said in a low voice, since you're staying at the castle now, you can learn from Agon. Sienna immediately said, but Juan, showing sympathy, said if you're not interested in joining the royal kitchen, you don't need to graduate. Sienna replied, but you were hoping I'd join the royal kitchen. Navirius glanced to the side, correcting himself. That depends on the circumstances. And if you're at the palace, you could get caught up in the war. Sienna wondered, wouldn't the royal kitchen be different? There are exams every day, so even the empress and the other concubines wouldn't be able to easily approach me. It would maintain my neutrality. Juan shook his head, no, it's too much. Navirius added, do you really need to learn how to cook? Lancelot agreed. You can learn how to chop and season within the castle walls. Navirius calmly said, time will help us get used to everything. That's enough. Lancelot said seriously, there are more interesting things than cooking. Juan nodded. Although it's called the royal kitchen, it's no different from a regular kitchen. Sienna abruptly set her teacup down angrily. She stormed towards the door, glared at everyone, and said, you're all too relaxed about this. One called out, wanted to stop her. Wait, Sienna, we're not saying you're worthless. Sienna, I told you we didn't mean it like that. One tried to explain. Sienna, in an extremely frustrated mood, sharpened her knife. Lancelot pleaded, let's explain. Juan said with concern, you should have servants to do that. Sienna didn't respond. Lancelot tilted his head and offered, let me replace your oven with a better one. Sienna didn't reply a word, continuing to sharpen her knife. Juan looked at his grandfather, placing the blame, it's your fault, grandfather. He glared at Juan and asked, what do you mean? Juan replied, you're the one who said Sienna should be sent to the academy. Navirius glared at Juan, and that wouldn't have happened if you had just held a chef's knife instead of sword. Juan retorted, if only you weren't so greedy from the beginning. His grandfather said seriously, it's in the name of this family. Juan sulked, of course, the family has always been your priority. Navirius frowned, are you arguing with me now? Sienna shouted, enough. She ordered, apologize to each other. One was dumbfounded. Navirius, equally surprised, asked back, what did you say? Sienna's face was flushed with anger. She gritted out each word. I said, apologize. Juan obediently turned and bowed his head to his grandfather. I apologize. Navirius also spoke softly. I shouldn't have behaved that way. Juan looked remorseful. He scratched his head and said, I didn't mean to say cooking is worthless. I just wanted to ask if that's all it takes to go to the academy. Sienna showed no sign of happiness. Lancelot held her hand, his voice coaxing, you won't even look me in the eye? Being ignored by my little sister hurts my feelings. Sienna lowered her head sadly and said in one breath, during the scorching summer months, the chefs standing in the kitchen are constantly exposed to the burning heat without any air conditioning or fans. The intense summer heat makes them feel like they're suffocating, and because they adjust the flames with their bare hands, even their fingerprints wear away. Their bodies ache from head to toe by the time their work is done, but they have to be back at dawn to prepare the ingredients every single day, without exception. Lancelot called out Enna. He crouched down in front of her, his face earnest as he said, "We were wrong." One said sincerely, "We really were." Sienna softly replied, "Next time, you mustn't do that again." That day, when my two brothers allowed me to return to the academy, I immediately submitted my application for readmission and tried to sort out what I had. A pink-haired woman politely inquired, "Lord Navirius, why have you come here in person instead of summoning someone?" Navirius replied sternly, "I came to purchase items for my granddaughter." She exclaimed, "Ah, I understand." The elegant woman bowed politely, a smile gracing her lips. She introduced herself. "I am Letitia. I am a rather renowned tailor in the East." Hearing this name, a thought suddenly struck Sienna. Letitia, she's considered the best in the East. One of her dresses is worth the price of 2 mansions. Navirius reiterated, "Not a dress, chef's clothes." Letitia was taken aback. "See chef's clothes? There are plenty of ready-made ones available elsewhere. We only provide custom-made attire." Navirius immediately roared in anger. "Do you think my granddaughter should wear the same ready-made clothes that commoners wear so casually?" Letitia, frightened, quickly said, "We should take the young lady's measurements first, shouldn't we?" Grandfather only felt satisfied after bothering renowned artisans from all fields. The commissioned items had to be delivered to the castle a day before the start of the semester. On the day of departure, Sienna held a small suitcase. Lancelot affectionately instructed, "You must send a letter if anything happens, okay?" Juan smiled reassuringly, "And make sure you eat properly." Navirius looked at Sienna with concern, advising, "Tell me if the dormitory is a mess. I'll build you a new one." Juan felt a pang of sadness. He said, "I don't know why, but I suddenly feel so sad. I feel like I'm sending you off to a bandit's den." Sienna quickly interrupted, "But I'm just going to the academy." Juan nodded, I know, but I have a bad feeling." Navirius said gently, "Be well there." Sienna unconsciously fiddled with her pendant. She gave a happy smile in response, yes. A light emanated from the forest in front of the castle gates. A second later, Sienna appeared before a building. Arriving at her destination, she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, so this is the academy." She brushed her hair back and looked around. "All right, I should get started." On her way to the academy office, Sienna thought to herself, "I wonder when the opening ceremony will be, but first, I should focus on cleaning the dormitory since I have classes tomorrow." She quickly arrived at her destination, standing before a pretty blonde-haired girl. Sienna said, "Hello." The girl immediately replied, "Hello. May I have your name?" She answered, "It's Senior." Hearing this, the blonde-haired girl flipped open the large book on the desks. "Let's see." After a moment, she exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, I think I've been assigned to the premium room. Did you know it was recently renovated?" Sienna was startled. "Recently renovated? Did something happen?" The blonde-haired girl replied, "Last week, there was a fire." Sienna gasped, "A fire?" The blonde-haired girl continued, "The room was empty, but it suddenly caught fire. But there were no casualties, so don't worry." Hearing her say that, Sienna remembered Lancelot's words before she left. "Lynn, trust me." A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. How could it catch fire when no one was there? Lancelot had asked her to trust him, to let him handle everything. At that moment, the blonde-haired girl said, "Anyway, you're really lucky." Sienna asked absent-mindedly, "Was it really my family who applied for this?" The blonde-haired girl laughed and said, "Then you're blessed to have such a lucky family." Sienna happily replied, "Yes, I am a lucky girl." After returning to her room, she started running around. The room was clean, the walls were cream-colored, and the furniture was adorable. There was a cute sink along with a neat bathroom. The room even had a window with good lighting and a small terrace. Looking out at the scenery outside, Sienna couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this view looks exactly like the one I saw in the advertisement." Her eyes sparkled, and her face flushed with happiness. The scenery in front of her seemed to radiate a warm light that enveloped her. Sienna, almost melting, said, "This is the room I dreamed of when I was at the orphanage." Remembering Lancelot's words, "Leave the dormitory to me," Sienna smiled with emotion. Back in her room, she took out the magic communication crystal and contacted home. Soon, there was a reply, Sienna. Hearing her brother's voice, Sienna immediately said, "Lancelot, the room you chose is so beautiful." Hearing the compliment, Lancelot just gave a smug chuckle. "Hey, ha ha." At that moment, Juan's voice rang out, "What's this? Did that pig contact us? Hey, how's the academy?" Navirius also came closer and asked, "Did you arrive safely?" Sienna said in surprise, "Huh? Grandfather." Lancelot, Juan, and Navirius began taking turns asking her questions. "How's the room? Is it comfortable? What are you doing? Is everything okay? When do your classes start?" Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, Sienna asked a little flustered, "How can I answer all of you at once?" Lancelot chuckled and asked, "Haha, what am I going to do?" Sienna let out a confused, "Huh." He continued, "Come visit us when you can. We all miss you very much, little sister." Just that short sentence moved Sienna to speechlessness. She remembered her past life when she called her gambling father. The phone rang and rang. After no one answered, she called again, and the result was, "The number you have dialed does not exist. Please check the number and try again." Snapping out of her memories, Sienna fell silent for a moment. Then she said, "I have a confession to make. I've always been envious of other students when they could contact their families. I used to sit in a corner to stay away from them, but I'm so glad I don't have to do that anymore. Thank you all." The three men were silent for a moment, seeing that no information was coming through the crystal. Anymore, Sienna said a little awkwardly, "I promise I won't be a bother, but it would be nice if we could talk once a week." At that moment, Lancelot finally spoke, "Contact us often. We're the ones who are grateful. No matter how mundane your day is, you're always welcome to talk to us." He had just finished speaking when Navirius's voice suddenly rang out, "Sienna." She hurriedly replied, "Yes, grandfather." He said gently, "I hope you have sweet dreams." Sienna's face filled with happiness as she said loudly, "Yes." The next day, Sienna held a piece of paper in her hand and said, First, there's theory class, then practical training. The kitchen is a few feet ahead, and the opening ceremony location is..." Hearing the commotion beside her, Sienna turned her head to look, then whispered, "I think I've found the main hall." As she was about to continue her exploration, a whisper suddenly rang out. "Did you hear?" She immediately looked over curiously. Several students were still whispering amongst themselves. "I heard the decision was finalized today. The rumor is spreading that it's him. How brutal can he be to be committed here? This academy isn't even a branch of the royal palace. No, it is, but it's just a culinary academy." Hearing this, Sienna felt a little suspicious. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy here?" Before she could finish her thought, someone pushed her from behind, causing her to fall forward. A haughty voice rang out. "Did you forget you can only crawl back here?" Sienna turned her head to look. Behind her were three male students. They said, "Your wonderful parents want you to bring them a graduation certificate." Since when were her parents so wonderful? After hearing this, Sienna frowned, thinking, "I know where I've heard those disgusting voices before." In front of her, the three students from left to right were Peter, Jacob, and Billy. Jacob spoke up, "Well, you look prettier now. I'll definitely give you extra attention this semester." Sienna stood up, calmly dusting off her skirt, thinking to herself, "They never grow up." Just then, a hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. Sienna's eyes widened, quickly dodging to the side. Her face flushed crimson, her teeth gritted in anger. The one who had grabbed her waist said, "Hey, charming lady, I know it's been a while since we've met, but where did your manners go? I can't imagine how much joy you'll bring me this year." Sienna clearly remembered his name, Frank Thompson, the leader of this group. Although the academy forbade revealing one's status, there were many stories about his powerful family background. Even the professors couldn't touch him. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Everyone quiet. Settle down." As soon as the voice faded, a person entered through the doorway. A handsome face, fair skin, wearing a suit with a black cloak draped over it. Before Sienna's surprised gaze, Dominic spoke. "Hello, students. I will be your new principal this year. My name is Dominic Rosen Caroten." Sienna was stunned by this sudden announcement. Her heart was filled with panic. "How is this possible? Why is His Highness at the academy? You should have told me." Dominic had already seen Sienna. He relaxed his face, giving her a gentle smile. Just this small gesture captivated Sienna. The other girls also blushed and whispered. He just glanced at me. Was that really His Highness I saw? Meanwhile, Sienna was bewildered. Did His Highness just smile? Or am I hallucinating? The students bowed respectfully and said in unison, "May glory always reside in the royal family." Sienna also bowed her head, thinking, that's the greeting used by nobles to honor the royal family at official events. However, commoners, those who have never met the royal family, aren't aware of this greeting. In the kitchen area, Sienna couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my gosh," she gasped. "This place is exactly like that special kitchen I saw on TV. I can't believe it." Suddenly, she noticed something. It was a group of female students huddled together, giggling excitedly. Sienna thought to herself, "Oh, will they let me join them?" She fidgeted, her hands twisting nervously. Then Sienna encouraged herself. "I have to try to find out. I'll go greet them first." She spoke timidly, "Hello." The group of female students looked curiously toward Sienna. Then they all broke into bright smiles. Seeing their expressions, Sienna thought she had successfully made friends. However, she was mistaken. The girls didn't even pay attention to her and simply walked past her. The person they were interested in was Joshua, who was standing behind her. The girls invited him to join their group. "Joshua, have you decided on your group for this year yet? Why don't you join ours? We happen to have a spot open." Sienna's face fell, and she sighed. "He hasn't even done anything, but everyone still flocks to him. So jealous." Joshua, at this moment, wasn't paying attention to the group of female students. He noticed Sienna and called out a short, concise word, "Hey." But Sienna didn't respond, unsure who he was calling. Joshua walked towards Sienna. He tapped on the table a few times to get her attention. Sienna startled and turned to look at Joshua. He said, "You're my spot." "Sienna Stamelda, Joshua." Then she thought, he's a famous student like Frank, and he always takes the top spot every year. Thinking of that, she replied embarrassedly, "Oh, right. Sorry." Then Sienna immediately got up and quickly moved. Joshua, not understanding what she was doing, asked, "Where are you going?" Sienna made a sound of surprise. He then pointed to the next table and said, "Your spot is over here." Sienna had to turn around and hurry back in the opposite direction to her table. Oh, she chuckled awkwardly. "I forgot. It's been so long." Joshua didn't say anything more, just replied briefly, "I see." The girls from earlier approached Joshua again and asked, "We meet every evening class, so you could help?" Before they could finish their sentence, he refused. "No, thank you." At the end of the cooking class, Sienna exclaimed excitedly, "Today's lesson was so much fun." She couldn't help but admire. "I didn't think we could increase the temperature of a salad to increase its sugar content. I didn't know such a technique existed. It was beyond delicious." Gaining new knowledge, "I'm so glad I decided to come back to the academy." Suddenly, she noticed something. She thought to herself, the crowd is in front of the principal's office, as usual. "I'm sure." Sienna shuddered, thinking, the first day was like this too. She quietly left, feeling a bit regretful. "I guess I won't be able to see His Highness today." The young woman's face couldn't hide her disappointment. Feeling a little down, her delicate hand was suddenly grasped by someone. Sienna's eyes widened in surprise. At Marquis Xavier's estate, a shrill cry echoed. Why did he refuse to come back? Has my son still not come to his senses? The butler responded in a panicked tone. "You know how stubborn the young master is, sir. We've tried many times, but to no avail." Marquis Xavier raised a hand to his forehead, seemingly vexed. "That boy. So you're saying Joshua is at the Eastern Academy?" The butler hastily replied, "Yes, sir." Marquis Xavier paused for a moment, lost in thought that if that's the academy he enrolled in, then it works in my favor. A graduation certificate is essential to send him to the royal kitchen. A cunning smile spread across his face. "Once my son attains the title of royal chef, with the help of my daughter, the Saintess, finally, I will be able to destroy House Francis." The scene shifted to Sienna, who had lost her balance from the shock, as she let out a startled cry. Dominic took the opportunity to catch her, his hand intertwining with hers. Sienna turned to look at the handsome prince, her thoughts blurting out. Why, Your Highness? Sienna's face flushed crimson. Astonished, she exclaimed, Your Highness, what are you doing here? You startled me. Dominic raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. I'm hiding from the bothersome crowd flocking to my office. He spoke apologetically to Sienna. I apologize for not informing you about the academy beforehand. It's a punishment I recently received. I failed to find the item the Emperor instructed me to retrieve. Sienna looked up at him and asked, Oh, I understand. It wasn't in France's territory, was it? Dominic closed his eyes, explaining helplessly, Someone else found it first. Upon hearing this, Sienna angrily exclaimed, How could they be so rude? Dominic looked at her and gave a gentle smile. He revealed the truth. The culprit is you, Mississippi. Sienna touched her chin, wondering to herself. He was looking for the transfer gate, huh? Having thought it over, Sienna declared, then, His Majesty is the one at fault. He ordered you to steal something that belonged to someone else. She blushed, fearfully covering her mouth. I think I just said something I shouldn't have. Dominic laughed heartily and reassured her. No, it's all right. He continued to laugh, looking genuinely amused. Ha ha, you did nothing wrong. After seeing his smile, Sienna felt incredibly surprised. This is the first time I've seen His Highness laugh so much. Noticing her astonished gaze, Dominic quickly composed himself, his expression returning to its usual aloofness. Sienna blushed and turned her head away, thinking to herself, Why am I so worried? I always feel this way when His Highness is quiet. Dominic, curious, asked, What are you thinking so intently about? She pursed her lips, explaining awkwardly, I'm not usually someone who gets flustered in conversations, but whenever I'm with Your Highness, I feel restless and my heart beats fast. As soon as Sienna finished speaking, Dominic looked utterly astonished. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. Could it be because I'm scared? Dominic froze, his eyes wide with bewilderment. Finally, he managed to utter, Huh? What? Sienna still felt very worried. He sat down opposite Sienna and assured her, You don't have to worry about such trivial things. I will never hate you. Sienna's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. Dominic smiled, gently comforting the girl in front of him. Never. The scene shifted back to the school. The class bell had just rung, and the students were chattering noisily. Take your seats. Class is about to begin. Someone inside the classroom was groaning. I want to go home. Another curiously asked, Who's teaching our practical class? Sienna smiled, eagerly anticipating the upcoming lesson. Come on, class. Start already. I'm so excited. Just then, someone walked in from outside. Sienna's face registered surprise as she saw the newcomer. The new professor walked in, placed the book in his hand on the table, and introduced himself. I am Zinel. You, see, the professor for this class. For every warning you receive, you will be forced to leave the kitchen. If you receive 3 warnings or more, you will fail this class. Sienna pursed her lips, thinking, he really is a unique professor. Is that all? Afterward, Zin began to announce the task for the lesson. The dish everyone will be making today is fried eggs. Even Sienna was taken aback. Huh, fried eggs? In the back, a student, feeling puzzled, raised his hand. Excuse me, professor, but we already learned how to make fried eggs in the beginner's class. Zin's face darkened as he raised his hand to adjust his glasses. Who said you weren't beginners? He openly scorned all of them, then ordered in my eyes, every student here is a beginner, so go get your ingredients from the back. Someone in the class complained, Ugh, why fried eggs? Sienna found this perplexing. I don't understand why everyone is complaining. Fried eggs seems simple, but it's the complete opposite. She stood before a carton of eggs on the table and wondered, so many types of eggs. Which one should I choose? I should take the clean ones. Thinking this, she hesitated as she reached out. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait a minute, there's something strange. Jacob looked at Sienna and exclaimed, Whoa. After him, everyone else noticed the egg Sienna had chosen. They spoke up. I feel disgusted. Why did she choose those eggs? People will get sick if she cooks those. They're filthy. But Sienna didn't hesitate as she reached out and picked up an egg. Ignoring everyone, she coolly wiped the dirt off the egg with a cloth. Zin was walking around the classroom, inspecting things. He pointed at Jacob and said coldly. Jacob responded, puzzled, yes. Zin ordered, get out. Jacob's eyes widened. What? Zin ignored him and continued pointing at others. You, and you. Ow! A shout of disbelief filled the room. What? Zen then looked over at Sienna, who was sitting at her station. You. He pushed up his glasses and declared, can stay until the last minute. Frank's eyes widened, his face darkening. What did he just say? Sienna breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Frank, still disgruntled at being dismissed, demanded an explanation from Zen. Please give us a reason. Zen looked at the tray of eggs on the table and asked, can you explain why you chose those eggs? Sienna thought for a moment, then began to explain. The other egg replaced with their pointed ends facing up. But these are the only ones. Absolutely not, Frank yelled, cutting her off. Why is that even a problem? Sienna pursed her lips, glaring at him angrily. Her next words made Frank's group pale. The air pocket of an egg is at the rounded end, not the pointed end. That means these eggs haven't been stored properly. Frank stammered, fearfully trying to argue back. What? Does that even make a difference? Zen adjusted his glasses and delivered a definitive statement. Those who understand that small difference are called experts. He gave him a cold stare and ordered, if you're done, the door is that way. At this point, only 2 people remained in the classroom, Sienna and Oxo. Sienna felt dizzy with fear. He's actually going to continue the class like this, with just the 2 of us? Zen returned to the podium and said, we will continue the lesson. Sienna's eyes widened, and she thought fearfully, seriously? Meanwhile, Jacob was indignantly asking Frank, hey Frank, why didn't you go back there? Frank didn't answer him. Jacob, seeing this, continued to ask, what's wrong? You should say something to that arrogant girl. Frank, his face dark, held his forehead with his hand, and I want to, but what can I do when the professor is watching? Jacob suddenly made a suggestion. Want me to lend a hand? Frank asked in surprise, you will. Jacob gave a wicked smile. Cuckoo. His face darkened as he said coldly, as it happens, I have some unfinished business with her. Life at the academy was so peaceful. A plate of food was slammed onto the table, splattering sauce everywhere. Sienna scowled at the plate of food until they started causing trouble. Sienna pursed her lips and looked up coldly at the group in front of her. That you're really enjoying this, aren't you? The scene flashed back to a few minutes earlier, before a lavish spread of food. Sienna's eyes widened, her jaw dropping in amazement. Amazing! The Academy dining hall was set up like a buffet. There were many dishes from various regions, but since the Eastern Territory leaned towards French cuisine, most of the dishes were of Western origin. Asparagus salad, Southeast Asian-style crab soup. Looking at the dishes before her, Sienna thought to herself, since I lack knowledge about miscellaneous foods, this is the perfect opportunity to study the recipes for these dishes while enjoying them. I'm so glad I came here. Now, the plate of food in front of her was a complete mess. Sienna scowled, thinking, I was just about to enjoy that. Jacob laughed triumphantly and asked, do you know how embarrassed I was to face Frank? After that, she lowered her head, not responding. But Jacob continued, if you had listened to Frank when he told you to become his woman, you wouldn't have to suffer all this. After hearing those words, some buried memories resurfaced in Sienna's mind. They had barged into her room. Before the break, Sienna recalled the earlier time when he had boasted about how honored he was to be chosen by Frank. Everyone knows what Sienna did next. She stood up and slapped Jacob, a magnificent return gift, of course. After the slap, she looked around and wondered, why is everyone so quiet after they caused this scene? Although she had already guessed, everyone was focused on eating, completely oblivious to what had just happened. Sienna's eyes lit up when she saw someone appear, the dormitory supervisor. However, the supervisor turned her head away, pretending not to see Sienna. She was surprised. She just looked away. At this moment, Jacob scooped up a spoonful of food and ordered Sienna, what are you doing, Zen? Hurry up and eat. I'll make you regret your decision. You should have accepted Frank's offer when you had the chance. Seeing Sienna remain silent, he angrily scolded, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Sienna stood still, her face gradually turning cold, her eyes showing clear anger. She asked, why should I agree to that offer? I don't find Frank appealing at all. He's an idiot for having a despicable and depraved friend like you. Jacob was stunned by Sienna's words. He furiously shouted, you. But before the words left his mouth, he received a plate to the face. The others in the dining hall were also astonished by this scene. Jacob gritted his teeth and yelled, you dare. At this moment, the dormitory supervisor rushed over in a panic. What's going on here? She wiped Jacob's face with a towel and then turned to scold Sienna. How dare you throw food at someone? Where are your manners? Apologize immediately, Sienna exclaimed in astonishment at me. She shouted indignantly. They did the same to me. The dormitory supervisor didn't defend her. Instead, she stubbornly blamed Sienna. How is throwing food at someone the same as putting food on a plate? Sienna lowered her eyes and said coldly, Oh, really? I'm sorry, I thought your mouths were trash cans, since nothing but garbage comes out of them. She raised her voice and asked, Also, could you kindly tell me where the Academy Committee's office is? I'll report your negligence to them. The dormitory supervisor grabbed Sienna's wrist and challenged, How dare you? Come with me. Sienna scowled and said, They were the ones who threw filth on my plate first. I know you saw them trying to force me to eat it, but you turned a blind eye and then you resorted to violence against me. The dormitory supervisor gritted her teeth, squeezing Sienna's hand so hard that she trembled with pain. After a while, she finally let go. Sienna retracted her hand, thinking to herself, I know why the dormitory supervisor ignored their actions. She's afraid of going against Frank, who is rumored to be the son of a powerful family. This is why the Academy forbids students from revealing their identities. Sienna stroked her chin. If I accuse her, she won't be able to avoid punishment. Just then, a voice cut through their argument. Stop this nonsense. Jakob stammered, flitter. Frank. Frank walked coldly past him. Frank said coldly, letting an idiot into my group, huh? Jacob's eyes widened in fear at Frank's words. Sienna looked at him warily. Frank turned to her and you. Be smart and watch yourself. Nighttime at the school, at the girls' dormitory. A hook was thrown by someone, catching onto the wall in front of him. Jacob was below, gripping the rope, a crazed smile on his face. That's definitely her room, Jacob thought. Frank is the one who is going to lead me to success. But that girl ruined everything. He tightened his grip on the rope and climbed. I've spent 5 years destroying anyone who dared to oppose Frank. And if it's a girl he cares about, I've done everything in my power to make damn sure he gets her. But now I've been expelled. Having successfully reached Sienna's room, a wicked idea sprang into Jacob's mind. Once I catch her, I'll use her to beg for Frank's forgiveness. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his collar. Jacob cried out in fear, Hey, huh? Dominic coldly tossed him aside. Jacob, still confused, yelled, What the hell? Dominic snapped, shut up, and covered his mouth. Looking into Jacob's terrified eyes, Dominic leaned down and warned him in a chilling voice, If you value your pathetic life. The next day, a notice was posted. Jacob Mandy, this student is guilty of disrupting the Academy's atmosphere. For the above reason, this student will be expelled from the Academy grounds. Everyone, including Sienna, was stunned and in disbelief at the announcement. Isn't this too sudden? He caused trouble last time, too. I can't believe Jacob got expelled. What the hell? The image of Dominic taking down her bullies during her time at the Academy flashed through her mind. Frank's group was never disciplined because everyone turned a blind eye to their actions. But I guess they can't do anything when the newly appointed headmaster is His Highness. His Highness hasn't been in office long, but he's already taken care of the troublemakers, just as expected from royalty. Suddenly, Sienna overheard a classmate say, I think I've heard his last name somewhere before. Jacob Mandy. Then he exclaimed in surprise, Mandy? The girl next to him asked, What? Do you know his family? Then the group huddled together, gossiping about Jacob's background, that why Coachman's last name is Mandy. Plus, that last name isn't very common. Whoa, so where is that Jacob from? I think he said he's from Acon in the South. My Coachman is also from Acon. He even mentioned having a nephew around my age. Really? Oh my God. Seeing Jacob's background being dissected like this made Sienna fearfully think, oh no, I can't get expelled. I don't want anyone to recognize me through my last name. Outside the Academy, someone called out urgently, Your Highness. Anbach ran after Dominic, flustered, and questioned him. Why did you include his last name in the document? What are you going to do if that student's parents start protesting in front of the Academy? He continued to nag Dominic, causing him to stop, that I specifically told Your Highness to catch him in the act. Otherwise, it would just be hearsay. Annoyed by Anbach's words, he turned around and glared. What do you mean? You wanted me to patiently wait until a victim appeared. Seeing this, Anbach could only sigh and reply, No, that's not what I meant. You mustn't cause any trouble, Your Highness. On the way, Anbach continuously mentioned the risks of his actions. Everyone knows Your Highness was sent here as punishment. Causing chaos here will only make you more enemies. Dominic brushed it off casually, saying it doesn't. It was all over. Just as Anbak was racking his brains and calling out, "Your Highness," Dominic noticed something else. Sienna, on the opposite side, also recognized a familiar face. She waved brightly and called out with a smile, "Your Highness." She stopped mid-sentence, remembering she shouldn't act so familiar with him, especially at the academy. Composing herself, she gave a standard bow. "Greetings, headmaster." Dominic's face flushed crimson the moment he saw her. He gently dropped a candy into her hand. Sienna's face immediately turned pink as well. Without exchanging a single word, the two passed each other. The voices of fellow students rose again. Anyway, about Frank, his right-hand man was expelled. Didn't he do anything to stop it? They shifted the topic from Jacob's background to something else that I thought he came from some noble family, but the headmaster already signed the expulsion form. It's over. As Sienna walked happily, clutching the candy she'd just received, they continued. Even if Frank came from a wealthy noble family, he couldn't do anything against the royal family. Suddenly, a strange hand grabbed Sienna's arm. The person dragged Sienna away as the other students gossiped. "I just hope he doesn't take it out on some innocent person." Sienna struggled fiercely, yelling, "Let go! Let me go!" Because of the person's overwhelming strength, she was slammed against a wall. Sienna winced in pain and opened her eyes to see who it was. It was Frank, the one who had been dragging her. He glared menacingly and said, "You seem to be on good terms with the headmaster. Otherwise, why would you act like that?" He continued to interrogate her. "What should I tell the academy committee so our Saintess receives a proper education?" Contrary to his threatening demeanor, Sienna boldly interrupted, "Do you want to wait and see? See whether I'm reported to the committee first, or your name is glorified on the bulletin board first." Her words successfully enraged Frank. His eyes became bloodshot. He raised his hand and shouted, "Bitch!" With her arms still trapped, Sienna could only close her eyes and pray, "Professor, anyone help?" Suddenly, a book flew from afar. It hit Frank squarely in the face. Blood spurted out, and he collapsed immediately after the blow. Sienna, having kept her eyes closed for a while without feeling the expected impact, opened them. She saw Frank lying unconscious on the grass, blood streaming from his nose. Confused, Sienna let out a small huh. Then she walked closer to the book. Sienna picked it up, full of questions, not a book. A voice called out from afar, "If you're done with it, could you give it back to me?" She immediately looked up to a window where a young man was sitting. Sienna thought in surprise, "Oh, Saurus." She then returned the book to him. Gratefully, she said, "Thank you for helping me." Osaurus waved the book. "Don't mention it. I did it because I have a little business with you." Intrigued, Sienna asked, "Business? With me?" Osaurus suddenly held out a piece of paper to her. He pointed at it as he spoke. "This is for professors in LUC's class. I figured we could cooperate, seeing as we might be the only ones left standing." Sienna nodded in understanding. Thank you for bringing it." Suddenly, she looked up and noticed something. The paper was signed with the name Oxo. He saw that she hadn't signed yet and urged, "Why haven't you written your name yet?" Sienna hurriedly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Your name just caught my eye." Flustered, Sienna confessed, "If you read it backward, it's Joshua. The name Joshua is quite common." Oxo just sighed silently. He looked at her for a long moment. Then Oxo slowly asked, "Isn't yours the same?" He was about to expose the truth, his tone implying he knew, "Sin doesn't sound like your real name." But just as he was about to finish his sentence, Sienna interrupted, I forgot, I have something to ask. Do you happen to know which family Frank is from? It's a little suspicious that he's so revered." Hearing the name, Oxo calmly replied, "Oh, him? Let me see." He was silent for a few seconds, his gaze thoughtful as he looked at her. Then he said, "Some say he's the grandson of the Eastern ruler, Patriarch Francis." Sienna repeated the information she just received. The Eastern ruler, Patriarch Francis's grandson. She gasped, "Huh, what?" Elsewhere, Frank's underlings were helping him up. Sienna quickly relayed the story to Sikhan and received her reply. "The Patriarch's grandson? I'm not sure, Mississippi. I haven't figured out who it is yet, but there are many in the family." She sat on the bed, smiling as she offered another hint. "Is that so? Well, you might be using an alias. He's probably around our age, with curly red hair." Sikhan quickly acknowledged the order. "I'll investigate further. Is there anything else you need, miss?" "The Patriarch gave me a communication magic stone to facilitate your care, so you can contact me anytime." Pleased with her enthusiasm, Sienna cheerfully replied, "Thank you, Sikhan." Seeing that there was nothing else, Sikhan bid her farewell. "I'll call you later, Mississippi." The call ended, and Sienna's face darkened. She wearily collapsed onto the sofa. In her mind, Sienna pictured Frank and Averius holding hands and chatting, playing patty cake, which made her wonder, Frank, my grandfather's grandson. They have the same cruel expressions. She lay on her back, staring at the ceiling in thought. I don't remember ever seeing him at the castle. A cry echoed from her room out into the school grounds. No way. Then Sienna put on a kitchen apron. She stretched her hands, thinking to herself, stop thinking useless things, focus on work. I can do this. In the classroom, the teacher instructed the students, as I mentioned earlier, today's assignment will be a summer dish using beans. You may bring your own ingredients and begin cooking. Everyone replied in unison, yes, ma'am. Sienna suddenly noticed something new and strange. Looking at the shelled beans in her hand, she exclaimed, I was worried the beans hadn't soaked long enough, but this is perfect. The skins have completely separated from the beans. Then, with determination, Sienna rolled up her sleeves. All right, let's do this. A few minutes later, Leah picked up a fork, tasted the dish, and praised. Not bad. Before leaving, she offered enthusiastic feedback. It would be even better if you paid more attention to bringing out the saltiness of the dish. The student who received the feedback bowed in gratitude. Thank you for the advice. Leah continued to walk around and noticed Sienna's dish. Next up is, presented before Leah, was an eye-catching bowl of noodles. Unable to contain her curiosity, she approached and asked, Noodles? I thought I'd instructed everyone to make a summer dish. Sienna, unfazed, replied, yes, that's right. As Sienna poured the broth over the noodles, she said, please try it. I'll serve the professor. Leah then agreed and took a bite with her fork. She continued to enjoy the noodles, much to Sienna's delight. Midway through, Leah suddenly realized something. She stopped eating and turned to inquire, are you from the South? Sienna denied it. No, I'm from the East. This surprised Leah, really? Most Easterners aren't accustomed to the idea of cold noodles. You must eat this quite often since you're from the South. Then looking at the bowl, Leah praised it profusely. This is truly appealing. My goodness, did you grind your own beans? Sienna replied, yes, with a bit of milk. If the bean flavor is too strong, it can be overpowering. Leah, surprised, said, oh, quite elaborate. This piqued the curiosity of those around them. What is it? What did he make? Some made that. I want to try it. Then, with sparkling eyes, Leah made a request. Could you share this recipe with me? Sienna readily agreed, of course. It's incredibly simple. Everyone in the class got to enjoy her exquisite dish. Oh, this is amazing. So delicious. I love it too. Though not spoken aloud, everyone whispered their praises that, as oh good, it'd be a waste not to finish it. How lovely. Cold noodles? This is my first time trying something like this. Leah suddenly slammed her fork on the table, attracting attention that it seems everyone agrees that this is very creative. She then straightforwardly gave Sienna her grade. An A, it's definitely yours. Overjoyed, Sienna teared up, thank you. In her mind, she silently thanked the heavens. Thank you, ancestors, for your blessings. Only Oxo, standing in a corner, had yet to try the dish. He took a bite, and a bewildered expression spread across his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief and surprise. Leah then stood at the podium and announced, before we conclude today's class, I have a final announcement. Candidates for the Royal Kitchen will be chosen based on the total of your practical scores, as well as your final exam scores. Note that the professors at the Academy will not be the judges for your exam. Individuals from all over the continent will participate as judges. In other words, she continued, this is an opportunity for everyone in this academy. Sienna, still confused, thought, what does she mean? Whispers erupted around the room. If we can catch the judge's eyes, getting hired won't be a problem. Our future is wide open as long as we do well. Well, that's only for commoners. Nobles probably aren't interested. Not true. There is a case of a baron who ended up marrying the daughter of a higher-ranking noble based solely on his culinary skills. Hearing this, Sienna thought, marriage? I guess there are other opportunities besides becoming a royal chef. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd startled her. Do you guys think the Francis family will come? They continued their discussion, oblivious to Sienna. Who knows? Maybe Patriarch Francis will show up. Yeah, he's the Eastern King, so he might attend to support the students from his region. Sienna suddenly pictured Neverius's dignified appearance. Grandfather? The students kept talking, or maybe it was about those two handsome young masters. Backslash, that's so absurd. Backslash, Sienna, hearing this, started daydreaming. Backslash, my brothers, backslash. Backslash, hee. Sineanna cupped her cheeks, shyly yet confidently thinking, my family is just perfect. Suddenly, she remembered Frank, the family member she had forgotten, and thought, except for him. Liao paid no attention to the student's chatter and continued seriously explaining the rules. There will be 3 exams. One will take place at the end of this month. The evaluation criteria will vary depending on the examiner, so try to approach it from multiple perspectives. The specific details will be posted on the bulletin board. Dismissed. The students chorused again. Thank you. Mississippi. Frank picked up his book and was about to leave when he heard someone call, hey Frank. Billy and Peter excitedly approached him and asked, have you heard the news? Oh, it feels like it's about to explode. Unaware, Frank asked back, what's all the commotion about? Both of them said, the star of Gilligan, the saintess of Xavier, is near our academy, While Frank was stunned, the two continued, what is a royal treasure like her doing in the Eastern Turtle Village? Since you're the Patriarch Francis's grandson, You've met her in person, right? The saintess in charge of the transfer gate doesn't usually appear in such ordinary places. Frank gritted his teeth silently after hearing this, and then said to them, you mean Iron? The two were easily fooled. You called her name directly. Frank, in a sullen state, tried to restrain himself and replied, of course, I've met her a few times at banquets. Perhaps I'll go see her later, Evening quickly descended upon the academy. Sineanna walked alone on the road, muttering, everyone is busy with the upcoming exam. I wonder when the announcement for the first exam will be posted. One-on-one matches? So nerve-wracking. She wondered, who will be my opponent? Thinking about this. Sineanna yawned widely and affirmed, what's the use of getting depressed about it when the announcement hasn't been posted yet? I should head back to my room. After yawning, she suddenly noticed someone ahead. A strange figure made Sineanna wonder, who is that? Someone is standing at the dormitory entrance. Hearing footsteps, Oxo shifted slightly and stepped aside. His face was revealed under the moonlight. Sineanna was surprised, her expression slightly dazed as she called, Oxo. Both of them entered the room, and Sineanna cheerfully said, what a coincidence to meet in front of the dormitory. Oxo smiled and replied, indeed. She shared her thoughts with him. Everyone, including you, is still so diligent even though it's late. The bracket list and the theme haven't been posted yet, have they? Hearing her say this, Oxo just silently stared at her. Suddenly, he said, the announcement has been posted. Sineanna looked at him in surprise. He calmly said, on the board. She immediately ran to the front. It was no surprise that everyone was in exam mode. After reading the contents of the bulletin board, Sineanna exclaimed, no. The board read, Group 22, Zen Frank. She cried out again, no way. Oxo watched her tremble and thought to himself, oh, she's always terrified of interacting with Frank. Sineanna's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it, I have to rack my brains to deal with him even during the exam? I'm sick of him. She read on the bulletin board, the theme is a dish combining beans and Bundy. What is Bundy? I think I've heard it somewhere before. Oxo immediately answered her. It's a type of fruit that grows in the south. Sineanna pondered his words for a moment. Then she turned to look at him. Oxo explained further. In other words, it's possible the judge is from the south. Sineanna stared at him, then slowly replied, I see. Oxo tilted his head and asked her, is something wrong? Sineanna immediately became flustered. No, nothing's wrong. Thank you for letting me know. A moment later, she reached for a sample ingredient to taste, while contemplating, if I remember correctly, the southern cuisine in this world is similar to East Asian cuisine in my past life. If so, I should prepare the dish in that style. Sineanna chewed and savored the flavor of the sample ingredient. Suddenly, Sineanna felt so uncomfortable that she narrowed her eyes. She flinched at its taste and complained to herself. I think this is even more bitter than pepper. My tongue is numb. It startled me. Sineanna frowned and wondered. What is it? The smell and taste are quite familiar. Oxo walked closer to her and called out, Hey! She turned to him in surprise. He looked away shyly and said, About the bean dish you made in class. I tried to recreate it, but it tasted different from what you made. Hearing this, Sineanna thought to herself, Oh, he's asking me for the recipe? The great Oxo? Oh. Later, he heard a rustling sound from her side, so he curiously turned to look. Sienna cheerfully handed Oxo the recipe from her secret book. Here, the recipe for the soybean broth. He asked her, "Are you okay with sharing your recipe like this?" Sienna replied generously, "Is there a problem? Thanks to you, I knew about the exam announcement." He uttered awkwardly, "You'll see." Afterwards, the two walked up the stairs together, Sienna innocently starting a conversation. "By the way, did you try to recreate it based on what you tasted? That's extraordinary." Oxo replied coldly. "Yeah." She asked excitedly, "Can I try it?" Suddenly, she realized something and shyly covered her face, thinking to herself, "Wait, I'm talking to appear like a normal person." At this moment, Dominic's voice suddenly rang out. "Over there, talking in a hallway is against academy rules." He stood on the upper floor, looking down with a displeased expression. Sienna blushed and waved to him, thinking happily, "Your Highness." He glared at Oxo. Then Dominic pointed at him and announced, "You will be penalized." "And you?" Sienna flinched. "Yeah." She put on an innocent, pouting expression as she looked at him, making it impossible for Dominic not to soften. Shortly after, he regained his composure and decided, "Right after breakfast, come to my office before class." Sienna seemed to disagree. "Yes, just me." She whimpered and bowed her head in thought. "We were just talking. It's not fair." Oxo glanced at her emotional state. Then he sighed. Then Oxo didn't hesitate to step forward. He faced Dominic resolutely. "Headmaster, I apologize for violating the rules. However, since both of us are at fault, I will accept the punishment with her." Billy and Peter hid behind the wall and whispered to each other, "What's going on?" "Who knows?" Frank appeared behind them, and he spoke up. "What are you guys looking at?" Dominic remained silent for a long time. Then he glared and said in a low voice, "She didn't ask for your help." Those words sent chills down both Axoj and Sienna's spines. The three people hiding behind the wall were also startled. Then she shouted resolutely, I'll go there." Dominic frowned at her for a moment. She watched his expression anxiously, afraid of displeasing him. A short while later, he walked away coldly, saying, "All right, see you tomorrow morning." He headed to the right, causing the other three to flee in confusion. Peter panicked. "Oh no, the headmaster is coming this way." After returning to her room, Sienna closed the door and sighed sadly. She pouted thoughtfully. His Highness looked so fierce. Did something happen? Suddenly, she looked up and saw a yellow stone floating above the table. "Oh, the communication stone." Saikon's voice emerged. "Is anyone there, miss?" She cried out joyfully, "Sikon." Sikon spoke softly. "I hope you're having a wonderful evening. I've investigated the person you mentioned last time." Hearing that name, she grew tired again. Frank, right? Sikon looked at the documents and announced, "There's a name in the family register that matches the details mentioned, Frank Thompson." Sienna cried out in shock. "Seriously?" Sikon informed her he's not the Jadu's grandson, but a distant relative. She slumped onto the sofa, curiously asking, a distant relative? Sikon added, "More importantly, his family was banished from the Francis household." Sienna laid down on her bed after a long, tiring day. She thought back. Banished? I can't believe Frank and I are distant relatives. She recalled the conversation between her and Sikon, where Sienna had asserted, "I was certain I heard he was grandfather's grandson." Sikon had exasperatedly explained, "A lot of people think that Mississippi 30 years ago, his father deceived the citizens of the territory, and as a result, he was forced to leave the area and lost contact with the Francis family. It seems he still hasn't repented for his actions, as he's continued to swindle people out of their money. I hear he's quite wealthy." Sienna brought a hand to her chin, pondering. That must be why Frank can dress like a nobleman. Sikon asked her curiously, "Is something the matter with this Frank, miss?" Sienna hesitated, not wanting to answer about that. She shuddered, remembering Navirius's intimidating crossed arms and threat. "I'll drag you back immediately if anything happens to you." She thought to herself, "Grandfather will demand my return if he hears about this. Besides, I don't want Sikon to worry." Then she waved her hand dismissively, laughing it off. It's nothing. Tucking herself into bed, Sienna mused, "Well, I can't believe he's boasting by using the Francis family name. Frank is just like his father." She yelled angrily, her voice echoing throughout the room. "He's a bad person. Ugh, I'm so angry I can't sleep." Not long after, Sienna drifted off to sleep. The next morning dawned with gentle sunlight and the chirping of birds. Sienna sat awkwardly on the sofa. Opposite her, Dominic sat with his arms crossed, looking displeased. She stammered nervously. He didn't beat around the bush, asking directly, who was that person? She rejoiced inwardly. He's finally speaking. Then she looked at him brightly. Yes. Dominic's face darkened, and he asked in a low voice, who were you with last night? Sienna stared at him blankly. After a moment, she understood. Oh, are you talking about Axode, your highness? Dominic trembled with anger. She's so close to him, she's calling him by his first name. Sienna innocently replied, well, he's my classmate. He asked, with a radiant expression, and what about me? His expression shone so brightly it was dazzling. Sienna, flustered, looked away. You're my headmaster, of course. Seeing Dominic grit his teeth, she panicked, wondering, why is he angry? Because I was talking in the hallway? Anbach entered with a tray of pastries. He said softly, excuse the interruption. On the tray were various sweets and fragrant cups of tea. Sienna's jaw dropped, her mouth watering. Dominic coldly ordered, hold the tray. She looked at him surprised, yes. He closed his eyes, frowning. Consider this your punishment. Sienna felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She quickly obeyed, her hands trembling under the weight of the tray. Dominic opened his eyes slightly and asked, what's wrong? She whispered pathetically, I'm holding it as you commanded, your highness. You're so cruel. I promise I won't talk in the hallway again. Ever. She added, why are you laughing? Dominic chuckled, looking down. Unbelievable. You're truly adorable. Sienna blushed at his words. Dominic walked over and took the tray from her. His smile, it's beautiful, she thought. He gently placed the tray on the table. Then, gesturing towards it, he said, please enjoy. Consider a bribe. Picking up a pastry, she asked, a bribe? What do you need me to do? Her eyes sparkled. This is delicious, she squealed with delight. This is so soft and amazing. Dominic replied cheerfully, I know. It's made by Pavati, the former royal pastry chef. Tien Ho was devastated when he decided to leave. And yes, I do have a favor to ask. I'll be returning to the royal palace for 2 weeks, starting today. He gently brushed a crumb from her lip. I don't spend time with other men while I'm gone, especially the one I saw yesterday. Sienna froze. Is this jealousy? No, that's absurd. No student from the East can step foot in the royal kitchen. Maybe His Highness doesn't want me to distract Oxroy. He has the best chance of getting in there. She said softly, anyway, these desserts, they're exquisite. How can everything be so soft and delicious? Dominic blushed, a look of excitement on his face. Soft? Can you give me some examples? Sienna answered honestly, let's see, there's cotton candy, pudding, and jelly, and tofu. Suddenly, realization dawned on her. A few seconds later, she stood up and shouted, startling him, tofu. She asked, Your Highness, can I have the rest of my punishment later? Dominic, a mixture of exasperation and amusement, sighed, as you wish. Halfway there, Sienna stopped at, I almost forgot. Have a safe trip, Your Highness. He was both surprised and delighted to hear her words, coupled with her incredibly cute expression. Dominic looked at her and smiled softly. At the same time, in another room, Xing didn't seem happy, silently looking out the window. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock. I've arrived, Professor. Without waiting for his consent, Osh walked in. He looked seriously towards him. Xing immediately turned his head and said angrily, Insolent child. The land of gourmets, the Zir Legian Empire. This empire not only holds sway over the entire continent, but it is also home to the royal kitchen, which handles all the internal affairs of the imperial palace. The royal kitchen is also the home of the chef who acts as the second in command of the empire, the royal chef. To enter the royal kitchen, one must either top the graduation exams or have an impressive track record. Fulfilling one of these requirements will earn you a spot in the royal kitchen entrance exam. As Leah announced, candidates for the royal kitchen will be selected by calculating the total score as well as your graduation exam scores. The candidate selection process has begun. Sienna thought to herself. Sienna's previous achievements ranked from the bottom up. She was the student who always stood at the bottom of the class, as if intentionally, as if she wanted to disappoint her family, to make up for her terrible performance. I have no other choice. She closed her eyes and began to formulate a plan in her head. Besides having to be at the top of the graduation exam, if I want to catch the judge's eyes, I have to create a dish that is both delicious and unique. I have to trust the skills I've honed while running a restaurant in Korea. My efforts weren't in vain. You can do it, Yena. Before the day of the exam, the candidates were all busy brainstorming ideas for their dishes. Sienna was no exception. She also started the preparation process, her hands moving deftly. First, I'll cut the tofu. Sienna stirred a mixture with a spoon and said, next are the spices. The first theme is to create a dish from beans and bundi. She said, next, I'll combine the spices with stir-fried meat and green onions. Then she thought, the aroma and taste of bundi are very familiar, but I can't figure out what it is. However, since the South has a cuisine similar to the East Asian cuisine in my previous life, bundi is probably sansho. Explanation corner. Sansho is a type of Japanese pepper in the same family as Sichuan pepper, with a numbing, spicy flavor. Sienna vaguely guessed the ingredient. She wiped the sweat from her brow and muttered, a dish with the perfect combination of sansho and beans. After a moment of contemplation, she completed her dish, a hot, flavorful, and beautifully presented dish of mapo tofu. Looking at the delicious plate of mapo tofu in front of her, she couldn't resist trying a bite. As she ate, she evaluated, I've never made authentic mapo tofu with sansho before, but the taste is quite good. Next, she wondered, how much seasoning should I add? How much spiciness can the judges handle? What other ingredients can I add so that more people can enjoy it? While she was lost in thought, everyone had left. Sienna looked around, surprised to see no one there. Seeing that, she said, it seems everyone has gone home. I should go home too. Suddenly, a man opened the door, leaning against it and calling out, why are you still here? This person was Vice Principal Oravan. Sienna honestly replied, I'm preparing for the upcoming exam. I'll be graduating soon, so I won't give it my all. Oravan frowned and sighed. Why? I've never been a diligent student. His words nearly made her fall over backward. Oravan approached and said, it's too late now. Do you want me to consider how open your family would be to getting you in? Sienna, confused, blurted out yes. Oravan stroked his chin and smirked. With your face, I think it would be advantageous for you to marry someone rich. If you're lucky, they might even open a restaurant for you. Seeing his rudeness, Sienna frowned in displeasure. She quickly suppressed her anger and replied, I'm fine. But it seemed the tree wanted to be still, but the wind wouldn't stop. He continued, in times like these, you shouldn't be arrogant. Stop your futile efforts and find a position that suits you. Unable to bear it any longer, Sienna retorted, Vice Principal. In her mind, she thought, I've heard enough of your nonsense. Seeing this, Oravan warned, you'll regret behaving like this. It would be wise to heed my advice. He then casually took a bite of her dish and mocked, is this the dish you'll be presenting in tomorrow's exam? Sienna thought angrily, I never gave you permission to try it. As the food entered his mouth, Oravan suddenly paused. He was surprised by the flavor. Then, he said, this is made from tofu. Sienna, still annoyed, replied, yes, that's right. Hearing her answer, Oravan immediately started eating continuously and commented, tofu is an incredibly versatile ingredient. The bundi flavor isn't too overpowering, and it has its own distinct mark, a perfect balance between salty and spicy. I can't stop. Suddenly, Oravan stopped and looked at Sienna. Remembering his previous actions, he covered his mouth with a handkerchief and cleared his throat, launching into a speech. How foolish of students to think spices are all that's needed in a dish. This is too overpowering. One should prioritize drawing out the flavor of the main ingredient. Sienna argued back, sir, isn't Ghazi your specialty? Hearing this, Oravan bristled and yelled, you arrogant little brat. How dare you talk back to me? Make sure to clean up before you leave. He slammed the door shut, leaving Sienna to think, what's wrong with him? Well, I'm probably just overthinking it. Meanwhile, Oravan was storming out of the kitchen. He gritted his teeth angrily and muttered, unbelievable. Finally, the preliminary exam took place. The candidates were busy completing their tests. After finishing their dishes, everyone, including Sienna, was exhausted. I'm about to fail. One candidate thought to themselves, their wrists trembling from the weight of the pan. I couldn't even get a proper rest, so I'm so tired. Sienna rested her head on the table, thinking, staying up all night is too much for this body. Elsewhere, two other candidates were chatting. What are you making? Bundi soup. Seems like everyone's making the same thing. Suddenly, a voice shouted, you call that food? I can already smell the stench of failure. Sienna turned towards the source of the noise and saw Frank and his clique. Seeing them made her grit her teeth in anger. She immediately turned back around. Sienna worried, I completely forgot that Frank is my rival in this round. I want to avoid him at all costs today. Frank also spotted Sienna and looked at her. He suddenly gave a knowing smile. Then he brushed past her. Seeing that Frank seemed different, Sienna was curious. He didn't do anything. Why? The other candidates were just as puzzled as she was, and they started whispering amongst themselves, looking unconcerned. Hadn't they learned anything after Jacob's expulsion? She didn't know about Billy and Peter, but Frank certainly didn't seem to care. Why? The evaluation criteria were the same, regardless of the circumstances. Did he forget that even the professors were in his pocket? He must have done something to rig this exam as well. A voice announced, due to the large number of participating students, we will hold a preliminary round before the main round. The academy professors will be the judges. The professors have taken their seats and are prepared to begin scoring. The dishes are being neatly arranged on carts to be brought to the judges' table. We will now begin the evaluation process. The professors began to sample the dishes. Then came a series of comments from the judges. Pasta with beans? This student used Bundy for decorative purposes. A cunning ingenuity. Next, Group 2, Group 8, Group 14. A male professor spoke up. Beans aren't the main ingredient in most of these dishes. Most of the students are just using Bundy as a garnish. Zing, sitting nearby, also felt uneasy about the situation. Next, Group 22. This group included Sienna and Frank. The two carried their dishes forward, but Sienna looked more anxious. The professor's voice rang out. Frank's dish will be served first. Upon hearing this, the server began portioning Frank's dish on several plates. Then, the server placed the dish on the judge's table. Looking at the steaming dish before him, Magnia surprisingly lifted his glasses and said, "Oh, this is..." A professor's exclamation surprised Sienna. Very good. The professor seemed to really enjoy Frank's dish. You use beans as the main ingredient. It seems you put in some effort instead of taking the easy route. The balance between the Bundy and the spices is terrific. The vegetables are also cooked perfectly. After finishing eating, Liao wiped her mouth and said, "This is a dish I once tasted in the South. You must have done your research." Hearing the praise from the professors, Sienna was bewildered. What was going on? The compliments just kept coming. How good could it be? She never expected it from Frank. Suddenly, Sienna smelled a familiar scent. She frowned. Wait, this scent. At the same time, Oravan delightedly praised. What a wonderful mapo tofu. Sienna immediately turned to look at Frank. Frank's demeanor was incredibly relaxed, as if he was certain he would be chosen. Seeing that, Sienna furrowed her brows in increasing annoyance. How could he? Just then, an announcement came. I will now serve Sen's dish. As Sienna's dish was placed on the table, all the professors were stunned. Magnia said, "Wait, this... It seems the wrong dish was served." The server corrected him. "No, this is the dish Sun prepared." A professor asked in confusion. They prepared the same dish. Lia, seeing the awkward situation, interjected, "We should try it first. Perhaps it tastes different." The male professor beside her agreed. Indeed. The professors began to sample Sen's dish. Sienna. Suddenly, the professors' voices rose one after another. How is this possible? These two dishes taste almost identical. There's a slight difference in the spices they used, but most importantly, both even used tomatoes to enhance the flavor. Hearing the judge's evaluation, Sienna felt a surge of anger. Impossible, one professor declared. It seems one of them has stolen the other's recipe. At that moment, Sienna recalled the whispers from earlier. Did you forget that even the professors are in his pocket? I bet he's rigged this exam too. After a moment of contemplation, Oravan stroked his beard and spoke. However, I would say Frank's dish has a greater impact. He used the spices more boldly. He recalled yesterday's events, remembering himself eating Sienna's tofu dish while saying, "This is the dish you will present for tomorrow's exam." It was then that she realized she had been played. Oravan chuckled smugly. We should definitely declare Frank the winner. But before he could finish his sentence, Sienna raised her hand to speak. Professor. Smiling, she presented her point. I understand our graduation exam serves as a selection system for candidates for the royal kitchen, but I've heard it's not just limited to that. Hearing this, Lia smiled and replied, of course, it's also a system for students to discuss each other's creations and encourage mutual development. Sienna continued, for that reason, could I taste Frank's highly praised dish and learn a few things? Of course, I won't ask for the recipe. Lia cheerfully agreed, feel free. I don't see any problem with that. Is that all right, Frank? Hearing his name, Frank exclaimed in a panic. Yes. Having received the judge's approval, Sienna approached Frank's dish. As she tasted it, she thought, the vice principal tried my dish about 2 days ago around midnight, meaning Frank only had 1 day to make this. He couldn't possibly have made tofu in such a short time. After tasting, Sienna complimented him. The tofu you made is incredibly delicate and very good. How were you able to grind the beans so finely? Frank replied, you should know, you made tofu too. Sienna chuckled, yes, that's true, but yours is better. Her words caused Frank to stammer. Well about that. Suddenly, a male professor raised his hand and questioned, how were you able to incorporate bundi into your dish? I can't overlook this. Hearing the rapid-fire questions, Frank flinched, yes. The professor's inquisitive barrage made Frank pale. The IT also has a very fragrant aroma. Where did you buy the spices? How did you come up with the idea of adding tomatoes? You've studied Southern cuisine before. How did you saute the vegetables? Seeing the situation, Magnia cheerfully remarked, it seems the student's enthusiasm has increased. The male professor beside her agreed. I'm glad this has become a motivating factor for everyone. Suddenly, Frank yelled, this isn't fair. Why am I the only one who has to answer these questions? Sienna smiled, seeing the desired outcome unfold. Are you flustered, Frank? It's understandable. How can you answer questions about a recipe you don't know? You were probably advised to use different spice ratios by the person who stole my recipe. Now you're the center of attention, Frank. Thinking this, Sienna feigned innocence. All you need to do is explain the steps you took. Can't you answer? After adding fuel to the fire, she gave him a dark look. So, what do you have to say now? Suddenly, a loud shout erupted. Enough, Oravan said sternly. I'm very disappointed in you. Senator, you should be ashamed of trying to undermine your fellow student for losing. Sienna Fuchida retorted, Professor, I wasn't doing that. I was just asking a question. Oravan's voice boomed even louder. The intention behind your question is clear as day. Sienna was taken aback by his rudeness. Realizing he had gone too far, Oravan coughed lightly and concluded, it seems the results for Group 22 have been decided. Sienna felt a surge of fear at his harshness. Noticing his own outburst, Oravan cleared his throat and concluded, it seems the results for Group 22 have been decided. But Sienna refused to let it go. Wait, Professor, she interjected quickly. It's too early to announce the results. Frank stood to the side, smirking smugly as Oravan seemed to take his side. Sienna felt a surge of frustration. I can't give up like this, she thought. I want to get into the royal kitchen and prove myself. The youngest daughter of the Francis family is no longer a white elephant. Someone please. A rapid knocking on the table echoed, forceful as a gavel, demanding everyone's attention. Zing spoke, his voice calm yet firm. No one here has declared Frank the winner yet. His words immediately drew the attention of the other judges. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Oravan scowled and protested loudly. Wait a minute. Didn't we all agree that Frank's dish was clearly superior? Zing calmly replied, that doesn't mean we've declared him the winner. As soon as he finished speaking, the other judges' sharp gazes fell upon Oravan. Lia spoke up. Considering both groups made identical dishes, I must say it's difficult to judge based on a single round. Immediately, the other judges nodded in agreement. Only Oravan jumped up, sputtering. What? Professor Lia? Magnia added, her eyes assessing. The dish could have been created by a fluke, especially after seeing the student unable to answer simple questions regarding his own recipe. Oravan quickly defended Frank. Many dishes were invented by mistakes. Luck can also be considered a part of skill. Professor Zing's voice cut through the air. Then can we include that skill in the examination? Through a rematch, of course. Frank's face paled, as if he had swallowed a fly. Sienna frowned, thinking, a rematch in the main round? After Professor Zing's suggestion, the other professors raised their hands in agreement one by one. I agree. I think so too. Approved. Me too. Oravan broke out in a cold sweat, his body stiffening as if frozen in place. He was speechless for a full 5 seconds. Then, a clear announcement rang out. Group 22 will have a rematch in this round. The winner is yet to be determined. Both students will create a new dish using the remaining bundi and beans. You may leave. Next, Group 23. Everyone bustled around, preparing for the next round. Sienna, exhausted, sighed deeply. Finally, it's over, even though there's still a rematch. Suddenly, Frank appeared like a madman, slamming his hand on the table, acting like he ruled the world. His aggressive demeanor startled Sienna, causing her to instinctively take a step back. He snarled, his voice filled with venomous rage, you bitch. The hateful sound pierced through Sienna's mind, dragging her back to painful memories. She remembered the time she was tormented, huddled in the corner of a table, trembling and whimpering. "I'm sorry, please don't hit me," just as she thought she was about to receive the full force of Frank's punch. His friends rushed forward, just in time to restrain the madman. In Sienna's bewildered gaze, they dragged him away, despite his frantic struggles and shouts. "Let me go." Peter quickly intervened. "Don't you understand? If you hit a girl, the only one who will suffer the consequences is you." Billy added, "That's right, calm down." Amidst the chaotic scene, Sienna's eyes were still filled with fear, her heart pounding as she unconsciously met Frank's gaze. She couldn't help but tremble, stammering to reassure herself. "I am okay. I'm okay." She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to take deep breaths. Calm down. I did a good job. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore." But no matter how many times she told herself that, the fear still clung to her, like a ghost of the past that refused to let go. Suddenly, a warm voice rang out, laced with concern. "Are you all right?" The sound brought Sienna back to reality, as if she had just awakened from a nightmare. She looked up toward the person who had just spoken. Surprised, she called out, "Oros." Oros maintained a calm but sincere tone. "I saw you make that dish before. If you want, I'll help you." Sienna froze, looking into his eyes, a strange feeling welling up inside her. "Oros, is he angry on my behalf?" She pursed her lips, hesitantly replying, "I'm simply grateful for another chance. Thank you for the offer, but I want to do it myself. Although, it really is kind of you." He silently observed her, his eyes deep in thought. Then he held out a small jar towards her. Sienna curiously opened it, hesitantly asking, "Medicine?" Oros replied in a cold voice tinged with annoyance. "I'm not offering this because I care about you. I simply don't like that bastard acting like that. And your burned hand is bothering me. Stop letting people treat you that way." He then walked away coldly. She chuckled to herself, making a decision. "Nothing will change if I bring forward a witness. Because the person who helped Frank is the vice principal. The only thing I want now is recognition for my dish. I'm no longer a poor orphan or a helpless woman who wasn't even given a chance. I'll find it myself." Elsewhere, Frank roared like a madman. "Damn it." Billy tried to calm him down. "What's wrong, Frank? You can use this opportunity to show everyone how much better you are than her. Is it because you're missing an ingredient? Do you need to take some of mine?" He yelled, "Shut up, you don't know anything." He gritted his teeth, thinking furiously, "I still have too many ingredients because I didn't use any of them. But if I use them, I'll be confessing to the judges that I didn't make that bean dish. I won't be considered for the royal chef position if I'm eliminated in the preliminary round. I also won't be able to continue being a nobleman. Honor obtained through money is only limited, but the honor I will achieve by becoming the royal chef will be limitless." Lost in his own crazed thoughts, he let out a deranged laugh. "I've tasted the flavor of power and the respect that comes with the position," he declared. "How could I possibly give up the royal chef position?" That evening, in Oravan's office, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The older man frowned, his voice a low growl that "You're causing me quite a bit of trouble. Don't you know we shouldn't be seen together? Don't come here again." Frank remained silent, his gaze dark. Slowly, he spoke that "I heard the Academy will be recruiting judges from all over the continent to ensure fairness." He stepped closer, each footfall heavy. He suddenly slammed a bag of coins onto the table, startling Oravan, whose eyes widened in surprise. Then a smirk spread across Oravan's face. "Oravan," Frank growled, "bribe them. Do everything in your power to make sure they all choose my dish." The examination rules are as follows. The graduation exam consists of 3 stages. The first stage of the exam is conducted through a simple screening process. It is divided into the preliminary round and the main round due to the large number of participants. Frank and I both made it to the main round, where we had to have a rematch. Sienna grimaced. The judges declared both of our dishes delicious anyway. After several days of preparation, dark circles had formed under her eyes, and fatigue was evident on her face. She sighed wearily. "I haven't been able to get a wink of sleep thinking about having to compete against him again. Not only that, but I also have to worry about falling into one of his cheap traps. I just want to sleep like a log after the first stage of the exam is over." She silently prayed. "The second stage will probably only be harder. Ancestors, please protect me from any more trouble." The light rolling of wheels echoed on the floor as a server approached, pushing a cart that, "It's you," he greeted. He pushed the cart next to Sienna and said, "Your dish in the previous round was delicious. It's a shame you have to compete with Frank again, isn't it?" "Well, Getting a position in the royal kitchen doesn't necessarily guarantee success. Good luck. She forced a polite smile. Haha, thanks. Inwardly, she thought, everyone is certain Frank will be the winner. But just then, her gaze swept across the table. Zinyana vondat namatax. Frank on the left, me on the right. At that moment, another server approached, gesturing. Hey, we need to check a few things. While the two muttered to each other, Siniana quietly approached the name tags. A moment later, an announcement rang out. Next, Group 18, Jason and Haley. The server stepped forward, his voice evened out. I will serve Haley's dish first. In the southern region, Batuskas sat with his legs crossed, slowly wiping his mouth, boredom evident on his face. Ahem, are these the culinary skills of the Eastern Academy students? Leah, standing beside him, maintained her professional demeanor, gently reminding him, Sir, your diet is designed by the best chef on this continent. It's understandable that you might find the students lacking. But Tuskas cut her off with a harumph, crossing his arms dismissively. Humph, the Southern Academy isn't this bad. The professors standing behind them didn't dare speak, only cursing inwardly. That's because you're from the South. The other professors also remained silent, observing the scene. Oravan couldn't help but worry, recalling Frank's words on that fateful night. Do you plan to spend the rest of your life at the academy? Just a simple vice principal until the end of your days. He whispered, manipulating the old man. Haven't you ever thought about entering politics and experiencing a position at the royal palace? The gemstones revealed from his pocket made Oravan waver. Frank continued his manipulation. It's impossible for a mere commoner to get close to the royal palace. But it's not difficult for someone like Jaju Francis. As he reached the door, his eyes flashed with blatant ambition, continuing to tempt the old man. Don't you need the help of your nephew? Francis. Oravan fell silent, making up his mind. I never dared to dream of setting foot in the royal palace. And him paving the way for me into politics too. I have to ensure Frank wins, no matter the cost. At that moment, the announcer's voice rang out. Next, Group 22, Son and Frank. When the server pushed the card in, the judges were all taken aback. Under their scrutinizing gazes, one judge spoke with suspicion. Where are the name tags? Meanwhile, the bribed judges whispered amongst themselves that I thought we were supposed to vote for Frank's dish. How are we supposed to know which is which like this? Another responded in confusion. I don't know. He questioned, Oravan, what's the meaning of this? Oravan froze, his face stiff as wax. How is this possible? He yelled. The name tags. Where are the name tags? The startled server stammered in surprise. Yes, they're right here. But as he looked down at the cart, his eyes widened in astonishment. They're gone. Amidst the chaos, Magina's decisive voice rang out. The name tags aren't important. What we're judging is the student's cooking. Oravan, flustered, anxiously defended himself. Oh no, Professor Zing suddenly spoke, each word striking at the old man's guilty conscience. Is there a reason why you're emphasizing the importance of the name tags? Oravan faltered, stammering, no, of course not. Zing looked at him coldly, his sharp gaze as if trying to see through every thought. Then please don't act so suspiciously. The other judges are quite dissatisfied with your attitude in the preliminary round. Oravan frowned, unable to refute a single word. The first dish was brought up, and the server announced clearly, we will begin the evaluation. This is the first dish. As soon as the dish was tasted, the judges couldn't help but grimace. What is this? A combination of olive oil and vermicelli? What a terrible combination of flavors. Even with a lack of ingredients, you can't make something like this. But Tuskas spat out what he had just eaten, not bothering to say a word. Witnessing this, Frank's lips curled into a smug smirk. The bribe finally worked. He chuckled, leaning closer to Siniana and whispering, Look, the judges are all disgusted by your dish. If I were you, I'd run away from here in shame. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be a chef. The server, oblivious to the tension between the two, continued to announce, Next is the second dish. When the plate was placed before Batuskas, his eyes widened. Scooping up a spoonful, he said in astonishment, This. As soon as he tasted it, his eyes lit up. The explosion of flavor stunned even the other judges. Count Gass set down his spoon, and praised with delight. Perfect. This is exactly the spicy flavor the dish, combined with booty, should have. The other judges also nodded in agreement. Tea melts in my mouth. I can't believe a student could make such a delicious dish with only leftover ingredients. The peanuts balance the flavor, the saltiness is perfect, even the texture of this dish is extraordinary. It even surpasses tofu. The spicy sauce alone is enough to rival Southern cuisine, but the sweetness of the BG mellows it out. It's excellent. Count Gas couldn't wait to finish the dish, not leaving a single drop of sauce. Even though it was so spicy, he had to continuously wipe his sweat. He continued to praise it. I can guarantee this dish has the potential to become a staple that anyone, regardless of region, will love. He decisively made his decision that I'll buy this student's recipe. Liao smiled politely and replied, I apologize, but only the top-ranking student in the first stage of the exam has the right to transfer their recipe. Gas was stunned, rising in indignation. What? On the other side, Frank, hearing this, smirked triumphantly. Yes. With Count Gas's support, his victory was guaranteed, seeing how much they enjoyed his dish. I'm definitely going to secure the top spot. All I need to do now is sell the recipe for a good price. He puffed up his chest, eagerly thinking to himself, come on, say it, say Frank is ranked first. Just then, Count Cass suddenly stood up and asked loudly, who is the student who made the dish with BG? This student definitely deserves first place. Frank's beautiful illusions instantly shattered, and he froze, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Count Cass, oblivious to his expression, continued to comment enthusiastically, the aroma, the flavor, the combination of ingredients. This dish has no flaws. I dare say, this is the best dish in the first stage of the exam. It's fascinating. I've seen and tasted countless dishes made from beans, but even in the South, BG isn't a common ingredient. I never thought it could be pureed so well. Frank was in utter panic, his thoughts swirling in chaos. What are they talking about? Count Cass spoke again, his voice full of curiosity and anticipation. Who is the student who made this? A slender, fair hand was raised calmly. Sienna gave a sweet smile and softly replied, it was me. The competition results board was displayed. Second place, Oxoj, black bean mixed rice. First place, Zen, Southern-style BG soup. Albeck closed his eyes and calmly said, she took first place. I heard there was an incident, but thankfully it's all right. Dominic smiled proudly, as if he had already known the outcome. She's not one to be easily defeated. He seemed very relaxed, his eyes affectionate. Though he only smiled slightly, he was probably very happy. Albeck approached Dominic's desk and asked, Your Highness seems to be in a good mood. Dominic simply replied, Is that so? Albeck could only sigh in exasperation. He looks relaxed, but his aura when he heard the news was terrifying. Recalling the moment he heard the news, Dominic immediately said in a low voice, That guy copied her dish. Albeck at that time could only stammer, Your Highness. He continued to think, I was a little worried when His Highness suddenly announced he would return to the Eastern Academy. Dominic, while looking at a report, asked, The midterm exam will be conducted after they receive instructions from the instructor, right? Chuckling, as everything was going smoothly, Albeck replied, Yes, Your Highness. He continued, if she received guidance from him, I believe her culinary career would be guaranteed. Dominic simply agreed, But it's not that simple. Albeck said to Dominic, However, we are in a more dire situation than Mississippi. We must bring him to the Imperial Palace. Dominic sighed deeply, I know. Dominic suddenly recalled the words Emperor Octavius had spoken to him. I'm sure you've heard that the crown prince of the Ada Kingdom's investiture ceremony is approaching. The Prince of Ada has requested that his dishes be served as an offering. He claims to have been greatly comforted by his cooking. We can't do anything else. I understand it won't be easy, but we need his help. This chef not only published 33 recipes during his time in the royal kitchen, but he also captured the heart of the emperor, other imperial princes, and many more. If not for that unfortunate accident, he would have become the royal chef by now, the one often referred to by the nickname, Hand of God. Albeck also sighed, saying, But he is known to be someone who won't take on any work if he doesn't want to. Dominic also conceded, saying, The emperor also knows that fact, which is why he sent me here, although I must say, the idea of sending me wasn't bad. Albeck, surprised, replied, Yes, I understand, completely understand. Dominic further explained, anyway, he's a tough one of a kind. Zinc L.U.C. is a man with a rather mature face and shoulder-length hair. Sienna was sitting in the kitchen when Zinc approached her and asked, how did you come up with the idea of using BG? Sienna was extremely surprised, but also couldn't help but be delighted. Ah, Professor Zinc L.U.C. Zinc observed the dish she had made placed on the table. Then she shyly replied, why yes, I not only didn't have enough ingredients, but I also believed BG, unlike bean skin, would enhance the unique flavor of bundi. Zinc simply said, Then he looked at Sienna with a serious expression and asked, may I try it? At first, Sienna was very surprised to receive that question, but when she regained her composure, she was overjoyed, her eyes shining brightly like a child receiving a gift. Yes, of course. Zinc slowly tasted a small piece. Sienna was anxiously wondering what the professor's thoughts were. She explained the ingredients she had used. I used chili oil. Zinc immediately continued for her, and Japanese apricot. She replied, exactly. Zinc L.U.C. looked at her and began to comment, this dish is quite harmonious, but you still lack precision, so assess the timing when you incorporate the BG. Sienna nodded repeatedly. Yes, thank you for your feedback. Her face flushed, clearly showing admiration that he pointed out exactly what I was worried about. I didn't know that when you saute BG for too long, it can change its soft texture. Furthermore, he also realized I used Japanese apricot, something no one else noticed because it was masked by the strong aroma of bundi. He truly is Professor Zinc L.U.C. Despite some minor shortcomings, Zinc still highly praised it and concluded, overall, this is quite an impressive dish. Hearing those words, Sienna was overjoyed, her heart skipping a beat, wondering if she had misheard. She stood motionless for a few seconds, as if to believe this was reality. I just received a compliment from the professor who has never praised a dish. Students. Sienna watched Zinc's receding figure, seemingly surrounded by a brilliant aura. She was so moved she felt like she might cry at any moment. I'm so happy. This makes me want to work even harder. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her. It was Frank. He grabbed her hair and yanked it hard. Sienna cried out, hey. He called her crudely, you bitch. Then he glared at her and growled, come with me. Sienna gritted her teeth in anger. It was Frank using violence against her. Was he insane? The surrounding people called out in alarm. Hey, Frank's really doing it. Call security. Sienna thought. Thankfully, the other students are witnessing this, so security should arrive soon. I can't open a portal here. I have no choice but to fight back. Sienna quickly grabbed a food lid. Then she swung around and slammed it into Frank's face. Blood splattered everywhere. He groaned, ow. Frank clutched his wound and pleaded, wait, that hurts. Sienna prepared to strike again, but stopped. Frank, seeing this, fearfully covered his face with his hands. She yelled, you're afraid of getting hurt, but you enjoy using violence and inflicting pain on others. Threatening people with violence is something only bullies do. You're a bully, Frank. You're truly awful. Eravant suddenly threw open the door. He roared, what do you two think you're doing? Sienna, who was pinning Frank to the floor, froze and looked up at him. Eravant scowled, his eyes wide. He strode forward and snatched the lid from Sienna's hand, throwing it hard to the floor. Then he boomed, unbelievable, using a sacred tool to attack a fellow student. Such behavior has never been tolerated in this academy. He bellowed, both of you come with me. Frank returned to his room and stood before the door for a long time, seemingly anxious and afraid. He recalled the time he and Sienna were called to the vice principal's office to meet with Eravant. Sienna vehemently protested. This isn't the first time Frank has been vulgar with me. It's not fair that I'm the only one whose parents are being called. I'll file a formal complaint with the Academy Council. Hearing this, Eravant hesitated, which greatly annoyed Frank. Eravant said with a sinister expression, if you feel that way, I'll summon the guardians of both parties. Frank's eyes darkened as he glanced at Eravant. Eravant placed a hand on Frank's shoulder, reassuringly, don't worry, Frank. Then he leaned in close, whispering in his ear, just a modest sum, and you won't be marked by the council. Frank clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger. You think I don't know you're using this opportunity to contact the head of the Francis family directly? He's not stupid, that old fox. After listening to Frank's account of the incident, Baron Thompson, Frank's father, calmly replied, so, You're saying there's a meeting? Frank didn't dare look up, his tone remorseful. Yes, father. It seems so. Baron Thompson said, I understand. We have to turn this into an opportunity. Frank wondered, huh? Baron Thompson is a man of power and prestige. He continued, there's no way those bumpkins at the academy can distinguish between the main family and a branch family. I'll have to go there as a relative of Francis's family to better protect your position in the academy. Frank thought it was impossible, but our house is full. Baron Thompson explained, you plan to enter the royal kitchen anyway. If that's the case, the head of the family will naturally summon you back. He lowered his head, his voice low and sinister. Listen carefully, Frank. The headmaster doesn't care about what happens within the academy. Just use the vice principal like you've been doing. Frank pondered and then decided, right, as long as I can get good grades in the midterm and final exams, I could become a candidate for the Royal Kitchen examination. My parents being summoned to the academy also means I won't need to hide my identity before the expulsion takes place. He grinned smugly, as if holding a perfect plan. The vice principal will definitely be on my side, and that bitch will, Baron Thompson declared. This will be my first time at the academy. I'll choose a luxurious carriage to intimidate that little girl's parents. Frank replied with a satisfied laugh. Yes, father. If that bitch gets expelled, please buy her for me. I'll make her my concubine. I'll tame her well, so she won't be able to act so haughty in front of me. Baron Thompson encouraged his son's dark scheme. Yes, of course. I'm happy to do anything for you, my good son, future royal chef. Meanwhile, Sienna huddled in a dark corner. She recalled painful memories from the past. She was beaten and abused, her hands covered in blood. I can't believe you dare to steal. You're just making it more obvious that you're a parentless child. It's kids like you who give this poor orphanage a bad name, you know? Back then, she was just a child, only able to cry and explain, even though no one believed her. No, it's not fair. I didn't steal anything. In that moment of despair, Mia had hugged her. It's okay. Everything will be all right, Senna. You didn't do anything wrong. The two of them held each other and sobbed. Snapping back to the present, Sienna called out unconsciously, Mia. At that moment, the yellow crystal on the table lit up. Sienna quickly sat up. She answered in a flustered voice, Ah, hello. Lancelot's voice echoed from the crystal. Sienna, I called to see how you're doing. You said you were busy with the midterm exams, right? How did it go? Sienna remained silent for a long time. Seeing her lack of response, he asked worriedly, Sienna, what? I can't hear you. Did we lose connection? Sienna, remembering the bullying, her emotions plummeted. No, if I cry, if I'm caught crying. Navirius called out loudly, Senny. Lancelot patted his back reassuringly. Grandfather, why don't we wait until Sienna starts talking? Navirius waited silently. Owen, standing nearby, also wondered what's wrong. This time, Sienna had somewhat regained her composure. She replied, I got into a fight with another student at the academy. They said I have to bring a guardian, and they're holding a meeting before discussing expulsion. Lancelot asked in surprise, Expulsion? How can they expel someone for a fight between students? All right, tell us what happened, Sienna. Sienna continued to tremble. Navirius, Lancelot, and Owen patiently waited for her answer. Unable to hold back any longer, Sienna burst into tears, sobbing as if she had been holding them in for too long. Everyone was stunned into silence. Owen pouted angrily, furious at those who had made his sister cry. Sienna mustered her courage and said, I'm sorry, I caused trouble. Lancelot reassured her, Not at all, Sienna. You did very well. Owen asked, Why didn't you just finish him off? Navirius said, They're good girl. You didn't do anything wrong. You don't need to be afraid anymore. Hearing these words felt as if Navirius himself were there, comforting her. Sienna leaned against him, pouring out all her pent-up frustration. After the matter was settled, the crystal disconnected. In his private room, the butler informed Navirius, the meeting with the Academy Council will take place in 4 days, Master. I will postpone everyone's schedule. Navirius sat in silence, lost in thought. Lancelot was also troubled, unsure of what to do at the upcoming council meeting. He wondered, what should we do now? What's the best way to deal with him? Everyone in the dormitory was buzzing about Sienna and Frank's incident. I heard son is about to be expelled. Really? But Frank was the one at fault. You're right. It's hard to believe he's a noble considering the outrageous things he's done. That's why the Academy requested Frank's parents to come. So someone from the Francis family will actually be here. No wonder the vice principal and the professors are so happy. Ossel was strolling down the hallway to class. The supervisor greeted him. Good morning, Ossel. He quickly replied, Good morning to you too. The supervisor, in a cheerful mood, asked, You're early today as well? Ossel said indifferently, You seem to be in a good mood. The supervisor's face brightened even more. She said, That's right, haha. Someone from the Francis family will be present at the Academy Council meeting. Ossel replied, Yes. The supervisor said, slightly disappointed, Frank's father will be coming as his guardian. It would have been so much better if the head of the Francis family attended. She chuckled and continued, This time, Sim will get what she deserves. I wanted to teach her a lesson ever since she started provoking Frank. Don't you think it's good that she's being expelled? Hearing this, Ossel became worried. He lowered his head, thinking, She's about to be expelled. The day of the Academy Council meeting arrived. The vice principal was anxiously waiting at the Academy gates. He paced back and forth, repeatedly checking his pocket watch. When he heard the approaching sound of a carriage growing louder, he quickly broke into a smile and exclaimed, Ah, they're here. Baron Thompson. Thompson stepped out of the carriage with the dignified air of a model nobleman. He greeted, Good day. Frank rushed over excitedly. Father. Thompson, seeing his son, happily extended his hand and said, Ah, my good son. Oravan immediately stepped forward, shaking Baron Thompson's hand enthusiastically. He gushed, Good heavens, I've been wondering where Frank gets his dashing looks from, and it seems the answer is right in front of me. I'm Oravan, the vice principal. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's an honor to meet a member of the Francis family. Thompson, beaming with pride, placed a hand on Frank's shoulder and said, Indeed, my son is a handsome and intelligent young man. I hear he's doing very well at the academy. Oravan nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Frank is considered a wonderful role model for the other students. Thompson suddenly shifted his gaze towards Siniana. He stared at her for a few seconds, then stepped towards her and pinched her face, his voice menacing. You're the brat who dared to lay a hand on my precious son. Siniana winced in pain from his grip. She whimpered, sir, let go. Thompson glared at her with contempt. He sneered, Does the academy accept such riffraff as students? With that, he shouted and slapped her. You lowly brat, how dare you? Suddenly, his hand was caught in a strong grip. Thompson, annoyed, glared at the person who had stopped him. He growled, Who is this? Unfortunately for Thompson, the person he had just challenged was Owen. He was seething with rage as he retorted, You just called her lowly? Do you want to die? Thompson, of course, recognized him. His expression did a complete 180, shifting from anger to terror. Young master, why are you here? Behind Owen, Lancelot was helping Neverius dismount his horse. This caused all the teachers and Oravan to gasp in shock. They cried out, the head of the Francis family. Thompson was drenched in sweat. He thought nervously, both young masters and the head of the Francis family are at the academy. They wouldn't come even if contacted. So why? Oravan suddenly rushed forward. Good heavens! He bowed repeatedly before Neverius, his voice fawning. We are so honored to have you grace us with your presence. Frank was starting to feel touched. He murmured, What's going on? The head of the Francis family, here for me. Oravan barked at Siniana. You there? How dare you block the head's path? Siniana, her face dark, remained silent. Oravan looked at Neverius ingratiatingly. Please rest assured, I'll make sure that Brat gets on her knees and apologizes to Frank. Witnessing the blatant sycophancy, Neverius began to exude a terrifying aura. He ignored Oravan's attempts to engage him and hurried over to Siniana, gently stroking her head. Siniana, in front of everyone, their jaws dropping in astonishment, he spoke softly, What's wrong? Your grandfather is here. Come on, lift your head. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She burst into tears that I'm sorry for making you come here, grandfather. Everyone present, except for Owen and Lancelot, was stunned. Oh, grandfather. Oravan was so shocked he collapsed to the ground, his face pale. He stammered, That girl is the granddaughter of the head of the Francis family. Owen was absolutely furious. He snorted, muttering, Why is she like this? Which piece of trash did this to our little sister? He shot Thompson a terrifying glare, gritting his teeth that I want to tear that bastard to shreds. Lancelot gently patted Siniana's head and cheerfully reminded Gawain, Oh, stop it, Gawain. Anna can't hear you. Mind your language. He then looked at her sympathetically. How could they do this to such a pretty face? He added, I think you should go wash your face, little sister. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. Lancelot glared at Frank, his cold inquiry making him flinch. Your father is Frank Thompson. He used our family name to commit fraud on our own territory, and it seems you're following in his footsteps. How chaotic. Frank could only lower his head in fear. Lancelot's demeanor became menacing. You dare to use the Francis name without permission. We'll let the authorities deal with that later. Frank, terrified, collapsed, his legs turning to jelly. Lancelot, seemingly unconcerned, said casually, "If you're dirty, go inside." Under Oravan's fearful gaze, he continued, "And let's start this damn meeting or whatever it is we're supposed to do." The killing intent radiating from the three members of the Francis family was terrifying. Outside the meeting room, Gawain stood casually beside Sienna. She looked at him quizzically. "Aren't you going in, Gawain?" He replied, "I don't need to be there. Besides, I want to avoid the stench of those trashy bastards inside." She seemed to understand. Gawain looked at her with concern and asked softly, "By the way, what's your room like? I want to see it." Sienna looked flustered. "Why? Guardians aren't allowed inside the academy. They can only stay in the academy committee's office to handle matters." Gawain clicked his tongue. "TSK. Is your room big?" She looked up at him and asked, "The size of my room?" After a moment of thought, she quickly gestured from here to here. He burst out laughing. Then he bluntly criticized as small as a nostril. Sienna pouted slightly. "Oh, come on." "Well, yes, if you compare it to a room in the castle." Gawain frowned and muttered, "I should have just burned down the whole dormitory." She didn't hear him clearly and asked blankly. Frank stood anxiously alone on the other side. He called out softly, Hey, senior." Gawain's voice turned dangerously low. "What?" He glared at Frank as if he wanted to tear him to shreds. "Who said you could talk to her? Utter another word and I'll gouge your eyes out." Overwhelmed by Gawain's aura, Frank became as meek as a lamb, not daring to speak. Gawain said to Sienna, "Come on, let's go outside." She asked, slightly startled, "Go where?" Gawain gently took her hand. "Let's take a walk around this place." She replied, "Oh, okay." And so, Gawain and Sienna, hand in hand, left, leaving Frank standing there alone in his anxiety and tension. Inside the meeting room, trembling slightly, inside the meeting room, a heavy silence hung in the air. The supervisors and teachers, none of them dared to speak a word, their hearts filled with fear. I was told all I had to do was choose Frank's dish as the best. So why am I here? What the hell is going on? I feel like I've been dragged into a mess. Oravan glared at Thompson with disgust, wanting nothing more than to punch him. That damn swindler. Lancelot suddenly spoke calmly. "So, regarding the expulsion," Oravan flinched, stammering, your lordship, you needn't worry about that." He was smiling, but his body trembled as he quickly replied, "I'll make sure, Miss Sun, I'll make sure no one breathe a word about expelling the young lady." Zavirius snorted, feigning exhaustion. Silence. "What did you say before?" "You said you'd make her kneel and apologize." Zavirius tapped his cane on the floor a few times. The picture of a stern patriarch. "I want to hear what happened," he commanded. Oravan hesitated, his voice trembling slightly. There was a small dispute. Lancelot immediately questioned, "You call a woman facing a man's violence a small dispute?" Thompson promptly knelt and kowtowed beside Zavirius, exclaiming, "Lord Zavirius." Sweat dripped onto the stone floor as he pleaded, "It was a misunderstanding. It was an accident during a small dispute. My son never intended to harm the young lady." Zavirius's cane jabbed into Thompson's thigh, silencing him. The tip of the cane pressed harder into Thompson's trembling thigh as Zavirius slowly said, "Oh, what a pity. I must be getting old. Clumsy hands are nothing unusual at my age." Thompson looked up in pain, his voice shaking with a plea. Lord Zavirius." Zavirius glared at him. "You understand I didn't intend to hurt you, don't you?" Lancelot, standing beside him, calmly interjected, "Oh, grandfather, please don't poke your new cane into anything unclean. I can handle the rest. Leave it to me." Thompson, as if given a reprieve, turned and cried out, "Young master." Lancelot cheerfully put a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Sure. If you don't stop yapping, my patience might run out." Zavirius's voice was full of menace. "So, who is it? Who made my granddaughter cry?" A moment later, the meeting room door suddenly opened. Frank turned and, seeing a familiar figure, blurted out, Father, how did it go?" Before he could finish, he received a stinging slap from his beloved father. Thompson, utterly furious, roared at him, "You ungrateful wretch. Do you know what kind of humiliation I've had to endure because of you?" Just then, Sienna and Juan returned and witnessed the scene. She gasped, "Frank," but Juan covered her eyes. "That I think it's over," he said. Lancelot smiled gently at her. It's been a while since we've seen our little sister, so we want to chat with her a bit before leaving. The people inside the meeting room rushed out as if chased by ghosts, leaving Sienna bewildered about what had transpired. A happy family reunion indeed. Now, he continued, as the hallway became eerily quiet with only the four of them remaining. The hallway is much less crowded. Lancelot called out Anna. She startled, replying yes. Lancelot smiled, radiating warmth. You don't have to worry anymore. He apologized and said it was just a misunderstanding. Hearing this, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She bowed her head, touched I'm so glad. With that, tears streamed down her face. Lancelot and Juan stepped closer to comfort her. A moment later, Lancelot looked at Juan and asked, shall we go? Juan replied, yeah, I think the coast is clear. Then he said, Anna, open the portal. She looked bewildered. Huh? Portal? Lancelot winked playfully and told her, we're quite the spectacle wherever we go, aren't we? It's been a while, so let's have some fun together. I also got your exit permit. Xaverius said affectionately, let us go wherever you wish, Sienna, and we will follow. Sienna smiled happily. Yes, let's go. A bright light appeared as she said, home. Sikhan and the castle servants rejoiced at their return, greeting them in unison. Welcome back, Mississippi. Sienna looked at the scene before her, exclaimed in surprise. Wow! She showered the garden with praise that they've remodeled the castle garden. It's so beautiful. These roses are especially lovely. One asked his sister, isn't it beautiful? He smiled and recounted, the servants planted them just for you. They even gave this flower bed a very dreamy name. Sienna, holding a rose in her hand, paused at Juan's words. What is it? Juan lowered his head and gently uttered the name, All for Love. Sienna was also surprised by the name. All for Love? What a romantic name. Juan took a lock of Sienna's hair and said, roses attached to green vines, with the most beautiful petals. He chuckled. I have to admit, they remind me of you. Before Sienna could finish her sentence, her brother playfully pushed her head down. Oh, I'm saying you're beautiful. Just then, a voice called out, interrupting their conversation. Anna. Lancelot pulled out a chair and gestured to his sister. It's time for dinner, my lady. The table was laden with delicious-looking dishes. Sienna took a bite and was delighted by the flavor. Lancelot laughed and continued to feed his sister. You like it? Agon prepared it especially for you. Here you go. Sienna happily declared, I love Agon's cooking. Hearing this, Lancelot beamed. He affirmed, wonderful. Agon will be so happy to hear that. Both Xaverius and Juan smiled along with her. Suddenly, Xaverius spoke up, asking about a rumor he'd heard. I heard there was some trouble during the exam. Sienna replied, oh, that matter has been resolved. Lancelot looked at her in surprise and asked, you handled it yourself? Sienna confirmed, yes, and I made it to the main round of the exam. All right, she excitedly announced good news to everyone. I got first place with the highest score. Lancelot exclaimed in astonishment, my goodness, I'm so proud of you, Anna. Juan also laughed and teased her. You're always at the bottom of the class, and now you've jumped to first place. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Forgive me, master. Butler Sebastian, holding a scroll, explained, I apologize for the interruption, but there's a matter concerning the mind that requires your immediate attention. Xaverius seriously read the scroll. After a moment, he said, I will convene a meeting after the meal. We will discuss it then. Sebastian replied, yes. Xaverius suddenly remembered something and asked him, by the way, your son is turning 15 this year, isn't he? How is he doing these days? Sebastian smiled and answered, yes, I'm glad you remember. He's currently studying at the Scholars Academy. Xaverius cleared his throat and continued to ask, how are his grades? I imagine they're good. Upon hearing this, Sebastian honestly replied, his grades aren't too bad, sir. Xaverius asked further, good enough to be at the top of his class? Sebastian thought for a moment and said, well, being top of the class is quite difficult, sir. Xaverius stroked his chin and tried to hide the smile on his lips. Yes, it certainly is quite difficult. At this moment, Sebastian suddenly realized something. Could it be Lady Sienna? Looking at the three Francis brothers, their eyes wide and mouths agape, Sebastian exclaimed, Lady Sienna achieved the highest score at the academy. Xaverius, his face flushed, continued to boast, my granddaughter is so talented that it's almost becoming quite troublesome. Quan muttered under his breath, a grandfather boasting about his granddaughter. Sebastian laughed heartily and continued to praise Sienna. The fact that she's the saintess is already astonishing, and now she's also the top student at the academy. If she's like this in the royal kitchen as well, there's no doubt that all eyes will be on her. Navirius tried to suppress his laughter and replied, "Ahem, that's certainly something to be concerned about." Hearing this, Sebastian said, "Yes, if I were in your position, Jaju, I would feel the same way." He laughed heartily and made a suggestion. "Ha ha ha. Do you think we should celebrate this right away?" Navirius stood up and declared, "I think it's time to open the castle gates for a celebration. Tell the residents in the territory to eat and drink to their heart's content. I'll hold a grand feast." Sienna shyly covered her blushing face and tried to stop her grandfather. "Stop it, Grandpa. This is only the first time I got a good score. Besides, it's only the first term." Meanwhile, at the academy, Dominic coldly pursed his lips. Opposite him, the vice principal sat fearfully in his chair, his head bowed. Dominic's fingers tapped repeatedly on the armrest of the chair. After a moment, he spoke in a cold voice. "I heard there was a discussion without my permission regarding the expulsion of a student." Oravan bowed his head low and fearfully replied, "Yes, sir." Hearing this, Dominic continued to relay another piece of news. "I also heard the council considered this matter, consisting of you and members personally chosen by you, instead of the professors in charge." The vice principal confirmed that is correct. At this point, Dominic revealed a crucial piece of information. "I'm also aware that you disciplined the professors who opposed Emson's expulsion." He rested his chin on his hand, closed his eyes, and said to Oravan in a cold voice, "Emson's guardian has filed a formal complaint. You've certainly achieved many things I wasn't aware of." After hearing these accusations, the vice principal fearfully slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Your Highness, Headmaster, I ask you to handle this matter fairly." However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Dominic's actions. He lifted his foot and placed it on the table. Oravan's eyes widened, and he trembled in fear. Dominic warned him, "I'm not finished." He clasped his hands together, placed them on his stomach, and continued, "Don't test my patience. I'm not one for mercy. I also heard Emson file the complaint, but it was ignored every time." At this moment, the vice principal's body trembled incessantly, and he stammered, about that." Dominic stared at Oravan with a cold gaze. If he weren't a member of the Francis family, he would have been unjustly expelled by now. You, who were considered a role model for the students, chose to break the rules of this institution. After accusing him, he turned to his subordinate, Anbak. Anbak bowed his head respectfully. "Yes, sir." He declared his decision. "Dismiss him and everyone connected to him. Inform the entire academy and the alumni association about the truth, so they can never set foot in any organization again." As soon as Dominic finished speaking, Anbak exclaimed, "Understood, sir." Oravan yelled in dissatisfaction, "You can't do this. Headmaster, I will." Not letting him finish his sentence, Dominic angrily ordered, "Enough." He lowered his eyes, coldly warning the vice principal, "I haven't humiliated you in front of the students. Consider that my last act of mercy towards you." At this moment, Oravan was being dragged away by two knights. He cried and reached out, wanting to plead with Dominic, "Please reconsider, Your Highness, Your Highness." After Oravan was dragged away, Anbak curiously asked, "What will you do with that vacant position, sir?" Dominic stated his plan. "Move the second exam date up. We'll find a replacement as soon as possible while the students are busy preparing for the test." Anbak continued to ask, "What about the student who injured Emson? Will you expel him?" However, Dominic said, "No, leave him be." Anbak responded doubtfully. "Yes, sir." Dominic coldly explained, "He didn't go home because he's afraid of his father. These days, his nerves will be frayed. I'm also sure the Francis family won't let his father rest easy." He angrily affirmed, whether inside or outside the academy, life will be a true hell for him. Anbak bowed his head and replied, "I'll arrange for someone to keep an eye on him, sir." Dominic pursed his lips, thinking to himself, "I don't particularly care about the academy's dignity or its rules, but I'm angry that she was ignored and had to face such injustice." He remembered Sienna and wondered, how could they do that to someone so lovely? At this moment, Anbak was reporting back to Dominic on the progress of the work. "But as you commanded, I quietly sent the Francis carriage back to their castle, sir." Hearing this, he praised. "Good." He pondered, A student whose identity is revealed must be expelled. They knew this was one of the academy's rules, yet they parked the carriage in plain sight, as if they didn't care who would recognize it. Meaning, they wanted to create a situation where word of her true identity as Lady Sienna Francis would spread, and we'd have no choice but to send her home. It's clear who came up with that devious idea. Dominic reminded himself, I need to be vigilant. Suddenly, he exclaimed, good heavens. Dominic ran a hand through his hair and smiled. Even being near her is an impossible task. Marquis Xavier's mansion. At this moment, the butler was reporting the news he had just received to Johann. Sir, this is the report on the young master's days at the academy. After reading the contents on the paper, Johann gritted his teeth in anger. That idiot. Irene held her teacup, silently listening as her father scolded her brother. He dragged himself to the academy, even though he didn't want to learn, then used a bizarre alias the entire time, and it seems his grades were a disaster as well. A moment later, she turned to ask, is something the matter, father? Johann waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. Johann smiled at his daughter. You don't have to worry about such trivial matters. Irene said, Father's worries are also my worries, but she swirled her teacup, happily telling her father, I'm glad you're paying attention to Joshua. So she was Xavier's saintess, Irene. The Xavier twins, Joshua and Irene. She was the master of the transfer gate and the saintess beloved by the emperor and the entire empire. In contrast, Joshua wasn't quite suited to the family's fame, as he was too reserved. Johann leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and sighed in exasperation. I wish Joshua had even half your talent. He's never been good at doing what I tell him, so it's no surprise his grades turn out like this. Irene asked curiously, didn't you say Joshua always topped his class? Johann explained, it seems he lost to some girl this time. Irene smiled, speaking up for Joshua. You should forgive him for this once. I'm sure he'll get better grades in the next exam. Johann picked up his teacup and took a sip that I can't help but worry, because the girl who beat him is old man Francis's granddaughter. Hearing this, Irene was also astonished. She exclaimed, oh my, she also studies at the Eastern Academy. Johann recounted what he had witnessed. He made a bizarre visit with his two grandsons, letting his granddaughter's name fly far past the academy walls. That's how I found out about that brat. Johann speculated inwardly. The 11 golden seats are personally investigating the appearance of the new saintess, and with Francis's recent visit to the academy, everyone must know the saintess is studying there. That old man is sending a warning to those targeting Sienna. He thought, Navirius wants to remind them, she's right under my nose, so don't you dare try to approach her. Irene grew even more curious. Has he always favored his granddaughter? Johann sipped his tea as he explained to Irene, that troublesome house? Certainly not, but I guess he has no choice now that the brat turned out to be the saintess. He looked at Irene, growing increasingly worried. I'm afraid my daughter's position will be threatened, so I wanted to solidify her standing by having my son become the royal chef. Johann's hand trembled with anger. He gritted his teeth, cursing Sienna. That brat is a nuisance. She'll ruin all my plans. Seeing her father trembling with rage, Irene reached out and touched Johann's arm. Johann looked at his daughter in surprise. She comforted her father and reassured him, please calm down, father. I'm sure she's not so ambitious as to also pursue the position of royal chef. Johann let out a pleased chuckle. He called out Irene. Irene continued, she might just be a sincere young woman who enjoys the culinary arts. But if she truly is consumed by desire, Irene smiled, a smug look on her face, then I'm sure the heavens will punish her most severely. In another scene, Sienna was leaning back in her chair and sighing. She wearily thought to herself, ever since the meeting with the Academy Council, my life has been so peaceful. It seems like no one has discovered my real identity. That's a relief. Sienna was intently writing something on a piece of paper. She reminded herself, I have to make the most of this free time and review the new notes I received. She smiled, recalling and writing them down. The spaghetti Professor Joseph made for class today was delicious. I think the sauce would also go well with ravioli. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Sienna's thoughts. Ah, come on, it wouldn't go well with ravioli. Sienna exclaimed in surprise. Joy, with one hand on their hip, continued to explain to her, that sauce is too watery for ravioli. They laughed loudly and confidently asserted, I bet it's closer to that dumpling soup you've seen in the South. Sienna gave a strained laugh and replied, Ah, sure. But I still think that cream sauce is somewhere near the consistency of the soup you're thinking of. Joy asked curiously. Oh, really? So what kind of soup are you thinking of? Sienna voiced her thoughts to the others. What I'm thinking of is something similar to con su mo, a clear broth lightly flavored with salt. Upon hearing this, Joy's eyes lit up. They exclaimed excitedly, "Whoa, you know a lot about Southern cuisine, don't you?" At this moment, Sweet Pie finally recognized Sienna's identity. She continuously praised her. "Wait, aren't you the girl who got the highest score in the first term? Your beauty was amazing." Sienna exclaimed in surprise. Yeah. Joy, extremely curious, kept asking her, "Are you from the South? Does Southern cuisine have any other delicious dishes?" Sienna mentioned a name, Trang mixed rice. Joy curiously asked, "What's that?" By now, Sienna was dizzy from their barrage of questions. She wearily explained, "It's a dish where you use rice and on top, there are seasonal stir-fried vegetables, spicy chili oil, and a few drops of sesame oil. You have to mix everything before eating." Joy exclaimed in surprise. Sounds like kneading mud. Sienna was angered by their imagination. She pouted, her cheeks puffed out as she stared at Joy. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "If you think that way, then pasta is no different. After all, pasta is just you throwing a bunch of random ingredients together and stir-frying them. What else is there?" As soon as she finished speaking, Joy and the others burst out laughing. Sienna looked at them blankly. "Why are you laughing?" Joy explained while laughing. "Well, it's so true. I never thought Son was so funny." Sweet Pie voiced her initial impression of Sienna. Before, she seemed like she wanted to fight the whole world and always felt annoyed whenever someone tried to talk to her. Sienna's eyes welled up with tears. She hung her head dejectedly and muttered, "But that's not me." Hallie blushed and shyly asked Sienna, "You may not remember, but this is what you said when I picked up the book you accidentally dropped." At that time, Sienna had used an extremely cold gaze, along with a voice full of contempt, to tell Hallie, "Now that book is dirty because a commoner like you touched it. Throw it in the trash for me." Hallie covered her mouth as she recounted. "So I always thought you were a scary person." Sienna, full of remorse, tightly grasped Hallie's hand and said, "I'm so sorry for what I said." Sienna thought painfully, "Hey, past Sienna, why did you do that?" She said to Hallie with the utmost sincerity, "But you decided to talk to me again, even though that happened. Thank you so much." Joy's eyes widened in surprise. Hey, it looks like she's actually made peace with the world." Sweet Pie smiled and extended an invitation to Sienna. "Son, we eat lunch here every day. Do you want to join us?" Sienna's eyes widened, touched by Sweet Pie's sincere invitation. She asked incredulously, "Have lunch with you guys?" Sienna asked anxiously, does that mean I have to make a lunchbox? I need to bring enough for everyone since we'll be sharing, right? And what kind of food should I bring?" Blushing, she explained shyly, "I've never had lunch with friends before." Sweet Pie laughed and suddenly hugged her. "Oh my gosh, you're so cute." Then she introduced herself to Sienna that let's have lunch together every day. "My name is Sweet Pie, Joy chimed in, "I'm Joy." Hallie smiled and introduced herself that I'm Hallie. "I hope we can be good friends." Suddenly, Sweet Pie asked, "Hey, I heard we're getting an early break because the second exam is postponed." Hallie said, "Interesting. What are you guys planning to do during the break?" Joy said, annoyed, "Oh, come on. How can you think about having fun when the exam is right after the break?" Sweet Pie patted Sienna's shoulder and asked the others, "Have you guys decided who your advising professor will be?" Joy replied, "I'm going with Professor Leah. She's the best." Hearing this, Hallie exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, I was planning to ask Professor Leah too." Clenching her hands, she said to the others with a hint of worry, "I was also thinking of asking Professor Kayam. I think they'll help me get a high score." Sweet Pie said, "But I still think Professor Leah is the best choice." Then, all three of them turned their attention to Sienna, the center of attention, and asked, "Have you decided yet, son?" Sienna blushed, smiled, and replied, "Yeah, I was planning to ask." At this moment, Zing was feeling extremely annoyed. He complained, "You should leave if no one answers when you knock. Why are you so persistent?" Sienna exclaimed, "I know you were just pretending not to be in your office because you didn't want to talk to students. You tricked me last time, remember?" Now, Zing was also angered by her. He ordered her to leave, if you know that, then please leave. Sienna pursed her lips, thinking sadly, "You guys try to stop me, but I want to learn from the professor I respect the most." When they learned of her intention, Hallie was incredibly surprised. You want Professor Zing Luke to help you?" Joy's face darkened as she reminded her, "You'll collapse from exhaustion before the second exam, even starts. Sweet Pie also tried her best to dissuade Sienna. You won't have any free time during the break. The three of them decided together, let's stop her. Seeing that Sienna still hadn't left, Zing sighed in exasperation. What do you want? Sienna quickly replied, it's something very important. She declared with great determination, please be my advising professor for the second exam. But Zing coldly refused her request. No, Sienna said sadly. But I haven't even finished yet. Zing didn't waver, flatly refusing no. Seeing his resolve, Sienna was extremely perplexed. Why not? Zing said coldly, because you lack the skills. Hearing this, Sienna puffed out her cheeks angrily, pouting. She retorted Bumon de Drujua Zing. People join the academy to learn new skills. If I had those skills, I would have already opened a restaurant. Suddenly scolded by her, Zing's face darkened, speechless. He gritted his teeth in anger. Finally letting out a long sigh, he said, I understand. He crossed his arms and asked Sienna, so, your dream is to open a restaurant? Sienna, full of enthusiasm, replied excitedly yes. She then imagined herself owning a restaurant by a beautiful blue beach with a warm sunset. The romantic image made her face light up with joy that I'll build a beautiful white hut on the beach for my restaurant, and it'll have about 4 tables. The menu will change daily, and I'll serve light alcohol in the evenings. Zing was surprised by her idea. The beach, huh? He glanced out the window and continued, the scenery will definitely be the best spice there, though keeping fresh ingredients won't be easy. But I'm sure your customers will be in great spirits as they dine amidst the calls of seagulls and the gentle lapping of the waves. Noticing her staring, Zing asked, what? Why are you staring at me? Sienna, flustered, waved her hands repeatedly to N-O. It's nothing. She thought to herself, I'm shocked he agrees with me. Zing, puzzled and perplexed, said, other students are practically killing themselves to get into the royal kitchen or work in big restaurants. But not you. You're peculiar. Sienna put her hand to her chin, a thoughtful expression on her face. Really? I think goals and dreams are 2 completely different things. Dreams don't have to be grand or ostentatious. Zing chuckled, agreeing with her point that I suppose you're right. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was Oxo. He called out, it's me, Professor. Sienna fidgeted, unsure of what to do, turning back and forth. Wait, that's... Zing held up a finger and whispered should be quiet. As usual, without waiting for a response, Oxo said, I'm coming in. He opened the door and walked in, Sienna looking at him awkwardly. Seeing Sienna in the room, Oxo was extremely surprised. You. Sienna gave an embarrassed laugh and waved. Hi, Oxo. Zing suddenly stood up, adjusting his glasses that you're as rude as ever. Oxo quickly replied, you didn't give me an answer last time, so that's why I'm here today. He stated his wish frankly, please be my advising professor for the second exam. Zing frowned in annoyance that I'm pretty sure I already refused. Oxo responded, I know you'll be put in a difficult position if you don't take on a student this year. He added, I also heard your class isn't very highly regarded. Zing was speechless, surprised that Oxo would use this tactic to persuade him. Oxo looked directly into Zing's eyes and said firmly, choose me. I'm the only student suitable for you. After hearing those words, Zing remained expressionless, standing silently. After a moment, he began to speak, I will take on 1 student. Both Sienna and Oxo were surprised and anxious, unsure who Zing would choose. Zing pointed at Sienna, and it will be her. Sienna's face was a mask of disbelief. Did you make a mistake, Professor? Me? She was bewildered. But you just said no. Oxo, standing beside her, was indignant, disagreeing with Zing's choice. He exclaimed loudly, why not me? I've wasted years of my life in this stupid academy. Because of you, Professor. Sienna looked up at Oxo worriedly, but I've never seen Oxo this agitated. Zing quickly interrupted Oxo, pointing at him as he explained, that is precisely why I won't take you. That arrogance of yours is something I can't stand. Oxo furrowed his brows in anger, his face sullen as he gritted his teeth and glared at Zing. Then Oxo hung his head. I apologize for bothering you. Sienna panicked. Oxo. Zing flatly refused. Forget him. Sienna responded sadly. But then Sienna went to organize the documents on the table. Zing approached and asked, do you have the application form? She startled. No, sir, I'll draft one. Zing urged her. Do it now. She obediently replied, yes, sir. Sienna took out a pen and paper, but she hesitated. Then she looked up at Zing. Professor, you can take on several students at the same time. Is there a particular reason why you absolutely refuse to mentor him? Without waiting for Zing to answer, she continued, I know he has the potential to enter the royal kitchen. As a professor, wouldn't it be a great honor to have such a student? Zing turned away as if he didn't want to hear such words and replied, that child is blinded by ambition. I can't stand those who want to use cuisine for political purposes. Sienna was surprised. Really? She thought to herself. The professor mentioned politics, meaning Oxo comes from some noble family, and the professor is particularly wary of that. Sienna was so worried that she broke out in a sweat. He's really wary even though someone just belongs to a noble family. Well, I guess I should be careful too. Zing stood with his arms crossed, watching Sienna write the application. Then he suddenly spoke. Why don't you ask me what I meant by that statement? Sienna paused. Zing said, never mind, I don't need to know. Sienna breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad he doesn't care about other people. Sienna finished writing the application. You just need to sign here. Zing quickly took the pen and signed it. He picked up the paper and checked it. All right, everything that's needed is here. Sienna beamed, happily replying, thank you, Professor. I'll do my best to do everything you ask. Before she could finish her sentence, Zing coldly said, you can leave now. He then pushed her out and slammed the door. Sienna hadn't even processed what had just happened. Sienna suddenly realized, her face turning purple. What the heck? She turned back to look at Zing's room and shouted, wait, did you use me as an excuse to get Oxo to stop bothering you? But there wasn't any response. She felt like she had been tricked, her face flushed, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She clenched her teeth to keep from crying. Ugh, you already signed the application, so you can't take it back, right? Sienna sobbed and yelled, her voice echoing throughout the school. You'll regret this. Professor Zing Luke. Zing, inside his office, kept scratching his ear. My ear itches. Who's cursing me behind my back? Despite this, Sienna still took the application to submit to the professor. The female professor was surprised. Oh my, Professor Zing Luke will personally mentor you. Sienna gave a strained smile. Yes, I guess so. Here's the application. The female professor looked closely at the form. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I'm also surprised you chose Professor Zing Luke out of all the available instructors. Sienna replied awkwardly, I can't believe it either. Huh. After reviewing the application, the female professor said, all right, all you need now is a consent form from your guardian. Sienna was confused. Oh, about that. Does it have to be for my parents? They live very far away. So, can I use my grandfather's or my brother's signatures instead? The female professor smiled and replied, I apologize, but no. That's why we have the break before the second exam. If your parents live far away, you can get their signatures during the break. Sienna returned to her room, put her head on the desk, and confided in Sikhan. That's what she told me. What should I do, Sikhan? First, the professor, and now this. Why isn't anything going my way? Sikhan comforted and encouraged her. Unfortunately, miss, it seems you have no choice but to ask your grandfather to visit your father or go see him yourself. Jaju Francis won't be happy, but I'm sure they won't go as far as to attack each other. Sienna was shocked. Do they hate each other that much? Sikhan replied, yes. Have they split into separate political factions? Hearing this, Sienna, already saddened, became even more disheartened. It seemed there was nothing she could do. Sienna immediately went to change her clothes, filled with determination. Sikhan, I don't think I can go home as soon as the break starts. I have to get the consent form before I go back, right? We have a transfer gate, so it'll be quick. Sikhan advised, miss, you still have about 5 days before the break starts, so please get some rest. Navirius was working in his study when the butler's voice rang out. Sir, I received news that Miss Sienna will be visiting the capital as soon as the break begins. She needs a consent form from her parents. Navirius was so surprised that his mouth couldn't move. Then his eyes widened, and he asked as if there was some misunderstanding. What did you say? The butler reported, yes, sir, that's all. Navirius replied, I understand. That evening, Sienna contacted Navirius, thinking, somehow, I can sense his displeasure. Before she could speak, Navirius said, I'll send the knights. She immediately waved her hand in refusal. No, there's no need. I'll use the transfer gate to get there. I've already informed the imperial city of my trip, so the knights there will escort me. Hearing this, Navirius was somewhat relieved. All right. Contact me immediately if anything happens. After the call, Sienna breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back against the sofa with a tired tired look. Phew, that should be fine. I've scheduled quite a lot during the break. Then she suddenly sat up, encouraging and reassuring herself. I should practice as much as possible before the break starts. There's no place like the academy where I can fully focus on cooking. The new vice principal, Magnia Geo, expressed her annoyance, grumbling, the same as last year. Professor Zing Luke, are you planning on not being anyone's mentor again? Your course has the worst ranking, just like last term. Zing just stood with his hands clasped behind his back, listening without saying a word. He looked at Magnia and silently assessed. I remember her being famous for her meticulousness even as a professor. Magnia continued her criticism. Who cares that you're a skilled chef? If you're at the academy, you must be aware of your position as a professor and treat the students accordingly. How bad is your guidance that only 2 students register for your class? If you insist on flaunting the academy's rules, I won't be able to stand by you. Every word felt like a stab to Zing's heart. Now she was even worse after being promoted to vice principal. Magnia made a shocking decision. I will finalize this for the benefit of the academy. The previous vice principal couldn't do this, but I will write a letter of expulsion for you. And it doesn't stop there. She suddenly smiled and said, but you don't really want that, do you? Zing sighed tiredly, seemingly caught red-handed. Damn it, she's got me. He confessed, I actually did choose a student to mentor, and I'm preparing the paperwork. Magnia lifted her glasses as if to hide her scheming eyes and said with a sinister smile, oh, finally decided to become a mentoring professor, have we? I'm so glad to hear that, but I know you're just doing it for show. Zing was disappointed. Damn, she's not easy to fool. Magnia continued, let me make a suggestion. The student you mentor must be one of the top students in the upcoming second exam. She chuckled smugly. Then I'll consider your expulsion. Zing asked hesitantly, that's all? She replied, of course not. She added a final condition. This is the last important thing. Zing was extremely worried. Then Magnia laughed loudly, a triumphant laugh that I know you have quite a bit of paperwork to handle, but make sure it's done by tomorrow morning. Zing felt like he was about to faint. That evening, the sunset hadn't yet ended. The sky was a mix of warm colors intertwined with the green of the trees, a strangely peaceful scene. But then Zing's sigh broke the silence. Daha. He leaned against the wall and lamented, she really has me trapped. If I have to leave the academy, I'll have to deal with the emperor, the 11 gold seats of Lyra, the other imperial families, and the other nobles, the other upper class too. Rin scratched his head, looking disinterested. That would be incredibly exhausting. Finally, he made a decision that I have to personally mentor a student. Rin remembered the words of Agon, one of the most famous chefs in Jian and also his former classmate. Agon had said, a student's growth is a wonderful thing. It's hard to see your own improvements, but you can see a student's growth with your own eyes. As the two of them were preparing to cook together, Agon had asked, why don't you become a student advisor? Think of it as the reward of raising a child. Our professor said the same thing. Rin retorted in disagreement, but Agon, my professor, told me it was the biggest regret he ever had and he hoped we would never experience it, not even in the next life. Agon looked at Rin with a sad, disappointed expression. That's why I always tell you to control that temper of yours. Rin racked his brain, his head feeling like it was about to explode. But what can I do when I'm that kind of person? It's my fault for listening to you and entering the academy. Students at the academy without talent should put in more effort, but they don't. None of them here have talent or work ethic. They're all terrible, but the student with the most potential. He trailed off, thinking of O. But then Rin gave up. Hell, that kid doesn't have what it takes. Rin looked up at the practice room. Why is the light still on in the practice room? Did someone forget to turn it off? But when Rin looked inside, he saw the figure of a girl, though he couldn't clearly see who it was. Rin watched intently, his eyes fixed. It was Sienna. She was wearing a cooking apron and carrying a large bag in her arms, her face grimacing, perhaps because it was heavy. Seeing this, Rin was puzzled. What is she doing? Rin continued to watch, but then he turned his back. Whatever, she could try as hard as she wanted. Sienna slumped her head onto her pillow dejectedly, the air heavy around her. Rin was on his way back when he came across her. What's this? Rin prompted. Are you sulking because I haven't personally guided you even though I signed the papers? Sienna replied, no, I'm not. Then Rin coldly said, if you have time for that, go practice. Sienna whimpered. I didn't even say anything. Rin continued, I can tell what you've been doing from your posture. Sienna asked, what have I been doing? If you find it disgusting, I won't expect any personal guidance from you. But could you teach me one thing? Sienna sat up, her face filled with determination and passion. Rin asked, what do you want to know? Sienna immediately replied, regarding cockles. I washed them thoroughly, but they were still tough when I cooked them. Do you think there's a problem with the quality of the shellfish, or are they improperly stored? Both of them focused on the plate of cockles sitting on the table. Sienna, extremely worried. Then Rin instructed her, do it. Sienna was taken aback. Excuse me, what do you mean? Rin crossed his arms sternly. If you want guidance, you have to show me how you wash and cook them. Sienna understood. Oh yes, I'll start washing them right away. After she finished washing, Rin observed her every move, his face darkening, his mouth twisting to one side in disbelief. Then he roared, what do you think you're doing? Sienna looked up at him innocently. Well, she naively replied, I was washing them to remove the impurities. Rin could only hold his face in exasperation. That's not what I meant. You did a good job shucking them. So why did you keep these attached? List all the seafood with toxins, everything from those that cause mild nausea to the more harmful ones. Sienna thought for a moment. Let's see. There's pufferfish, the guts and roe of the moon snail, wild mussels in summer. She suddenly stopped, as if remembering something important. She stammered, cockle guts too. Rin added, ones this big are probably even more toxic. Sienna blushed in embarrassment, angry at herself for forgetting such a basic fact that you're right. Removing parts harmful to humans is a fundamental principle. Rin sternly criticized her. Do I really have to spoon-feed you the most basic facts? You don't even have the proper foundation, yet you want my personal guidance. Sienna bowed her head, accepting the blame. It's my fault. Rin replied, how appalling. Sienna berated herself internally. I'm done for. I made such a basic mistake. Rin looked at Sienna with a hard expression. But at that moment, Agon's words from before flashed through his mind. You can see his student's growth with your own eyes. But there was a big change. Rin said, listen here. You will wake up at 5 a.m. When you wake up, train your eyes to be able to pick the best ingredients by sight. As soon as the break is over, I will reteach you everything you think you know from the way you hold a knife. So prepare yourself, understand? Sienna stiffened, as if she couldn't believe this was reality. When she calmed down, fully grasping the situation, she was happier and more delighted than ever, beaming as she replied, yes, Professor. I'll do my best. As night fell, Sienna walked down the academy hallway, humming to herself. A smile had been plastered on her face since then. Overjoyed, she thought, Professor Rinluke is going to personally guide me. 5 a.m. is a bit early, but I'll do my best. She returned to her room. And the moment the door opened, she froze, panicked, unable to understand what was happening. Everything around her was pitch black. What's this? It seemed as if she had been transported to another dimension. The inky blackness before her eyes startled Sienna. What's this? Did the transfer gate activate on its own? But this isn't the feeling of going through the gate. She ran forward, but suddenly realized she couldn't see anything. The place was completely dark. A sound echoed in the space. Sacrifice. Sienna, now terrified, clutched her pendant tightly. I need to get out of here. Thinking so, she called out, oblivious to the strangeness beneath her feet. Hey, gate, please listen to me. After she spoke, a chill ran down her spine. The voice echoed again, sacrifice. The sound grew clearer. The sacrifice is escaping. Before Sienna's eyes were strange creatures, their mouths gaping open as if to devour her. Let us eat. Sacrifice. Let us eat. Devour it. Seeing this, Sienna was terrified. She couldn't seem to lift her feet to run. Suddenly, Sienna's pendant began to glow. The light grew brighter, enveloping her. At the same time, a voice rang out, "Begone." Sienna stared at the phenomenon around her, wondering, begonia petals? Then, Mia embraced her. Mia looked at the creatures and yelled, "This child is no longer a sacrifice." Sienna, in disbelief, cried out, "Mia, you!" At the same time, as soon as Mia finished speaking, the creatures' heads detached from their necks and vanished. Then Mia collapsed. Sienna caught her, worriedly crying out, "Mia!" The sudden events left Sienna reeling. She repeatedly asked, "Are you all right? What happened? What were those things?" Mia, struggling to breathe, replied, "They're disrespect." Her words only confused Sienna further. Disrespect. Mia's voice rose. "That I'm sorry. I tried to keep them out of your sight, but I failed. They're filthy creatures, those who devour what has been discarded." Sienna's demeanor suddenly changed. Discarded? They tried to eat me because I'm an orphan, discarded by my parents. Hearing this, Mia looked back at Sienna in alarm. Mia placed her hands on Sienna's shoulders and explained, "Of course not, child." Sienna was completely distraught. "But my father abandoned me. Tears streamed down her face as she continued. And my mother too. As soon as she finished speaking, Mia pulled Siniana close and hugged her tightly. Suddenly, Mia spoke. We were always here for you. And the people who are with you now, they won't abandon you. Siniana slowly recounted, Mia, I made my first friends at school. From now on, I'll have lunch with them. I also have a guiding professor. And grandfather and my 2 brothers at home treat me very well. The people who work in the castle are very kind to me. Mia. At this point, Siniana remembered Mia's words from long ago. To live for yourself, you must learn to open your heart to others. You will never truly know the sincere feelings of others if you keep your heart locked away to avoid being hurt. Siniana placed her hand on Mia's shoulder and softly said, I don't think the words, I've been discarded, can hurt me anymore. Seeing her like that made Mia's heart ache. Mia, ugid sinyana taiter. Siniana smiled brightly and whispered, Finally, I've become someone you don't have to worry about anymore, right, Mia? Hearing that, Mia quickly stroked her head and said happily, Oh, this child, since when did you grow up so much? It feels like just yesterday you were still in my arms. Always remember this, Siniana, you are worthy of love. You don't have to shrink back from anyone anymore. This life, from the very beginning, has always been yours. Suddenly, Siniana opened her eyes and found herself lying in bed. Her face was covered in tears. Siniana sat up and thought that was a dream. After a while, Siniana spread out a map and said, Vacation has finally started. It's time to go to the capital. She observed the map and analyzed. As long as I know where my destination is on the map, I can use the portal to get there immediately. No matter how you look at it, this power is really convenient. No wonder everyone respects the saint. Her original plan was to go to the capital, get her father's approval as soon as the vacation started, and return to the Francis territory. That was the plan, but I feel exhausted. I didn't think it would turn out like this. I have to take a nap before going home. I mean, what kind of teacher makes their students study right up until vacation starts? If Xing were here, he would grumble at her. What do you want? Bring it on. Do you have a problem with that? Thinking of Xing, Siniana slumped down on the desk and sighed, You're terrible, Professor Xinglu. After resting, Siniana took out her pendant and looked at it. Then she clutched the pendant, closed her eyes, and said, All right, focus. While focusing, Siniana suddenly thought to herself, Since I'm going to the capital anyway, should I stop by the Grand Market? I heard they have almost everything there. I'll give it a try. Because of that, the light from the pendant enveloped her and transported her to the market. The sounds of people hawking there was echoed everywhere. Redfish, fresh redfish here. We're offering them at reasonable prices. Delicious potatoes you won't want to share. Just a penny for a basket of potatoes. Shocking prices. Come on down. Come to our stall. You'll get a great deal. Siniana suddenly opened her eyes in surprise. She felt something was wrong and cried out in alarm. I've teleported to the capital's Grand Market instead of the mansion. Siniana looked around frantically. Did anyone see me? Then she gripped her pendant and focused it. I have to get to the mansion. It's a good thing I arrived in this alley. From afar, a group of people suddenly shouted, Stop! Stop him! Catch that criminal! Seeing the criminal running fast, the group of guards yelled, You can't run anymore. Stop! The criminal, afraid of being caught, screamed, STST, stay back. Then, the criminal spotted Siniana and grabbed her, causing Siniana to open her eyes in surprise. The criminal intended to take her hostage and threatened, I have a knife. If you come any closer, I'll kill her. The incident happened so suddenly that she was dumbfounded. After a moment, she realized what was happening and her face flushed red with anger. Wait, did I just become a hostage? Seeing the guards trying to approach, the criminal yelled, Stay there. Afraid he'd lose control, the guards advised. You're only making things worse. Calm down and let her go. But the criminal didn't listen and yelled, Shut up. This place is full of food, but I haven't eaten anything in 4 days. The criminal yelled and tightened his grip, making Siniana very uncomfortable. Suddenly, a cloak appeared, and a hand was quickly placed on Siniana's shoulder. The newcomer firmly grasped her and kicked the criminal to the ground. Stay there. Siniana looked at the person's face. A handsome face appeared, making Siniana stammer, Why you are? Meanwhile, the guards quickly knelt down. They all exclaimed, Greetings, Marquis. Hearing the person's identity, Siniana was stunned, thinking, The Marquis of the Imperial Capital, father? The person before her was Marquis Arthur Francis. A knight spoke up in a panic. We apologize for our incompetence, which forced you to personally intervene. Hearing this, Arthur kicked the criminal hard, making him groan in pain. Then, Arthur growled, You really shouldn't have wasted time catching a criminal in the Grand Market, and shouldn't have let him get to a place where he could take a hostage. Arthur sternly criticized, "Are the Imperial Capitol Guards run by children?" "Huh." He then ordered, "Tie him up." The guard shouted, "Yes, sir," and immediately rushed to restrain the criminal. As they apprehended him, the criminal yelled, "Let me go." Sienna saw Arthur approaching and said, "Father." Before she could finish her sentence, she was lifted into the air. Arthur effortlessly carried Sienna with just one arm. Sienna suddenly thought, how many times have I been carried like this? Are all the Francis family members super strong? She then said, "I can walk by myself." Arthur replied, "I'm sure you can, but with those short legs of yours, it'll probably take you 10 days to get there." Every word was like a knife pointing out Sienna's flaws, making her shrink back in embarrassment. After a moment, she softly said, "Sorry, my legs are too short." In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the mansion. Arthur sat with his eyes closed, saying nothing. Noticing the silence, Sienna nervously lowered her head. "I am scared." Does Sienna's father have no expression? Suddenly, Arthur spoke. "I can't believe you were allowed to come here alone. That senile old fool must be losing his mind." Hearing a word she shouldn't have, Sienna was bewildered. Senile old fool? Sienna quickly looked at the servant, thinking he called grandfather, the Eastern King, that? Is it really okay for father to insult him in front of the servants? Or are they used to it? After a moment, she weakly retorted, he's not a senile old fool. He's grandpa." Suddenly, Sienna panicked and covered her mouth. I'm sorry for talking back." Images of past abuse flashed through her mind. Sienna trembled, reassuring herself, "It's okay. The person I'm talking to is Sienna's father, not Iancenas. It's fine. Nothing will happen." Arthur stared intently at Sienna's trembling. He didn't understand why she was so afraid. Arthur quickly said, "I think you should go rest. Milo, escort Anna to her room." The butler bowed his head and replied, "Yes, sir." After making the arrangements, Arthur turned to her and called, "Anna." She responded in surprise. There, he soothed. "There's nothing to be afraid of in the capital, so please rest and relax." Milo led Sienna to her room and said, "We heard you were coming, miss, so everyone in the mansion helped decorate your room." Looking at the girly princess room filled with pink before her, Sienna was speechless. She thought, they know I'll be an adult soon, right? Milo continued, gesturing with his hand, "These are the knights and servants who will be attending to you." Hearing this, Sienna turned and replied, "Oh no, there's no need. I already have my own servants back at the castle." She thought of Saikon cheerfully calling out, "Miss Sienna," but Milo insisted, "No, miss, while you are in the capital, these people will attend to you." Sienna decided to go along with it. Looking at them, she thought, "Knights of the capital and servants, huh?" Sienna quickly approached the maid and asked, "What's your name?" The maid respectfully replied, "I am Marilyn, Mississippi." Hearing the answer, Sienna extended her hand and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Marilyn." Seeing this, Marilyn quickly wiped her hands on her apron. Then she happily took Sienna's hand and replied, "It's an honor to serve you, Mississippi." Next, Sienna turned and asked with a smile, "You two are Victor and Carter, right? I hope you two will also." Before she could finish, the two men quickly took her hands, which surprised Sienna slightly. The two knelt on one knee before Sienna. Then, Victor and Carter simultaneously kissed her hand and swore in unison, "We pledge our lives to protect you, Mississippi." The situation made Sienna blush as she realized, oh right, they do this because they're knights. I mean, Lady Virginia kissed my hand like that too. After the introductions were over, the two knights turned and left. The butler announced, "We will be waiting outside your room, Mississippi." Sienna thought, this is rather tiring. At the same time, she said, all right. Marilyn pulled out a chair for Sienna. "Please, Mississippi." Marilyn then brushed her hair, helped her change clothes, tucked her into bed, and pulled the covers over her. Then, Marilyn softly said, "You must be exhausted, Mississippi. Please relax and rest. I will do everything in my power to ensure your stay here is comfortable down to every last detail." Sienna replied, flustered, thank you." Then she said, "The people from the castle might contact me, so..." Before she could finish, Marilyn asked, "Shall I tell them you're asleep?" Sienna, having just lain down, was already wanting to close her eyes. Her voice grew quieter. "Yes, please." Noticing the silence, Marilyn turned to look. She was delighted to find Sienna fast asleep. Marilyn carefully moved out of the room. As soon as she left, Carter folded his arms. "You were amazing in there, Marilyn." Marilyn happily replied, "Of course. I've been looking forward to Miss Sienna's visit, and I finally get to serve her." Marilyn declared with determination, "I'll show her how skilled the capital's servants are, so she won't want to return to the Francis territory." The three of them were standing in the hallway, talking. Carter clasped his hands and said, "She doesn't seem as bad as I thought." Marilyn agreed. "Yeah, she's actually quite lovely." Victor added, "Humph. The servants in the Francis territory often ramble on about how she's a loose cannon, so I always wondered what she was like. Turns out she's kind and graceful." Hearing that, Marilyn giggled. "Right? You can't believe anything those castle maids say. I'll serve Lady Sienna like she's the best person in the world." Beside Cutter, she spoke as if she were Sienna's personal maid. "You know she already has personal maids at the castle, right?" Marilyn protested angrily. "She has no right to be Lady Sienna's personal maid. She just sits there watching Flor, Haida, and Mariathan entertain the lady. It's completely unacceptable for a maid to neglect their master." Cutter chimed in. "Exactly. The castle maids are all useless." Hearing this, Victor frowned and called out Cutter. But Cutter didn't stop, asking, "Oh, come on, be honest. Which of us is better, us or the castle staff?" Victor turned away without answering. Suddenly, Marilyn pointed at the two men and declared, "That's why you two have to do your best so Lady Sienna will want to stay in the capital." Hearing her, Victor replied seriously, "That goes without saying." Cutter teased, "Ooh, looks like my big brother finally found his motivation." Meanwhile, outside the bustling conversation, Sienna was murmuring in her sleep, "Yummy, yummy, soft dessert." Elsewhere, Milo stopped walking at the sound of a voice. Seeing it was Marilyn, he asked, "Marilyn, how is the lady?" Marilyn replied honestly, "She's asleep, sir. I was just about to do her laundry." Hearing this, he said her luggage. "Ah, she must have come here through the transfer gate." "I suppose so." Lady Sienna is truly amazing. Seeing her beaming smile, Milo asked cheerfully, my girl, "Do you like her that much?" "My father is the head butler of the manor in the capital. I've always looked up to him and thought I'd serve the Francis family when I'm older too." As they were talking, a light emanated from Sienna's dress. Lady Sienna's contact stone is blinking. Immediately, Marilyn turned and ran. "It's a call from the castle." "See you later, father." Milo waved cheerfully. "All right, work hard." A voice came from the stone. "My lady, it's me, Seachorn. Did you arrive safely?" Hearing this, Marilyn guessed this must be Lady Sienna's personal maid from the castle. Then, she quickly spoke up. "The lady is asleep right now." Seachorn asked in surprise, "Who are you?" "You can't answer the lady's contact stone." Marilyn introduced herself formally. "I am Lady Sienna's personal maid." Seachorn replied, confused, "Well, Lord Francis said he would send some knights and me there, so she wouldn't need a new maid." But Marilyn insisted, "No, while the lady is in the capital, she needs a maid familiar with the area. I will take good care of the lady while she's here, so you don't need to worry. We also have very capable knights here. I'm sure you've heard of them. I'm talking about Victor and Carter, who can easily take down 100 soldiers. Everyone knows them." Hearing this, Seachorn sighed in exasperation. "Huh," Seachorn chirped. "Please relay my message to the lady when she wakes up." "Huh, and she'll get a stomachache if she drinks something cold at night." "So," Marilyn interrupted Seachorn, "I already know that. While we're on the subject, could you tell me when her next period is?" Seachorn squawked. "Well," Marilyn explained, "I need to know so I can keep an eye on her physical condition before it starts. I want to make sure she's comfortable during her stay." Seachorn stammered. Suddenly, Marilyn frowned in annoyance. "Wait, you don't know?" Marilyn thought angrily. She calls herself a personal maid, but she doesn't know everything about her lady's physical condition? Unbelievable. Thinking that, Marilyn wanted to end the call. "I don't think I'll need any help from you. And don't worry, I'll relay your message to the lady." Seachorn hurriedly cried, "Wait." After hanging up, Marilyn leaned back. They've never taken care of Lady Sienna properly. Instead, they call her Cannon and Mad Dog. She propped her chin on her hand and yelled, "Ugh, I spit on you all. Phew, the sofa is so comfortable. Now, focus. Only say nice things in front of the lady." Sienna drowsily woke up. She looked outside the window. It was pitch black. Sienna thought in a panic. Oh my God, I arrived before nightfall, and I'm leaving before nightfall again. I think I slept the whole day. I'm completely exhausted. It's all Professor Zin Luc's fault. I haven't even properly greeted Father. Zin is getting blamed for nothing. Well, bring it on. What do you want? There was a knock on the door, followed by the sound of the door opening. Marilyn entered, saying, "Did you sleep well, my lady?" Sienna turned and replied, "Oh, Marilyn." Marilyn smiled brightly and said, "I thought you might be awake now, so I brought you a light meal." She brought the food over while reporting. "The master instructed everyone not to wake you, so you don't have to worry about anything." Seeing this, Sienna replied, "Is that so? Thank you." Sienna quickly sat at the table to eat and thought, "Wow, Marilyn is very observant." "Well, I must say," Sienna spoke, "I've woken up at this awkward time, so I'm not sure what I should do now." Seeing Sienna open up to her, Marilyn smiled gently. Marilyn suggested, "Would you like to take a look around the mansion's garden, my lady?" Sienna looked up and asked, "The garden?" Marilyn continued, "I'm sure you'll like it." At the garden, Sienna walked around in amazement. Marilyn followed behind, explaining, "The garden at the Capitol Mansion is a combination of landscaping styles from all over the continent. It's that way because all the servants here come from different regions of the continent, and that applies to the gardeners as well." I'm sure you'll find it very fascinating to look at." Sienna looked around with delight and replied, "Indeed, this place is truly beautiful." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in her face. Sienna fanned herself with her hand and thought, "It's summer after all. Even the wind is hot. I should take a bath to cool off when I go inside." All of Sienna's actions were carefully observed by Marilyn. Seeing that Sienna seemed hot, Marilyn quickly went and said, "I'll bring you a fan right away, my lady." Hearing this, Sienna turned and called out, "No, it's okay." "Oh, she's gone." Sienna praised, "She's so quick." She played with the water and said, "I'm at the fountain. She doesn't need to go anywhere." Sienna played for a while, happily thinking, "This is wonderful. It's so nice and cool to have a fountain in the garden." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "You can go in if you like." Sienna turned around and, finding it was Arthur, stammered, Father." Arthur approached where she was sitting, splashing the water. One stood, one sat, looking at each other. Without saying a word, unable to bear the silence, Sienna turned away, thinking, "Ugh, this is awkward. I have to say something." Arthur continued to stare at her. He finally spoke, breaking the silence. "Did you just call me father?" Sienna turned back in surprise and replied, "Oh, yes. Well, you are my father." Hearing her reply, Arthur seemed to realize, "That's right. I am your father." Then he continued, "You can go into the fountain and play if you want. The water is very clean, so you don't have to worry." Sienna quickly refused, and I'm fine. At the same time, she thought, playing would be refreshing, but I don't know if I really want to go in there. Despite her refusal, Arthur suddenly scooped her up and placed her on the edge of the fountain, putting her feet in the water. Then he said, "Play." Sienna thought helplessly, "I was just planning to sit by the fountain. How am I supposed to play?" Despite this, she still swung her feet in the water. Sienna laughed cheerfully, but that this feels nice. Suddenly, a hand splashed water, getting Sienna wet. Arthur, while splashing her, said, "As far as I know, this is how you play in the water. Am I wrong, Sienna?" Sienna bashfully said, "No, you're right. Children and couples often play like this." Arthur, after hearing this, replied, "I see." Seeing him fall silent after just 2 words, Sienna quickly spoke to ease the tension, "But I like playing in the water, too." Arthur suddenly turned and asked, "Am I difficult to be around?" Hearing this, Sienna paused. Could he be worried about me? Then, blushing, she thought, "I don't know how to answer that. I have to say something." Sienna suddenly laughed cheerfully and flattered him. "I guess I was a little nervous around you, because you're known as the most handsome man in the Empire." Her words made Arthur freeze. Seeing the situation, Sienna thought, "Wait, that's not what I should have said. Why did I say something so embarrassing?" Meanwhile, Arthur pensively said, "It's rather embarrassing to hear that from my daughter at this age." Sienna pleaded in her head, "Please don't say any more." Arthur continued to stroke his chin as if in thought. After a moment, Sienna started to step out of the fountain. Looking at her feet, she worried, "Oh no, my feet are soaked. I'll get the carpet in the mansion dirty." Immediately, a hand caught her foot. Arthur knelt down and gently wiped Sienna's feet with a towel. Feeling a bit awkward, Sienna said, "I can do it myself." But Arthur continued wiping, but it's all right. He was focused, carefully wiping away every lingering drop of water from Sienna's feet. Seeing the scene deeply moved her. Sienna suddenly spoke, "Father?" Arthur replied, "Yes." Then, Sienna opened up. "I thought you didn't care about me. You rarely visit the Francis territory and have never summoned me to the mansion in the capital." Hearing this, Arthur addressed her concerns. I see. It's because the old man enacted strict measures to ensure you and I wouldn't meet." Sienna asked in surprise. "You did? But why?" Suddenly, Marilyn entered, fan in hand, cheerfully exclaiming, "I brought you your fan, Mississippi." I apologized for the wait, but Marilyn abruptly stopped and cried out, "Ah, master," while Sienna naturally replied, "Oh, thank you, Marilyn." Sienna suddenly thought of something. She turned and bowed her head, saying, "And thank you, Father. You've done so much for me, too." Arthur looked at her tenderly. Then he reminisced, "You were the same when you were little. The first thing you said to me was thank you." He said happily, "The first time we heard you speak, Mia and I were overflowing with pride." "Signor non unexpectedly repeated, Mia." As her heart pounded, Arthur spoke. "That was the name of my wife and your mother." She was astonished to hear him say, "Mother." Mia. So that was her mother's name. It was the name that inspired a longing within her, as well as warmth. "Mother." After a moment, Arthur stood up and said, "We should go inside." Not hearing a reply from Sienna, he looked down, and he suddenly realized she had fallen asleep. He smiled gently. Then, Arthur picked Sienna up and carried her inside. While dreaming, she suddenly heard Mia's voice calling, "Sienna, my daughter." She thought to herself, I silently said mother's name again. Are names such captivating things? Just by saying her name, I feel a kind of affection welling up inside me. The next morning, Sienna woke up and strolled around the mansion. She entered a place, curiously looking around. This is the library, right? I mean, this place has a lot of books, which is why I came. She started rummaging around, searching. Did I know they usually keep the servants' daily logs in the library? I'm sure I'll be able to find some mention of mother in. Here, Sienna picked up a book and said, let's see. This must be records from when I was 3 or 4 years old. She suddenly became pensive. This investigation wasn't part of my plan, but now that I'm here. Recalling Arthur saying Mia's name, Sienna thought again. When I heard father say mother's name like that, I immediately wanted to learn about mother's past. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. So, the Thunderstones, territorial support. I doubt that damned old man will provide those things so easily. Sienna, clutching the book, turned her head and wondered, Father? But he said he'd be busy in his study all day. No matter how I look at it, these are documents awaiting the master's approval. Current location, father's study. Target, spy daughter. Outside the room at that moment, the aide asked, how do you wish to deal with the culprit who stole the hydrostones? Arthur, upon hearing this, ordered, eliminate him, and do the same to those who couldn't keep them safe. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, emergency, master. Seeing Milo rush in, Arthur asked, what is it, Milo? Milo stammered, it's that. At this moment, the person behind him appeared. Seeing the newcomer, Arthur said seriously, what brings you to the capital? Navirius gritted his teeth in anger. Bringing Sienna here was supposed to be the end of it, so why haven't you sent her back to the castle yet? He raged, stop acting like a father, which you've never been, and drop this ridiculous charade. I'll take Sienna home. Sienna sat under the table, her face pale with worry. I ran away without thinking, and now it's super awkward. I ran away without thinking because I was so surprised when father came in. I was happy to see Grandpa, but there's no room for a happy atmosphere now. The air between Navirius and Arthur was growing thicker than ever. Sienna, anxious under the table, thought to herself, I panicked and hid because it was the first thing that came to mind, but this really isn't an ideal hiding spot. What if I get caught? Arthur said indifferently to Navirius. Do you old geezers have the privilege of barging into people's homes and harassing them? He scowled, you unreliable old man. Arthur sighed and retorted, well, I was raised by someone. Sienna, now more frightened than ever, suddenly recalled the words she'd heard from Seachorn through the communication stone to UM. They've split into separate political factions. She thought, so they really are on bad terms. Navirius's voice dropped. I noticed Sienna's communication stone wasn't working. You're doing, wasn't it? Because of that, I had to give those blasted chavies an ekin and demand they open the gate. Sienna was slightly taken aback. What? My communication stone is broken? Even though it was fine. Come to think of it, Marilyn took all my clothes to be washed and I haven't seen the stone. Navirius, a little heated, said, sign the agreement for the second exam. I'll take Sienna back to the castle as soon as it's done. Arthur said firmly, I'll be keeping my daughter here. Hearing this, Navirius's anger erupted. How dare you call yourself a father when you barely even look at her? Arthur, in return, coldly replied, because someone kept me from seeing her. Navirius exclaimed, you've been allowed to see her since 4 years ago, and yet. Arthur glared at Navirius with annoyance. Sienna flinched, thinking nervously, this is bad. I need to find another place to hide. With that thought, she slowly started to move. Arthur suddenly said, I don't think we should be having this conversation in front of the child. He looked in her direction and called out, Anna. This startled her, causing her to bump her head on the table. A bump formed on her head. Seeing this, Arthur rushed over and helped her up, apologizing, oh, I didn't mean to startle you. She groaned in pain now. Arthur looked at Sienna affectionately. I remember you also loved playing hide and seek when you were a little girl. Sienna teared up, crying inwardly. Now's not the time for reminiscing, father. Navirius, feeling a pang of sympathy, approached and gently asked, are you all right, Sienna? Sienna, holding her head, replied, I'm fine, Grandpa. Suddenly, Zavirius glared at Arthur beside him and ordered, Milo, take Sienna to her room. Then, Zavirius's demeanor turned thunderous, his voice booming. Are you ignoring everything I say? I'm taking Sienna back to the castle. Arthur was equally unyielding. Perhaps you forgot my answer due to old age. I said I refused to comply with your request. Sienna, flustered, tried to mediate. Calm down, you two. With that, she resolutely tugged on both of their clothes. She hesitated. I want to visit the capital. The scene shifted to a luxurious carriage stopping in the capital city. Sienna got out of the carriage and sighed out, I was so nervous, thinking we'd left the manor far behind. But we didn't say a word to each other during the whole trip. I thought I was going to die of anxiety. However, she marveled at the splendid scenery of the capital. Wow. So this is the main street of the imperial capital. Looking at the people there, she exclaimed in surprise, the Francis territory is the most prosperous area in the east. But it still can't hold a candle to the capital. The people here are as beautiful as their surroundings. Arthur approached her. Why don't we go shopping for clothes first? It would be better to have a few outfits in the capital style. Sienna looked bewildered. Wouldn't it take a long time for a tailor to customize the clothes? Arthur smiled unconsciously. Attire in the capital is a little different from the east. Let's go pick something out. He then led her to a luxurious shop. Stepping inside, Sienna quickly thought, here, a wedding dress shop. A shop assistant greeted them. Welcome. She exclaimed in surprise when she saw Arthur. Oh my goodness. What brings you here, Marquis? Arthur looked at her coldly and replied, I want everything to look good on my daughter. Hearing this, she gave a bright smile and said, you've come at the perfect time. We've just received a new shipment. Then, she opened a menu filled with clothing styles. The shop assistant quickly explained, first, you choose the style you like, then you choose the fabric and decorative elements to attach to the dress. Sienna sat down quietly, thinking to herself, I see, they do custom orders like this. Seeing that Sienna seemed to be new to this, the shop assistant became even more enthusiastic. She informed her, you'll receive the finished product 2 days after placing your order. Sienna looked surprised that fast. The shop assistant calmly explained, the capital is very sensitive to the latest fashions. We have pre-made sample garments in various sizes, and customers choose the elements they want included based on their preferences. This means it only takes a day or two to complete an outfit. If you were to sew everything according to individual orders, it would take 3 to 4 months. But here, the latest fashions are prepared right when you receive the items. That's why we're very strict about turnaround time. I see. Sienna nodded in understanding. Unlike the cheerful chatter inside Sienna's fitting room, the waiting area was eerily silent because Navirius and Arthur were there. After a while, the curtain of the fitting room was drawn back, and the shop assistant announced, I apologize for the wait. As the two men watched expectantly, Sienna stepped out with an extremely gentle and dignified appearance in an off-the-shoulder white dress. Arthur froze for 5 seconds. Navirius' eyes widened. Then he said warmly, It suits you. You look good in white because you resemble me. Arthur was equally pleased, but couldn't resist a jab at Nevu's. No, she looks like me. Sienna, seeing their expressions, smiled. She guessed to herself, they like this dress, right? The enthusiastic shop assistant explained, this dress is paired with a sapphire as a decorative element on the chest. Sapphires are often given as wedding gifts. Young ladies around Miss Sienna's age often buy these gems and dream of a happy marriage. Hearing the word happy, both Navirius and Ather's expressions changed. Navirius spoke up, have her try on a different one. The shop assistant faltered, yes, sir. Navirius snorted, his words clipped. No white dresses. Ather coldly added, it must be one with color. Then, both men said in unison, and no sapphires. Sienna, unsure of what was happening, asked why not. The shop assistant, realizing the situation, exclaimed, oh my God. Oh, yes, I'll do that right away. The curtain was quickly drawn. Sienna thought regretfully, they're so synchronized, even though I quite like this one. The shop assistant, still smiling, asked her, miss, shall we try this blue one? Sienna replied, a little flustered, sure, while helping her into the dress. The shop assistant whispered, I have a feeling your future husband is going to have a hard time. Sienna, not understanding, asked blankly. The shop assistant gave a knowing smile and replied, nothing at all. Meanwhile, Navirius and Ather outside maintained their stern expressions, and so, the fashion shop assistant exceeded her sales target today because two extremely handsome men from the Francis family readily spent a fortune buying dozens of expensive dresses for Sienna. Before they left, she said cheerfully, we will send the dresses you ordered to the manor in the next few days. Thank you for your patronage. Sienna thought with some apprehension, I was only planning to buy one or two. I'm afraid I'll have to get used to this extravagant spending. Navirius suddenly suggested, why don't we go for lunch? There's a restaurant in this area run by a chef who used to work in the royal kitchen. Sienna replied enthusiastically, that sounds wonderful. Let's go. Her face was full of excitement. She thought to herself, that means I'll get to try high-quality food like Agon's. She pictured Agon in her mind. This is my dish, your majesty's favorite chef. Ather suddenly shot a look of annoyance at Navirius. He spoke up, why don't you go back to your estate, your majesty? Navirius's face darkened with anger. What did you say? Sienna thought fearfully. I can't take my eyes off them for even a second. Then, she asked Ather, Father, can't you come with us? Her voice was soft and pleading. Outings like this don't happen often, and I want to have a meal with my family. Both Ather and Navirius were flustered by her cuteness. My daughter, my niece, wants it that way. A while later, the three of them arrived at the restaurant. The manager, who came out to greet them, was utterly shocked. He stammered, why, your excellency, and the head of the Francis family as well. You should have informed us of your visit. He suddenly noticed Sienna and asked hesitantly, may I ask who this young lady is? Ather replied, my daughter. Navirius responded, my niece. The manager said, so this is the famous Miss Sienna. He then bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, the picture of professionalism. Welcome to our restaurant. It's an honor to meet you, Mississippi. Being greeted in such a manner, Sienna composed herself and offered a warm smile. The manager, delighted, gently took her hand and politely offered his blessings. May the gods bless you and Francis. Sienna smiled happily. She was secretly surprised. Wow, I'm used to this, but I'm still impressed. Ather looked at her with eyes full of affection. He suddenly reached out and patted her head. Everyone inside the restaurant started whispering amongst themselves. Oh my, aren't those gentlemen over there Marquis Francis and Lord Francis? Just as the rumors said, I heard they don't get along. Do you know the young lady sitting with them is the Marquis's daughter? You mean the one from the rumors? Sienna held the menu, feeling embarrassed. Ugh, everyone recognizes me. I can hear them. Navirius gently told her, Anna, we've already ordered. Would you like anything else? Sienna replied, I want to look over the menu first. Her face lit up with happiness. She added, this menu was created by a chef who used to work in the royal kitchen. I'm sure I can learn a lot from it. Navirius smiled with satisfaction. Oh, that's an admirable thought. Ather said with excitement, it seems you've received a good education at the academy. I'm happy for you. The manager approached and softly said, excuse me. Today we received this high-quality wine from Reuven. Just a few sips will stimulate your appetite for the upcoming meal. For the young lady, this will be non-alcoholic champagne. Sienna slowly took a small sip. Her taste buds felt revitalized, and she exclaimed, "Delicious!" Her heart was filled with excitement. The sweet and refreshing aroma spread in her mouth until it went down. "How can a sparkling drink be so smooth?" she thought, then complimented, "This is truly the best champagne." The manager replied happily, "I'm glad it suits your taste." Navirius asked, "Would you like to try a sip of this?" Sienna replied enthusiastically, "Yes." Ather suddenly called her name, Anna. She looked towards Ather, bewildered. "Yes," Ather seriously instructed, "hold your glass like this." She quickly imitated him. "Here, like this." Ather watched her and commented, "Your fingers are shorter than I thought." Navirius felt extremely displeased and snapped, "Why do you have to ruin her mood by spouting such useless things?" He then brought the wine glass to her side and softly said, "Here, Sienna, don't worry. I can help you drink." Sienna, embarrassed, raised her hand to stop him. I'm too old for that." "It's okay." Just then, the manager appeared and announced, "The meal has arrived." The food that Sienna enjoyed today was exquisitely presented and elaborately prepared. The taste was also delicious, so soon the plates were clean. Sienna happily said, "That was a wonderful meal." Ather said gently, "I'm glad you liked it." In her mind, Sienna was silently dancing. She thought, all the chefs who have worked in the royal kitchen are amazing. Will I be able to make dishes like this in the future? I must quickly return to the academy and cook. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out beside her. "It's been a while, Lord Francis." The man said cheerfully, "This young lady must be the Saintess of Francis. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Johann Xavier." Sienna's eyes looked at him warily. She thought, that's Marquis Xavier. Marquis Xavier, a man who would stop at nothing to ruin House Francis, was so obsessed with achieving that end that he even spread a plague within Francis territory. He was rather subtle for someone who ordered the belongings of infected patients to be planted on his rival's land. She smiled, politely introducing herself. "I am Sienna Francis." Johann complimented her. "You are much lovelier than I was told. I believe you and my daughter, Irene, are around the same age. I hope you two will become good friends during your stay in the capital." He began to coax her. "Perhaps I should host a tea party so you two can chat. I'll send someone tomorrow, and you can stop by." Xavier coldly interrupted. "Enough." He glared at Johann. "If you wish to converse with my granddaughter that much, you can start by sending a letter requesting her presence." Johann, feeling slightly embarrassed, laughed it off. "Ha. It seems you cherish your granddaughter as much as the rumors say. They say there's a reason why there's so much talk about Lady Sienna's aggressiveness." His gaze toward Sienna was somewhat daunting. Sienna thought to herself, "He's implying I'm ill-mannered because I have my grandfather backing me. Then again, it hasn't even been a full year since I became Sienna. I'm pretty sure Marquis Xavier suddenly showed up here because he felt uneasy. He probably thinks I came to the capital to start making my way into high society. His goal must be to try and sink my reputation before I even begin. He's afraid that if I, the Lady of Francis, who possesses my own transfer gate, make myself known in high society, the imperial palace might take a special interest in me. My family can help me as much as they want, but if I don't handle this myself, things will go just as this man has planned." Johann said to Navirius, "Lady Sienna must not know much about the world, having lived in Francis territory all this time, right? My daughter is well versed in the matters of high society and will be able to help her, I presume." Hearing this, Sienna smiled and spoke in a clear voice. "Thank you for your concern." She looked at Johann and put on a serious expression. "As you just said, I don't know much about the world, so I'd appreciate it if you could teach me something." Johann nodded and asked, "Oh, of course. What is it you'd like to know?" Waiting for just this moment, she spoke in a reasoning manner, from what I understand. "The general rule in society is to invite someone only after they have personally inquired how their potential guest feels about the invitation. An invitation without such courtesy is nothing more than coercion. And coercion, especially in a setting like this, is usually shown a bit towards the parents of the potential guest." Hearing this, Johann froze. Sienna suddenly put on a confused expression. "I believe that's an insult akin to throwing a glove at someone in high society, but I'm not sure I understand it correctly since I'm rather ignorant of these things." She thought to herself, I'll take this opportunity to finish this once and for all. Thinking so, she looked at him, her eyes filled with mockery. It's unimaginable that someone as renowned as the Marquis would resort to such a crude act. Johann, hearing this, lost his composure, his face crumpling. Sienna noticed it all, thinking, I'm not the Sienna Francis you know. After hearing Sienna's words, Johann's face darkened. He chuckled dryly, ha, I see. I seem to have made a grave mistake in being so pleased to see you. I apologize. Navirius, seeing her handle Johann flawlessly, was satisfied and called to her, Sienna, we've finished eating. Let's go. Sienna cheerfully replied, Yes, sir. After that, the 3 members of the Francis family stood up and left, unconcerned that Johann was standing there dumbfounded. The other diners quickly whispered amongst themselves, Oh dear, that must be humiliating. As a marquis, he should know his limits. Johann, now filled with resentment, growled, Those damned Francises. Scene change. Sienna, dressed in her night clothes, strolled down the hallway in the evening. She had just finished bathing and was heading back to her bedroom. While looking around, she thought, this manor has the bathroom outside the bedroom. I guess living in a big house isn't all that great. Marilyn, still in the bathroom, enthusiastically said, I'll clean this place up and see you later. Suddenly, she saw a faint light flickering through the crack of a door. She approached, curiously thinking, this is the room he's using, right? Thinking so, she knocked. Sienna naturally peeked her head inside and asked, Are you still awake? I was heading back to my room and saw your light on, so I thought I'd check in. Navirius replied, Is that you, Sienna? Come. He then chuckled and said to her, It seems I can't sleep. I'm not used to the bed here. She trotted over. It must have been a difficult journey. You should go to sleep. Sitting down beside him, she seemed to remember something. She exclaimed, Oh, right. I didn't expect to see Marquis Xavier today. He looked at her and asked, What did you think of him? Sienna immediately replied, I realized I can't judge a book by its cover. Hearing that, Xavier chuckled, Haha, this girl. He looked at her thoughtfully. Finally, he asked, Do you remember what I said this afternoon about not letting you see your father? She was a little surprised. She thought to herself, this might be a chance to learn about my past. Thinking it over, she asked, Could you tell me the details? Xavier's eyes grew slightly sad as he slowly began to explain. When you were little, too young to remember, you were kidnapped. She was stunned. Kidnapped. Xavier calmly continued. I was angry that your father married when I didn't approve. So when he turned his nose up after losing you that way, I couldn't forgive him. I knew it wasn't your fault, so I told him I would raise you. You must despise me for not letting you see your father and for neglecting you for so long. His voice was filled with self-reproach. She remained silent for a long while. Then she said sorrowfully, Didn't you also despise me? After all, you sent me to the annex. Xavier hesitated. Don't you remember? You revealed our army's marching route to the enemy, leading to the deaths of 800 soldiers. Even my good friend, who was always by my side, died in that massacre. Navirius recounted her words, You're my grandfather. Of course, you should forgive me. At that moment, you looked like a demon staring at me, sending chills down my spine. It was hard to bear. I thought, how could this be my granddaughter? Even so, I should have talked to you more. At least asked why you did such a terrible thing. So cruel. Sienna's mind was in turmoil. She couldn't look at her grandfather. What should I do? I can't offer forgiveness or comfort. I can't even say anything to defend myself. Just then, Navirius spoke. I am sorry, Sienna. She froze. Her mind spun. No, grandfather. The person who needed to hear that is no longer here. I'm not Sienna Francis. The kindness shown to me by you, my brothers, and my father, it doesn't belong to me. She berated herself, her hands clenching, thinking she didn't deserve his apology or pity. But Mia's warm, comforting voice echoed in her mind. You deserve love. This life has always been yours from the very beginning. Tears welled up. I never want to hurt these generous people again. With newfound sincerity, she said, Thank you for keeping someone like me by your side. Navirius quietly approached her, patting her shoulder comfortingly. She added, emotionally, and always treating me with such sincerity. Scene change. Carter crossed his arms, annoyed. What's this? I don't think this place needs all of you showing up. Bacchus retorted, Don't be absurd. The servants in the capital are complete strangers to her. She finds us familiar and trustworthy, so we'll be more helpful to the young miss. Marilyn became indignant. She only needs one maid to guide her around the manor. And that's me, Marilyn. Seachorn shook her head. No, you don't know her well enough, so she'll definitely need me. The air crackled with tension as neither side yielded. Don't grin in front of the young miss. Bring it on. Sienna, surprised by the escalating argument, spoke up. Could I ask you all to take me somewhere? Sienna thought to herself. I'm definitely paying attention, but this place is so large and filled with decorations. I'll definitely get lost if I'm not careful. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Look, Seachorn. She pointed at a golden owl statue. This owl statue looks just like the one at the castle, doesn't it? Marilyn thought, exasperated. It's a masterpiece, but it takes so much effort to clean, especially the tiny crevices between the feathers. Seachorn also looked weary. Oh dear, you'd have to have a lot of free time to clean that statue. Hearing this from Seachorn, Marilyn felt a sense of camaraderie. Sienna happily strolled around, taking in the sights. She stopped before a wall and remarked, It seems like this entire wall is covered in portraits. Marilyn cheerfully explained, These are portraits of the previous marquises. They're displayed from the very first to the current one. Sienna thought, impressed. They look like photographs. Marilyn smiled warmly. Would you like to take a closer look? Sienna quickly replied, yes. She approached a portrait and asked, Who is this? Marilyn answered, That's your grandmother. Sienna was stunned by the beauty depicted in the painting. Marilyn began to tell her more about the portrait. Suddenly, Sienna looked at a nearby painting. She gasped, How can this be? The woman in the painting, with her gentle gaze, seemed to be calling to her. Sena, segnana unconsciously murmured, Mia. Long ago, at the orphanage, snow fell heavily. A little girl named Suni was blowing warm air into her palms. Ha. Her nose kept running. The orphanage gate swung open roughly, startling her. The orphanage director's scolding voice followed. Goodness, are you hurting yourself again? She yanked Suni's hand, pulling her inside. How many times do I have to tell you how much trouble it is if you catch a cold? Get inside. Suni stubbornly protested. No. Her face crumpled, and she sobbed. Dad said he'd come back. He said he'd buy some spicy rice cakes and come back for me. The director glared at her angrily. Ugh, so stubborn. Don't you understand yet? This is an orphanage. Your dad abandoned you. Suni was completely shocked. She recounted silently. It took me several days to realize I had been abandoned. I wasn't an easy child to take care of. I had a skin condition and had trouble communicating. The orphanage director must have realized I was a nuisance, so she always flicked my forehead in front of everyone with the utmost provocation. The other children in the orphanage saw this, and they quickly learned to behave the same way. Day after day went by like that. On the day of the charity fair, a child wearing a knitted hat cheerfully said to a child with a new backpack, I heard you're getting adopted by a doctor, Minju. Minju twirled around proudly and replied, Yeah, my new mom gave me this. The child in the blue shirt said enviously, You're so lucky. Minju added, She said she'll buy me lots of things like this and love me. She also said it's because I'm the prettiest and nicest girl. Suni felt incredibly gloomy. She quickly walked past them. Seeing her approach, Minju yelled, Hey, don't touch my backpack. Suni ignored her. Watching Suni walk inside, Minju started gossiping. She whispered, When will that monster get adopted? The girl in the blue shirt smirked. Who knows? I heard nobody wants to meet her. Besides, who would adopt someone like her? Suni walked past a stack of cardboard boxes. Looking inside, she whispered, Bread. She hesitated for a moment, her hand trembling as she reached for one, reassuring herself, taking one won't hurt as long as I don't get caught. With that thought, she immediately grabbed one and tore into it, devouring it hungrily. Suddenly, the orphanage director was led there, catching her red-handed. You again, you little rat, she shrieked, dragging Suni to the backyard. She began to berate her. I told you not to touch any food without permission. You're always stuffing something in your mouth whenever I turn my back. What are you, a pig? Keep your hands off everything until dinner. Outside, it began to snow. Suni was left standing alone in the freezing cold as punishment. The biting cold made her shiver. Tears welled up in her eyes. Sobi, daddy. Inside the classroom, Suni was engrossed in a book. Suddenly, a woman with short hair walked in, radiating a warm, sunny glow. Suni's shoulders instinctively recoiled. Who is that? She wondered. The woman saw her, a smile blooming on her face. Found you, Sienna. A long-forgotten sense of familiarity stirred within Suni. A woman approached and knelt before her, stammering, Who are you? I'm Suni. Mia greeted her back. Hello, Suni. That's a beautiful name. Suni asked, You know me? Mia gently replied, Yes, of course. I'm a new teacher here. Hearing this, Suni quickly stood up and bowed politely. Hello, Mississippi. After speaking, she sat down, her head bowed, and didn't say a word. Mia gave a strained laugh and said, Oh, I'm sorry. I must be interrupting you. Suni quickly interrupted. My name isn't beautiful. Seeing Suni's dejection, Mia softly said to her, Would you like me to give you a beautiful name? Senna. What do you think of the name Senna? The pitiful girl repeated, Senna. Mia slowly placed her hand on the girl's small hands. Yes, Senna. At this moment, seemingly unable to contain her emotions, Mia suddenly embraced her tightly. Mia choked back a sob. That I made you wait too long, didn't I? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Senna. Mia burst into tears like a child. End of memory. Sienna pondered sadly. That was a memory recalled from the distant past. Sienna sat pensively in front of the window. She silently realized, so Miss Mia really is Sienna's mother. Thinking back, Miss Mia had no relatives. It was strange enough that she didn't know or meet anyone else. I was the only exception. Sienna continued to think, when I followed the path she described in the fairy tale she created, I found the transfer gate. She picked up the necklace and fiddled with it, as if she left it for me. Sienna pursed her lips. But how could she come to the world I was in? I died and became Sienna, and she died and came there too. It's so confusing. She clutched the necklace tightly, piecing together each fact she had gathered. Sienna tremblingly questioned, Miss Mia came to me because of the real Sienna. I don't want to doubt her love, but I can't help but think that way. A knock on the door echoed. Knock, knock, interrupting Sienna's rambling thoughts. Neverius's deep voice asked, Are you there, Sienna? Sienna said dazedly, Grandpa, what is it? Neverius gently asked her, Could you open the door for a moment? Just a few seconds later, Sienna opened the door. She looked at him curiously. In Neverius's hands was a plate of fresh fruit. She wondered in surprise, What's this? Neverius looked at her worriedly. I heard you haven't eaten anything and have been in your room all day. I'm worried I might have said something I shouldn't have yesterday. Sienna felt soothed. She suddenly hugged Neverius tightly. Outside, the sunlight was bright and the birds were singing sweetly. Sienna looked at the plate of fruit and couldn't help but think happily. He brought all my favorite things. Sienna felt her heart warmed. Neverius said, Eat as much as you want, Sienna. She was a little embarrassed. I don't think I can eat this much by myself. She then took a fork, picked up a slice of apple, and turned to him. She said, Here you go. Please enjoy this food with me. Neverius looked at her with satisfaction. He accepted it and replied, I will. Sienna smiled gently as she watched him comfortably eat the apple slice she offered. She suddenly hesitated, thinking, is it okay to ask him about what happened in the past? Suddenly, the light on Neverius's ring unexpectedly flashed brightly. Sienna thought blankly. Oh, his communication stone is blinking. An emergency. The secretary's announcement was so loud that it made Neverius grimace. Daha. The person on the other side continued to yell, Emergency call. Neverius wasn't very happy. He said dejectedly, It's me. Hearing his voice, the person on the other side spoke rapidly like a machine gun. You finally answered. How could you suddenly leave and not come back? Do you know how many documents need your approval? You have to come back today. Neverius frowned. What about Lancelot and Juan? The other person replied quickly, Young Master Juan is at summer training camp. Young Master Lancelot has been invited to attend to some business. Sienna looked at him apprehensively. She bet he'd skipped work to come to her. The person continued to chatter. The matter concerning the mine is quite urgent. Your Majesty, you should at least look it over, Sienna whispered. It seems everyone is very busy. The person on the other side exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, is that Miss Sienna's voice? Virginia's voice suddenly cut in. Let me talk to her. Sienna greeted sweetly. Oh, Lady Virginia, how are you? From Francis's castle. Everyone was exhausted and complaining. Lord Francis, Master, where are you? Virginia said tiredly. I really should only hear good things about life, Mississippi. So I'm very sorry to say this, but I'm about to die from overwork. Please tell Master Francis to return to the castle and help me. Neverius was a little displeased. Why are you dragging Sienna into this? Virginia retorted angrily. Because you won't listen to us. Sienna asked softly. Shouldn't you go back? Navirius frowned in thought. After pondering, he yelled into the communication stone. I'm going on strike. Haven't you been overworked by this old geezer for years? Sienna found it hard to speak. She thought, oh my, he actually declared he's going on strike. His employees cried out, curse you, master. Sienna's hand gently touched Navirius's. Her voice was comforting. I'm Fina, she thought a little regretfully. Although I want to talk to him more, I guess there's no other choice. Navirius looked at her with concern. He said in a low voice, I'll definitely call you when I get back. If you feel any resentment, talk to me about it anytime. Continuing, she summoned the transfer gate and sent him back to the castle. Looking at his plate on the table, Sienna felt a little empty. A familiar voice suddenly called out, Enna. She turned her head and called, Father. Arthur slowly approached. I thought you were with the old man. She said, I just sent him back to the castle. It seems they have a lot of backlog. Arthur felt relieved upon hearing this. Good. She chuckled, puzzled, thinking, what does he mean by good? Arthur asked, what about the servants from the castle? I can send them back with my carriage. Sienna quickly replied, oh, they'll stay in the capital a little longer. I like having familiar people around, you know? Suddenly, her voice became serious. Father, why do you hate him? Is it because of Mother? Arthur gestured for Sir Milo to leave. Then he spoke seriously to her. He told you, didn't he? He slumped down beside her. A melancholic expression flickered across his handsome face. He slowly began to tell Sienna, I suppose the first thing I should do is tell you about Mia. She was a priestess from a neighboring country. Sienna asked in astonishment. A priestess? From a neighboring country? Arthur continued. She was born with such immense power that she was always on the front lines. That overwhelming power made her a thorn in the Empire's side, and the Empire continued to oppress her people even after their homeland fell. A look of surprise filled Sienna's eyes. Mia was the Empire's greatest enemy, meaning she and Father should never have been involved. That's why the Francis family never tried to quell the strange rumors about her, she thought. Arthur said irritably, your grandfather and his vassals opposed my relationship with her for that very reason. And that's why Mia had to live in hiding even after she gave birth to you. Doubt filled Sienna's heart. Do you think that's why Mother and I were kidnapped? Arthur suddenly fell silent. Sienna couldn't help but be shaken. Oh, I used to think Father hated the Francis family for no reason. But the truth is, he hated himself the most because he believed he couldn't protect the woman he loved. Thinking this, she smiled and said, you wanted to protect me, Father. It's natural for parents to worry about their children. You're no different. She looked at Arthur affectionately. You never came to see me, but it wasn't because you hated me, was it, Father? Hearing this, Arthur suddenly felt a strange sensation. He turned to look at Sienna. Arthur leaned closer to her and said, Yo, Sienna. While Sienna was wondering how to explain things reasonably, her pendant suddenly flashed. Arthur sensed something was wrong. His hand instinctively reached out. Sienna was instantly sucked into another dimension, causing her to cry out in fear. No, am I being taken away again? After a while, she opened her eyes. A white lion of immense size was staring at her menacingly. Her face paled. She quickly teleported away. After a moment, to collect herself, she gradually realized and said in astonishment, gasp on second thought, you're that lion from before. The white lion raised a paw apologetically. Sorry if I startled you. Sienna was thoroughly startled, thinking it can talk. Then, she cautiously said to it, you're a bit scary, so could you talk to me from over there? The white lion looked slightly confused. Then it stretched languidly and said to her, well, it seems you're a master who's afraid of big cats. If that's the case, how about this? It suddenly shrunk into a cute, white cat with heterochromia. Sienna's heart couldn't help but flutter at the sight. She exclaimed, so fluffy, ridiculously cute. The cat said, this is the first time in my 500 years of existence that someone has called me cute. Sienna asked, her voice full of doubt, have I offended you? The cat quickly replied, not at all. You can continue to call me that, my large cat-fearing master. Hearing this, Sienna laughed. Aha! She then pondered, by the way, you were the one who brought me into the gate. The cat promptly answered, yes, I sense the confusion you were experiencing. It was a bit much for you. She sighed in relief. I see. When I'm in danger, the divine beast brings me into the gate so I can escape. Then, she suddenly spoke aloud, so that's why it was Mia? The cat gently told her, you're disappointed that the one who brought you here wasn't Mia. Sienna thought, I can't say I'm not. She hesitated slightly. Well, there were things I wanted to ask Mia when I got here. The cat suddenly understood. You're referring to whether your hypothesis was correct. Sienna sighed. Ah, yes. The white cat gave a small smile and told her, the woman you call Mia is actually Sienna's mother. Hearing this, she unconsciously reflected, so it's true. The one Mia was looking for was Sienna, not me. The cat suddenly jumped onto her. It climbed on her shoulder and said, I see you have a slightly foolish side, master. Sienna was bewildered. What do you mean? A sudden light flashed in her mind. A voice and image gradually appeared. Oh, my child, when did you grow up so much? The woman, her eyes brimming with tears, was hugging Sienna affectionately. It feels like just yesterday you were still squirming in my arms. You are worthy of love. You don't need to hide yourself from anyone. Sienna began to understand. Could it be I'm the real Sienna? The white cat immediately confirmed, spot on. Sienna turned back to look at it in shock. She questioned, then how did I become Suni? The white cat gently rubbed against the tip of her nose. It explained, when your soul was pushed out of your body, it coincidentally found an empty body in need of a soul, but it was a body in a different world. Hearing this, she instantly remembered. My first memory as Suni was shivering in the freezing cold on the ground in front of the orphanage walls. Remembering this, her eyes filled with melancholy. She lamented silently, oh, Suni, she must have been dead then. Sienna appeared doubtful. Oh, Mia died when we were kidnapped, and my soul was separated from this body. The white cat immediately responded, no, Mia didn't die. She journeyed to the other world to find you. Sienna continued to question. Then who was the Sienna that existed? At this point, the white cat seemed to hesitate. It gravely replied, it was the one who tried to usurp your destiny. They tore apart your soul and took your body. Her hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. She said, I don't understand. Her face was full of indignation. They stole the life that was rightfully mine, so why did they try to end it so easily? The white cat slowly explained to her, they failed to achieve something in your form, and their original body is deteriorating over time as the magic sustaining it runs out, so they naturally became anxious. The more Sienna thought about it, the angrier she became. They must have tried to commit suicide while in Sienna's form, so they could return to their original body. The white cat looked at her with amusement. On the other hand, I find a Francis household quite interesting. They were instinctively wary of the usurper, so much so that the usurper couldn't control them, which worked in their favor. Sienna posed another question. Why didn't Mia tell me these things? The white cat leaped into the air and paced slowly. It said, the usurper placed a curse on Mia, a piece of magic unbreakable even in death. Now she realized, that's why I couldn't hear Mia whenever she tried to tell me something. Sienna, filled with indignation, asked, then who did this? The white cat immediately replied, I don't know either. It seems you've calmed down, so I believe it's time for you to return. Sienna hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. I have one last question. Who are you, my wise master? The white cat bowed its head respectfully. It answered, I am your servant in your orbit. Sienna immediately understood. She guessed the portal. The white cat smiled and nodded in silent confirmation. Next, it transformed back into the majestic form of a white lion. It solemnly introduced itself. Mia called me Merlin. Sienna's gaze softened. Merlin, will I be able to see you again? Merlin quickly responded, I am always here whenever you need me, master. As it finished speaking, the portal activated. Returning to the present, Sienna slowly opened her eyes. She immediately sat up. Her throat was parched. She wearily thought, I'm back. My throat is so dry. How long have I been asleep? The sound of the door opening echoed. Soren, seeing that she had awakened, exclaimed in alarm, Lady Sienna, you're awake. Sienna, seeing her, couldn't help but say in surprise, Soren. Soren quickly poured her some water, her voice full of concern. Here's some water. Please drink this first. Marilyn has gone to find a doctor in the capital. This has happened before, so please take this opportunity to have a full checkup. Taking the glass of water from Soren, Sienna quickly drank it all. Finished, she asked, do you remember what happened last time? Soren asked back, a little bewildered. What are you talking about? Sienna spoke softly. You once asked me to run away with you, right? And when you did, I started treating you badly. Can you tell me exactly how I acted? Hearing this, Soren smiled. She recounted, at that time, Sienna scolded loudly. How dare you pity me? You're just a lowly servant, nothing at all. This is because of those damned Francises. They deserve to be torn apart. Sienna seemed to not believe her ears. She froze for a few seconds. Soren gave a gentle smile and said to her, "You wouldn't say. You've gone too far." Sienna was extremely resentful. She angrily thought to herself, "Usurper, feeling nothing even when a kind person pities you. I will never forgive you." She suddenly called out, "Soren." Soren responded quickly, "Yes, my lady." A feeling of remorse welled up in her throat, and she softly said, "Thank you for giving me courage and staying by my side." Soren was stunned upon hearing this. "My lady," Sienna continued, "I'll see father as soon as the doctor has finished examining me." In her mind, she now thought, "Now I'm sure. I am the real Sienna Francis." After conducting a general examination, the doctor announced the results. "Miss, there's nothing particularly wrong with you. Please continue to rest." Sienna smiled and said, "Thank you." She cheerfully told her two maids, "You two can relax now." Marilyn and Soren, their faces full of worry, said in unison, "Miss Sienna." Sienna's door suddenly opened. Before Sienna's gaze, Arthur said, "I need to talk to Anna, so I want you all to go outside." Now, only the two of them, father and daughter, remained in the room. Arthur asked in a deep, concerned voice, "Are you feeling all right now?" Sienna softly replied, "I'm fine. The doctor said I'm okay." Arthur became serious. "So, are you ready to answer my question?" Sienna nodded, "Yes." Lowering her head, she said with a little embarrassment, "Father, I am your daughter." Her mind was currently in turmoil. How much should I tell him? We're talking about soul-swapping magic. Having thought it over, she firmly reiterated, "It's not easy to believe. I'm sure you'll find this hard to believe, but I am your daughter, Sienna. I've returned." Arthur slowly said, "I understand." Sienna was incredibly surprised. "Huh? Arthur," his face utterly calm, asked back, "Is something wrong?" She hurriedly replied, No. It's just that you accepted my words so quickly." Arthur's eyes were filled with emotion. He slowly recounted, "The day you returned after the kidnapping. Instinctively, I felt something was wrong with you." Sienna, in Arthur's memory, gave a sinister smile and called him father. Sienna immediately remembered what Merlin had told her earlier. On the other hand, I find the Francis family quite interesting. They were instinctively wary of the usurper. She silently understood. So that's what Merlin meant. Arthur continued his somber tale. "Others might think I was being unreasonable. But no matter what I did, I couldn't believe you were my daughter. I couldn't believe myself either, but I had to find out the truth. So I brought in those who could examine your body. Mages, alchemists, and even those who could perform forbidden magic." Arthur's voice rose in anger as he slammed his hand on the table. He roared, "Why was there no progress? Hurry up and return my daughter to me." The flashback ended, and Arthur spoke pensively, "My mind hasn't changed. That creature wasn't my daughter." Having heard this, Sienna quickly spoke up, "So father, now then." Arthur suddenly cut her off. "But the moment you arrived here, I felt the same feeling as the first time I held you when you were a newborn. That feeling told me you are finally the master of your own life." At this moment, a mix of indescribable emotions welled up within her. Her lips trembled slightly. Unconsciously, she called out, "Father." Arthur calmly replied, "Yes, Anna." She called again, "Father." He responded, "Yes." She called out once more, "Father." Arthur patiently replied, "I'm here." She sobbed, "Father." Finally, tears streamed down her face. She looked so pitiful. Arthur slowly walked over and sat beside her, gently stroking her head to comfort her. The next day, Juan's voice came from the communication stone. "Kid, what the hell did you do?" Sienna, a little confused, replied, "What do you mean?" Juan quickly answered, "I've never seen such a terrifying expression on his face. It was the first time I felt creeped out this morning." She asked in surprise, "What did he do?" Juan said again, "What are you thinking? He's been smiling all the time." Sienna, hearing this, realized the reason. Earlier, she'd had a conversation with Navirius through the communication stone. She had boldly declared, "I love you very much, Father." I think I can confidently say that now. Remembering that, Sienna felt embarrassed. She told Juan, Probably something made him really happy." Juan looked confused. She quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, did you finish your training without any trouble?" Juan replied immediately, "Yeah, I guess." She continued to inquire, "What about Lancelot?" Juan answered, "He's super busy." Suddenly, Lancelot's voice cut in. "If you know I'm busy, why don't you help me?" Sienna exclaimed happily, "Lancelot." Lancelot's voice was sweet. "Hello, Anna. When are you coming back to the castle?" One said grumpily, "Hey, don't push." Sienna smiled brightly. "I'll stay here a little longer before I go back." Lancelot sounded a little impatient. "I miss you a lot. So come back soon." Sienna felt incredibly warm. She smiled and said yes. Inwardly, she thought, Lancelot is so sweet. Why did I ever think he was a snake? After some elaborate preparations, Sienna donned an off-the-shoulder chestnut brown dress, her hair styled beautifully. She looked elegant and graceful. Marilyn and Seachorn felt incredibly proud, thinking, Lady Sienna's happiness is our happiness. Sienna told them, Thank you, Seachorn and Marilyn. I love this dress. I was a little worried because it's my first time at a salon. Marilyn responded enthusiastically, Don't worry, my lady. I'm sure you'll have a wonderful time. Arthur opened the door and slowly entered. He asked, Are you ready? Sienna replied cheerfully, Yes. Arthur extended his hand and said to her brightly, Let's go then. Sienna smiled happily. He took her hand, and they walked together. This was the largest salon in the capital, a place where members of high society mingled. Only high-ranking nobles were allowed here. She thought to herself as she stepped inside for the first time. Sienna looked a little uncomfortable. She thought, I still feel awkward in places like this. She nervously accepted a glass of water from the server after they said, Please, have some iced tea. Taking a small sip, she quietly assessed the place. They had beer, tea tables, and even gambling. This must be like an entertainment center for the nobility. Suddenly, everyone became boisterous. What's this? I can't believe you're visiting the salon. Marquis Francis, I bet the sun will rise in the west tomorrow. Arthur was immediately surrounded by nobles. Are you well? It's the Marquis. Seeing their excitement, Sienna thought, Are they all father's acquaintances? She saw Arthur's expression, souring, and understood. Or probably not. He looks incredibly annoyed. While she was looking at Arthur, a voice suddenly called out from behind her, Oh my, Lady Sienna. Sienna immediately turned around and saw Christine sitting on the other side. She held a fan in front of her face and said, Fancy seeing you here. I heard you were in the capital. Do you remember me? This woman is Christine Lazian, Empress Rowena's chatty companion, Sienna recalled. Wasn't she the one who was particularly prickly towards me when the Empress and the Imperial Consort came to the Eastern Villa? Her name is Christine, and her family is... After thinking it over, she quickly spoke. Miss Christine Lazian, is it not? Christine replied with feigned delight. Oh, you remember me? I thought I'd only see you again at Her Majesty's banquet. You were quite the popular one at the last gathering. Christine snapped her fan shut, a smug look on her face. Then again, now that Miss Erin is in the capital, the Empress and Imperial Consort probably don't have time for you anymore. Of course, Sienna understood her insinuation. Her expression screamed, You must have fallen out of their favor since you weren't invited to the latest banquet. She also made a point of bringing up Erin, likely to imply that Sienna was nothing more than her replacement. Sienna stepped closer to Christine. She spoke frankly, You're right, Miss Christine. I also thought I'd see you at another banquet. Yet here we are. Sienna continued, a mocking confidence in her voice. Certainly, I wasn't invited to the banquet. But are you any different? You're so busy criticizing others that you don't realize you've just spat in your own face. Christine, though slightly embarrassed, pressed on, Banquets aren't always enjoyable. Sometimes, one prefers a salon. Sienna smiled sympathetically. I agree. This is actually my first time at a salon. Christine seemed a little surprised. Oh, I see. She then extended an invitation. Would you like to join me for a game of cards then? It could be a bit dull just playing, so let's have a small wager for fun. Since you can only bet the jewelry you currently have on hand, the stakes here don't need to be as high as at a real casino. Sienna looked at the cards before her, lost in thought. So it's this. I've heard about it from the girls at the villa. They said it's a popular game with young ladies of this age, but it's simply gambling. Some only think of it as a game, but when addicted, they sometimes lose both their valuables and their reputation. That's considered extremely shameful among nobles. Who knows? I suppose I'll play with them a little. Thinking so, she slowly sat down at the table. Christine said to her with glee, I knew you'd join in. Two other women were already at the table. They greeted her excitedly. It's an honor to play with you, Miss Sienna. We hope we'll have lots of fun. Sienna looked at the two of them, silently assessing them. They were dripping with jewelry. Their reason for being at the salon was quite obvious. Christine began, All right, before we start, let me briefly explain the rules. Your goal is to get rid of all the cards in your hand by discarding matching pairs of symbols or numbers. The first person to ring the bell after achieving this wins. Simple, right? Sienna thought, sounds like a mix of gambling and a matching game with fruit illustrations on the cards. She casually removed her earrings and placed them on the table. The other two girls, witnessing this, giggled. Sienna picked up her cards and said comfortably, I'm not quite familiar with the rules, so I'll consider this first round a learning experience. Let's have fun. A moment later, the bell rang. Christine was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Jewelry piled up like a mountain, glittering brightly. Sienna spoke. What are you going to do now? She smiled radiantly and asked, Want to keep playing? It seems Christine and the other two girls have lost everything. They stammered, Miss Christine, I can't play anymore. Christine thought angrily. How could she not lose a single game? We were sure to win no matter what. Sienna remained calm. She had long since realized, in situations like this, it was only natural they had something up their sleeves. It was clear they had planned this and switched cards with each other to cheat. But I know how to get past your little tricks. It's basically self-defense. Seeing Sienna's smug look, Christine's blood boiled. Unwilling to accept defeat, she exclaimed, Yes, let's continue. The girl beside her advised, You have nothing left to wager but your family crest, Miss Christine. Christine, losing her reason, shouted, No, if kneeling is something we can bet, I'm willing to do it. Sienna's eyes turned cold. She scoffed inwardly. She'll wager her honor. Moments later, the bell rang again. Cards cascaded onto the table. Christine trembled with rage. Impossible. Sienna gasped dramatically. Oh dear, I didn't mean to take your family crest as well. Christine roared furiously. You did mean to. You're crossing the line. Sienna feigned ignorance. She said innocently, Well, you were the one who was willing to wager it. Christine was speechless. Seething with anger, she grabbed her skirt and stormed away from the table. I am leaving. Do whatever you want with the seal. Miss Sienna, she declared. Sienna calmly replied, Really, Miss Christine? She gently reminded her, a family crest is worth much more than a piece of jewelry. Christine abruptly stopped. Around them, whispers of disapproval directed at Christine filled the air, humiliating her. She's a noble. So how can she treat her family crest like that? Shouldn't she be kneeling and begging Miss Sienna to return it? I guess she's too humiliated to even try. She was so addicted that she was even willing to bet her family crest. How pathetic. Christine gritted her teeth. How dare you humiliate me like this? After that, Christine could only leave the place in shame. The whispers grew louder. My goodness, how undignified. Sienna thought to herself. Even to the end, she doesn't realize it's all her fault. I've beaten her once, so she probably won't engage in such a foolish mind game with me again. Adher was astonished to see his daughter return with a pile of jewelry. What's all this? He wondered. Sienna replied cheerfully, I won them while playing cards. Incredulous, Adher asked, You won all of this? Sienna beckoned him closer. She whispered in his ear, To be honest, I cheated a little, but I genuinely won with my skills in the final round. Adher replied in a low voice, My goodness. It seems my daughter is a talented gambler. Sienna quickly linked arms with Adher, her voice generous. You can have the jewelry I won, father. Adher played along. Sounds like I'll be rich, thanks to you. Sienna laughed happily. Even so, Adher's voice took on a cautionary tone, but you really should leave your winnings here. The gossip mongers in the capital will quickly spread nasty rumors. Sienna obediently replied, Oh, I suppose so. Afterward, she followed Adher to the reception desk. She instructed, Please return the jewelry to its rightful owner. If they refuse to take it back, the salon may dispose of it as they see fit. The salon employee responded, Yes, Mississippi. Sienna clutched the Lapsian family crest and thought, I'll keep the Lapsian family crest and return it to that immature girl. Adher patted her head affectionately, making her giggle. Next, he spoke to the employee behind the counter. All right, can I get back what I left with you? He handed the bouquet of red roses to her. Here you go, Anna. Roses are at their finest this season. Sienna exclaimed with delight, Wow, they're beautiful. I have a feeling you're quite the daytime charmer, father. Adher couldn't help but smile affectionately at her. Who knows? Suddenly, Adher's ring flashed. His voice turned serious. This is me. What is it? After listening to the message through the communication stone, Adher said gravely, There's trouble. She gasped, Adher's expression turned grim. He said, You've received a summons from the Empress. Sienna was looking at the palace from the carriage window. So this is the Imperial Palace. It's magnificent. That must be where Dominic's father resides. The more she thought about it, the more nervous she became. Adher asked with concern, Are you feeling anxious? He spoke indifferently. Let me know if this is too much for you. I can turn the carriage around right now. I'd be happy to do so if that's what you want. Sienna shook her head. I'm not worried. I should have visited the imperial palace at least once during my stay in the capital. If this is something I have to deal with, I'd rather get it over with sooner. Hearing this from his daughter, Adher couldn't help but smile, spoken like a true Francis. Sienna wondered to herself, well, I can understand why I was summoned, but why was father summoned too? There's no need to request a guardian to accompany me if she's just going to talk to me. I feel a little uneasy, but I'm probably just imagining things. The carriage quickly arrived at the imperial palace. Inside the palace greenhouse, the empress joyfully greeted them. It's a pleasure to see you both. Adher and Sienna bowed simultaneously, saying, we hope your majesty is in good health. Grania said, there's no need for such formal greetings. Sienna looked up, thank you, your majesty, but it seems you have other guests. The empress smiled and told her about the two guests behind her. Yes, let me introduce you to Lady Rizey and her daughter, Lily. Lily curtsied and smiled brightly at Sienna, making her think, Miss Lily, she seems affectionate. In contrast to Sienna's gentleness, Adher's voice had turned cold. Will you now explain why you summoned us, your majesty? Grania smirked. She said, I'm thinking of playing matchmaker for you. Upon hearing this, both he and Sienna were stunned. Sienna was stunned. Matchmaking? The empress was trying to arrange a marriage between her father and Lady Rizey. Out of the blue, Grania, oblivious to the dumbfounded expressions of both Sienna and Adher, continued, since both of you have children, it shouldn't be a problem for either of you. Both families are of similar standing, so I think this is a match made in heaven. Even His Majesty said this marriage would be a joyous occasion for the empire. Sienna looked anxiously at Adher. Even so, is it really okay to decide something as important as marriage based on whims? She called out, Father. Her gaze faltered, because at that moment, Adher was incredibly angry. He placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to reassure her. Anna, why don't you take a stroll around the garden? Finding the suggestion reasonable, Grania immediately added, take Lily with you, so you too can get acquainted. Although reluctant to leave her father, Sienna obeyed. Watching the three of them from afar, she couldn't help but worry. Will father be all right? Anyone would agree that Lady Rizey was a good prospective bride. She came from a prestigious family, as the Empress had mentioned, and as someone currently running a salon, she must be quite astute. On top of that, she was beautiful. Lost in thought, Sienna unconsciously clutched the hem of her dress. A troubled expression on her face, she thought, but why do I feel so uneasy? Suddenly, Lily grabbed her hand, greeting her excitedly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sienna. You don't have to be so formal with me, okay? Just call me Lily. Lily shook Sienna's hand enthusiastically. That I was born in winter, so I'm younger, right? I'm looking forward to being friends with you. Sienna was quickly overwhelmed by Lily's energy, thinking she's so affectionate, boundless, almost overwhelmingly energetic. Lily strolled around the garden with Sienna, excitedly saying, anyway, aren't the flowers here gorgeous? Sienna softly replied, yes, they are. She thought to herself, I never imagined having a younger sister, so this is awkward. Lily suddenly changed the subject to Adher. Marquis, Adher is very handsome. He looks much more dashing in person than from afar. Sienna smiled in response. Thank you. Lily admired the white roses as she continued chatting. Sir Lancelot and Sir One are also very impressive. She plucked a flower. Lily gazed at it and confided, just thinking about becoming family with such wonderful people makes my heart flutter. Sienna was startled, thinking, what? She's talking as if this marriage is already settled. Of course, if the emperor has some influence on this union, Francis won't be able to refuse easily. Lily suddenly continued, all right, I heard your chef. Sienna quickly replied, yes, I'm on break, but I attend the academy. Lily responded, oh, I see. She suddenly looked dejected that you'll go back when the break ends. Huh? That's too bad. It would be wonderful if we could all live together. Then Lily smiled, but you don't have to worry. I'll be good friends with my new brothers while you're away. I'll even make up for your absence, too. Sienna felt a pang of confusion. Huh, what is this? This uncomfortable feeling? After the meeting with the Empress, Father immediately got to work as soon as we returned to the mansion. On the carriage ride home, he spoke with everyone through the communication magic stone, and when he arrived, he had a meeting that lasted all day. Sienna angrily told Arthur, I want to join the meeting too. You gave me permission. Arthur flatly refused. No. Sienna was furious but couldn't do anything. She thought, however, it must be too much for him to handle alone. That's why he asked me to bring the two of them here through the transfer gate. One excitedly greeted her, or rather, Lancelot affectionately called her Anna. It had been a while since she'd seen them, so Sienna couldn't help but feel touched. She exclaimed joyfully, Lancelot, Juan, upon seeing her, pinched her cheek. What's this? Chubbier, aren't you? Must be enjoying the food in the capital. The butler bowed and said, Master Lancelot, Master Juan, Lord Arthur is waiting. I'll escort you to the meeting room. Sienna looked at the two of them, pouting, but Lancelot said to her, Sorry, Anna. We'll be right back. In this empire, you're only considered an adult at 20, and that's when you can attend these meetings. Sienna thought unhappily, I wonder what they're discussing. Father is really going to marry Lady Rizui? He almost married Florida, even though he didn't know her well. She suddenly lowered her head, feeling melancholic. Sijin softly called her Miss Sienna. Sienna turned her head. Marilyn and Sijin looked at her with smiles. Sijin asked her, Would you like to take a bath? We bought some very nice bath oils. Sienna was bewildered at bath. Marilyn added, I'll give you a massage as well. Sijin pleaded, Please go, Mississippi. Marilyn smiled. You'll feel better after a bath. After bathing, Sienna had shaken off her earlier gloom. She exclaimed, So refreshing. Sijin cheerfully informed her, It seems your brothers are finished with their meeting. Hearing this, Sienna, unable to wait, said, Really? Then I should go see them. Walking towards the meeting room, Sienna immediately heard Juan's irritable voice. I said, Get lost. Looking inside, she quickly recognized Lily Rizui. Lily confidently asked, Juan, you're a man of few words, aren't you? Juan glared at Lily. How can you speak so casually to me when we've just met? Did you leave your manners at home? Lily calmly replied. The Empress said she wants us to be close and informal. Juan was furious, Lily suddenly exclaimed. Oh, Sienna, Lancelot, noticing her wet hair, asked, Your hair is wet. Did you just take a bath? Lily placed a hand on Lancelot's shoulder and said sweetly, Sienna, hello. Sienna smiled and said, hello, Lily. Lily immediately told her, I'm here because Mother asked me to bring you some cake. Sienna politely replied, Thank her for me. Hearing this, Lily quickly said, All right, we'll eat first, so you should join us after drying your hair. Then, she approached Sienna and whispered, I want to use this opportunity to get closer to Lancelot and Juan. So take your time, okay? Sienna was quite bewildered by this situation. Without waiting for her response, Lily quickly pleaded, You'll do that for me, right? She ignored Sienna's lack of reply and turned back, saying cheerfully, Come on, you too. Let's sit down. Lily set the plate of cake down and said, Here you go. I heard Sienna likes sweets. I love anything with that sweet frosting too. Lily sighed and continued without pausing. Mother always tells me I'm still like a child because of that, and she worries how I'll ever get married if I keep it up. Sienna watched her, embarrassed, thinking she never stops talking. Doesn't she get tired? Lancelot and Juan didn't respond to her, and she felt secondhand embarrassment for Lily, but she seemed oblivious. They haven't even touched the cake. Lily suddenly brought up, Oh, I heard you got into a fight with Christine Lazian at the salon. Sienna quickly corrected her. A fight? No, it wasn't that serious. She thought it was more of a small argument. Christine was being difficult, but I didn't retaliate in kind. Taking a sip of tea, Lily said, Really? That's not what I heard. Oh, her eyes suddenly changed. Are you saying that because you're embarrassed to admit it in front of our brothers? Sienna replied, Huh? It really wasn't a fight. Lily quickly interrupted. Sure, let's just say that's what happened since you're so adamant it wasn't a fight, Sienna. Sienna felt insulted, fuming internally. What the hell? She's making it seem like I'm in the wrong and just making excuses. Looking around and seeing no one had touched their cake, Lily said accusingly, What's this? You two aren't eating the cake? I guess you don't have a sweet tooth. Lancelot calmly replied, Indeed, Mississippi. Lily looked disapproving. That you're so stiff, Lancelot. I told you there's no need to be so formal with me. The butler entered and announced, Pardon me, there's a letter from Lord Francis for the young masters. Lancelot stood up gracefully. We'll be right there. Lily asked, a little disappointed, You're leaving already? Lancelot patted Sienna's head gently. We'll have tea another time, Anna. Juan added teasingly, Don't cry because you'll miss us. Sienna retorted, annoyed, I'm not a child. Juan pinched her cheek playfully, making her wince. He chuckled, Of course you are. What else would you be? Sienna smiled. Honestly, Lily, watching from behind, immediately put on a scary face. Later, Lily, still brazenly lingering in the castle, stood before Sienna's beautiful dress and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Amazing! So this is the dress father and your brother picked out for you." Sienna thought with exasperation. She even barged into my room. Lily sat down on her bed without asking. "Your room is so pretty too." Sienna was starting to feel like kicking her out. "Isn't she leaving? When is she going home?" Lily continued to chatter. "Mother and I will need rooms if we come to live at the Francis estate. Could I have this one?" A knock suddenly echoed, and Arthur's calm voice said, "It's me." Sienna happily went to the door. "Father," Arthur complimented gently, "you smell nice. Did you use a new bath oil?" "I see." Lily, feeling ignored, quickly stepped forward and curtsied. "Hello, Lord Arthur." Arthur looked at her with distaste. You're still here." He then turned back to Sienna with a gentle expression. "I believe dinner is ready. Shall we go to the dining hall?" Sienna replied enthusiastically, "Yes, that sounds wonderful." Lily suddenly interjected, "May I join you?" Arthur coldly refused outright. "No, it's late, and you need to go home, Milo. Prepare flowers for her." Lily faltered. "Oh." She suddenly noticed the roses arranged in Sienna's room. Lily pointed at them and suggested, "Could I have those flowers?" Sienna thought unhappily, "But those flowers." Lily said, "Sienna, if you're okay with it." Sienna angrily shouted. "No," Lily pleaded. "They're just ordinary roses. Please let me have them." Sienna was incredibly indignant. She said sternly, "They may be ordinary to you, but they're precious to me. I won't budge on this, Lily." Lily looked at them with a pleading expression. "But I like those flowers." She then turned cheerfully to Arthur. "My lord, Sienna is being a little childish, but please forgive her." Arthur's voice was stern. "Is rudeness a Reezy family tradition? Is your family custom to ignore what others say and stubbornly force everyone to listen to you?" "Lily Reezy, leave the Friendship estate immediately. Life is always a series of surprises when the outcome stems from one's own mistakes." And that was probably the case for Lily Reezy, because she was essentially kicked out of the estate by my father. 2 days after the incident, Lady Reezy visited the estate with Lily, saying that she wanted to personally apologize for her daughter's impropriety. After that incident, Marilyn reported, "The Lord said Miss Sienna should prioritize her own wishes." Sienna thought, "He said I didn't have to see them if I didn't want to, but I can't do that." She decided to meet with the two of them. The mother and daughter talked incessantly when they met her. The Empress, acting as matchmaker, had chosen Lady Reezy for my father, so Sienna had to endure and smile while talking to them. If I mistreat her and stories start spreading, I could face the wrath of the Imperial Palace. Lady Reezy spoke sincerely. "I understand this visit is also an arrangement. This may be selfish of me, but I wanted to personally apologize to you. I also wanted to ask for your forgiveness about that, but there's another reason for my visit today." As soon as she finished speaking, Lily, standing next to her, carefully held out her hands. "Please accept this, Sienna." Sienna took the letter, wondering, "What is this?" A few moments later, a puzzled voice rang out. An invitation to the Empress's tea party. How could she invite a young lady who hasn't even made her debut yet? I bet she's a master at forming factions. Arthur, feeling he was being a bit rude, reminded him, "Watch your language, Owen." On immediately replied, "If Anna doesn't attend the tea party, she'll become a target." According to Lady Reezy, the party was supposed to be a casual gathering for the Empress's acquaintances. And that was the problem. Sienna sat to the side, thinking, if word gets out that I attended such an event, people will think I'm on the Empress's side. And that will lead some to mistakenly believe that's what the Friendship family wants. Thinking so, Sienna said, "I'm aware of the weight the Friendship name carries." She turned to Arthur and stated seriously, "If I attend, it will make things awkward for our family, so I won't go." Seeing her maturity, Arthur gave a barely perceptible smile. He then consoled her, "It's all right, Anna." Actually, Arthur sighed softly. "I happen to have a matter to discuss with the Emperor on the day of the tea party, so I'll drop by quickly after my meeting with His Majesty." Hearing him say that, Sienna furrowed her brows in worry. "I'm starting to wonder if I'm causing trouble for the family, since I'll have to somehow decline the invitation. It's not like me, and that's why." At that moment, at the tea party, Grania set down her teacup and exclaimed, "Lady Sienna has arrived." In the end, Sienna chose to attend the Empress's tea party. Wearing a splendid dress, she bowed to Grania. After the curtsy, Sienna straightened her back gracefully and said softly, "Greetings, Your Majesty." She thought, I have to do what I can. Seeing Sienna arrive, Grania stood up and walked towards her. Thank you for coming. But where is Marquis Friendship? Sienna replied, My father said he will drop by after his meeting with His Majesty. Grania chuckled. Drop by, huh? Well, I suppose that's sufficient. Sienna didn't understand what she meant, so she remained silent. After a moment, the two began to converse naturally. Your dress looks lovely, by the way. My father and grandfather chose it for me. Aha, so it's a custom-made dress. Grania smiled kindly and concluded, They must be very fond of you. I heard the Marquis even gave you flowers the other day. It's wonderful to see 3 generations of the Friendship family getting along so well. Sienna thought to herself, not just Lily, even the Empress knows everything that's going on in my house. I guess the rumors about the Friendship family's unusually fast information network are true. She smiled in response. Thank you, Your Majesty. Suddenly, she felt a gaze on her, so she glanced over and spotted a familiar face. Looking at the person, she was a little surprised. Christine is here too? There must be something going on. Sienna grew more curious. Wait, why is Empress Rowena's companion here? I thought this gathering was only for the Empress's acquaintances. Meanwhile, an announcement rang out. Lady Rizui and Miss Lily have arrived. May the glory of the imperial family forever shine. Grania hesitated. Wait, that dress. Her hesitation made Sienna curiously turn back to see. But when she did, she became angry. Lily, wearing the exact same dress as Sienna, smiled sweetly. How does it look? Lily walked closer to Sienna and feigned surprise that, Oh, Sienna, our dresses are the same. Suddenly, she changed her demeanor and looked at Sienna pointedly. The dress I saw at the Friendship estate was so beautiful, so I had one made for myself. I didn't expect you to be wearing it here too. Seeing this, the other noble women began to whisper, That's why I don't like ready-made clothes. Our attire must be fully customized to prevent this sort of thing from happening. Didn't Miss Lily do something similar to Miss Elizabeth? And it seems like it's happening again. The gossip reached Lady Rizzi's ears, causing her to panic. Suddenly, someone recognized her and reminded the others, Shoo, Lady Rizzi is here. Meanwhile, Lily put on a fake friendly act, clinging to Sienna's arm and whining. You're not upset, are you? If you are, I'm truly sorry. Suddenly, Sienna noticed something. This scent, it's verbena. Calm down, Sienna. This is the Empress's tea party. Suddenly, applause rang out, interrupting everyone. A young lady stood up and said, Your Majesty, didn't you mention you had prepared an amusing game for us? Hearing this, Grania regained her composure and exclaimed, Ah, right. It will serve as a fun little prelude to the banquet. Then, she announced, What you young ladies and gentlemen must do is bring back a specific item of significance before the banquet begins. I'm looking for something particular, something that can be found within the Empress's palace. I shall bestow a gift upon the one who brings me the item I seek. The ladies, upon hearing the rules of the game, teased, Can't we participate, Your Majesty? Grania replied, We should let the young ones enjoy this special game. The ladies giggled, Oh my. Grania suddenly suggested, Why don't we play cards while they're off searching? Sienna, listening from the side, was surprised. The Empress will play cards? A moment later, Sienna stepped forward and said, Sikhan, Marilyn, let's go. Both of them replied in unison, Yes, Miss Sienna. Sikhan quickly leaned in to report, The others have all gone to the garden. Marilyn added, The Empress cherishes a white rose garden, so they're sure she's hidden something there. After hearing their reports, Sienna had a different thought. I doubt it. Would the answer really be in a place as simple as the garden? Having said that, she silently decided, I'll walk around the Empress's palace to cool down first. She said I could search her entire palace. Sienna strolled through the palace corridors when she suddenly discovered a room with its door slightly ajar. Sienna peeked inside, observing, There's no way someone came here before me, but the door is suspiciously open. She entered the room and saw a dish neatly placed on the table. What is that? She asked. Someone answered, It's a sandwich. Marilyn, standing behind her, was puzzled. Why would something like this be placed here? Sikhan replied, Did someone intend to eat it, but forgot? Sienna muttered the facts to herself. The Empress will play cards, and there's a sandwich here. After a moment of focused analysis, a smile suddenly bloomed on her face. Sienna looked confidently at the item before her and thought, this is it. The tea party was lively, with all the young noble women chatting cheerfully. In a corner, Lily cheerfully called out, You're here, Sienna. Seeing that Sienna had returned, she approached and announced, Everyone else is back too. Let's go join them. After speaking, Lily glanced curiously at Sienna. What did you bring? She looked at what Sikhan was holding and asked, you only brought a sandwich. Lily sneered, people will laugh at you if you bring something like that. Then she gestured to her own servant and said, here, I'll give you what I found. It's the Empress's representative animal. I'm sure this is what she's looking for. Sienna replied wearily, no, I'm fine. But Lily continued to ramble, no, really. I'll give it to you as an apology. Suddenly, Sienna cut her off. Lily. Sienna looked at Lily firmly and stated, I said I'm fine. Seeing Sienna's insistence, Lily relented. She replied, oh, all right. Just then, Grania, standing at the center of the party, announced, is everyone present? Then, I shall begin evaluating the items everyone has brought. The first young lady brought forth a statue of two owls nestled together. Grania, upon seeing it, remarked, oh, while that piece tells a charming story about myself and the Emperor, it is not what I seek. Then, she turned to Lily and said, let us see what Lady Lily has brought. Lily, with a scheming glance to the side, replied, Your Majesty. She suddenly reached out and snatched the plate of sandwiches from Saikon's hands. Then, Lily brazenly held the plate and said with a smile, I brought sandwiches, Your Majesty. Standing beside her, Sienna witnessed this blatant act and thought, now she's just openly stealing from me. Sienna frowned angrily. Seeing Lily confidently present the sandwiches, the surrounding young ladies began to whisper amongst themselves. She brought sandwiches? Really? How could she be so nonchalant? The Empress herself prepared this game. But what's worse is, doesn't the sandwich symbolize that? Is she mocking us? At that moment, Grania let out a mysterious smile and announced, Lady Lily has brought the correct answer. Hearing the Empress's declaration, everyone was taken aback. One bewildered young lady exclaimed, What do you mean, Your Majesty? Grania glanced back at the young lady but didn't reply. Instead, she turned back and asked, Does everyone know the story of the Luigi ancestors? Hearing this question, Sienna thought, just as I suspected. Grania's next words sent a wave of apprehension through the young ladies present. If everyone is familiar, then the next part will proceed smoothly, yes? Grania stated seriously, I want all of you to consider why this is the answer I seek. Sienna furrowed her brow. My guess was correct. Rewinding a few minutes to the room containing the plate of sandwiches, Sikhan had remarked, I think Her Majesty will refer to the famous anecdote related to the sandwich. Marilyn had added, some say it's a lie fabricated to slander Earl Luigi. The story goes that he barely ate, obsessed with card games. So the sandwich was created to fill his stomach at the card table, Your Ladyship. Recalling this, Sienna looked down contemplatively. I was thinking about the story I learned while living in Iansena's world, but it seems this world has a similar anecdote. The level of gambling addiction among young nobles in the salons is becoming increasingly severe. They even wager expensive jewelry, essentially gambling, yet they call it a game and turn a blind eye. The fact that she only asked the young lords and ladies to search and requested the older, noble women to play cards with her, those were all hints. I wondered why Consort Rowena's companion was invited to the Empress's party. The Empress must have heard that Christine Lazian even wagered her family crest in one of these so-called games and decided it was time to put an end to this behavior. A moment later, Grania announced the results of the game. Well then, Lady Lily has brought the desired answer, so I shall award her the prize. Lily looked at the gift box and clasped her hands to her face in delight. Oh my goodness, this is... Sienna also saw the gift. She furrowed her brow, speculating. A bracelet with a golden hawk emblem. I know what that is. It's an invitation to the grand banquet attended by the Emperor, Empress, and the Imperial consorts. Seeing Lily's radiant joy made Sienna incredibly uncomfortable. Marilyn stood beside her, grinding her teeth in frustration. Noticing this, Sienna quickly touched Marilyn's hand as if to restrain her anger. Indeed, the action was helpful. Marilyn hesitantly looked at Sienna. Then she spoke, My lady. Sienna also looked at her and softly said, I'm all right. Grania looked over at Sienna in surprise. She asked, Is something the matter, Lady Sienna? Hearing this, Sienna immediately replied, Yes, Your Majesty. I'm feeling unwell, so I'm afraid I must leave early. Grania sounded saddened. Oh, what a pity. Are you sure you don't need to summon the Imperial physician? Sienna quickly exclaimed, There's no need, Your Majesty. I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after some rest, so I'll excuse myself. Finishing her words, Sienna turned and left, while Lily stood there watching her, lost in thought. Back in her room, Marilyn's voice rang out, I apologize, my lady. She bowed her head, admitting her fault. I lost my composure before I realized it and almost caused a disaster. Sieniana put her hands on her hips and lectured. You've lived in the capital for a while, so you should be well aware that a servant speaking out at the Empress's banquet could lead to severe punishment. Marilyn also knew this. There's no excuse for my behavior, my lady. Suddenly, Sieniana took Marilyn's hands and exclaimed, Marilyn. Sieniana looked at Marilyn, her eyes brimming with tears, and comforted her. I know you were angry on my behalf, and I thank you for that. But remember, you must stay by my side and support me. As soon as Sieniana finished speaking, Marilyn choked up, my lady. Suddenly, a noise echoed, causing the three of them to look over. Lily was hiding around the corner, peeking her head out and calling, Sieniana. Seeing her, Sieniana was annoyed. What is she doing here? Doesn't she know how to knock? Suddenly, Lily rushed in front of Sieniana and grabbed her hand, confessing, I'm sorry, I didn't expect a sandwich to be the answer. I thought you refused the peacock because of me. I just wanted you to accept it without seeing the contradiction, because I wanted you to receive the prize. Lily anxiously explained. At the same time, I couldn't say I lied in front of Her Majesty. We would both be in an embarrassing situation if there was a disruption during the banquet. Watching Lily's performance, Sieniana couldn't hold back any longer and exposed her fake facade. Lily, I know. You're not sorry. Lily froze for a few seconds upon hearing this. Faced with this incomprehension, she didn't hesitate to explain everything in detail. Rumors about the Francis family spread unusually fast. Briefly summarizing the reason, Sieniana began to explain in more detail, each scene flashing before her. You knew I was Christine, who had a conflict at the salon. You knew about the dress my father and grandfather chose for me. And you even knew about the bouquet in my room, a gift from my father. Having finished her explanation, she looked at the person opposite her with an emotionless face. You knew even the most trivial things happening in my house. These words made Lily's eyes widen in astonishment. As her spirit returned to her body, she stammered, How is that possible? Lily then put on a frail, innocent act, slightly bowing her head with a grievance/wronged tone. Are you upset that I'm being friendly with the Lord and your brothers? Her voice, though weak, posed a critical question. Are you afraid I'll get close to the Francis family while you're not around? Asked this, Sieniana didn't seem angry at all, calmly stroking her chin in thought. This is what I'm curious about. After a moment of reflection, she calmly delivered a fatal blow to Lily, leaving her stunned. Everything you said is based on the premise that I'm not around. Why is that? As she finished speaking, memories flashed through Sieniana's mind, and she began to point out the irregularities. Even when my brothers visit, you wear the same clothes as me, the same accessories, even use the same perfume. Are you doing all of that in an attempt to replace me? Knowing she'd been discovered, Lily sneered. She raised her head, revealing a crazed look in her eyes, her voice hardening. You know, Sieniana, no longer hiding anything. Lily's voice was now full of sarcasm. I'm saying this for your own good, but you'd better watch what you just said. Others might think you're jealous of me, the new illegitimate daughter. However, Sieniana still didn't react. A few seconds later, she returned to her usual innocent, bright demeanor. If that happens, wouldn't the family be put in a difficult position? Come on, let's be friends. Hearing this, Sieniana's eyes darkened, flashing with a strange light. She's truly cunning. I dealt with all sorts of people when I lived as Ayansana, but this type is quite rare. She's harder to deal with than Frank and the traitor Cedric. At least Florhida is a fool, so she's easy to deal with. Seeing her silence, Lily tilted her head coyly and said with a smile, You won't tell the Empress about the sandwich incident, right? If you do, the conflict between us will be noticed more than my intention to disrupt the game. Still met with silence. Lily pressed on, You really think the Empress will? But this time, before she could continue her taunts, Sieniana cut her off. It's not a problem for me. Finishing her words, she placed a hand on her chest, smiling easily. Oh, you think I'd have trouble with something so trivial? Seeing that she wasn't affected, Lily's face fell. But she still didn't give up. You may not know this, but every little flaw will follow you in high society until you die. Sieniana closed her eyes and calmly asked a fatal question. Why lie to hide a flaw? Finishing her words, she didn't forget to add a statement that infuriated Lily. I have nothing to hide. Sieniana then calmly dismissed her guest, speaking frankly, as if the Empress would actually take action against her. Are you done? Without waiting for a reply, she walked away. Realizing this, Lily turned around angrily. Where do you think you're going? Sienna didn't stop, calmly announcing, I'll tell the Empress what you just said. Afraid she wouldn't listen, Sienna directly threatened. This is enough to get you banished from high society, Lily Rizui. You've crossed too many lines between us as individuals. That statement left Lily fuming, but unable to do anything. Unable to fight back, Lily resorted to shouting. Think about how worried the adults will be if they hear you say that. You're a terrible girl. Just then, someone opened the door and walked in. The person's appearance surprised Sienna. Clearly confused, Arthur stared at her with a puzzled expression to ha. Meanwhile, Lily, seeing Arthur as her savior, cried out indignantly, Your Excellency. Arthur, his face impassive, looked at the two of them and inquired, I heard a commotion. What's going on? Lily waited for this moment and smiled with satisfaction. She then held out a bracelet. Fine, I'll just keep it. Lily then put on a pitiful, vulnerable act, as if she were being bullied. I didn't want to argue with her about something like this. Finishing her sentence, she started blaming herself that I'm so ashamed, Your Excellency. I caused a misunderstanding because of the game Her Majesty organized. As if that wasn't enough, she deliberately added details. I thought Sienna would be caught up in politics at the banquet, because she's a saint, so I thought it would be better for me to attend. After rambling for a while, Lily started to squeeze out a few tears. I didn't ask her to prioritize the banquet over considering whether it would put the family in a difficult position. Witnessing this scene, Arthur silently assessed the situation. Arthur ignored Lily and turned to Sienna to ask about the situation. Anna, tell me what happened. This made Lily panic. I'm telling the truth. Sienna, when asked, didn't answer directly, but instead posed another question. Remember when you told me that insects in the capital spread dirty rumors quickly? Seeing his surprised expression, she added, This is something I can handle myself. I'll tell you everything later. Having made up her mind, Sienna gently tugged on his sleeve, but I think you shouldn't get married. These words made Arthur's eyes widen. Sienna then realized something was amiss. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to say so much. I went straight to the point without giving him any context. I need to add something, anything. Breaking free from her thoughts, Sienna turned her face away awkwardly and mumbled, Well, you're my father. These words made Arthur's face light up. In a corner, Sienna was silently dying inside. Is this the best I could do? Acting like a spoiled brat. How embarrassing. Is there a hole somewhere I can crawl into? Witnessing all of this, Lily, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted angrily, Sienna, don't put him in a difficult position. Just then, Grania entered. That you're here, Marquis Francis. Arthur quickly greeted her. Your Majesty. Seeing him greet her, Grania crossed her arms. I know you miss your daughter, but how could you not come greet me first? Reprimanded like this, Arthur quickly expressed his remorse. My apologies, Your Majesty. I heard she wasn't feeling well. I was a bit overly worried. At this response, Grania chuckled and changed the subject. Very well. So, what did you say to His Majesty? Asked this, Arthur turned to look at Sienna and smiled gently before announcing, The decision was made with the consideration the Imperial Palace has shown me. I said I would accept the spirit of the kindness extended to me. Nothing more, nothing less. These words left both Grania and Sienna in disbelief. What? Arthur replied succinctly, I've been married 3 times, and that's quite enough. But this didn't seem to satisfy Gerania. That why you refused it? The marriage to Lady Rizui was a gift that His Majesty and I prepared for the Francis family. Just then, another person appeared. Arthur glanced at them and spoke. They said she's a gift for the Francis family. Everyone was stunned when they saw who it was. Lady Rizui. Lady Rizui sighed and then declared firmly, I've never thought of myself as an object. These words angered Lily. Unable to bear it, she rushed forward, hoping to salvage the situation. Please don't offend Her Majesty. We're almost at the finish line. Seeing her mother unmoved, the sweat on Lily's face poured down even more heavily. Our family holds 2 of the 11 Lyra golden seats. Mother, you're supposed to become a marchioness and rule the world. After receiving this answer, Grania gave up. I understand. She gestured to a servant. If you both feel that way, what more can I say? I'm tired. Let's end the tea party here. Grania turned to leave. I'll be going now. This sudden departure surprised Lily. Your Majesty. Arthur sighed, and then, holding Sienna, suggested, Let's go, Anna. Yes. Before leaving, she didn't forget to glance at Lady Rizui. Lily was the only one unhappy. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, clutching the hem of her skirt. Mother is a fool. How could she let such a perfect opportunity slip away? I refuse to give up here. Then a crazy idea popped in her head that I need to meet that person. At the mansion, Kwan looked at Sienna with a knowing smile, causing her to pause her writing. Kwan maintained that expression, glancing around. Everywhere. Finally, unable to stand it, she asked directly, "What is it?" Kwan, seizing the opportunity, asked playfully, "Tell me, what am I to you?" Sienna, understanding his meaning, hesitantly uttered, "Brother." However, this answer didn't satisfy Kwan, and oh no, you're forgetting an important word before brother. Elsewhere, Sienna was laughing in exasperation. In the end, Sienna gave in, stammering, "Ah, you are my dear brother." Only then did Kwan break into a satisfied smile. Perfect. In contrast to his cheerfulness, she was in a corner, tears streaming down her face. Are you kidding me? Did father tell them everything that happened? The image from yesterday flashed vividly in her mind. Well, you know you're my father. The more Sienna thought about it, the more she wanted to cry. This is so embarrassing. Hole, where are you? Seeing his sister trembling, Lancelot appeared out of nowhere and smacked Kwan on the head with a book. "Enough, Kwan. You're embarrassing Anna." Suddenly scolded, Kwan protested meekly, "But she's so cute." Lancelot couldn't argue with that. She's cute every day. But these words made Sienna freeze. Then she quietly slipped away, only to be noticed by Kwan. "What? Where are you going?" "I can't concentrate here. I'm going back to my room to write." As she walked, Sienna pondered what she had to do. "I was told that a polite guest always writes a thank you note to the host after attending an event, and I'm too mortified to write." Then, thinking of something, her face darkened. "Since father offended the Empress, I have to make up for it by writing a really good one. At least I have to." Before she could leave, Kwan suggested an idea. "Why don't we go to the conservatory? Maybe it'll be easier for you to write there." Before Sienna could refuse, Kwan offered a very persuasive reason. "Lancelot and I are about to return to the castle to deal with territory matters. I want us to spend as much time together as possible before we depart." At this point, Sienna agreed. You're right." Only then did he clap her on the shoulder. "Then I'll take that as a yes." As soon as he finished speaking, Kwan excitedly picked up Sienna, whose soul had left her body. "Just kidding, guys." Before he could do anything, Lancelot warned him in a friendly manner, "If you drop her, I'll turn you into mincemeat." The three finally appeared inside a greenhouse. Looking at the glass walls, Sienna couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, look at the stars twinkling in the night sky." She was mesmerized that it feels like the stars could fall at any moment. "It's so beautiful." While she was engrossed in the view, a sound rang out. Sienna searched for the source of the noise and saw a familiar figure, Lancelot. Watching him caress the piano keys, she wondered, does Lancelot know how to play the piano? Kwan, who had appeared out of nowhere, replied indifferently, "Of course he does." He added, "Who do you think he is?" Watching a pensive Lancelot at the piano, Sienna's eyes sparkled with admiration. He looked so cool next to the piano. Suddenly, she spoke up, catching Kwan off guard. "Could I request you to play a piece for me?" "Huh?" Before Lancelot could agree, Kwan started wringing his hands, making her confused. "Well, about that, Seeing his troubled expression, Sienna finally realized with a jolt. Oh no, now she understood the reason for his hesitation. This was what Sikon had told her, that Lancelot's mother was neglectful and severe in all matters concerning her son. The only thing she showed interest in was his piano playing, but people said she made him practice until his fingers bled. After divorcing the Marquis, her family demanded information related to the Francis family, and when he refused to give it to them, they started a war. She started thinking about something else, that I heard they attacked the Francis castle when Lancelot was there. The Francis family won, but it was an act that showed his mother's indifference to her son's future. Thinking about this, the image of an axe falling down flashed back to the past, with servants trying to stop it. Then its dangerous young master. A few minutes later, the piano was broken in two. He never played the piano again. Back in the present, Sienna started to feel despair and try to salvage the situation. What if what I said brings up painful memories for him? Don't bother. You don't have to play anything. Lancelot didn't say anything, just stared at her. A moment later, he asked curtly, stunning the panicked Sienna, which piece? Witnessing her reaction, Lancelot smiled gently and asked again, is there a piece you want to hear? Sienna was flustered and didn't answer. Seeing this, Lancelot smiled brightly and declared firmly, I'll play for my beloved Anna. With that, Lancelot sat down, his fingers gliding over the keys, and soothing sounds filled the air. Hearing these sounds, her eyes sparkled so warm. Looking at the happy smile on Lancelot's face, Sienna thought, it's as if I can see Lancelot's feelings. The two of them just stood there, watching him play, and it eased their minds. The next day, Sienna stopped in her tracks. Father, about the Ethereum. Faced with his daughter's question, Arthur crossed his arms and offered his conjecture. Yes, the Emperor knew I would refuse his matchmaking attempt and use that to his advantage. He's aware that Francis has Ethereum within its territory, but no way to obtain it. He paused briefly, then stated bluntly, handing over the Ethereum in exchange for refusing the gift from the Emperor and Empress. That's the pressure he's putting on us. At these words, Sienna sighed in frustration. I guess that's the power and authority afforded to him. Having said that, her eyes opened, her mind racing with 7,749 different thoughts. Meaning, you two aren't here for Father's marriage. You're here to prepare the Ethereum the Emperor wants. Thinking this, she came to a startling realization. Wait, doesn't that mean I'm the only one who ended up embarrassed? Just then, Quan and Lancelot, dressed impeccably, appeared with documents in hand. We're ready. Seeing them carrying only a single folder each, Sienna felt a flicker of disbelief. Wait, you two don't have any luggage? Like clothes you bought in the capital? This question left Quan bewildered. Why would we buy clothes here? We can always buy new ones at the castle. Hearing this, she looked at their expensive-looking attire and fell silent. Oh, the life of the rich. I still can't get used to it. Finally, Sienna took the initiative, holding out the pendant. Then I'll open the portal for you two. Before they left, Arthur spoke up. Thank you both for coming. Looking at his father, Lancelot smiled gently. It's nothing, father. We'll come see you again. Sienna, standing beside them, was now deep in thought, eyes closed. Her strange reaction caught their attention, while Quan remained oblivious. What's wrong? Don't tell me. You're sad we're leaving? Lancelot, however, was deeply concerned. Anna, is something the matter? Sienna, her face filled with panic, clutched the pendant tightly. That's strange. Looking at the faintly glowing stone, she delivered shocking news. The portal, it won't open. Lancelot placed his hand on the table and said, We'll keep an eye on the situation from now on, father. As soon as he finished speaking, Navirius's voice echoed. Indeed, there's nothing I can do for her at the moment. Reassure Sienna so she doesn't get too shocked by this. Lancelot turned his head and softly called Anna. Sienna sat silently on a chair, lost in thought. Suddenly, a cup of tea was placed before her. Marilyn gently comforted her. Miss, please don't worry too much. Sienna gave a strained smile in response. It's all right, Marilyn. Thank you, I'm fine. Having said that, she picked up the teacup and drank. Sienna thought with disappointment. I tried a few more times after that, but the portal still wouldn't open. Now, deeply worried, she wondered, what should I do? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind. Should I have gone to Elka when I had the chance? I know we don't have enough Ethereum in Francis's territory to hand over to the Emperor. Another problem is the future supply and demand of Thunderstones. It would be great if we could make another deal with Marquis Xavier, but there's no way he'd be willing to continue that arrangement after being humiliated and having to pay so much in compensation. Sienna speculated, if Father can't hand over the Ethereum, that means he has to marry Lady Rizzi. Remembering Lady Rizzi's daughter, Lily, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. Finally, Sienna picked up the teacup and drained it. Wiping her mouth with her hand, she narrowed her eyes, comforting herself. No, think positive. I don't have enough information to make any decisions on my own. As she walked, she determinedly affirmed, I have to start by figuring out what I can do myself, step by step. Sienna arrived in front of the temporary conference room and called out, Father, Lancelot Quan. Lancelot, hearing her voice, said in surprise, Anna. Sienna timidly asked, Can I come in? Arthur told her, of course. Actually, we were just about to call for you. After entering, Sienna sat down next to Quan. Then, looking at her father, she asked, I want to know our current situation. When do you have to deliver the Ethereum to the Imperial Palace? Arthur stated a definite time frame, 3 days from now. Upon hearing this, Sienna exclaimed in surprise, That's quite soon. Arthur further explained to her, We practically had to beg them for that much time. Since you usually open a portal, it won't take long to bring the Ethereum here. Sienna touched her chin, thinking to herself, if we hand over the Ethereum without a follow-up plan, the Francis territory will have a Thunderstone shortage. We have to postpone the delivery date as much as possible. And, having finished her thoughts, Sienna spoke up, I have a question. She said, Father, remember when you rescued me when I first arrived in the capital? How did you know where I was? Was it because you knew a portal had been opened? Arthur confirmed, that's right. The barrier of the Imperial Palace is much more sensitive than barriers elsewhere. That's how I was able to track your movement. Hearing this, Sienna continued to ask another question. You went to the Grand Market because you found it strange that a portal was open there, right? Arthur nodded in response. Marquis Xavier's daughter happened to be in the palace at the time, so I asked her to teleport me there. Sienna's eyes widened, a sudden conjecture forming in her mind. If that's the case, if the barrier at the Imperial Palace is more sensitive than other barriers, that means I can tell whether my power has completely disappeared or if only a part of it is lost. At this point, Sienna became even more determined to resolve the current situation, but there's no pain without a cause. It's not that I can't do anything about it. If I'm going to make a plan, I have to face the current situation first. Quan rested his chin on his hand and smiled, teasing his sister. Look at our little sister's face. It seems like she's come up with a brilliant idea. Sienna glanced at him helplessly. I don't necessarily have to come up with a brilliant idea, but I can be certain of what I have to do. She began to recalculate her plan. To start with, I have to return to the Imperial Palace and risk putting myself in danger. However, the only way I can get there is by being invited by the Empress or the Imperial Consort. I could ask the Empress, but she's already invited me twice. The Imperial Consort won't be pleased with that. But if I ask the Imperial Consort for help, the Empress will think I'm opposing her because of father's marriage. Sienna pursed her lips, tiredly holding her forehead. The political battlefield is such a headache. Is it even this difficult to create an excuse? The image of a bracelet suddenly appeared in her mind. Sienna's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, ah. She turned to Arthur and said, the invitation bracelet to the grand banquet at the Imperial Palace. Hearing this, Arthur asked in confusion, the grand banquet. Sienna suddenly stopped, her mind screaming, wait, I left it at the Imperial Palace. What should I do? Does Lily have it? I'd have to write a letter and ask her to give it to me. I don't want to. Lancelot asked in surprise, are you serious? Quan also asked worriedly, you're not planning on going there alone, are you? Sienna replied, stunned, that's the plan. Lancelot immediately objected to her plan. That's too worrisome. Quan yelled, absolutely not. Arthur also stopped her. I won't let you go alone, Anna. Sienna looked at them helplessly, groaning, ugh. Finally, she agreed with her father and brother. Fine. My plan went much more smoothly than expected. Marilyn had kept the bracelet that Lily left behind. Marilyn held a wooden box and said apologetically, I know this is wrong, but... Sienna exclaimed in surprise, oh my gosh, because I was the one who actually found the sandwich, I get to use it. After that, I sent a letter to the Empress saying Lily had given me the bracelet and I wanted to attend the banquet with my father. I thought she would be upset with us because of the failed matchmaking, but thankfully, I received permission to attend. And so, the day of the grand banquet at the Imperial Palace finally arrived. Sienna was currently on her father's arm, walking inside, when someone announced, Marquis Francis and his daughter have arrived. Sienna thought anxiously, I'm about to meet the Emperor. I'm more nervous than I thought. She still found it hard to believe, saying to her father, I'm surprised the Empress so readily allowed us to attend. Arthur explained to her, she wouldn't gain anything by letting her emotions get the better of her. The only thing she fears is Marquis Francis's daughter siding with Imperial Consort Rowena. Sienna understood and exclaimed, aha. Before going inside, Arthur reminded his daughter once more, Anna, I hope you haven't forgotten what I told you before we left. You mustn't open a portal in front of the Emperor. Sienna confidently assured him, I won't. I know they'll misunderstand and believe I have ulterior motives. Arthur continued, and you know what to say when the barrier stops you, right? She closed her eyes, reciting what she had memorized. I haven't used portal transfer in a while, so it's a bit unstable. I didn't intentionally use it. Either way, I know I can't go anywhere because of the barrier. Hearing this, Arthur smiled. He praised his daughter. Excellent. You're ready to step onto the battlefield. At this moment, Emperor Octavius Rosencroton suddenly asked, are you Francis's saint? Sienna respectfully placed her hand on her chest, thinking to herself, that's the Emperor. Just like Dominic. I miss him so much. Octavius was currently ordering Arthur, sit down, and then we'll begin our conversation. Arthur replied, yes, your majesty. Sienna looked at Octavius and thought, except for their different hair color and demeanor, they look exactly alike. What a crazy family. At this moment, they were all sitting around a large banquet table. Octavius looked at Sienna and got straight to the point. So, how far can you go with portal transfer, and how many people can you move through it? Sienna reminded herself, stay calm, stay calm. He's getting straight to the point, which is scary. Having thought this, she immediately answered Octavius, I haven't tested it yet. Octavius spoke to Arthur in a disdainful tone. How shameful. You have a treasure that so many desire, yet you keep it. For myself. Sienna pursed her lips, thinking, he's looking at father while saying that. He must think father told me to give that answer. Arthur affirmed to Octavius, your majesty, I have no intention of selling her, so I will cherish and keep her for the rest of my life. He continued, her ability is not the only treasure. Octavius responded coldly, look at you. Do you think fathers without daughters live the loneliest lives? After witnessing their conversation, Sienna covered her mouth in surprise. They're not angry? Suddenly, a voice cut through the conversation. But you have many princes, your majesty. Empress Rowena smiled and said, please cherish your sons, your majesty. Sienna looked at her with gratitude, thinking the flow of the conversation has changed thanks to Empress Rowena. Suddenly, Empress Grania also spoke up. His majesty always cherishes his children. He inherited that kindness from the Empress Dowager. Southern Empress Consort Cottony Rosencroton also chimed in. Come to think of it, the Empress Dowager. How is Empress Dowager Sophia's health these days? Eastern Empress Consort Gabriella Rosencroton smiled and said, I'm also curious about what Empress Dowager Sophia is doing. She bowed her head and sighed. I wonder if her chronic illness has improved. It's quite worrisome. Octavius didn't say anything but silently watched them. A moment later, he said, my mother. Octavius hadn't finished his sentence when a loud shout interrupted him. Your Majesty. A servant rushed in and hurriedly reported, Empress Dowager Sophia is having another seizure. The plate in Octavius's hand was placed heavily on the table. He coldly said to the others, it seems today is not my day. Empress Dowager Sophia, who was once the empress, suffers from a chronic illness. Grania coldly ordered Sienna, it's shameful to have you witness this unfortunate incident. Perhaps you should take a walk in the garden if you feel all right. Sienna placed her hand on her chest and respectfully replied, thank you for your suggestion, your majesty. As she followed the court ladies for a walk, she thought, Empress Dowager Sophia isn't well, and I feel bad thinking about it, but this is the perfect opportunity to try the portal transfer. I have to try opening it while the imperial family isn't around. She stopped and looked at the court lady in front of her. Sienna pursed her lips, worriedly thinking, but I can't do it if these court ladies keep clinging to me. She wondered, should I do it and pretend it was an accident? Sienna sighed. Even if only for a moment, I and Senna, an adult who understood the world, immediately sensed the level of adult behavior happening in the corner over there. Sienna's eyes widened. I have a feeling. She looked towards the gazebo next to them and reminded herself, I shouldn't go over there. At that moment, near the gazebo, two people were passionately kissing. There was even a smudge of lipstick on the corner of the man's lips. The man also noticed Sienna's presence. Sienna's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. She covered her face and stammered, excuse me, please continue. The court ladies accompanying Sienna immediately exclaimed, Your Highness. After hearing the court ladies' address for the man, Sienna was extremely surprised. Your Highness? The Empire has one crown prince and two princes. One prince is Dominic, and the other is the Empress's son, Michael Rosencroton, the fourth prince. She recalled the news and rumors she had heard, quite certain she'd heard that the fourth prince would marry Marquis Xavier's daughter. Just then, a voice rang out beside her. Sienna, Michael speaking. He said to her, I've never met you. Sienna glanced at the person beside her. At this moment, a bright red lipstick mark still lingered on the corner of Michael's lips. A court lady immediately spoke up to explain Sienna's identity. Your Highness, this is Marquis Francis's daughter. Michael used a deeply sarcastic tone to speak to Sienna. You mean the new saintess that mother is playing with to gain loyalty? Hearing this, Sienna was instantly furious. Playing with? He actually spoke about his own mother like that. In the end, she still had to bow her head and greet Michael. Greetings, Your Highness. I am Sienna Francis. Michael asked her, what brings Saintess Francis to the imperial palace? Sienna coldly replied, I was invited to the grand banquet. The person opposite her suddenly asked a very strange question. Red or green? Sienna immediately understood the implication in his words. Oh, he's referring to the family's representative colors. Having figured out, she replied, an invitation from the red side. Michael snapped his fingers, signaling to the court lady. Well then, I should be the one to escort you, shouldn't I? He coolly raised a hand to smooth his hair. Michael winked at Sienna and asked, shall we go? Sienna was ultimately captivated by his handsome appearance. She covered her mouth, sighing softly, wow, he really is a prince. Michael pointed in a direction and asked for the other person's opinion. Why don't we start over there? Sienna curiously followed the direction of his finger, replying hesitantly, yes. However, her expression immediately changed. Sienna thought fearfully, absolutely not. Who knows what will happen if I go there? She looked around frantically, then decided to point in the direction where two soldiers were standing. Let's go that way. Michael froze, looking at her in astonishment. Suddenly, he smirked. Ha! Sienna looked at Michael with a puzzled expression. Why is he suddenly laughing? Michael chuckled while complimenting Sienna. What a cute young lady. After seeing his attitude, Sienna's face darkened, thinking irritably, how can he flirt with someone he just met? Wow. If Lancelot gives off the impression of a handsome man, then the fourth prince leans more towards seductive. Michael extended his hand, offering an invitation to Sienna. All right, let's go that way. Sienna didn't reply, but lowered her head hesitantly. Finally, she resigned herself to placing her hand on Michael's. If anything happens, I'll run away immediately. Just then, another voice cut through their conversation. What are you trying to pull this time, Michael? Sienna's eyes widened in surprise. Dominic looked coldly in their direction. Seeing him appear, Sienna was overjoyed. She called out, Your Highness. Dominic smiled, saying gently, It's been a while, Miss Sienna. Come here. Sienna smiled and immediately ran towards Dominic. This side is starting to get awkward. It's a good thing he's here. Suddenly, an arm reached out, preventing her from going any further. Michael said to Dominic, Excuse me, but I will be escorting her today. Dominic didn't say a word, but simply lowered his eyes, glaring at Michael. Sienna's hand was unexpectedly taken by him. Sienna looked at him in surprise. Before Michael's eyes, Dominic simply led her away. Before leaving, Dominic coldly gave a warning, Be glad that hand hasn't left your wrist yet. Michael smiled in response, You're still as bold as ever, Your Highness. After they left, Sienna cheerfully said to Dominic, Thank you for helping me. That was embarrassing. Dominic gently told her, It's nothing. I'm glad I wasn't too late. Sienna suddenly paused. She looked at the stains on Dominic's clothes and wondered, could that be blood? Dominic lifted his clothes and was also shocked. Oh no. He appeared remorseful and sighed. For you to see me like this, I apologize. Sienna was surprised and quickly reassured him. No, it's all right. I don't mind. She confidently affirmed, It doesn't scare me at all. Hearing this, Dominic blushed and smiled. Miss Sienna. Sienna laughed because we're friends. After she finished speaking, Dominic fell into despair, sinking into a gloomy atmosphere. Oh, I see. In a luxurious white room in the imperial palace, many people were present, and the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Gabriella looked through the curtain with a worried expression. Octavius was visiting Empress Dowager Sophia, who was lying in her sickbed. The crystal-beaded curtains swayed in the breeze, creating a gentle, pleasant, yet melancholic sound. Octavius gently held Sophia's hand. He earnestly called, Mother. Sophia, with a haggard and exhausted face, seemed to have no strength left. She appeared not to hear her son's call. Octavius sadly continued, Before you pass, you must tell me that story. Hearing this, Sophia's face stiffened. She abruptly flung Octavius's hand away in refusal. She suddenly sat up, angrily shouting, Get off! Get out, murderer! There's someone here who killed my son. Octavius sighed. Your son is right here, alive and well. Sophia clutched her face sorrowfully, and oh no, Oliver, my son. Octavius's eyes filled with sadness as he softly replied, I told you, he was executed for treason. Sophia burst into tears. Octavius reached out toward Sophia. Mother, your hair is messy. Let me fix it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Sophia's face turned pale, her eyes widening in terror. Before her eyes was a completely different image. What she saw was a cruel Octavius reaching out to kill her. She screamed in terror. Grania and Gabriella, hearing the scream, became worried. Sophia continued to wail, Save me. The servants rushed in. Your Majesty, please regulate your breathing. Administer the sedative immediately. Amidst the chaos, Arthur could only watch silently, speechless. After being injected with the sedative, Sophia gradually calmed down. She opened her eyes and carefully observed everyone around her. Then she beckoned. Arthur. Arthur approached and took Sophia's frail hand. Your Majesty called for me. Sophia said, I heard you have a daughter. I'm sure she looks just like you. She must be lovely. Your mother and I were like sisters, so I want to name your daughter in her place. Arthur closed his eyes and gently replied, You already named her. Her name is Sienna. Sophia looked surprised. Oh, right, Sienna, that's the name. I want to meet that child. I want to smell the scent of a newborn. Arthur pondered silently for a moment. Then he softly replied, I will escort Anna there. Sienna arrived with Dominic. She said with a hint of regret, I wish we could have enjoyed our tea a bit longer, but it can't be helped if the Empress Dowager has summoned me. Dominic agreed with her. It's a shame our tea time had to be cut short. Dominic took Sienna's hand. The Empress Dowager's chambers are right there, so I'll escort you only this far. She asked, You're not coming in with me? She's your grandmother. Dominic's expression suddenly darkened. She wouldn't be happy to see me. Sienna was puzzled by Dominic's words. She entered Sophia's audience chamber. I have arrived as requested. I am Sienna Francis. Sophia immediately embraced Sienna and stroked her hair. My child, your hair color is exactly like the Marquis. Sienna was confused. It seemed the Empress Dowager wasn't entirely lucid. Arthur, seemingly noticing his daughter's unease, reassured her, You don't need to worry. She's the one who named you. Sienna was surprised what? She wondered, the Empress Dowager is the one who named me Sienna. Knowing this, Sienna beamed and took Sophia's hand. She said cheerfully, Thank you so much. I'm very happy to meet you. Sophia looked pleased and content. What a good child. Outside, Courtney suddenly covered her nose. Wait, this smell, could it be? Sophia's bedsheets were soaked. Rowena, Courtney, and the others looked annoyed and disgusted. Oh dear. Octavius immediately ordered the servants. I'll take her to the bathroom. Have the guards take their positions. The servants bowed their heads. Yes, Your Majesty. Sophia's face flushed red with embarrassment. Sienna didn't understand what was happening. Seeing Sophia becoming agitated and crying out, Sienna took her hand and reassured her, Empress Dowager Sophia. She offered an encouraging smile that you've done very well. Holding it in isn't good for you. Would you like to go to the bathroom and splash around with me? Sophia hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she replied, Yes, let's do that. After bathing, Empress Dowager Sophia fell into a deep sleep. Sienna looked at her with a relieved expression. Grania approached Sienna and said, That's surprising. Why did she willingly do what the Marquis's daughter told her to do? The Imperial Palace turns into a battlefield every time she needs to bathe. Rowena added, She hates bathing so much she almost got a skin disease. Sienna asked, When she bathes, do you usually station guards behind the screen? Rowena replied casually, We have to. She causes a lot of commotion. Sienna said firmly, I'm sorry to say this, but just because she's not lucid doesn't mean she doesn't feel embarrassed. Octavius looked surprised upon hearing this. Sienna recalled her past life when, as Ian Senna, an elderly woman who lived near her had suffered from dementia. She had realized a few things while caring for her. They may not show it outwardly, but they're concerned about how others see them. They can also become agitated if reprimanded for mistakes or if their pride is hurt. Honor is as important as life to Empress Dowager Sophia, so she's extremely sensitive to any embarrassment. Octavius remained silent, perhaps feeling ashamed and terrible. He said, Miss Sieniana. Sieniana was taken aback. Yes, your majesty? He earnestly made a request. Could you stay here and assist my mother? Everyone, including Arthur, was incredibly surprised by Octavius's proposal. Sieniana's jaw dropped, and she looked at him doubtfully. She asked, "Pardon?" Octavius seriously and frankly told Sieniana, "It seems we need your wisdom, even if only for a few days. Please teach the Empress Dowager what you know." Sieniana stared blankly at him. Then a sudden thought crossed her mind. Wait, this sounds like an opportunity too good to pass up. But I still have to retrieve the Aachen stones as per your majesty's orders, and I don't have much time. Octavius gently replied, "I understand." Octavius agreed to wait for her to complete her mission, that I will give Francis more time to complete that order. I will also grant you a royal insignia, so you can freely come and go. The royal insignia guaranteed that she would be treated as a member of the royal family. It also held greater authority than the empress or consort's pass. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the deadline for delivering the Aachen stones was extended, and I have more chances to try opening the gate in the palace. Sieniana thought to herself, somehow, I've achieved both goals. However, the gate still won't open, that's the problem, but I should be happy right now. After receiving Octavius's trust, Sieniana's family was incredibly proud of her. Her grandfather, Neverius, and her two older brothers, Juan and Lancelot, all praised and complimented her in turn. You truly are the treasure of Francis. Way to go. No, wait, good job. Anna, I'm proud of you. Thinking about these things gave Sieniana a lot more motivation, and happiness was evident on her face. I've been praised. Sieniana stood before Empress Dowager Sophia's room. She focused intently. Now, I must concentrate on what I have to do. Then she slowly drew back the curtain. Many servants and attendants surrounded Sophia's bed. She greeted Sophia. Good morning, Empress Dowager Sophia. Sophia's face lit up with a happy and satisfied expression. You've come? Sieniana turned to ask a servant. Has she had breakfast yet? The servant replied dejectedly, yes. She refused to eat. As they spoke, the servant looked down at the tray of food filled with delicacies. Sieniana curiously asked the Empress Dowager, why didn't you eat? Sophia shook her head repeatedly. It's not tasty. Seeing Sophia's attitude, Sieniana thought, how could that be? This is food made by the royal kitchen, the pride of the empire. Then she took a spoonful and tried it. Sieniana marveled to herself. The flavor is absolutely divine. This porridge is watery, but the flavor is complex, with a certain pungency from chewing the wood ear mushrooms they added instead of minced meat. She doesn't like this wonderful dish. Impossible. She then asked Sophia, what kind of meal would you like? Sophia leaned back against her pillows and confided in her. I enjoy having lunch when I'm out playing. The food they bring is delicious, and we enjoyed it together. Images of her youth flashed through her mind. She and Josephine had once enjoyed lunch together in a lush green meadow. She continued, she even told me secrets she wouldn't tell anyone else. Sieniana was a little confused. The surrounding servants murmured, she's rambling again. Sophia suddenly widened her eyes in alarm. She threw all the food the servants had brought, shouting, Otto sent you to spy on me, didn't he? I won't tell you anything. Get out. Sieniana gently approached and comforted Sophia. Don't worry, no one will ask about your secret. Sophia quickly embraced Sieniana. Otto is watching me, so he can steal my secret. Sieniana pondered silently. Otto, that's the nickname of Octavius, the current emperor. Come to think of it, father told me the reason His Majesty is keeping an eye on Empress Dowager Sophia. Sieniana recalled her father's words. It has something to do with Duke Olivier, the emperor's younger brother. Duke Olivier's rebellion. Olivier, the emperor's younger brother, tried to revolt but failed. Empress Dowager Sophia cried and begged the emperor to spare her brother's life, even though he was a traitor. The emperor wouldn't change his mind, so the Empress Dowager helped Olivier escape, but it was all in vain because the search party from the imperial palace found him right away. Then she had to witness her brother being killed right in front of her. Empress Dowager Sophia was forced to step down from her position because of this, after which she fell ill and has been suffering ever since. Sieniana continued to think. That incident is still vivid in her mind. And what is the secret she just mentioned? Sophia grabbed Sieniana's shoulder. She continued, I promised Joe I would tell her everything. But what if I can't tell her this time? Sieniana looked sadly at Sophia, who was obsessed with everything inside. The window curtains suddenly opened, and bright sunlight shone through the gap. Sieniana called out, Empress Dowager Sophia. She immediately looked up. The image of Sieniana standing in the sunlight, her smile as bright as a sunflower, lessened the darkness in Sophia's soul. Then she said, "It's a beautiful day. Would you like to take a walk in the garden with me?" Back home, Sienna immediately asked her brothers. Juan said, "You want to know who Joe is? That's Josephine, our grandmother. Didn't you say you saw her portrait?" Sienna was surprised. So it was her. "I didn't know the Empress Dowager and grandmother were friends." "Oh my goodness," Lancelot added. "I heard they were quite close. But are you all right, Anna? It's not easy taking care of Empress Dowager Sophia." Juan frowned angrily. "You don't have to do it if you don't want to. How dare they order our little sister around?" Sienna smiled. "I'm fine. What worries me more is that the gate still hasn't opened. I feel like the situation is going from bad to worse." Juan encouraged her, "Don't worry about it too much. It won't be a problem, even if it never opens." Again, Lancelot also smiled brightly, reassuring her. Juan said correctly, "Just by giving us more time to transport the Kian stones, you've already exceeded our family's expectations. The Francis family of the East isn't as easily torn apart as you fear." Hearing those words, Sienna seemed to regain her spirit. "Hearing you say that makes me feel a little more at ease. Oh, there's one other thing that worries me. Empress Dowager Sophia refuses to eat anything." Juan immediately exclaimed, "Good heavens, it sounds like you've become her babysitter. Are the servants just for show? Why don't they make her eat?" Sienna slammed the table in protest. "The food could go down the wrong way if they do that. If she has some kind of stomach ailment, she might lose her appetite completely." Lancelot gave Sienna a suggestion. Maybe grandfather would know something." Sienna grinned, as if she was about to find a solution. "Aha, right? Let me contact him and ask." She immediately hurried off to find her grandfather, encountering her two brothers behind the house. One seemed to have seen through Lancelot's intentions. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Lancelot's tone was incredibly satisfied. "Yes. Shouldn't you say it's time for him to reflect on his past actions?" Juan replied, "Sometimes you're really scary." Sienna quickly contacted Nevarius. She asked him about her grandmother Josephine's preferences. He replied, "My wife couldn't drink milk. She wouldn't be able to breathe if she ate anything with even a little milk in it. She's from the South, so she had a hard time enduring the cold of the East." Sienna hastily interrupted Nevarius. "No, that's not what I wanted to know. What kind of food did she like to eat?" Nevarius sighed thoughtfully. After a moment, he continued, "It's been over half a century, so it's hard to remember." Sienna immediately posed another question. "What about when you two were dating? What did she eat?" Nevarius conceded, "I'm not sure." Sienna was speechless, unable to express her frustration. Ugh. She asked him in disappointment, "You weren't a good husband, were you?" Nevarius quickly defended himself. "But I had, and still have, health and honor." Sienna exclaimed, "That's a bit much for one person." Nevarius immediately changed the subject. "Sebastian, where's the tea? Isn't it ready yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, the connection was lost. Sienna said dejectedly, "He ran away. Hung up on me." Sienna sought out Arthur, her father. That's right. Father, so kind and perceptive, you must know. What kind of food did she enjoy? Arthur's face was equally helpless, unsure of what to say. He used Nevarius's tactic, quickly changing the subject. "Which idiot drafted a document like this?" Then Arthur got up and left, leaving Sienna alone in the room. She began to question life. The men in this house really have a lot of problems. Empress Dowager Sophia angrily yelled, "Nevarius is a scoundrel." Sienna, who was lifting her teacup, was startled by her words. Sophia, eating strawberries, complained childishly, "He's a playboy. He has 70 mistresses." Sienna wiped her mouth with a napkin, thinking, did my grandmother have this kind of relationship with Empress Dowager Sophia when they were young? Suddenly, Sophia grabbed her hand tightly. "So, Josephine, don't marry him. I'll never tease you again and say the food you brought on the picnic was spoiled. I really liked it." Sienna wondered, bewildered, spoiled? She's talking about sour cream. A maid gently bowed and informed her, "Miss, please excuse me." Sienna wondered. She glanced over and saw someone. It was Emperor Octavius. He was standing in the shadows by the wall, waiting for her. A moment later, they began to converse. Sienna said cheerfully, "It would be wonderful if you could join us." He calmly replied, "I'm fine. She wouldn't like it anyway." At the same time, Empress Dowager Sophia looked up and asked the maid, "Where's Joe?" The maid politely replied, "She'll be right back." Octavius looked toward Sophia and exclaimed, "I see she's not causing a disturbance." Sienna spoke softly, "I'm very grateful." Emperor Octavius watched her for a moment. Then he said, "Perhaps she'll tell you something she's never told anyone." Sienna looked at him innocently. Yes, he continued, surprising her. A secret, for instance. Empress Dowager Sophia sat anxiously. When is she coming? I've already prepared the tea. Octavius clasped his hands behind his back and asked politely, have you ever yearned for something or harbored an ambition? If you obtain what I desire, I will fulfill one wish of yours in return. Sineana's eyes widened at his words. Several hours later, a weary Sineana started to leave. She sighed as she walked. I couldn't check the gate today, either. She recalled Empress Dowager Sophia clinging to her. Don't go, Joe. I've prepared delicious food for you. Sineana thought to herself awkwardly. The Empress Dowager thinks of me as her grandmother. She won't leave me alone for even a moment, so I haven't had time to try opening the gate. Suddenly, a voice called out her name. Lady Sineana. It was Dominic. He approached cheerfully with a gift box, and she exclaimed excitedly, Your Highness. He asked solicitously, Are you heading home? Have you had lunch? Sineana replied honestly, I was about to return to the manor and have a meal with my family. What about you? She suddenly noticed the gift in his hands. That is, Sineana recognized it in her mind. The egg tart that the royal kitchen only serves to the most honored guests. I heard that even foreign envoys want a chance to try it. She froze in surprise. How? How did you get something so precious? Dominic said calmly, the royal family can eat it whenever they want. She cried inwardly, so jealous. Suddenly, he brought a hand to his chin thoughtfully. But I think this is a bit much for me to eat. Alone, Sineana couldn't contain her excitement. Oh, then a moment later, she turned her face away and bit her lip, telling herself, no, Sineana, your family is waiting for you at home. But there might be a connection between the egg tart and the dish Empress Dowager Sophia used to eat. I'm also very curious about it. Dominic looked at her helplessly and smiled at her cuteness. He feigned a sigh. Oh dear, I took all these tarts, but what a shame. I even got some sangria from the royal kitchen to go with it. What do you think? They go really well together, don't they? Sineana trembled, trying to weigh her options. Well, certainly, but seeing her hesitation, he added a few more persuasive words. Moreover, this isn't a dessert you can find just anywhere. As a chef, wouldn't you want to taste and study it? I can even wrap some up for you if we have any left. Don't you want your family to enjoy it too? Sineana blushed and exclaimed, I'll go with you. Let's eat it together. Dominic grinned happily. A very wise decision. Come with me. She was stunned. Dominic blurted out, this is what it feels like to lure a stray cat. Huh? She didn't hear him clearly and didn't understand, so she replied, yes. He quickly responded, nothing. After a while, they had eaten almost all the tarts on the table. Dominic casually asked for her opinion. How does it compare to the pastries you ate at the academy? Sineana, delighted with the delicious treat, replied, this is much better. He looked at her with satisfaction. I'm glad to hear that. It should be here by now. Anbach was holding the door when someone knocked. The person outside was trying to open it, unaware that Anbach was holding it shut from inside. Oh, what's wrong with the door? He just sighed at his colleague. Then he opened the door without a word, and the other attendant lunged forward. Anbach frowned, but still softly instructed. I'm holding the door, so of course it won't open. The attendant quickly bowed his head and apologized. Oh, my mistake. Dominic spoke up. Have you brought what I requested? The attendant presented a box, even larger than the previous one. Yes, here it is. Sineana was surprised to receive such a gift. This is even bigger than the one we just ate. He was pleased by her delight. Yes, because you liked it. She seemed incredulous and stammered. Thank you. Sineana smiled brightly, thinking of her family. I'll be able to share this with father and my brothers. Dominic looked at her with affectionate and loving eyes. Suddenly, he spoke. Beautiful. Sineana looked up, bewildered. What? Dominic raised his glass and said, It's wonderful to see you happy. She blushed at his words. She gazed at him for a moment, thinking to herself, is it because of the sangria I drank earlier? Dominic seems a little different today. He crossed his legs elegantly and informed her, it's almost dinner time. Let me escort you back. Her heart pounded in her chest, perhaps for being flustered by him. She shyly replied, yes. She wondered to herself, am I a little drunk? My face is so hot. Count Tovin's estate. Lily raised her teacup smugly. I don't have anything to worry about anymore, right, grandfather? Count Tovin removed his glasses and said, do I look that easygoing? She responded sweetly, of course not. I just wanted to see how things were progressing. He didn't say anything, but pondered for a moment. Then he stood up and assured her, don't worry, Sineana Francip won't be able to open the transfer gate. Keep your mother under control. The Francip family is the best family she could marry into. Lily spoke confidently to her grandfather. Don't worry, grandfather. I'm also getting closer every day to becoming a daughter of the Francip family. Tovin looked out the window and slowly instructed her. Well then, we need to find a fool who will serve as our hound. The carriage slowly moved away from the imperial palace. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was incredibly quiet. Sienna suddenly glanced at Dominic. As she watched him, she thought, I thought he would only escort me to the gate, but he meant he would get in the carriage and go back to the estate with me. Sienna continued to gaze at him, mesmerized. Suddenly, Dominic opened his eyes. Seeing him blink, she quickly came to her senses. Dominic, noticing her staring, asked, Do you have something to say? Sienna turned her face away and replied, No, it's just... Sienna looked at him worriedly. How will you return to the imperial palace? Dominic casually answered, Can I borrow a horse? Sienna said with a hint of concern, Of course, but it will get dark soon. Riding a horse late at night is dangerous. Hearing her words of concern, Dominic hesitated for a moment. His next words surprised Sienna. I grew up on the battlefield from a young age, so I'm used to such things. Sienna was stunned, thinking, I forgot. He was once called the monster of the battlefield. Dominic, seeing her silent, quickly called out, Miss, what are you thinking about? Sienna's mood suddenly darkened. She hesitated, as if wanting to say something. Then, Sienna's voice surprised Dominic. I was thinking, Your Highness must have been in pain for a long time, Dominic. Hearing those words, even someone as hardened as Dominic didn't know how to respond. Dominic muttered, You're still as kind as ever, aren't you? Although he muttered, his voice was loud enough for her to hear. Sienna wondered to herself. Still, suddenly, the carriage shook violently. Outside, the driver cried out in alarm. Good heavens, that was close. A small deer trembled after jumping out in front of the carriage. Seeing this, the driver quickly shouted at the deer to chase it away. You can't just jump out into the road like that. Get out of the way. Next, the driver fearfully reported the situation. I apologize, a deer suddenly jumped out. We'll depart again shortly. At the same time, due to the violent shaking of the carriage, Sienna fell into Dominic's arms, creating a very embarrassing situation. She looked up at him and exclaimed, I'm so sorry. After a moment to compose herself, Sienna blushed and quickly retreated, explaining loudly, We almost kissed. The carriage suddenly stopped, and I was thrown forward by the momentum. But Dominic's next words made her want to explode. Too bad. Dominic lightly touched his lips and said, It would have been wonderful if we had touched. Having said that, he looked at Sienna affectionately. Seeing his expression, Sienna blushed crimson. She quickly regained her composure and stammered, Please don't joke like that. If you say things like that, I might misunderstand. Hearing this, Dominic gently teased, I'd very much like you to misunderstand me in that way. Sienna suddenly felt hot. She fanned herself with her hand and exclaimed, Honestly, her adorable actions made Dominic very happy. Ha. At the estate, 3 men were frozen, staring at the scene before them. Dominic and Sienna had just gotten out of the carriage. Seeing everyone there to greet them, Sienna smiled brightly and said, Father, brother, I'm home. She politely asked, Could we lend His Highness a horse? We rode here together in the carriage. One was shocked and yelled, What? Arthur, looking grim, said, Yes, he can borrow one. Arthur glared at Dominic with a sharp look. Next, he called out, Come here, Sienna. Hearing this, she replied, Oh yes. With that, she walked towards him. Seeing this, Dominic hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, he took her hand and said, Lady Sienna. Dominic quickly brought her hand to his lips and kissed it gently. The 3 men didn't look pleased. They felt like their homegrown radish was about to be pulled up. Dominic, oblivious to his surroundings, looked tenderly at her and said, I will await another opportunity to escort you. His gentleness once again captured Sienna's goodwill. After their conversation, they released each other's hands and went their separate ways. After a moment, one asked loudly, Hey, pig, didn't you hear me? If that guy and we all fell into the water, who would you save first? Sienna snapped back irritably. Why are you shouting? You and Lancelot know how to swim. One didn't give up and continued. Suppose we couldn't swim. Then what about this? If we were starving, who would you give meat to first? I can't stand this anymore, Sienna said uncomfortably. What are you talking about? Watching the two bicker, Arthur angrily interjected, It seems we need to reinforce our defenses to repel these insects clinging to my daughter. Beside him, Lancelot added, I'm considering deploying the troops. The guy's really getting on my nerves. Recalling the earlier scene, Dominic's greeting echoed in his mind, laced with arrogance. I will treat you with respect from the bottom of my heart, brother-in-law. Repeating the words in anger, Lancelot seethed, brother-in-law, huh? The three men, burning with fury, shared the same thought. How dare he act as if he were already part of the family? Seeing their reactions, Sienna worriedly thought, what's gotten into everyone? One side don't mind them. And why are you so busy? You started studying as soon as you got back, without any rest. Hearing this, Sienna sighed in response. Yeah, I'm looking for a dish that grandmother made for Empress Dowager Sophia. One asked the dish, but Sienna, not noticing his interruption, continued, it might be a southern dish, but I don't have much information about it. The only clue is that it's sour, like it's spoiled. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It probably has vinegar in it. Sienna quickly asked, how do you know about vinegar, one? One stroked his chin that I've eaten grandmother's cooking once, but most of it didn't suit my taste. As he explained, she thought, why didn't I think of vinegar? It's a sour ingredient that grandmother, being from the South, would definitely use. I'm the top student at the academy, but I completely failed, stuck on sour cream. I'm still so green, Professor Luke, she mused internally. Oblivious, one continued recounting his past trauma. Cold cucumber soup is the worst. Sienna suddenly stood up and exclaimed, that's it. One, she called out. He looked at her curiously, yes? Sienna suddenly rushed to hug him, startling him. Thank you, you're the best. Then, she hurriedly left the room, saying, all right, I'm going to rest up. After Sienna left, Arthur growled, one, you should join our strategy meeting. For your dear sister's sake, he added, his face so grim it looked like it might melt, an aura of dread radiating from him. One hastily replied, yes, sir. Sienna, having found her answer, cheerfully ran back to her room, a sour dish from the South that people can eat on picnics. She exclaimed brightly, it must be that. Meanwhile, she thought, all right, Empress Dowager Sophia, I'll help you preserve the memories you have with grandmother. Elsewhere, Christine suddenly exclaimed, Sienna Francip might not be the saintess. Seeing her outburst, Lily cried out, you're too loud, Miss Christine. Christine lowered her voice. Can you elaborate on this matter, Miss Lily? Lily hesitated, and oh, never mind. I might be mistaken. Covering her mouth, she added, but only the Francis family has seen her open a gate. She hasn't demonstrated her abilities to anyone else yet. Hearing this, another young lady chimed in. But weren't there rumors that she threw one of Sir Xavier's aides out through a portal? Christine spoke up. I'm sure it's just a silly rumor. She's completely different from Miss Irene, who openly displayed her abilities over time. Lily acts weak, but how could I doubt my friend? I'm such a bad person, seeing her almost cry. The young lady beside her patted her shoulder comfortingly. Miss Lily. Meanwhile, Christine exclaimed, having suspicions isn't a bad thing. The rumor is spreading, and the young ladies are starting to gossip. What if Miss Sienna isn't the real saintess? That means she's been looking down on the royal family. Think about how much affection she's received from the Empress and the imperial consort all this time, because she's the new saintess. And what about when she stole Miss Lily's invitation to the grand banquet? Oh my goodness, how cruel. Seeing everyone in agreement, Christine fanned herself and concluded, I knew from the moment I first met Miss Sienna, that she was a wicked person. I don't think we should be the only ones who know about this. The other young ladies agreed, you're right. We have to let everyone know. Seeing the desired effect, Lily smiled inwardly. Look at those girls taking the bait like fools. Just you wait. Sienna, everything you have will soon be mine. The next morning, a cry rang out from the mansion's kitchen. Oh my goodness. Both Sikhan and Marilyn exclaimed simultaneously, this is so delicious. Sienna, pleased by their praise, asked, what do you think of the seasoning? Marilyn immediately offered her opinion. It's just right. It's delicious, a perfect balance of sweet and salty. It's a wonderful dish for a picnic. What's it called? Hearing her long string of compliments, Sienna happily answered her question. It's called inarizushi, a picnic staple. It's very easy to make. Sienna smiled to herself, thinking, the capital has everything, so I can gather the ingredients quickly. I was worried I might have to make the fried tofu pouches myself, but thankfully, I didn't have to. Of course, gimbap is also a popular picnic food, but inarizushi is the only vinegar-based picnic dish that could be mistaken for having spoiled due to its smell. Suddenly, Sienna spoke up. Oh, right. Milo, thank you so much for preparing the lunchboxes. For me, Sienna felt incredibly grateful. Everyone had stayed up all night to make the lunchboxes. She started to think, what should I do for them? They worked so hard, so I should reciprocate. Lancelot suddenly appeared and offered a suggestion. Why don't you give them a holiday? Seeing him, Sienna exclaimed, Lancelot. Lancelot continued, it's summer, so I think 3 days will be enough. Sienna happily replied, that's a great idea. After the announcement, everyone asked in disbelief, "We can? Really?" Hearing this, Senyana replied with a smile, "It won't be a problem if everyone takes turns, right, Milo?" Milo smiled at her, of course. Everyone cheered in unison. Afterward, the servants began discussing how to use their 3 days off. I'll go first. Where should I go? Then I'll go after. I'll go visit my family. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Thank you." Senyana turned in surprise to see Carter. Carter spoke respectfully. "Ever since you came to the mansion, this place has started to feel like a place where people actually live." Senyana looked puzzled, "But many people lived here before I arrived." Carter smiled and replied, "That's true." He continued, his eyes softening, "But many places don't treat their servants well. Thank you, miss, for treating us like comrades." His sincere gratitude made Senyana feel so happy. She spoke up, "You're embarrassing me." Hearing that, Carter just laughed, haha. Everyone had a really good time. That afternoon, in Empress Dowager Sophia's room, Senyana carefully held the food box. Looking around at the silent, empty room, Senyana wondered, where is everyone? A servant appeared, answering her question. The Empress Dowager just went to the flower garden with the court ladies. Hearing this, Senyana quickly replied, "Is that so? But she hasn't eaten yet, has she?" Senyana walked around with the food box, searching. Where could she be? Suddenly, she heard a scream. Ah! Recognizing the familiar voice, Senyana quickly ran towards it. Empress Dowager Sophia. She hurried over and was shocked by what she saw. At that moment, Octavius was trying to calm her down. "Mother, please calm down." But Sophia wouldn't listen and cursed, "You bastard. You damn bastard." He bowed his head submissively as she continued to yell, "You can't be human." Sophia was completely furious. "You're a monster," she shrieked. "How could you kill Olivia and at the hands of that child?" Too, fearing Sophia would have another seizure, Senyana left the food box with a servant and ran over. She approached her and called out, "Empress Dowager, Sophia." Senyana gently soothed her. "It's all right. Nothing's going to happen." Seeing her, Sophia trembled. Oh. Senyana continued to pat her back gently until she calmed down. Seeing this, Octavius turned to leave, saying, "I'll leave her to you, Miss Senyana." Watching him go, Senyana replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then she turned to the servants and said, "I'll calm her down." Immediately, the servants understood and divided the tasks amongst themselves. "I'll get the imperial physician. I'll get her medicine. I'll get a calming tea. I'll leave the food box here." Seeing everyone efficiently at work, Senyana thought to herself, "The court ladies are so fast, it's almost dangerous." Suddenly, Sophia spoke, "Olivia, my son, died at the hands of that bastard." Hearing this, Senyana quickly asked, "And Your Majesty?" She wondered, "Wasn't he your son that day?" Sophia was silent for a moment. As if remembering something, she exclaimed, "Otto." Senyana felt worried as she heard her muttering, "Otto is..." After a moment, Senyana opened the food box and asked, "Why don't we eat something first?" To dispel the gloomy atmosphere, she cheerfully said, "You haven't eaten anything today, have you? Let's have a little something and then take a walk together." Sophia suddenly sniffed, as if recognizing a familiar scent. Sophia quickly picked up a piece and immediately put it in her mouth. Senyana, who was pouring water for her, saw this and thought, just as I thought. This is the answer. It seems she likes it too. Noticing Sophia eating ravenously, Senyana offered her the glass of water and advised, "Please eat slowly, Empress Dowager Sophia." Hearing this, Sophia stopped eating abruptly and looked at her. Senyana, being stared at like that, was quite puzzled. Just then, Sophia opened her mouth as if wanting to say something. She looked at her and stammered a name, Senyana. A long time ago, Josephine had also offered a glass of water, saying, "Sophia, you'll choke if you eat so fast." "Haha, you have some rice on your mouth." Hearing the comment, Sophia touched her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh." Wiping the grain of rice away with a napkin, she asked, "Why did you bring this kind of food? You should have brought something we could eat with a fork." Josephine just laughed heartily and replied, "Why are you so shy? No one's watching us." She also brought a piece to her mouth, chewing so that some rice stuck to her lips. "Ah, I told you I wanted to eat comfortably when it's just the two of us. That's why I sent the servants away." Josephine suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, I have some rice on my mouth too." Sophia laughed at this. "That you're so silly, Josephine. She ate while looking suspiciously at the food. This is a strange sour taste and smell. Are you sure it hasn't gone bad? Josephine, seeing her friend doubting her culinary skills, became disgruntled. Goodness, it's because it has vinegar in it. Do you really not trust my cooking? Sophia's narration echoed. We were best friends. We argued a lot because we were so close, but we also cherished each other that much, and the happy days we had together quickly passed by. It was then that Josephine was bedridden and could only helplessly watch Sophia take her hand. She gently squeezed her dear friend's hand and asked, "Can I ask you a favor, Sophia?" Despite her exhaustion, she forced herself to speak. "Please love my child as if they were your own." Sophia, with tears in her eyes, replied, "I would do that even if you didn't ask. So please get better, Joe." Josephine, knowing she couldn't hold on much longer, sadly said, "Tell her that Grandma is sorry she couldn't hold her." Sophia suddenly realized something was wrong. She softly called Joe, but by then, she had closed her eyes and passed away. Sophia's thoughts surfaced. "I promised myself that when Josephine's body began to grow cold, I would give her child a name as Josephine's last wish. And when that child grows up and sets foot in the capital, I will ensure she has a secure position. Everything is for that child." The image of a smiling Josephine appeared before her. "Why are you spacing out, Sophia?" A vibrant Josephine stood before the present Sophia and said, "It's time for a picnic." She even saw Josephine's bright smile. Back in reality, as Sophia was eating, someone brought her a glass of water and said, "Please eat slowly, Empress Dowager Sophia." This made her pause. Seeing her expression, Siniana knew she was reminiscing. After a long while, Sophia called out, "Siniana." Her eyes widened in surprise. "That you're awake." Sophia didn't address the matter, instead wiping her mouth with a napkin and praising, "Thank you, child. It was delicious, just like Joe used to make." Siniana quickly replied, "Wait a moment." She hurriedly stood up and said, "Let me call the physician." But Sophia grabbed her hand, stopping her. "Wait, child. There's something you must know." Siniana stopped. "Yes." To her astonishment, Sophia said, "This is the secret Otto has been trying to uncover." Her blue eyes were serious. "However you use it, it will be useful to you." Hearing this, Siniana furrowed her brow slightly, lost in thought. Then, in the quiet space, she said, "You don't have to tell me if it's too burdensome for you." Sophia looked up at Siniana. She caressed Siniana's cheek and said, "You're a lot like Joe. I promised her I would favor you above anyone else." Her face was filled with the pain of past regrets. "I couldn't keep my promise for so long because of my condition and circumstances, so at least let me give you this gift." Then Sophia whispered a secret into Siniana's ear. Hearing this, Siniana's mouth dropped open in surprise. To keep herself from crying out, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. When she returned inside, she overheard the servants gossiping. "Oh my God, am I dreaming? I can't believe the Empress Dowager is eating so heartily." Siniana quietly muttered to herself, "I think the Empress Dowager telling me her secret has brought about a change in her." Thinking this, Siniana turned to instruct the two maidservants. "She's been a picky eater for a while, so you mustn't give her whatever she wants." The two of them bowed their heads respectfully. "Yes, we will discuss her diet with the royal physician." Suddenly, someone called out, so she had to turn around. "Miss Siniana." A servant arrived with news. "The imperial consorts wish to see you in the flower garden." Siniana asked in surprise, "So suddenly?" "Yes." Although she agreed, she still had many questions in her mind. They wouldn't meet me without a reason. What could it be? After arriving at the flower garden and seeing the group of people waiting, Siniana's eyes turned cold. Not only were the imperial consorts from each region present, but the empress and some of their companions were there as well. Kristen was imperial consort Rowena's companion, so her presence was undeniable. The person sitting over there, Lily. Seeing her, Siniana suddenly had a bad feeling. She didn't forget to curtsy and ask, "I heard you were looking for me." Grania, seeing her, replied, "You've arrived." "Yes, I summoned you because of an absurd rumor that's been spreading." Sensing impending trouble, Siniana lifted her face, her expression icy, and asked, "What rumor?" Seeing this, Rowena placed her teacup on the saucer and said, "That's not something you need to concern yourself with, Miss Siniana." The other imperial consorts began to murmur. "But it's such an unbelievable story, Your Majesty. It's something we're afraid to even mention." This made Siniana extremely curious. "What is it?" Kristen suddenly smirked. With unconcealed envy, she stepped forward, taking the lead. "The more this is discussed, the more her reputation will be ruined. Isn't it better to resolve this issue as soon as possible?" Lily immediately chimed in, her voice full of concern. "Siniana is a good person. Everyone shouldn't spread such rumors." Kristen, looking slightly surprised, asked, "Has anyone here said anything bad about her?" Lily, flustered, lowered her voice. "But no one believes me. Siniana really is a good person." Kristen raised an eyebrow. "I'm a little surprised to hear you say that, Miss Lily." Watching this bickering, Siniana was exasperated. "What the heck? You summoned me here just to chat amongst yourselves?" Grania finally spoke up, interrupting everyone. "Enough. We'll hear it directly from a source." Rowena gently placed her teacup down once more. Standing among the three of them, she posed the question, "I heard you can't open the gate. Is that true?" Hearing this, Siniana's heart skipped a beat. Panic thoughts raced through her mind. "Impossible. Father and my brothers are the only ones who know that. Is there a traitor among the servants in the estate? There's no way anyone else could have found out about this." Siniana stood frozen, lost in thought. She couldn't believe the rumor surfaced right when she couldn't open the gate. It was too suspicious to be a mere coincidence. "Lily," she said, a sinister smile now playing on her lips. Siniana's eyes widened in horror. "Lily." Lily looked back at her, a satisfied smirk on her face. The two seemed to fall into their own private world, facing each other. Siniana was bewildered. Could this be Lily's doing too? "Now I can't open the gate," she thought, "meaning I can't prove anything. If this information gets out, the Francis family will be accused of deceiving the royal family." She felt her blood run cold. She closed her eyes, trying to calm herself, then let out a long breath. When she opened her eyes again, Siniana thought, "I must stay calm, especially in a situation like this. Think about it. Besides the Francis family, only one other person has seen me open a gate. It was one of Xavier's aides, the one who came to the manor to say they wouldn't supply any more thunderstones. However, he would never testify, as doing so would require him to reveal that he was dismissed in disgrace." Thinking this, Siniana raised her head. Facing everyone's suspicious gazes, she asked, "Did you summon me here so I could refute that false rumor?" Gane crossed his arms and replied, "That's right, as it's the quickest and easiest way." Siniana continued, "You're asking me, a marquis's daughter, to open a transfer gate within the imperial palace without his majesty's permission." She frowned slightly, expressing her displeasure. "Oh, you not believe me, your ladyships?" Gotne hesitated, taken aback. "Don't be absurd." Lady Reezy remained silent, not participating. Rowena calmly sipped her tea. "I don't want to get involved in this." Grania, seeing this, spoke conciliatorily, "Of course I believe you, Miss Siniana." Seeing this attitude, Siniana affirmed, "If you believe me, then there's no reason for me to open the gate." Lily, naturally, wasn't satisfied and interjected, "But Siniana," she smiled slyly and offered an excuse. As Kristen said, "The longer the rumor spreads, the more your reputation will." Siniana quickly cut her off. "Lily." She spoke coldly and directly. "I'm not some circus monkey." Lily was momentarily taken aback by these words. Then Siniana countered, "You said you believed me, so why do you keep making me prove it?" Lily quickly became flustered. "I didn't mean it like that." Siniana stood before everyone and stated frankly, "If no one doubts my position as Saintess, then there's no reason for the rumor to continue. Or must I provide proof?" Lily, knowing her scheme had failed, could only laugh. The matter quickly passed at the imperial palace. Siniana finished her business and calmly walked out to her carriage. Just then, someone spoke. "Siniana, are you going to clear up the rumor?" Turning her head, she recognized the caller. "No, Lily," Siniana replied. "I'm returning to the manor." Lily still hadn't given up probing Siniana. "Are you going to ask your family to withdraw their support with your father and brothers?" Siniana's face turned cold. Lily continued, extending her hand in a pretense of kindness. "The fact that you're using a carriage instead of the gate means you're lying about your abilities. House Reezy can help you keep your secret." "What do you say?" Siniana calmly replied, "I'm not sure. It seems you have too much free time to worry about other people's Right, Sineana continued, her words forcing Lily to listen. Today, I heard an unbelievable story. It concerns the survival of a certain family, and it's the first matter I'll address. Do you want to know which family it is? Without waiting for a reply, Sineana went on. Yours. Lily asked in a panic, what are you talking about? Sineana ignored her and climbed into the carriage. Farewell, Lily Reesby. You're not satisfied with your current situation and only think about stealing what belongs to others. You'll never be loved. The air stilled after those words. Upon returning home, Lily slammed her hand on the table. Grandfather, gather the nobles and petition the emperor to uncover the truth behind the rumors. Count Tovin calmly approached and asked, have you failed to resolve this through the empress and the imperial consorts? He continued his questioning, leaving Lily speechless. You couldn't sway those brainless girls? Do you know how difficult it is to formally petition the emperor? Count Tovin frowned in displeasure and continued, it has to be announced through the members of the upper class. It's quite dangerous to make a formal request to the emperor. While I'm not certain, what if Sineana Francis manages to open the gate? Hearing this, Lily gave a sinister smile. You don't need to worry about that. The gate absolutely will not open. In reality, Sineana has been cornered. When this issue is successfully resolved, you will become a relative of the Francis family. It will allow you to request one of the 11 Lyra Golden seats. So it's a risk you must be willing to take. Looking ahead, Count Tovin pondered, when everyone discovers Sineana Francis isn't the saintess, the Francis family will do everything they can to pull the nobles to their side, so they can reverse the situation. They won't refuse the help of the Tovin and Reesy families. Count Tovin also recognized this opportunity. Our destination is right before our eyes. He turned back to Lily. Very well, I'll mobilize the nobles. Count Tovin's gaze turned cold. I'm sure you haven't forgotten how much money has gone into this, have you? Lily tilted her head and gave an ingratiating smile that I haven't forgotten. She secretly thought to herself, I'm almost at the final stage. Lily placed a hand on the table, thinking about Sineana and the past. Even though she's only half-blooded, Marquis Francis and his son were still kind to that youngest child just because of her last name. So imagine how much they'll love me if I become a member of their family. The image of Sineana coldly turning her head and saying, you'll never be loved, flashed through her mind. Lily's hand trembled with rage, and oh, you're wrong. I deserve to be loved. Lily muttered almost deliriously, you have nothing. You're the one who doesn't deserve to be loved, Sineana Francis. After that, the rumors escalated. They wanted the emperor not to take this matter lightly and demanded that Sineana Francis take moral responsibility and demonstrate her abilities before them. This provoked a fierce reaction from the Francis family. Thinking about the bleak future prospects, Sineana calculated, proving it to the empress and the imperial consorts wasn't enough. I predicted something like this might happen, but looking at Sophia, sleeping soundly in bed, Sineana thought to herself, today is the last day I get to see Empress Dowager Sophia, but it's also the day of judgment for me. She held the Empress Dowager's small, thin hand and said, Your Majesty, you mustn't skip your meals. 3 days later, the nobles, influenced by Count Tovin, requested an audience with the emperor. Sineana stepped out of her chambers and heard Carter say, Miss Sineana. The two stood at attention waiting. His Majesty has arrived, someone announced. She replied calmly, Yes, I'll be right there. Sineana walked steadily towards where everyone was waiting. Her mind was filled with the whispers of others. A saintess should be able to open the gate easily. The rumors will die down as soon as her powers are verified. The problem is that the council actually stepped in to address that ridiculous rumor. She walked between Victor and Carter. The whispers continued inside. That's why the Francis family has to work harder to provide proof. This isn't just a baseless rumor. Do you hold a young lady's honor in such low regard? Standing before the door, Sineana sighed. She turned to the knight guarding the door. Announce me. After the knight's announcement, Sineana calmly entered. Miss Sineana Francis has arrived. Sineana placed her hand on her chest and bowed respectfully to Octavius. May glory forever reside with the imperial family. Octavius, his face dark, wearily rubbed his forehead. One and Lancelot both looked worriedly toward Sineana. Others also watched her intently. The crowd stirred again. It's good that Miss Sineana decided to come here herself. She should. She has to prove right here and now that she can open the gate. Sineana glanced coldly in the direction of the voice. She looked at Octavius and asked, May I request an opportunity to speak? Octavius didn't look at her, but simply commanded, Speak. Sineana stated firmly, I can open the gate. However, She made a bold declaration before Octavius and the others without a trace of fear. Since I am under no obligation to do so, I declare that I am not required to provide proof. As soon as Sieniana finished speaking, someone retorted in dissatisfaction. What do you mean? The brown-haired man beside him bluntly scolded her. How can you say something so irresponsible? Now Sieniana also began to get angry. She shouted, "The Francis family has never publicly announced my ability to open the gate." Then she thought, if the transfer gate truly doesn't exist, then the Francis family should bear the moral responsibility. She remembered the knights who had joyfully exclaimed, "Our Lady is the saintess." Sieniana continued to think, father and grandfather have tacitly acknowledged my ability to open the gate, and they couldn't stop their retainers from gossiping about it. However, this is nothing more than a moral obligation. It shouldn't provoke such a strong reaction from the nobility. Sieniana sighed. They probably think I have an agreement with the imperial family. All saintesses have done so, from the very first to the current madwoman. But I haven't. The blue-haired nobleman was extremely dissatisfied, relentlessly slandering Sieniana. He claimed she was monopolizing a treasure capable of determining the empire's future, essentially stealing all the gifts God bestowed upon them. Sieniana coldly replied, saying when the day came that her gate could aid the empire, she would naturally step up and make herself useful. However, the nobleman remained unconvinced, even demanding that if that were the case, she should confidently demonstrate her abilities right there. Faced with this demand, Sieniana reiterated, "Allow me to say this again. I have no authority or obligation regarding the transfer gate. So, regardless of the circumstances, I have no reason to offer proof or be subjected to criticism about it." Her gaze suddenly turned cold. "I hope you do not underestimate the standing of a marchioness's daughter." The blue-haired nobleman gritted his teeth in anger. Christine snapped her fan shut in a fury. She yelled, "Lady Sieniana, you are favored by the Empress and the imperial consorts because of your transfer gate. You have deceived the imperial family." Sieniana looked at her coldly. "Lady Christine, be careful with your words. It seems you are implying that the Empress and the imperial consorts, the mothers of the empire, have spared me for their personal gain." Christine, flustered, hid her face behind her fan, stammering, "I didn't mean it like that." Suddenly, Lily spoke up, asking, "Then why did you come here?" She continued coldly, "Yes, His Majesty summoned you, but you could have found an excuse not to come. After all, you are Francis." After asking, Lily put on a friendly smile toward Sieniana. "But I'm just curious about your intentions, Sieniana. For what reason did you come to the imperial palace?" Faced with this question, Sieniana pursed her lips, remaining silent. Christine stammered, urging Sieniana, "She's right. Speak, Lady Sieniana. If what you say is true, then there's no reason for you to request an audience with His Majesty. You think you've deceived the imperial family, don't you?" Sieniana slowly raised her head, a smile playing on her lips. Inwardly, she recalled her own words, "Today, I heard an unbelievable story. It concerns the survival of a certain family." Finishing her thought, she said, "I came here for a different reason." Sieniana paused for a moment, then continued coldly, "An individual told me her secret, Your Majesty." Hearing this, Octavius's eyes widened in surprise. He exclaimed in agitation, "What?" Arthur also looked towards his daughter in astonishment. Murmurs erupted among the nobles. Someone asked, "An individual secret? What is she talking about?" A moment later, Sieniana continued, "There is still someone who participated in Olivia's rebellion, but has not been punished." She recalled Empress Dowager Sophia's words. "This is the secret Otto has been trying to uncover. No matter how you use it, it will be useful to you." Then, she whispered a secret into Sieniana's ear. Someone on Otto's side relayed information to Oliver. This person participated in the conspiracy and is still alive. His name is... Sieniana raised her voice, Count Tovin. Tovin's eyes bulged in utter shock at being so abruptly named. Octavius was equally astonished, looking towards Count Tovin. Lily gritted her teeth, disbelief etched on her face. The nobles were also shaken by this news. "What? No way!" Lily cried out in fear, stammering, "Grandfather, grandfather!" Seeing Count Tovin remain silent, standing motionless, she ran closer and yelled, "Why are you just standing there? Are you going to let yourself be controlled by those lies?" Tovin coldly addressed Sieniana. "Miss Sieniana, you just uttered something dreadful." He lowered his eyes and continued in a frigid tone, "Can you take responsibility for what you just said?" Sieniana confidently affirmed, "Of course." Then, she recalled Sophia's words. "This is the last thing Oliver told me. to ensure no one would become a traitor. Each individual pledged their honor by affixing their family crest to a list. I hid that list in the safest place I could find. The Empress Dowager looked at Xeniana and continued. They even placed a specific mark on each member's body. That mark looks like, Xeniana declared loudly. Count Tovin has a cross-shaped tattoo on the Achilles tendon of his foot. All attention immediately shifted to his feet. Octavius spoke up and asked her, "Where's that list?" Xeniana looked at him and replied, "It's already in your possession, Your Majesty." The list is disguised as a ledger and hidden within the royal archives. You will find 2 more ledgers in the Empress's palace. Octavius looked towards Tovin, who was standing amongst the crowd, and coldly stated, "Tovin, it seems we have quite a lot to discuss in the interrogation room." Octavius ordered the soldiers, "Take him away." Tovin didn't resist, only letting out a groan. Ugh. Lily cried and shouted, "Grandfather!" She pleaded desperately, "No, it's a lie, Your Majesty. Please listen, Your Majesty." Lily knelt helplessly on the ground, thinking to herself, "No, no." Her eyes were wide, tears streaming down her face. Lily felt indignant that I was so close. I can't give up like this. Just a little more. With that thought, she lifted her head and looked towards Xeniana. Xeniana only responded with an impassive look. Then she said goodbye, Lily Rizai. The scene then shifted to the front of a restaurant in the capital. As Xeniana's family entered, murmurs erupted around them. Oh my, isn't that the Marquis and young Master Francis? Recognizing Xeniana, they praised her. "It's wonderful to see you in person." So that young lady beside them must be the Saintess of Francis. She's so lovely. Xeniana thought to herself, "Why do I have this sense of déjà vu?" Suddenly, a hand reached out and pinched her cheek. Xeniana yelped in pain. "Ah, One laughed loudly, teasing her. "You really are a clever one." Xeniana said angrily, "Let go." Lancelot smiled and explained on one's behalf. "He's saying he's very proud of you, Anna." Xeniana still felt uneasy. She said, "But I acted on my own without telling anyone." Looking towards Arthur, Xeniana asked worriedly, "Father, aren't you angry?" Arthur affirmed, "I have faith in you, so there's no reason for me to be angry." Hearing his words, Xeniana's eyes widened in surprise. Finally, she broke into a bright smile. "We're spending time happily together, but a part of me still feels uneasy. In the end, instead of proving I could open the gate, I just bypassed the issue." Xeniana pointed at an item on the menu and asked one, "This looks good, doesn't it?" One asked worriedly, "How many pieces are there? Is it enough to eat?" Count Tovin is currently caught in a storm and can't escape, meaning Lily will never tell what she did with my portal. She's likely to be badly affected by this incident and is planning something else. Xeniana chewed her food while pushing away the thoughts in her head. "No, don't think about it anymore. I should enjoy my happiness now, right?" After finishing her meal, she laughed and said, "This was a perfect meal. The dessert was amazing. I loved it." One looked at Xeniana and said, "Your vacation will be over in a few days. It will be a shame if Lancelot and I have to go home." "That's right." Lancelot smiled and asked her, "Shall we go see the places you wanted to visit, Anna?" Xeniana didn't hesitate and immediately agreed, excitedly exclaiming, "Yes." After going outside, Xeniana happily ran ahead. She thought to herself, "Going out with my family, I'm so excited." One blushed and said, "Our youngest looks so happy." Arthur was also infected by Xeniana's cuteness that she's running ahead. At this moment, Xeniana was holding the doorknob, but strangely, the door wouldn't open. Confused, she uttered, "Huh?" Xeniana once again used her strength, trying to open the door in front of her. Why won't it open? Lancelot was extremely worried about his sister. "The door is too heavy for our little one." Arthur was extremely proud of Xeniana. He reminded Lancelot, "Lancelot, don't underestimate the physical strength a chef possesses." He added, "In other words, our daughter is super strong." One hurriedly ran up to help. "Hey, Piglet, let me do it." But at that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Xeniana cried out in surprise. "Huh?" Her body swayed and staggered from the sudden push. Xeniana fell to the ground, crying out in pain. "Ouch." Victor anxiously asked, "Miss, are you all right? Are you hurt?" One, his face darkening, grabbed Victor by the collar. "You bastard. Why didn't you take care of the door properly?" Victor, full of remorse, stammered an explanation that I apologize. "I couldn't open the door, and I made a terrible mistake." After being helped up, Xeniana reassured them, "I'm fine. I didn't know someone else was trying to open it too, and I was just trying to use my strength to open it." An image from the past suddenly appeared in Xeniana's mind. It seemed someone else was also trying to open the door. "Huh, what's wrong with the door?" Sienna's eyes widened in surprise. In her memory, the door had also suddenly been opened from the inside, causing Victor to stumble and almost fall. He cried out, Anbach sighed. I was holding the door, so of course it wouldn't open. Sienna froze, her face clearly showing surprise. Before the worried gazes of Arthur and Lancelot, she exclaimed, I think I figured out what's wrong with the portal. 2 days later, in the Empress's garden, Rowena held a teacup in her hand, talking to someone. The Count Toven matter hasn't even died down, yet you summoned Miss Sienna. Granian smiled, feigning remorse, and said, I summoned her so I could apologize. I almost arranged a marriage between Francis and a disreputable family. I must say, I embarrassed myself in front of Miss Sienna. After hearing her, Sienna scowled internally. Liar. The wedding between Aaron Xavier and the fourth prince had been postponed, and Granian had no intention of wasting time. If she had to make a decision, she could even break off the engagement with Aaron and bring him over to her side. If I can't open the gate, then this whole thing will be a waste of her time. If she wants to confirm my power with her own eyes, Sienna thought coldly, she'll toss me aside if I'm useless and keep me if I'm useful. I miss the Imperial Palace so much. Christie reminded the others, once Count Toven's matter dies down, everyone will start gossiping about the transfer gate issue again. His Majesty and the Empresses must learn the truth and handle the problem before it gets out of control. She covered her mouth, feigning concern as she said to Sienna, come to think of it, this will only help Lady Sienna. Hearing this, Sienna could only force a smile and think, does she look like she's worried about me? Granian turned to her and asked, now then, you've brought up the topic, let's hear your answer. Are you the Saintess, Lady Sienna? By now, Sienna was quite annoyed. She cursed inwardly. It's always the same question. Seeing that she remained silent, another woman pressed her. Her Majesty is asking you. Christian tried her best to provoke Sienna. If you truly don't care whether you can open the gate or not, then why don't you show us, Lady Sienna? Or are you looking for another excuse, regardless of your family's honor? Sienna pursed her lips, remaining silent. She touched the pendant on her neck and thought, the door isn't stuck because it's broken. She recalled images from the past and affirmed, it's stuck because two people are trying to open it at the same time. Sienna touched the doorknob and reasoned, the same must be true for the transfer gate. She thought of the person on the other side of the gate and wondered, Aaron Xavier, the other Saintess. I don't know what her intentions are, but I'm in a precarious situation. Sienna closed her eyes, focusing her power on the pendant around her neck. The one who exerts more force on the door is the one who can open it, which means I have to open the gate to the furthest place I can think of. She thought of Tristan's location and called out, Io Cha. A blinding light suddenly appeared, seemingly tearing open the surrounding space. The ground beneath Sienna's feet also transformed. A loud cracking sound echoed as space and earth seemed to shift. Granian's expression immediately changed. Her eyes widened, and she stood up, her face darkening. After the loud noise ended, an eerie silence fell over the space once more. A court lady rushed over and cried out, Your Majesty. Granian looked around and wondered, what the hell? The court lady's face was filled with fear as she reported, a crack has formed on the Imperial Palace's barrier, Your Majesty. Granian exclaimed in astonishment, What? Sienna calmly looked at her and asked, Is that answer satisfactory, Your Majesty? Granian forced a smile and curtly replied, Yes, yes. I see it was just a baseless rumor. Christian covered her mouth in fear. Granian was equally frightened, stammering, Lady Sienna. Sienna's nose continued to bleed. Seeing her unsteady state, Granian asked with concern, Are you all right? Sienna smiled and said, Yes, what do you mean? Just as she finished speaking, she collapsed to the ground. Christian screamed, Lady Sienna. Granian, terrified, quickly ordered the court lady, summon the imperial physician immediately. Time passed. In the palace's resting room, the royal physician said, I have prescribed something to help stabilize your spirits. You can take it now. Sienna softly replied, All right, I will. The royal physician seriously reminded her, Then please, miss, rest for a while. Sienna smiled and nodded to him, saying, Thank you. Rowena, her anxiety lessened, said, Thankfully, it's nothing serious. Sienna quickly replied, Thank you for your concern. Rowena beamed, Oh, it's nothing. I got to witness quite an interesting scene. A sudden knock echoed at the door. Arthur rushed into the room, utterly panicked. He called out, Anna. Seeing him, Rowena quickly spoke, Your father's here. I'll be going now. I also need to quickly inform the others about what the Empress has done. Having said that, Rowena softly called to Siniana, Lady Siniana. Siniana immediately turned to her, a questioning look on her face, yes? Rowena's slender fingers gently touched the tip of Siniana's nose. She spoke to her in an extremely affectionate tone. My arms are always open to you. Remember that. Goodbye. After her parting words, she promptly left to give space to the father and daughter. Arthur looked at her with heartache. Anna. She softly replied, well, I finally opened it. Before she could finish her sentence, he embraced her tightly. Siniana felt incredibly embarrassed. Her face flushed. She stammered, everyone is watching. Arthur ignored that. He affectionately said, there's nothing wrong with a father hugging his daughter. The warmth of familial love spread. She silently realized, that's right. After father lost mother, he almost lost himself too. Thinking of this, she felt warmth. Her hands slowly stroking his back, her voice soft and comforting. I'm all right now. You don't have to worry. Arthur heard her. Finally, he released her from the hug. He looked at her for a moment and sighed in relief. I was so worried about you. I didn't know if my heart could take it. She chuckled. Hee hee. Suddenly, she glanced around as if hiding something. She said, there's something I'm curious about. Arthur asked, what is it? She put on a serious expression, beckoning him, come here. Bringing his ear close to Siniana, she whispered, what happened to Count Tovin? Will he be executed? Arthur's voice was low. His Majesty will decide. However, at this point, his face suddenly became filled with coldness. He spoke with certainty. I will soon make him wish you were dead. His words sent chills down Siniana's spine. Arthur continued, I heard the Imperial Palace's barrier cracked, meaning you solved the gate issue. Siniana nodded, yes. It's just a guess, but I think the reason I couldn't open the gate was because Aaron Savier was keeping it open. Arthur questioned, you couldn't open the gate whenever you tried, meaning she was using it all this time. Siniana honestly replied, I find it strange too. Do you think there's any reason for her to go to such lengths? After thinking for a moment, Arthur said, I understand. Savier is on Tovin's recent trade list. Hearing this information, Siniana realized something. She said, Marquis Savier and Count Tovin must have had an agreement. She thought to herself, that's why Lily said all those things as if she knew everything. Siniana immediately recalled Lily's words to her, that Lily using a carriage instead of the gate meant she was lying about her abilities. The Reezy family could help her keep the secret. What did she think? Arthur seemed to be pondering something. A moment later, he patted Siniana's head. Rest now. I'll take care of the rest. He quickly stood up, turning a radiant face towards her. Arthur said, let's go home. Elsewhere, the sound of a teacup shattering against the floor echoed. Idiot! Godney roared. She angrily scolded the ladies in waiting who were trembling and kneeling on the floor. You are my companions. How could you be so easily swayed by this rumor and turn on me like a weather vane? One lady in waiting pleaded, Your Highness Godney, please have mercy. Gabriella stepped forward and reminded her, that's why I told you not to act rashly. Godney glared at her, that you're from the East? Imperial Consort Gabriella. So, of course, you can remain calm. Gabriella calmly replied, but Imperial Consort Godney, you were the one who accepted the words of Imperial Consort Rowena's companions too readily. Godney was momentarily speechless. Ugh. She recalled Rowena's words. She said Lady Siniana was lying? How could she say such absurd things? And the words she confidently spoke afterward, too. Our intelligent companions care about the reputation and benefit of the Empire. Isn't it hard to believe that there are two Sanuses in Gion who both possess the gate? I believe Her Majesty will make a decision for the benefit of the Empire. Remembering this, Godney's mood soured. She thought, if I had been recognized as the first to step forward and reveal the truth, I would have gained Her Majesty's trust and relied on Savier's support. The West has both rivers and the sea, allowing for the development of agriculture and commerce. The North is barren, but they have strong military autonomy, while the East has Francis, but the South has nothing. She gritted her teeth in regret that if Francis also sides with the Empress, the South will no longer receive support. Having thought this, she raised her voice and said, I will report in detail what has happened to your families. Godney glared and ordered, hand over your passes to me. You will resolve this situation, even if you have to kneel and beg Lady Sienna for forgiveness." Then she angrily turned and left, ignoring the pleas of her former companions who desperately called after her. "Please, please forgive us. We didn't think it through. Your Highness, Your Highness." After Godney and Gabriella left, one of Godney's companions looked at Kristen and angrily said, "This is Lady Kristen's fault." She yelled, "How are you going to take responsibility for this? We ended up like this, all because of you." Kristen, going from bystander to target, loudly retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. What's my fault here? We were all misled by this rumor. I wasn't the one who started it in the first place. Think about it. Who sweet-talked their way out of having to tell the imperial consorts?" A familiar image flashed in their minds. The companions angrily realized it was Lily Reesby. The room became chaotic. Lily returned and felt not the slightest bit happy. Anger surged, and she gritted her teeth. Ugh. Then yelled out orders. Where are all the servants? Clean up this mess immediately. She was answered by an unusual silence, because no one remained in her mansion. After searching throughout her mansion, Lily was stunned. Suddenly, a loud call startled her. "Lily Reesby." She spun around, then hurried downstairs. When she reached the front door, she plastered on her characteristically fake smile and asked, "Your Imperial Consort Godney's companions, aren't you? What a sudden visit. I wonder what brings you." Not letting her continue her charade, one of them quickly ascended the steps. Then, she slapped Lily hard across the face. The woman in green yelled at her, "Because of you, Imperial Consort Godney abandoned us and took back our passes. You're involved because you spread that ridiculous false rumor." Lily clutched her stinging cheek, raising her head to glare coldly at her. "You just slapped me." The woman in pink stepped forward and scoffed, "Oh, please. We can slap you if we want to. We heard your mother handed over all her assets and titles to the imperial family." Hearing this, Lily froze. The women sneered, "Goodness, you didn't know? Now you're just a commoner putting on airs. Tell us, whose house will you be a servant in? We'll be sure to treat you well." Elsewhere, Lady Reesby held a letter in her hand. "I can't be concerned about the hardships you'll face, Lady Reesby, even if you take time to reflect on your life. Remember you did nothing wrong." While Lady Reesby read the letter's contents, Lily ran up and called out, "Mother." Lady Reesby calmly turned around. Lily asked breathlessly, "Is it true you gave up our assets and title?" Lady Reesby replied calmly, "Yes. You should prepare to depart as well." At this, Lily erupted in anger, yelling at her, "Mother, how could you do this without discussing it with me? Don't you feel any guilt towards me?" Lady Reesby looked at Lily's insolent demeanor and bowed her head, thinking sadly, "Lily, why have you become so blinded by ambition? I haven't had a single comfortable day since your father died, all because I wanted to raise you properly and ensure you lacked nothing. That's all I ever wanted. But when did you start wanting to be a Francis? And what made you so resentful? It's true that Sienna possesses a lot, but you're a noble too. There's nothing for you to be envious of." Suddenly remembering how Lily always turned away whenever she saw her, Lady Reesby looked momentarily bewildered. Then she thought, I understand. You're not angry with her. You're angry with me. Mother." Lily reached out, gripping her arms tightly, her cries snapping Lady Reesby out of her thoughts. Lily said urgently, "Let's go to the Imperial Palace. Let's tell them we did nothing wrong, and ask the Empress to mediate for Mother again. That's the only way for us." Lady Reesby indifferently cut her off. The Empress only played the role of mediator for her own benefit. She wanted to present our family as a gift of friendship, so she could get close to them. I knew this and refused to be used by her. Lily yelled in anger, "So you're really going to give up on everything like this?" Lady Reesby's eyes were filled with sadness and worry. "Someone from friendship will be here soon." Hearing her say that, Lily suddenly showed fear. Rewinding time to not long before, in Friendship's office, Arthur looked at Lady Reesby in confusion. "Your child? Are you referring to your daughter?" Juan yelled in frustration, "Don't be ridiculous." Lancelot quickly told him, "Calm down, Juan." Lady Reesby said seriously, "I know this is a shameless request." She hesitated, but suddenly, Virginia's voice rang out from behind like a hero that "I'll take care of it." Lady Reesby, unable to believe her ears, asked again, "Madam Virginia?" She calmly replied, I've heard that she's done some rather cruel things. Arthur looked a little worried. He asked, is that all right? Without hesitation, she said directly, it's fine. My work is piling up, and I happen to need an assistant. Lady Reezy said dejectedly, I spoiled her as she grew up, so disciplining her won't be easy. Virginia looked at her and smiled. She resolutely said, her determination to achieve her desires can't be ignored. She may have gone down the wrong path, but she just needs to be guided in the right direction. I'm also a mother with children just like you, so I want to see her potential. Hearing these words, Lady Reezy's gloomy heart felt cleansed. Returning to the present, she faced Lily, gently saying, a loyal vassal of friendship, who happens to be a noble knight, said she would personally educate you. Lily said unwillingly. Lady Reezy looked at Lily affectionately. Instead of living as a commoner with nothing, I think it would be better for you to live as a member of the friendship household. Lily was stunned speechless. Mother, Lady Reezy continued warmly, you got what you wanted. Isn't that a good thing? Hearing this, Lily gritted her teeth in anger. She roared in fury, no, I don't want to go. I never said I wanted that. You're an idiot. The letter from earlier flashed through Lady Reezy's mind. Remember, you did nothing wrong. Tears of pain fell as she blamed herself. No, it's my fault, my mistake. I left you two alone. A few days later, on a beautiful day with a clear blue sky and fresh, airy atmosphere, just one day before returning to the academy, I visited the Imperial Palace once again, as both the Empress and Imperial Consort Rowena requested to see me before I left. Owen angrily shouted, those royals, ordering people around at the last minute, yapping their mouths off. They really know how to bother people. Owen and Lancelot escorted Sienna into the palace. Seeing Owen shouting like that, Lancelot reminded him, Owen, we're in the palace. Owen sighed and lowered his voice. I mean, why do they have to do this to a girl who has to go back to school tomorrow? Sienna remained silent, silently agreeing with Owen. I agree. Preparing to go back to the academy is already exhausting enough. Sienna breathed a sigh of relief. Father couldn't come with me because he's busy investigating Count Tovin, but thankfully, you're both accompanying me. They were walking through the palace grounds. Sienna wondered, I haven't heard anything about the fourth prince and Lady Arren's marriage lately. I thought I'd attend the ceremony before leaving. Owen replied, oh, haven't I told you? It's been postponed. Sienna looked up in surprise. How did that happen? Then it dawned on her. Now that it's certain the rebels are connected to Xavier, the Empress must be in a difficult position. Wait, that makes me her next target, doesn't it? I have to be more careful. I hate power struggles. Looking at the scenery before her, Sienna thought. Anyway, Sienna was a little puzzled because the scenery was unfamiliar. She turned to Lancelot and asked, Hey, Lancelot. Lancelot smiled gently. Yes, what is it? She replied, They usually escort us to the garden or the reception room. Where are we going today? Lancelot suddenly remembered. Ah, come to think of it, you've never been here before, have you? The place we're heading to is the Imperial Arena. The Imperial Arena is a magnificent and grand place, incredibly large, with a capacity of up to thousands of people. Hearing Lancelot's words, Sienna was a little surprised. The arena? Grania and Rowena were already waiting at the arena. Grania, seeing their figures approaching, said, Francis has arrived. Sienna, along with Owen and Lancelot, bowed to the Empress and Imperial Consort. Grania and Rowena welcomed them in turn. Welcome, please have a seat. Sienna looked up and showed a slightly displeased expression. There was only one empty seat placed between Grania and Rowena. She walked to the seat, feeling nervous and apprehensive. The seat between the Empress and Imperial Consort Rowena. This is quite uncomfortable. From their seats, they had a clear view of the arena. Sienna was incredibly surprised and intrigued. Two contestants began to enter the arena. Sienna gasped. Those two? On the left was Michael, his face radiant as if bathed in a halo. On the right, Dominic slowly walked out with a very calm demeanor. The moment Sienna recognized them, she felt extremely worried. It was the fourth prince and Dominic. Seeing Sienna's bewildered expression, Grania spoke up. Ah, that's right. This is the first time you've seen the two princes spar, isn't it? Sienna asked in surprise. This is a sparring session? Grania explained. Today, they're just practicing, but this will be a sight to behold during the Twin Moons Festival. Sienna thought to herself, the Twin Moons Festival. I've heard of it. Every 16 years, there's a day when two red moons appear. On that day, the grandest festival takes place throughout the empire. Grania continued. The two princes spar during the Twin Moons festival to display the royal family's martial prowess and to deter irreverence. Sieniana looked skeptical, as if she had suddenly realized something. Irreverence. She turned to Grania. Your Majesty. The Empress smiled and replied, Do you have a question? Sieniana's face was troubled. Do they often appear? Rowena, sitting next to her, suddenly chuckled. Then both Grania and Rowena laughed heartily. Rowena said, Do you still believe in such legends? Grania added, You're so adorable, Lady Sieniana. Rowena explained, It is rumored they appeared during the Continental War, but that's just a story fabricated by our enemies. The irreverence during the Twin Moons festival is a bit different. They represent despair. Sieniana gradually understood its true meaning. I understand now. It's a form of superstition for the people here. I thought I could learn something about them, but I guess there's nothing there. Why is something like this happening to me? Anyway, I guess the fight between the princes is similar to the Jizan Babji ceremony performed in Korea. Dominic looked up at the stands. Albert, seeing Sieniana, was a little surprised. Dominic wondered, Sieniana, why is she here? Albert, fearing Dominic would waver and forget his mission, whispered a reminder. It seems like the Empress deliberately created this situation, Your Highness, but don't think you have to lose this time either. Dominic remained silent, calmly thinking, Yes, gaining attention on an occasion like this won't do any good. I have to be as quiet and discreet as possible, as I want to build influence after this display. Between the Crown Prince and the Fourth Prince, Michael suddenly spoke loudly, the Saintess of Francis. Sieniana was both surprised and a little confused. Michael stared intently at Sieniana, sitting in the stands. How long has it been since we last met? Sieniana sighed wearily, thinking about Michael's reason for doing this. Why is he doing this? Is it because the Empress is here? Then she replied, About 2 weeks, Your Highness. Michael smiled brightly. If I said you become even more beautiful in those 2 weeks, would you consider that mere flirtation from a libertine? Dominic froze, his face ashen, his eyes darkening. Owen gave a strained laugh, seemingly realizing Michael's intentions. Forgive my impatience, Your Highness. Owen stepped behind Sieniana, his face showing anger as he said, Training sessions at the Imperial Palace begin after dawn. Are they too grand for you? Michael smiled, sarcastically replying, Oh, you must be the hopeless son of Marquis Francis. Owen didn't back down, retorting, And I've heard all the rumors about Your Highness. The atmosphere grew heavy. Sieniana and Grania quickly intervened. Owen, that's enough. Michael put his hands on his hips, shook his head in preparation, then taunted. Well, the wall of Francis seems rather difficult to overcome. I guess any attempt to penetrate it will be quite tiresome. Then he glared at Dominic, his voice hardening. Isn't that right, Dominic? Having said that, Michael pointed his sword towards Dominic. I don't like that expression on your face. There's an unshakable glint in your eyes, the kind directed at a stupid piece of trash. Michael looked up at Sieniana and continued. Could it be because of that? Dominic's anger seemed to have reached its peak. He also began to draw his sword, boldly warning Michael, If you don't want your tongue cut to shreds, watch your behavior and address her properly. Michael smirked. Neither of them yielded, their gazes like bullets. The clang of their swords clashing echoed throughout the arena. The battle was now truly beginning. They immediately lunged at each other, their swords clashing. Michael mocked playfully. The glint in your eyes has changed, and you're actually bothered by my trivial words, aren't you? Is it because of that? You need to learn not to show your emotions, because you could be bitten by that stupidity. Dominic, his face grim and silent, quickly raised his sword. In an instant, he flashed past Michael's line of sight, his speed impossible to match. The blade whistled through the air, and a small, bleeding cut suddenly appeared on Michael's ear. The audience in the stands couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone screaming and shouting, Prince Michael! Sieniana, Grania, and Rowena were no exception. Michael momentarily lost his balance. His head bowed as he reached up to touch his ear. When he lowered his hand, it was covered in blood. Dominic smirked. Such skill, and you dare to warn me? The blood on Michael's hand continued to flow, dripping down his neck. He said angrily, if you rush at me like that, I really will become a bastard. The match continued, both of them constantly launching attacks. Sieniana's face was filled with worry and fear. This no longer seemed like a practice match. Dominic raised his sword for a direct attack. Michael quickly defended, then counterattacked. Dominic's face was beaded with sweat. He seemed to be tiring. Michael was once again grazed by Dominic's sword, a small cut bleeding on his cheek. Sienna was afraid, her body trembling. Why were they using real swordsmanship in a practice match? It was too dangerous, but no one thought to stop them. Suddenly, from behind, Juan added fuel to the fire. I wish they'd both just die quickly, otherwise I'll have to get my hands dirty. Lancelot, sitting next to him, awkwardly whispered a reminder. I understand how you feel, Juan, but the Empress is sitting right in front of us. Juan's words only intensified Sienna's anxiety. Juan, oh Juan. Anbach clenched his fists, his head aching as he couldn't understand Dominic's actions. Prince Dominic, what the hell are you doing? Where is the usually calm, non-troublemaking person? You know the Empress organized this match for Prince Michael to show off, right? Grania's hands trembled as she gritted her teeth in frustration and anger. Then she abruptly stood up and shouted, "Enough!" Dominic, who was in the midst of fighting, suddenly stopped, his body bearing several wounds. Michael, similarly injured, didn't dare to move. Grania quickly ordered, in a practice match here, "Physician, treat Michael immediately." The physician and servants immediately came to escort Michael. "Let us handle His Highness's wounds." Michael's breathing became rapid and heavy, his eyes dull as he looked at Dominic. Dominic was also panting, seemingly exhausted. Then he looked up at Michael. Michael gave him a fake smile. Then, followed by the physician and servants, he left the arena. Dominic instinctively looked up at where Sienna had been sitting. He stared, searching for her, but she had already left with her two brothers. Elsewhere, she snapped, "You're terrible, Juan. How can you smile cheerfully when someone is injured?" Juan immediately defended himself. "Lancelot was smiling at me too." Lancelot quickly changed his tune. "What are you talking about? I always smile in front of Sienna." Juan pointed at Lancelot. "Look at this sly guy letting me take all the blame." Sienna's face was somber. Perhaps she was pondering something. Then she said, "I'll visit Empress Dowager Sophia before I return. You two go ahead." Juan and Lancelot exchanged surprised glances. Lancelot put a hand to his mouth thoughtfully, then asked Sienna, "Are you lying?" Sienna blurted out a sound as if struck in the heart. "Ouch!" Sienna quickly pushed Juan and Lancelot away, not allowing them to stay. Juan was puzzled. "Huh? What's wrong?" Sienna evaded the question. "Nothing. You two should go." Dominic and Anbach were in a small room. Anbach spoke up. "The Empress is furious. What are you going to do? You should show her that you let Prince Michael win." Dominic interrupted. "Enough. I'll listen to your nagging later." Sienna rushed over to check on Dominic, her face filled with worry. Anbach, seeing her, called out, "Lady Sienna, I'll excuse myself." Sienna spoke softly, "Your Highness." Then she carefully examined his wounds. Looking closer, his injuries were more serious than she thought. Dominic scratched his head sheepishly. "It seems I've made myself unsightly before you." Lady Sienna frowned, her face sad and tense. Unlike Michael, Dominic didn't have a physician attending to him. Sienna was silent, searching for something. Then she took out a small cloth and bandaged Dominic's wound. Dominic was a little flustered, looking at Sienna with tender eyes. Sienna said shyly, "Didn't something similar happen when you rescued me at the Francis estate?" Dominic replied cheerfully, "Right? Although the current situation is a bit different." Sienna asked seriously, "Why did you do something so pointless?" Dominic looked at her tenderly. Then he replied, "Because you were watching. I didn't want to lose in front of you." Sienna anxiously said, "Your Highness needs to be treated." But Dominic replied quite calmly, "Yes, of course." Sienna continued, "Look how injured you are. Was winning really that important to you?" Dominic chuckled and replied, "Now my answer is yes. More precisely, it's nice that it has your attention." Sienna was speechless that you're truly hopeless. She said sullenly, "Why would you say it's nice? You're being childish. At this rate, I'll misunderstand." The prince revealed a bright smile. He told Sienna, "I really want you to misunderstand me." Sienna cleared her throat. Ahem. She asked awkwardly, "I've been wondering about this for a while." Dominic looked at her gently. "What is it?" Sienna questioned. "You have a lot of girlfriends, right?" However, the prince affirmed, "You're the only one I have, Lady Sienna." Sienna was confused. "Huh? No, I don't mean female friends. I mean girlfriends." Dominic froze. Sienna was a little surprised that he flustered. She curiously asked, "When was your first date?" Dominic hesitated. "I don't remember." Sienna exclaimed excitedly, "Whoa, I knew it. You're a playboy like Prince Michael." The prince hurriedly clarified, "Absolutely not. I'm not on the same level as that guy." Sienna stared intently at him, her meaning profound. she said. So have you ever held a girl's hand? Dominic recalled the existing memory of holding a hand. His cheeks flushed. A moment later, Dominic nodded. Yes. Sienna was curious to know more. What about a hug? Oh my, she whispered, then what about a kiss? Dominic froze. He slowly walked towards Sienna, pressing her against the wall. Sienna looked up at the prince's face. Dominic said in a low voice, right now, I think I'll try that for the first time. Sienna's chest pounded. Her mind raced. Dominic's breath, the fresh, clean scent of him. He wasn't touching her, but she could feel the warmth radiating from his hands. He was different than usual. The moment their lips were about to touch, Sienna's heart continued to pound. Just then, reason pulled her back. No, she turned her face away. Dominic smiled affectionately. He said, Lady Sienna, do you have some free time? Sienna's heart fluttered. Time? Free time? Dominic gently lifted her hand. Giving her a longing kiss on her hand, he said, I'll be waiting for you in front of the lion statue in the capital's shopping district. While Sienna was still bewildered, lion statue. Dominic's back was already receding. S.O. See you tomorrow. Sienna suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, what? But I have to go back to the academy tomorrow. Scene change. Emperor Octavius was having a conversation with Arthur. He asked, has Turvan said anything yet? Arthur replied, yes, he has confessed everything. Octavius continued, good. I'll leave the next step to you, Marquis. Arthur acknowledged. Understood. Arthur poured some wine and calmly said, and now, I'm sure you know what I'm going to say next. The emperor replied, let's hear it first. Arthur explained, Sienna served as Empress Dowager Sophia's caretaker, discovered Turvan's secret, and was forced to open the gate at the empress's request. She was also harmed in many ways from the events that transpired. I request compensation for those things. Octavius was silent for a moment. He made his decision that I will relinquish the Oakenstone affair, and I will also relinquish control over their distribution rights. Arthur stated his next request. One more thing. I want you to promise that you won't force my daughter to do anything she doesn't want to do. Octavius looked uncomfortable and said, Marquis, do you understand the request you're making? The palace has the right to call the Saintess into battle, requiring an army of 100,000 soldiers or more. Are you asking for Sienna to be exempt from that obligation? I can't set a precedent where Saintesses will follow Lady Sienna's case and rebel against the palace. Arthur stated his point. The Rosencarriton royal family and the Francis family being at odds isn't a good thing either, is it? The emperor helplessly reminded him, now, you scoundrel. He sighed. Are you threatening me? Arthur replied, I'm merely advising you, so you don't make the same mistake. The emperor looked thoughtful. He picked up his glass and drained it. Octavius compromised. Fine, I'll do as you ask. However, the emperor then poured more wine for the Marquis. I can't just let that request go that easily. We've been drinking for a while now, but shouldn't you say something? Arthur closed his eyes, putting everything aside for the moment. He picked up his glass. Respectfully, he said, May glory be everlasting. At the imperial palace, Octavius negotiated. Can we compel the Saintess in a war requiring 1,000,000 soldiers? Arthur calmly replied, you could if you were requesting an army of 5,000,000. The emperor stated, that scale only applies in continental wars. But Arthur didn't budge. That's the lowest number I can agree to. The emperor helplessly complained, you're being unreasonable. Sienna stared blankly at the scene before her. She wondered, there's a smell of alcohol here. Father, have you been drinking? Lancelot considerately prepared water for Arthur. Father, here's some water. Arthur dreamily called out, Anna, is that you? He explained, the emperor wanted to unwind a bit, so I had a few drinks with him. Sienna was surprised. Really? She looked at her father, thinking to herself, Ian Senna's father always gets aggressive when he's drunk, but my father isn't scary at all. Arthur told her, that's right. Anyway, I have good news for you. His Majesty has given up on the urchin stones and granted Francis autonomy over them. Sienna excitedly exclaimed, oh my God, father, you're amazing. Urchin, a mana source for thunderstones, is very difficult to obtain, so it's not allowed to be sold. Even if an individual owns a mine that can produce it, they are still subject to the imperial family's supervision and management. In other words, those stones are the empire's property, not anyone else's. Arthur told his daughter, it's all thanks to you. All I did was bring home a proper reward for you. Lancelot also praised his sister. He's right. You did a great job, Anna. Sienna beamed. Arthur added, I also resolved the matter of compelling the Saintess. Sienna was bewildered. What's that about? Lancelot chuckled. You don't need to worry. It's good news. Arthur murmured, yes, very good. In this game against the Emperor, I won big time this time. Sienna exclaimed in confusion. Fade. Arthur gently replied. What is it, my daughter? Sienna expressed. This is a little embarrassing. Arthur casually said, not at all. You're not heavy at all. Sienna thought helplessly. That's not what I meant. I'm too old for this. I'm almost 20. Then she continued to ponder. No, don't think like that. It's rare that I can act like a child in front of him like this. Well, it would be different if I were a child. Sienna spoke up. By the way, father. Arthur asked, what is it? She asked, what was I like as a child? He was taken aback. Back then, he reminisced. Anna, you were not normal. Sienna asked, huh? Not normal? Arthur elaborated. The only thing you knew how to say was thank you. So I always saw you as this tiny little thing, just a speck going around thanking everyone. Lancelot burst out laughing. Anna was incredibly cute as a child, wasn't she? I mean, she's still cute now, as you know. Ha! Sienna regretted it. Wait a minute. Did I just ask them to dig up my embarrassing past? Arthur continued. I was so surprised when you thanked Juan even after he hit you. Sienna was equally astonished by this information. Did I? Lancelot chimed in. Every day, you'd run into the conference hall, tears welling up, looking for grandfather. Sienna's jaw dropped. I know kids do that. But this is so embarrassing. Arthur added, you were a scary little kitten, but you were adored by the old man, whom even Gawain feared. The scene of you pouring water on the old man's ceremonial robes at the groundbreaking ceremony is still etched in my mind. While Sienna covered her face and yelled, stop it, Lancelot replied to his father. Ah yes, I remember that. Suddenly, Sienna remembered something. Wait, I thought I lived somewhere else with mother. When did I come to France's castle? Arthur, with a melancholic expression, explained, Mia's body was weak and she was often ill. You were brought to the castle whenever that happened, so you wouldn't get sick. I believe you used to fight with Gawain every time you came. Sienna was bewildered. Why did we fight? Lancelot replied. He was jealous that you got to live with mother. Just then, Juan entered. He raised an eyebrow and asked, are you guys reminiscing about the old days? Lancelot told Juan, your buried crimes are being unearthed. Juan dumbfounded question like, why do I feel like I'm being accused of something? Lancelot jogged his memory. Come on, don't you remember the time you let a goat eat Anna's hair? At this, Sienna was completely lost. She exclaimed in alarm. There was such a time. Juan explained his prank. The servant said her hair was as green as young sprouts, so I wanted to see if the goat would be fooled. Milo brought food to Arthur and said, I brought you some tomatoes, sir. They're good for nausea. Arthur replied, thank you, Milo. Lancelot added, by the time we found them, the goat had eaten half her hair. Sienna reproached, you were so mean, Juan. What if the goat got sick? Juan was stunned, huh? You're saying I'm mean because I let a goat eat your hair. Lancelot agreed with his sister, Anna's right. Gawain went a bit overboard that time. Arthur added, they say children who fight a lot grow up well, so I just let you be. But Sienna, incredibly happy, quietly observed the warm atmosphere. Her inner voice echoed, it's so nice and warm here. It's so fun talking with my family. I and Senna would never have known it would be this warm. The next day, Sienna's face was sullen. Yesterday ended so nicely. Why did today start like this? A man tried to strike up a conversation with Sienna. Forgive my forwardness at our first meeting, but you're so beautiful. Sienna, with a bored expression, inwardly pleaded, just go away. The man continued, I'm quite a decent fellow. May I offer you a cup of tea? Sienna replied, I already declined your offer. The man didn't give up that I'm not usually like this, but I really don't want to lose you. Could you at least tell me your name? Sienna wearily responded, Sir, I told you I'm waiting for someone. The man, not at all embarrassed, took her hand and asked, are you waiting for a friend? Could it be your boyfriend or husband? Sienna was startled and annoyed. The persistent man continued, if you're not waiting for someone important, could you give me a chance? Sienna felt extremely irritated that I already said no. Why won't you accept my answer? Don't you know it's very rude to force your feelings on someone? A strong gust of wind swept by. A hand landed on the man's shoulder. Dominic threatened, you can wait forever, but you won't get a chance. Leave if you don't want to die. The terrified man ran off, only throwing back the words, I'm sorry, I'll leave right away. Dominic turned to Sienna with a warm smile and solicitously asked, have you been waiting long, Lady Sienna? Sienna expressed, I just arrived. Thank you. Dominic gazed at her with adoration. He took her hand and offered, shall we go? She nodded yes. Dominic thoughtfully asked if she wanted to go anywhere. Sienna replied, I haven't thought of anywhere yet. She thought to herself, no matter how many times I've been to the capital, I still can't find my way around. Sienna turned to him and asked, where would you like to go? Dominic answered cryptically, you really shouldn't let me choose. Sienna looked at him blankly. Do you have a place in mind? He gave her a flirtatious glance and said softly, I want to go somewhere cramped and dimly lit. Sienna's heart skipped a beat. Dominic looked at her and said in a warm tone, somewhere we can be alone. An idea popped into Sienna's head. She told Dominic, I know just the place. He looked surprised. Her small hand quickly grabbed his. She quickly pulled him through a portal. Dominic was confused about where they were. Sienna excitedly told him, this is my house, and we're in the storage room of the annex. It's quite far from the main mansion, so no one will hear our conversation. She beamed, excitedly continuing, you have a private matter to discuss with me, right? You can feel free to speak here. Seeing her so enthusiastic, Dominic felt a little awkward. He flusteredly corrected himself. I want to amend what I said earlier. I want to go somewhere with a tea table and various beverages, a place with flowers and soft lighting. Having said that, he immediately took her to a luxurious restaurant. Sienna was even more delighted. She silently observed her surroundings, light almond wood tables. The natural colors in the establishment create a cheerful and comfortable atmosphere, and the background music is also very lively. This is a great place to meet at a tourist destination. Thinking this, she said in an extremely cheerful mood, the forest we just walked through is also lovely. I want to incorporate all these elements when I open my own restaurant in the future. Dominic breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're pleased with this place, Lady Sienna. He reminded himself, I should express myself as clearly as possible when talking to Sienna. Sienna wondered, how did you know about this cafe? Dominic stammered. Actually, suddenly, a man's voice interrupted. He has surprisingly sensitive tastes and enjoys places like this. Sienna turned around, startled, with a bewildered expression. Oh, the man greeted her politely. It's an honor to meet you, my lady. I'm David, the owner of this establishment. He then gave her a professional smile. Sienna, still bewildered by David, asked him curiously, oh, hello, do you know His Highness? David quickly pulled out a chair for her and casually replied, certainly. He chuckled naturally. I used to be a knight. Certified, haha. But now I'm running a cafe, as you can see. Dominic, finding David a bit too talkative for his liking, called out coldly, David. Dominic glared at him like an angry black wolf. Stop with the useless chatter and get to work. David, on the other hand, showed no fear and instead cheerfully placed a plate of pastries on the table. Of course, Your Highness, haha. Please try the Miffler. It's a specialty with 4 layers. Watching David leave so naturally, Sienna thought to herself, they must be really close friends. It's obvious. Dominic, worried that David had bothered her, quickly spoke up, I apologize. He and I were colleagues for a long time, so he could be a bit talkative. Sienna, feeling extremely relaxed, replied, not at all. It's good to see that. Glancing at David serving customers in the distance, she softly added, it's nice to see you treat your friends so well. David, feeling her gaze, politely smiled. Dominic, watching her, waved goodbye to David, feeling a little dejected. Lady Sienna, he called out, his voice tinged with a slight sulk. He asked, do you like men who flirt a lot? Sienna wasn't sure if Dominic had actually said those words. She thought, why would he ask me that? Then, with a bright smile, she replied, if I had to choose, I prefer kind men. Dominic murmured to himself, kind men. Next, Dominic took a fork and cut a small piece of cake. He offered it to her with a gentle smile, saying, here, try a piece. Sienna's face flushed involuntarily. Oh, she said softly, taking the fork from him. Thank you. You're not going to eat? She asked him. He replied, just watching you enjoy it makes me happy. Lost in the sweetness of the cake, Sienna thought to herself, it feels like he's suddenly become so kind. Of course, he's always been good, but he's paying attention to what I say. Finishing her thought, she asked, so, why did you want to see me? Dominic seemed flustered as he answered, no particular reason. Sienna was a little surprised. Really? Not because you had something important to tell me. Dominic calmly replied, well, then, I do have something to tell you. Sienna quickly asked, "What is it?" Dominic replied, "You don't have to return to the academy right away. The break has been extended." Sienna looked at him questioningly. "What do you mean?" Dominic gravely explained, "The Empress has issued an order extending the break for all academies in the Empire. The Bilunar Festival, which occurs every 16 years, revealed her as the mother of the nation, and she wants to help families enjoy this occasion together." At this point, his eyes widened out. "Of course, that's just the surface reason." Sienna looked worried. "Right? Speaking of the Empress, how's your injury? You don't look too well." Dominic quickly reassured her, "I'm fine. The Empress doesn't care what happens to me. If she's worried about anyone, it would be Michael. She's hated me from the start, so I personally don't mind, even if she tries to keep me under her control." Hearing this, Sienna felt unhappy. She thought, "She hates him." Dominic continued, bringing a hand to his eyes. "She said my eyes are a dirty melon color. She said most of those who opposed Julian in the Continental War had eyes of this color." Sienna now felt truly sympathetic. She thought, this is the war Professor Zinlus fought in. Come to think of it, he also had distinctly gray eyes, similar to Dominic's. The 10-year war between the Empire and the Alliance of Kingdoms, the Holy Nation, was the Continental War. The Holy Nation is located at the center of the Adelon Church, the most widespread religion on the continent. Sikan had once told her, the Adelon Church declares magic to be a filthy power bestowed by an evil god. They teach their followers that magic must be purified through Adelon so that it can become holy power. Sienna then asked, "So, those born with magic head to the Holy Nation to be purified?" Sikan replied, "Yes, the powerful gathered in the Holy Nation, and it grew to rival the Empire in size. The Empire, recognizing the Holy Nation's size and power, cultivated mages to keep the kingdom under control. The Holy Nation vehemently opposed the Empire's actions, and that's how the Continental War began. The Empire won, but the war caused massive damage. The victors held the Adelon Church, the remnants of the Holy Nation, responsible for the damage." Sienna continued to ponder. "It's been 30 years since the war ended, but I hear the Empire still persecutes the Church's followers who remain in this land." It became clear why they were treated poorly. Had Professor Zinlus experienced the same? Ending her long train of thought, she immediately asked Dominic, "Your Highness, your mother, she was a priestess from the Holy Nation, wasn't she?" Dominic softly replied, "Yes, but I'm not allowed to call her mother." Sympathy flickered in Sienna's eyes. She thought to herself, eyes blessed by the Holy Nation, and a royal child who inherited those eyes. To ease his sorrow, she spoke gently. "There's a legend in another world about a mythical creature called a phoenix. It immolates itself and is reborn from its own ashes. It lives eternally in that form. I've always wondered about the color of those ashes. I think they might be the color of your Highness's eyes." Dominic looked at her in surprise. "They're so bright. It's almost a shame to say they're the color of ashes, but that's the color I want to look into." Her face brightened as she continued, "Your Highness, your eyes are a truly special color." Dominic's heart seemed to skip a beat. He blurted out, "We should have stayed in the storage room, so I could hold you right then." Sienna laughed shyly. "Haha, you teasing me again?" Dominic seriously interrupted. "I'm not." He looked at her affectionately. "I'm always sincere with you." Sienna's heart pounded in her chest. Meanwhile, Aaron's mansion wasn't as warm. A shrill scream echoed, shaking the building. Johann rushed in, horrified by the scene. A servant exclaimed, "Heavens, Lady Aaron, are you all right?" Johann asked anxiously, "Did you have another seizure?" Aaron said, her voice laced with anger, "Father, I received a letter from the Empress. She wrote that Prince Dominic and Lady Sienna have been having frequent private meetings." Johann tensed, stammering that he thought to himself, "I didn't tell Aaron about the second prince, and now that Empress is ruining everything." Aaron began to lose control. She swayed, then groaned, "Ugh." After a moment, she stopped. Johann looked at her fearfully. "Aaron, try to calm down." She looked up, her voice cold. "I'm Fine." A chilling sigh escaped her lips. "Ah." Her vacant eyes stared at the ceiling. "I thought she knew her place. We can't let that girl do whatever she wants." Her face suddenly became eerily sinister. "I believe she's starting to torment me too." A gloomy atmosphere descended upon the entire mansion. Marquis Johann, clutching his head and trembling, cried out, "Oh, Aaron." Suddenly, the light from the communication stone flickered. Johann exclaimed in frustration, "Why are you only calling me now? Do you know what state Aaron is in?" Absorbing the sacred medicine causes seizures. You never mentioned that. The mysterious voice responded nonchalantly that it can't be helped. Johann asked, bewildered, huh? What do you mean? The mysterious person explained. She's experiencing side effects, but she can still open the gate again, can't she? As he spoke, Johann's face paled. After all, the gate was the most important thing for Saintus. He clenched his fists, but I never wanted my daughter to be in danger. Johann cried out, this won't work. The light abruptly went out. Johann felt an overwhelming surge of anger. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. On the other side, the mysterious person sighed. I had high hopes for Xavier, but perhaps they weren't warranted. He slowly stood up. The tea is irrelevant. Aaron Xavier is a discarded piece. The scene shifted back to the lovebirds, Sienna and Dominic. Dominic said seriously to Sienna, I'm not joking. I'm always sincere with you. Sienna shyly turned her face away. But you just said you wanted to hug me. How can you say such a thing? Dominic looked at her affectionately and asked, why are you laughing? Sienna shook her head, embarrassed that don't mind it. It's just, I can feel your highness's sincerity. Hearing this, Dominic's cheeks flushed. He stammered for a moment, excuse me. Sienna suddenly noticed the communication magic flickering. This constantly blinking light was definitely Juan's and no one else's. She became even more flustered. What should I do? It's Juan calling. He must have realized I snuck out without a guard. She quickly stood up. I apologize, Your Highness. Dominic smiled and sighed. I suppose there's nothing to be done. Go home. Your family is waiting. Sienna quickly left. The sky began to pour. Dominic remained seated, lost in thought. David called out, Your Highness, is something the matter? Dominic sighed. He said wearily, there are just so many obstacles I have to overcome. At the Empress's palace, the rain also fell incessantly. Grania praised, this is truly a masterpiece. Johann chuckled, beginning to flatter her. Just as I expected. You certainly have a keen eye for art. This painting is a gift for your majesty. Grania simply exhaled. He continued, and my daughter is feeling better now. She might be able to attend the Twin Moons Festival, so I beg you to appease your anger. Grania smirked and coldly turned away. Take the painting back. Johann hurriedly pleaded, Your Majesty. Grania calmly said to him. After Lady Sienna took over the gate responsibilities from Lady Iron suddenly became unwell. Hasn't she? I think it would be best to let your daughter rest until she fully recovers. Johann froze, stunned, and stammered that. Grania offered a sympathetic look. You needn't trouble yourself any further. Johann persisted, but Your Majesty, Prince Michael still needs a partner to accompany him to the ball. Grania flipped a page in her book and asked with feigned boredom, Oh, that? I will attend in Lady Sienna's place. Johann's heart sank at her words. He trembled as he spoke to the Empress. Doing so would give the impression that you intend to replace his fiancée. My daughter is betrothed to Prince Michael. Moreover, Iron wouldn't want that. Grania's gaze remained unwavering. She said softly, Is that so? What I heard was different. People say Iron once wished to be betrothed to Prince Dominic. Am I wrong? Johann was speechless. After a moment, he asked in horror, could it be that you knew everything and told her about Dominic's situation? Calmly closing her book, Grania replied placidly, It's rather clumsy to ask a question to which you already know the answer. Johann protested, Your Majesty. Grania swiftly departed, instructing Johann, You should return now. I hope we won't have reason to meet again anytime soon, Marquis Xavier. The same goes for your daughter. Safe travels. Grania left Johann fuming. In her chambers, a maid cautiously addressed her, Your Majesty. Grania inquired, What is it? The maid asked, Do you truly intend to break off the engagement between Prince Michael and Lady Iron? Grania replied, Yes. Send a message to the Francis estate, politely conveying that I wish to meet with Lady Sienna privately tomorrow. The maid answered, Yes, Your Majesty. Her malicious intent brought a subtle curve to her lips. She mused, I find myself desiring her more and more. By now, Sienna had returned home. Juan greeted her with a sarcastic, Oh, look, our little piglet found her way back. Good girl. Do you know what you did wrong? Hearing him scoff, Sienna was so flustered she didn't know what to say, and just chuckled nervously, ahaha. Finally, she looked at Juan and said, I apologize for going out without an escort. Juan nodded and continued, Good. Anything else? Sienna's face fell as she reluctantly confessed her wrongdoing. I also apologize for secretly having a private meeting with a royal. She thought to herself, I shouldn't say it was meeting Dominic. Just then, Lancelot interjected, reminding Juan, enough, Juan. You'll make Anna cry. Juan looked behind him with a puzzled expression. He asked doubtfully, huh? What? Lancelot just laughed heartily. Relieved to have someone come to her rescue, Sienna exclaimed happily, Lancelot. Lancelot looked to the side and said, more importantly, he gestured to the pile of letters on the table, and then to Sienna, I think you should deal with these letters first. Anna. Sienna let out a surprised. Marilyn approached, teasing her. These letters are all invitations from young lords asking you to be their partner for the Twin Moons Ball, Mississippi. Sienna asked in astonishment, for me? Marilyn explained, yes, they're all from young gentlemen who wish to invite you to be their partner for the Twin Moons Ball. As soon as she finished speaking, a chillingly cold voice rang out. Oh. Sienna picked up a letter and wondered, who is requesting me to be their partner? Suddenly, she sensed something and fearfully looked behind her. There! Lancelot and Juan were flaring with anger. Juan asked, should we burn them all? Sienna hurriedly stopped them. Hey, don't. At this moment, she was sitting on a chair, sighing, with a pile of letters in her arms. Phew, I almost couldn't stop them. They just wanted to be my escorts for a ball. Why are they so wary? Marilyn helped Sienna pick up a letter and explained, because the young masters cherish you, Mississippi. Seeing the number of letters she received, Sienna was in disbelief. I can't believe I received so many letters. Marilyn covered her mouth with a smile. Has everyone in the capital heard about your charm? Hearing this, Sienna laughed loudly. I bet they just sent them out of courtesy. Seeing that she still didn't believe it, Marilyn became indignant and said, of course not. The authors of these messages will invite you to the first dance of the ball. Sienna blushed, thinking to herself, the first dance, should I ask Dominic? Marilyn explained to Sienna, the first dance is the most important thing at a ball. Usually, lovers dance the first dance together, so requesting the first dance is no different from a proposal. Sienna's face immediately flushed crimson. She shyly stammered, a proposal? Marilyn was searching for something among the letters they had just received. Come to think of it, you also received a message from Grania. Where is it? She pulled out a black letter and exclaimed, here is. Sienna's eyes widened in surprise. From Grania? She opened the letter and read it, murmuring, what's this? A moment later, Sienna exclaimed in astonishment, she wants to meet me. Elsewhere, a servant was informing Grania, Your Majesty, Lady Sienna has arrived. Grania asked in surprise, she's here? Sienna placed her hand on her chest and bowed respectfully to Grania. Greetings, Your Majesty. Standing before Grania, she thought to herself, she summoned me to the imperial palace because of an urgent request. What kind of request is she going to make? Grania closed her book and said, thank you for accepting my invitation. Please have a seat. Why don't we enjoy some dessert first? Sienna stammered in agreement, yes. And when she saw the title on Grania's book, she froze. Wait a minute. The title on the book cover, Records of Impiety. Sienna recalled her memories from a few days prior and thought to herself, I searched the entire Francis estate but couldn't find any books about them. The Imperial Library really does have it. She sipped her tea while contemplating a plan to obtain the book. I'll be able to learn more about impiety from that book, but only royalty can read it. What should I do? Grania, seeing her staring at the book, smiled and asked, what is it? Are you surprised to see me reading? Sienna panicked and quickly denied it. No, not at all. She said, that book happens to be one I've been wanting to read. Grania was quite surprised. She covered her mouth with a smile and asked, did the Twin Moons Festival awaken your interest in them? Sienna also smiled and affirmed, of course. After all, it's an event hosted by Your Majesty. But inwardly, she thought, put on a fake and professional smile. Grania stroked her chin and smirked. Perfect. Suddenly, she said that it wouldn't be difficult to summon a girl for me to look at a book. Sienna immediately became excited and asked, are you saying you'll lend me the book? Grania confirmed this and added a condition, yes, if you help me with this. Sienna was utterly astonished. Prince Michael is ill. Grania's face was etched with sadness as she explained, he's been a frail child since he was young. He's healthier now, but I'm sure you know what it's like for a royal to have a weak constitution. Recalling Michael's appearance, Sienna thought incredulously, frail? Are we talking about the same person? A royal's illness can be used as an excuse to remove them from the fight for the throne. like exposing a weakness. Sienna affirmed that's why the crown prince was often ill and eventually pushed aside by Michael. Grania took a sip of her tea and explained, if servants or the royal physician frequently visit my son's room, people will start to suspect he's unwell, so she revealed her condition to Sienna. I want you to look after him until the Twin Moons Festival. Sienna was instantly stunned. She stammered, excuse me? She silently speculated about Grania's motives. Why would she ask this of her? Then, Sienna offered a suggestion. Lady Iron would be a better candidate. Grania leaned back in her chair wearily. I heard she hasn't been well lately and is recuperating. Sienna lowered her head and thought, oh, she had an allergic reaction when I tried to open the gate. It made me sick for days, so Iron must be worse off. Seeing Grania still smiling at her, Sienna's suspicions deepened. But I should still be wary of Grania's attempts to connect me with the fourth prince. She definitely has another motive. She glanced at the book on the table and began to hesitate again. But my priority is finding information about the impiety, so I can offer a solution no matter what happens. Finally, she clenched her hand and agreed to Grania's request. Yes, I will go see Prince Michael. Standing before Michael's door, she started to feel anxious. Here I am, but I'm so nervous. Sienna fretted. Can I really do a good job taking care of him? I still feel awkward facing him. What if he ignores me when I try to talk to him? She reassured herself. No, cheer up, Sienna. This is what you have to do because you need that book. She opened the door a crack and peeked inside. Your Highness. Hearing no response, Sienna called again. Prince Michael. The room was in utter disarray. She thought, he's not here, but I need to bring him his medicine and food. A small noise suddenly caught her attention. Looking at the man lying there, she was utterly shocked. Prince Michael. Sienna blushed and turned away, mortified. She hurriedly placed the food and drink on the table and made a leave. I'll just leave this here and go. The tray clattered lightly against the table. Suddenly, Sienna froze in astonishment. Seeing Michael's complexion, she gasped. His face is so pale. Is he all right? Sienna touched her chin worriedly and called out, Your Highness? Wake up, Your Highness. When she saw him open his eyes, Sienna cried out joyfully, You're awake, Your Highness. She continued, Your medicine, ah. But before she could finish her sentence, her wrist was grasped tightly. Michael pulled her closer and coldly reminded her, Enough chatter. He whispered in Sienna's ear, Don't say another word. Suddenly having him whisper in her ear, Sienna's face darkened as she tried to stand up. However, Michael reached out and held her back. Stay there. Sienna pulled her hand back and looked at the person in front of her with confusion. She frowned. You are in a terrible condition that cannot be improved with just a few meals. His entire body was burning like a furnace. Seeing Michael lose consciousness again, she anxiously called out, Your Highness. Sienna hurriedly called for help. Headmaid, are you there? A voice rang out from the ring. How can I help you? Sienna anxiously said, His Highness is in a bad state. We need to summon the royal physician immediately. However, the headmaid refused her request. I'm afraid that's not possible. His Majesty has given strict orders not to bring the royal physician to him. After that, the ring on Sienna's finger was simply turned off. She thought in surprise, Did she just hang up on me? She thought angrily, I know the Emperor is politically inclined, but how can they abandon a sick person completely unable to defend himself? It makes no sense. Suddenly, an extremely weak voice rang out. It's useless. Seeing him wake up, Sienna exclaimed in surprise, Your Highness. Michael wearily placed his hand on his forehead and said, You can try summoning them as many times as you like, but it won't work. We're talking about someone who prioritizes the competition for the throne over his own son. Michael wearily blinked. He sat up and asked Sienna, daughter of Lord Francis, correct? Seeing him sit up, Sienna exclaimed in surprise, Oh, Your Highness. Michael held his forehead and asked her in confusion, Why is a noble lady performing the duties of a maid? Sienna anxiously urged him, I am here at the Empress's request. Please lie down, Your Highness. You need to take your medicine and continue resting. After saying that, she stood up to get food and drink. Michael coldly replied, When he saw the food on the tray, he curiously asked, What is that? Sienna replied, This? It's called porridge, made from rice and abalone, similar to oatmeal. And this is beef braised in soy sauce. I made these in the kitchen, and you will feel better after you eat them. At this moment, Michael remembered, You're a chef, aren't you? He smirked coldly. A Francis, huh? It seems Mother has come up with something. Interesting. Michael picked up the spoon and started eating the food on the plate. Seeing his bewildered expression, Sienna anxiously asked, "What do you think, Your Highness?" Michael puffed out his cheeks and praised, "It's quite delicious." Hearing this, Sienna felt extremely happy. She exclaimed, "Really? That's a relief." Michael stared at her, stunned. He licked his lips, looking greedy, and for dessert, Sienna's eyes widened, staring at him in astonishment. Michael grasped her chin and teased her, "Let me taste your flavor." He smiled and asked Sienna, "What do you say, lady's son?" Sienna shoved a package in front of Michael's face. She angrily pressed the bag against his face. "Eat all of this." Michael let out a sound, Sienna stood up, fuming with anger, and scolded this playboy. Michael unexpectedly burst out laughing. Haha. He leaned in and asked, "I'm not used to this attitude. Are you going to keep being cold to me?" Sienna angrily turned away without looking at him. Of course. It's obvious, isn't it? Michael put on a pitiful expression that don't be so serious. "I'm still sick. No one knows when I'll get sick again. Come on, take care of me." Sienna blushed. This guy is putting on that charming face again. A comparison suddenly popped in her head. If Dominic is a wolf, then Michael reminds me of a venomous snake. It feels like he'll coil around me if I let my guard down for even a second. Michael continued to order her. I said, "Take care of me." Sienna placed her hand on his chest and coldly refused an O. As soon as she finished speaking, Michael's face showed surprise. "You refused?" Sienna explained. "You're joking around, so I'll say you're much better now." She looked at the mess on the floor and thought to herself, why did he make this place such a mess? Seeing her like this, Michael was very amused. He let out a sound. Outside the mansion, night had fallen. After hearing Anbeka's report, Dominic hurriedly walked towards Michael's room. His eyes suddenly became extremely cold. When he saw Michael standing in front of him, he called out, "Michael." Michael turned around in surprise. Dominic aggressively strode forward, grabbed Michael by the collar, and scolded, "What are you trying to pull? And where is Lady Sienna?" Michael didn't answer, but just smirked. He laughed loudly and waved his hand. "Calm down, Second Prince. I haven't done anything." Dominic furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he looked at the person in front of him. He threw Michael aside and issued a warning, "Just try something." Michael looked at the slammed door and laughed loudly. He crossed his arms and wondered, "Is she that special to you?" "I'm dying of curiosity." At this moment, Dominic was bending down and calling, "Lady Sienna." He anxiously asked, "Are you ALR?" Sienna was sound asleep in the chair. Dominic pursed his lips, staring at Sienna. He approached and tried to wake her up. "Anna, Lady Sienna, wake up." Sienna murmured, Her eyes opened wide, and she exclaimed, "Ah." When she saw Dominic in front of her, Sienna was extremely surprised. "Your Highness." She happily asked, "What brings you here?" Dominic explained, "I heard you were with Michael. I was worried and decided to stop by." "Why did you accept such a dangerous request?" Sienna said, "Well, the book I need can only be accessed by the royal family, so there was no other way." Dominic asserted, "If that's the case, then you can stop this." He confidently assured her, "I'll bring you the book you need." Sienna worriedly asked, "Is that really okay?" Dominic reassured her, "I'm also part of the royal family. It's fine." Remembering Michael's face, Sienna felt incredibly grateful to Dominic. "Then, I'll trouble you. I was thinking of giving up because this doesn't suit me very well." Dominic smiled in response, "That it's no trouble. I don't want you to force yourself to do something you don't want." Sienna, very happy, looked up and said, "Thank you, Dominic." Dominic looked at her and said, "By the way, I also have something to tell you." Sienna curiously asked, "What is it?" Seeing Dominic didn't answer, Sienna looked at him with a puzzled expression. Dominic blushed, embarrassedly turning his head away. Seeing his reaction, Sienna became even more curious. Dominic anxiously asked, "Lady Sienna, if you don't mind, could you accompany me to the Double Moon Festival? Will you come?" Sienna bit her lip, blushing, and looked at him in surprise. Sienna thought to herself, "Because I promised Dominic I wouldn't look after Prince Michael anymore, I feel like I should avoid the Empress for a while." At this moment, Gabriella and Grania are smiling, acting friendly towards me. She picked up her teacup and wearily thought, "But who would have guessed she'd come to see me the very next day?" A moment later, Sienna asked Grania, "Your Majesty, my father came to the Imperial Palace today. Isn't he here?" Grania laughed loudly and replied, "Haha, I came to see you today. By the way, Lady Sienna." She pointed to Gabriella, who was beside her, and explained, "Imperial Consort Gabriella is planning to make a new dress, and I also want to give you one." Hearing her words, Sienna gave a very forced smile. So that's Imperial Consort Gabriella from the East? I can't believe Grania brought her here to make it difficult for me to refuse. Sienna suddenly had a suspicion. The festival is in a few days, and since she wants to make me a dress, she'll probably use any excuse to summon me to the ball. Having thought this, she immediately refused Grania. I'm fine, Your Majesty. You don't have to go to such lengths. Grania still didn't give up and tried to persuade Sienna. No, this is just my way of showing gratitude for you accepting my difficult request, so I hope you'll accept it. She glanced at the servant standing beside her and continued on. A book was placed in front of Sienna that I also brought the book I promised you. Please understand that my goodwill is truly rare. Sienna's eyes widened. She couldn't help but be surprised by Grania's actions. She's not even giving me a chance to refuse. She thought darkly. Who knew things would turn out like this? I should have asked Dominic first. Just then, Grania stood up to leave. It seems our conversation has come to an end. Let's go. Our destination is nearby, so we'll go by carriage. As Sienna saw Grania and Gabriella off, someone unexpectedly appeared behind them. Sienna was startled and turned to look behind her. However, behind her was empty. No one was there. She thought, puzzled. I thought there was someone there. However, Sienna didn't know that someone was hiding near the wall, watching their actions. At this moment, Sienna was standing to the side, waiting for Grania and Gabriella to board the carriage. Suddenly, a servant stepped forward and stopped her. Lady Sienna. Sienna looked at him in confusion. Yes? Grania's servant pointed to a carriage beside them and said, "You will be riding in this carriage, my lady." Hearing this, she immediately became wary. I'm the only one using a different carriage. This is suspicious. Sienna stepped into the carriage, wondering, what is she planning? When she saw the person sitting inside the carriage, her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open in surprise. Michael was sitting inside, looking coldly out the window. Sienna exclaimed in astonishment. Prince Michael. Michael turned his head and looked towards her. Her side. He smiled to himself, thinking, why is she staring like that? After Sienna boarded the carriage, it immediately departed. She asked Michael, "Are you feeling better, Your Highness?" Michael smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm all right now." Suddenly, he asked Sienna, "Were you worried about me?" Sienna didn't answer him, instead sighing and turning her face away. Seeing this, Michael teased, "What's with that look? What does that expression mean?" Sienna said irritably, "I'm not comfortable with the situation where I keep running into someone, Your Highness." Michael stroked his chin and guessed, "Are you talking about me?" He leisurely rested his head on his hand and said, "Don't be so harsh. This time, I was dragged along just like you." Sienna replied coldly, "Yes, I know." She realized Grania's intentions. Sienna thought to herself, the Empress is trying to set me up with Prince Michael. She touched her chin, speculating she's planning to discard Aaron Xavier because of the incident where she was thrown out of the transfer gate. There will be quite a backlash if she and the prince break off the engagement. Finishing her thought, Sienna gritted her teeth angrily. No matter the circumstances, Prince Michael is dangerous. It's best to stay away from him. Just then, Michael interrupted her thoughts. Come to think of it, you must have been very tired last time. He chuckled as he recounted, "You said you came to take care of me, but you fell asleep and I ended up taking care of you instead. You looked as comfortable as if you were in your own room." Michael offered a compliment. "You're quite cute when you sleep." Seeing Sienna's reaction, he became even more amused. "Why are you so startled?" "I didn't do anything." Sienna coldly turned her face away. "That I didn't say anything, Your Highness." Michael, unconcerned by her anger, extended an invitation. "Don't you think our relationship is fate? Let's have lunch together next time." Sienna didn't hesitate to refuse. "No, thank you, Your Highness." Michael's face clearly showed disappointment. So cold. You made me take medicine and were very kind to me when I was sick." Sienna coldly told him, "For you to say such foolish things, Your Highness, I think you haven't fully recovered yet." Hearing this, Michael extended his hand forward and laughed loudly. If that's the case. He suddenly asked Sienna a very strange question. "What can I do to change your mind?" Sienna exclaimed in surprise. Michael smiled and offered a threat. "How about this? Perhaps you'll change your mind if I kill all of your knights?" Sienna pursed her lips, thinking fearfully. What did he just say? Michael placed his hand near hers. He leaned closer, feigning kindness as he asked, "What do you think, Lady Sienna?" Sienna remained silent, lowering her head without answering him. Michael also stared at her. Suddenly, he raised his hand and laughed loudly. I'm just kidding." Sienna's eyes widened, looking incredulously at the man before her. My bad. Michael sat back in his seat, waving his hand dismissively as he speculated. You're probably acting like this because of Dominic. You don't spend time with any other young lords. Xeniana uttered a sound. Michael suddenly became serious. He said, but I'm curious. What's the difference between me and Dominic? Xeniana lowered her head, wondering the difference between the two of them. After a moment, she said, Prince Dominic is considerate and never says anything to hurt me, Your Highness. Michael pursed his lips, listening seriously to Xeniana. She gently listed Dominic's good points. He would never utter a ridiculous joke like slaughtering the gods' knights. Xeniana placed her hand on her chest and affirmed, most importantly, he would consider God before himself. At this moment, Michael was also taken aback by Xeniana's words. He smirked coldly and said, I'm also quite a kind person. A little disappointed you don't see that. Just then, the carriage shook violently. Xeniana, thrown off balance by the jolt, cried out in fear. At that moment, a hand reached out and grabbed Xeniana's shoulder. Michael immediately warned, Careful. Suddenly, a light from outside shone into the carriage. Michael spoke up cautiously. Let me see what's going on. A moment later, Xeniana timidly offered, I'll help you. Michael firmly disagreed, stopping her with his hand. No, you stay here. She looked at him sadly, but she didn't get to finish before he drew his sword, preparing for battle. Michael stood up and instructed, Don't come out until I say so. After he left, Xeniana thought to herself dejectedly, What the hell is going on? At that moment, shouts erupted from outside. Xeniana immediately ran towards the transparent window and gasped. Seeing the knights fighting with people who looked like farmers, she wondered, who are those people? They're ordinary farmers. No, they're fighting back against the royal knights. They must have been trained in swordsmanship. Not long after, Xeniana's eyes widened in surprise. Before her, a farmer lunged forward to attack a knight. Xeniana screamed in fear. No, but it was too late. He had already killed the young knight. A moment later, he noticed Xeniana watching him. He pointed directly at her. Then the farmer growled menacingly, found. You, Xeniana thought in panicked worry. They're after me. The blonde-haired knight gripped his sword defensively and ordered his comrade. Call for reinforcements, quickly. The knight beside him reported, the communication stone isn't working. Suddenly, he heard his comrade cry out. Observing the situation outside, Xeniana fidgeted restlessly, thinking to herself, the knights are struggling. We only have 10 royal knights left, but it seems like the enemy has twice that number. What should I do? Should I get everyone out of here through the transfer gate? But I can't use my power without knowing each knight's location. I need to go out and find them. She was lost in thought when she suddenly realized the farmer from before had opened the carriage door. He extended his hand towards her. Come with me, Saintess. Xeniana recoiled in terror. Soon, Michael appeared just in time to save her, leaping high and aiming for the farmer. Then Michael decisively kicked him out. The farmer, falling to the ground, was both pained and enraged. Ugh! Michael glared darkly, threatening him, back off. The farmer ignored his words and spat rudely. Then he charged straight at Michael with his sword. Michael raised his sword to block the blow, then turned around, gently sweeping his leg. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. Seeing this, Xeniana shouted a warning to him. Careful, behind you! Michael, hearing her, turned to check. Before he could react, the farmer attacked, wounding him. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Michael pressed his hand against the wound, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. Ugh! The farmers were arriving in increasing numbers. Seeing this, Xeniana pondered. Prince Michael is being pushed back. At this rate, he'll collapse. I need to help him. Unexpectedly, another farmer had slipped into her carriage. He glared at her, making Xeniana afraid. Sorry to keep you waiting. Come with me. Her limbs trembled with fear. What should I do? To be taken away like this without being able to do anything? I'll be separated from the people I love dearly. I don't want that. Think of something, Senna. Suddenly, a deep voice spoke. I will be there whenever you need me, master. Hearing that voice, she froze. The blue gem on her necklace was glowing. She said to herself, Merlin, help me. Quickly, the divine beast Merlin appeared. It roared loudly and majestically. Xeniana looked at it with hopeful eyes. Merlin, the farmer who had threatened her earlier, recoiled in fear. What is this? It raised its claws high, making him pale with fright. Merlin, showing no mercy, swiped down with one paw. The farmer was immediately flung against a distant rock by its power. His comrades were stunned. Merlin looked up and snarled, "Presumptuous fools." Then it asked, "Master, what are your orders?" Sienna was still reeling from what had just happened. She tried to regain her composure. After looking towards the knights and the farmers, Sienna gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Then she said, "Burn them, Merlin." Merlin immediately obeyed her command, unleashing a surge of electricity. A few minutes later, the surrounding area was in chaos. Sienna's face darkened as she bent over. Michael and the remaining knights looked on with concern. She gasped, exhausted, thinking, "I can't breathe." With that, she collapsed. Seeing this, Michael cried out, "Lady Sienna." Michael quickly rushed to her side and caught her. The pain from his wound made him cry out, "Ugh." He softly called, "My lady." Sienna thought hazily, "No, I'm fainting." Michael worried over her. "Look at me. Stay with me." She urged herself. "I can't faint like this." A moment later, Michael sat up, touched his wound, and sighed. He let Sienna lean against his shoulder as the knights cleaned up the area. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Lady Sienna." Dominic rushed over, and after seeing her, he stopped and sighed in relief. Sienna, hearing the commotion, gradually opened her eyes. He anxiously cried out, "Are you all right?" She was still disoriented, unsure of what was happening. A moment later, she sobbed, "Your Highness, Dominic." Dominic held her tightly and reassured her. "You must have been terrified. It's all right now. I'm here with you." Michael simply watched the two of them in silence, their affection evident. Several hours later, Sienna was taken to her room. She lay neatly on the bed and said, "Your Highness, you can go now." He sat in a chair opposite the bed and resolutely said, "No, I'll leave after I see you asleep. This is the first time you've seen someone die before your eyes, right? I'm sure you're quite shocked, so please rest." She replied, embarrassed and awkward, "Yes, but I'm really okay. Although it was scary, if I had to go back to that moment, I would still make the same choice." Dominic smiled when he heard her say that. He tenderly exclaimed, "You are truly very strong." Sienna looked at him happily, pondering, "Dominic is so kind. Why don't other people see it?" Suddenly, Sienna changed to an eager tone. "Let's talk about something more interesting." Dominic readily agreed. "Yes, all right." She then asked curiously, "What do people around you usually say about you?" Dominic replied, "Let's see. I don't think they say anything nice." She also asked, "So, what topics does your unit usually discuss?" He thought for a moment and then said, "Well, drinking, gambling, and women." Sienna was shocked after hearing him say that. "Women?" Dominic, afraid she misunderstood, explained, "I don't participate in those conversations." She looked at him suspiciously. He affirmed again. "No, really," Sienna slyly exclaimed, "but my brothers say all men are bastards." Dominic immediately retorted, "Lies, they're the most depraved ones." Sienna was startled. My brothers?" At this moment, her two older brothers, hearing someone bad-mouthing them, rushed in. They angrily shouted, "What is that scoundrel saying?" Sienna called out in surprise, "Lancelot, own? How long have you two been there?" Lancelot explained, "We came running when we heard you were with Dominic." Sienna hesitantly said, "I understand, so what Dominic said is true." Own shouted in denial, "No, Lancelot is the degenerate one. 8 people got into a street brawl because of him." Why did you kick me?" Lancelot calmly replied. "Who told you to be so talkative?" Suddenly, Dominic made a request. "Could you turn this way for a moment?" Sienna readily replied, "Sure." "Why?" The distance between him and her was so close that she blushed. Dominic softly uttered, causing the other two to freeze, "Thank goodness you don't have a fever." Lancelot and Own started looking at him differently. Own angrily yelled at him, "You bastard, don't touch our little pig." Lancelot, maintaining his composure, stopped him. "Enough, your highness. We will take care of Anna. Please return to the palace." Dominic maintained his expression, while Sienna looked at her brother somewhat awkwardly. He burst out laughing and calmly said, "Such a harmonious family, aren't you? All right, I'll be going." Own, furious, yelled, "Get out." Then he bid farewell to Sienna. "See you later, Lady Sienna." Sienna waved cheerfully. After he left, she asked, "By the way, Lancelot, where's father?" He told her, "Oh, father went to summon the 11 Lyra seats. He's in the palace now." Own continued, "Anyway, I can't believe the Empress was trying to set you up with Michael." Lancelot added, "But she's been ordered to reflect on her actions, so you won't be seeing her for a while." The emperor was furious when he heard Michael was injured because of the empress's little scheme. Sieniana worriedly asked On, have they figured out who the ambushers were? On scratched his head awkwardly. They still haven't revealed the mastermind, but there were some thieves in the group. I heard they found your book in their luggage. Sieniana looked at him in surprise. Huh, my book? Meanwhile, a voice rang out from Michael's side. Gah, his subordinate reported. He's dead, Your Highness. Michael sat cross-legged, looking bored. Dead? Huh, how dull. Bring in the next one. The subordinate immediately obeyed. Right away, Your Highness. He thought to himself, 7 prisoners are dead already. Another prisoner was dragged in by the subordinate. The prisoner spoke. Ugh, if you want to kill me, then do it. You won't get anything from me. As soon as he finished speaking, Michael kicked him hard in the head. The prisoner groaned on the ground. Suddenly, Michael gasped. He clutched his side. Ugh, damn it, my wound. Michael gritted his teeth as he looked at his bloody hand. His eyes suddenly flashed. He remembered Sieniana clearing the table. He also remembered Dominic holding her close. Michael clenched his fist in anger. Why? The prisoner, seeing this, yelled, even if you're a prince, you're just a pathetic excuse for one. When they come, are you taking your anger out on me? I'll never talk, no matter what you do. Michael glared menacingly and said, so full of energy, aren't you? Won't shut your mouth. Too bad. I don't like people like you. The prisoner's eyes widened in fear as he saw Michael bring something out. Soon after, Michael ordered his subordinate, put the crown of thorns on him. He's so full of energy, so don't go easy on him. After that, the prisoner's screams echoed throughout the room. Ow! At the same time, On led Sieniana to the door. He said to her excitedly, all right, it's interrogation time. A scream suddenly echoed from the interrogation room. Ah! The 2 guards at the door saw Sieniana approaching with On and spoke worriedly. Lady Sieniana, the situation inside isn't very stable. One carefully asked, could you wait a moment before entering? But Sieniana replied, it's all right. She was completely determined. Let me in. Upon entering the interrogation room, Sieniana quickly covered her mouth in disgust. Ugh, it reeks of blood. On asked, who was here before us? The guard replied, Prince Michael, sir. On scratched his head in confusion. That guy? What did he do? Suddenly, the guard exclaimed, ah, my lady, he said to Sieniana. Sieniana responded with surprise. The guard held out a book to her and reported, that man stole this from you, my lady. Sieniana replied, I was just about to ask about this. Thank you. She opened the book and looked at it curiously. Why would someone steal this? Suddenly, Sieniana gasped, realizing something. On this side, On, still unaware of anything, walked closer to a man and said, let's see, a familiar face. Do you have a death wish? Adam, hearing this, cried out in fear, please spare me, young Master On. I've served the Francis family for a very... Before he could finish his sentence, On clamped his hand over Adam's mouth, warning Adam, I'm not here to listen to that. Seeing a familiar figure, Sieniana suddenly thought, Adam, the servant who used to greet her so warmly, did you sleep well, miss, has now betrayed her. The realization shocked her. It can't be. It was then that Sieniana recalled the strange occurrences from before. Oh, I wasn't mistaken that day. She had felt like someone was watching her. But when she turned around, there was no one there. Sieniana wondered, how long has this been going on? Back in the present, On tightened his grip on Adam's mouth, pressing him, if you want to live, tell me everything you know. The reason for stealing Sieniana's book, why you infiltrated the Francis household, and who is the mastermind behind this. Adam weakly replied, I can't say. On frowned at his response. No. He suddenly looked up and noticed something behind him. Looking at the object, he began to threaten Adam, causing him to panic. I'm sure you'll want to talk once you wear this crown of thorns. What do you say? As expected, after On finished speaking, Adam cried out, young master, I'm just a servant. Everything I did was following orders. Seeing Adam's fear, On quickly pressed further. So, what were your orders when you infiltrated the Francis household as a servant? Adam lowered his head and replied, to prevent Lady Sieniana from entering the royal kitchen. Sieniana, standing behind them, overheard everything and gasped. Adam slowly confessed everything he knew. I couldn't stop her from being accepted into the academy, but it seemed she had no culinary talent, nor did she have any interest in studying, so I was told to keep an eye on her until she graduated. But the orders suddenly suddenly changed when she returned from the academy. I was ordered to steal the acceptance letter for the second exam before the break ended. The more Adam revealed, the more stunned Sienna became, in a way. After Adam finished his confession, Owen continued to grip his mouth, interrogating him further. Continue. What were the orders this time? Adam, now completely subdued, answered every question that I had to prevent the lady from reading the book about disrespect. At this point, Sienna had a sudden realization. They knew I received this book from the Empress, something I shouldn't have obtained. It must have been in the royal kitchen. On drew his sword and placed it against Adam's throat, asking the decisive question, who was behind the ambush? Adam trembled and cried, I absolutely cannot say. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword slashed across his face, accompanied by Owen's voice. Do you still not understand your situation? Owen's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he spoke in a low voice. If you don't want your mouth slit open, then talk. Seeing the blood flowing from his face, Adam stammered fearfully, yes, I'll talk. Their name is... Suddenly, he cried out in pain. Seeing the situation unfold, Owen quickly stepped back and shielded Sienna. A pool of blood splattered onto the ground. Realizing Adam was dead, Owen exclaimed in surprise, what the hell? Sienna, protected behind him, suddenly frowned. She widened her eyes and asked him, Guan, what just happened? Guan answered her question. That was a type of forbidden spell. If its secrecy isn't maintained, it will kill you. Guan sighed. Things have turned out like this, and there's nothing we can do. We still haven't figured out who the mastermind is. So tell me, Lancelot and grandfather everything you know, Senior. That afternoon, I told my family the whole story, except for one thing. I glossed over the details about the book. Back at the castle, Guan felt a headache coming on. Trying to stop her from entering the royal kitchen was bad enough, but there was a whole group following. Son, this is insane. Lancelot spoke up worriedly. We need to assign more guards to Anna. But Navirius quickly stopped him. It's not necessary. They started their plan after Sienna arrived in the capital, meaning the enemy can't do anything inside the academy. Listening to everyone's conversation, Sienna bowed her head and thought, I'll probably be safer at the academy. Maybe that's the best option right now. Afterward, Sienna returned to her room. Looking at the book in front of her, she said, I should reread the part one saw earlier. I have to find out why they don't want me to read this book. Sienna made up her mind and opened the book. She flipped through the pages one by one until she reached a suspicious page and stopped to read. She gasped in astonishment. This is the daughter of, is the creation of the enemy of disrespect. When divine power is activated in the wrong direction, disrespect will become a powerful darkness, unable to be controlled by human ability. Sienna carefully read the contents. 5 ingredients are needed for the ritual to create powerful darkness. An arbiter, a loss, a thief, and she paused for a moment. Then Sienna realized, that's right, it's that. The one who usurped my life and my stolen life, those 2 things are ingredients for the ritual. After learning the truth, Sienna was incredibly frustrated. They stole the book because I wasn't supposed to know about it. If that's the case, those who kidnapped me and Mia and then switched my body could be the same group as those who ambushed me. Sienna gripped the sheets tightly to control her anger. I never want to be their victim again. To prevent that, I need to find out what the ritual ingredient is in the royal kitchen and seize it first. Sienna sat for a moment to regain her composure. She took a deep breath. Then Sienna repeatedly patted her cheeks and resolved. What needs to be done is clear. I have to get a high score and enter the royal kitchen. Soren suddenly pushed the door open and called, Mississippi. Sienna turned to the door and exclaimed, What is it, Soren? Soren pulled in a rack full of beautiful dresses and asked for her opinion. Do any of these dresses please your eye? The Empress said she wanted to give you a dress, so I didn't prepare one beforehand. Sienna wondered, Why are you asking about dresses? Soren smiled in response. You need to start getting ready for the ball. The carriage will be here soon. Hearing this, Sienna froze. Then she remembered the Twin Moons ball is tonight. That evening, at the castle, the doors opened and an announcement rang out. How's Francis arriving? Sienna stepped inside radiantly. Wow. She was accompanied by Lancelot and Guan. Sienna looked around excitedly and said, I've never seen a ballroom like this. It's magnificent. The young ladies blushed as the three of them entered, and swooning whispers rippled through the crowd. Young Master Lancelot, your beauty is breathtaking. You're as dashing as ever, Guan. While Lancelot and Guan were held up by the young ladies' attentions, young Master Lancelot, young Master Guan, Sienna was approached by a young gentleman. He bowed politely. Miss Sienna, may I have the honor of the first dance? In a flash, Lancelot and Guan extricated themselves from the throng of admirers and stood protectively in front of Sienna. Buzz off, they said in unison. The young man, intimidated by their fierce expressions, stammered, yes, I apologize for the disturbance. Sienna, witnessing the scene, sighed in relief. Thanks to you two, I won't have to decline every dance request individually. She suddenly remembered Dominic's words, dance with me. Watching Guan fiercely shooing people away, Sienna thought, but at this rate, it'll be hard to keep my promise to Dominic. Suddenly, Lancelot took her hand. Well then, my lady, he said with a bright smile, shall we dance? Sienna smiled back happily, certainly. Lancelot led her onto the dance floor. Now, in the center of the ballroom, they began to dance. After a few steps, Sienna worried. Dancing is harder than I thought. Lancelot guided her. For your first time, you're doing quite well. Just as he finished speaking, Sienna stepped on his foot. Mortified, she cried out, oh, what do I do? She thought, embarrassed. I should have practiced before today. I'm so sorry, Lancelot. It's all right. He replied, I'm fine. Suddenly, another hand intervened, taking Sienna's small hand. Guan looked at her and said, my turn, little lady. Sienna frowned at Guan. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked, puzzled. As soon as she spoke, Sienna's eyes widened in surprise. Guan lifted her up with both hands and chuckled. I've never seen a noble lady dance like this before. Put me down, Sienna yelled. Sure, Guan teased. Lancelot, watching from behind, laughed, ha. After a while, Sienna was released. Leaning against the table, dejected, she thought, I'm so embarrassed. Good thing I haven't danced with Dominic yet. I would have definitely messed up. Sienna looked around. Where's Dominic? We promised to dance. A servant approached with a tray of drinks. Would you care for a glass, miss? Without thinking, Sienna quickly took a glass and replied, thank you. Guan, seeing this, called out, hey, dummy. He rushed over and snatched the glass from her hand. That's alcohol. Guan and Lancelot exchanged exasperated looks. Can't take our eyes off her for a second. Sienna, having already taken a large gulp, felt her head spin. She looked at him and slurred Guan. He chuckled, at least you got my name right. Last time you said something like Dad, Guan, and Dan. Wait here, he instructed. I'll get you some water and a hangover cure. Sienna obediently stood still. Okay, but a second later, she changed her mind. Turning, she started to walk away. I'm going to get some fresh air. From behind, she heard him call out, Miss Sienna. Hearing her name called, Sienna happily turned around. Your Highness. But the person before her wasn't who she expected. Sienna was surprised to see it was Michael. Oh, it's Prince Michael. Michael approached her. Yes. He then continued. You must be disappointed that it isn't who you were waiting for. Sienna quickly waved her hand in denial. Not at all. Michael looked at her, smiled, and continued. I was waiting because I have something for you, but your reaction hurts me. Sienna turned her head away, thinking to herself, I don't see how you're hurt. Then she asked, what is it? Michael opened the box he was holding. Sienna looked at the object inside and exclaimed fearfully, This, Michael replied. I prepared this because I thought it would suit you very well. Mississippi, the young ladies around them whispered. Goodness, he prepared a gift himself? I've never seen him do such a thing. Seeing everyone's reaction, Sienna thought in confusion. What the hell is going on? I understand the Empress's reasons, but why is Michael getting involved with me too? Sienna pursed her lips. Don't tell me. She quickly refused. There's no need, Your Highness. I've already received a sufficient apology from Her Majesty. She made up her mind. I have no intention of jumping into the political battlefield yet, so dream on. That's what I want to say. Seeing her refuse the gift, Michael suddenly smiled slyly. He stepped closer to Sienna and said, If that's the case. Michael leaned close to her ear and whispered, Consider this a gift that accompanies the Empress's apology. He took out the sparkling necklace. As he fastened it around Sienna's neck, Michael explained, So you truly can't refuse it. Seeing his actions, Sienna replied, You didn't have to go this far. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Miss Sienna." Michael and Sienna both looked towards the source of the voice. Dominic appeared from behind her, looking extremely angry. Seeing them so close, he angrily asked, "May I speak with you for a moment?" Dominic stepped in front of Sienna and asked gently, "Miss Sienna, may I speak with you for a moment?" Sienna stepped closer. "Your Highness." Without waiting for her reply, Dominic immediately took her hand and pulled her away. "Come with me." Sienna hadn't yet processed what was happening. "Wait." Michael was left behind, alone in the room. He watched them in surprise. "Oh," he then sighed, expressing his disappointment. This isn't fun at all." Sienna asked Dominic, "Where are we going?" But Dominic remained silent. Sienna's expression filled with worry. Dominic led Sienna to the palace rooftop. From there, they had the clearest view of the night sky. The sky was full of stars, a gentle breeze blew, and the atmosphere was incredibly romantic. The biggest obstacle was Dominic's silence. Sienna looked down sadly and hesitantly said, Your Highness, I apologize." Dominic asked, "Why are you apologizing?" She replied, "Because you seem angry." Dominic frowned, looking annoyed, and ran a hand through his hair. "That's right. Again, there are too many obstacles to overcome." Dominic recalled the moment Michael was alone with Sienna, touching her. He couldn't hide his emotions, his eyes darkening as he grimaced. Sienna walked over and stood next to Dominic, placing her hand on his. Dominic was surprised. She gently comforted him. "Your Highness, don't be sad anymore." Dominic suddenly lowered his head. "Indeed." Then he looked at her and smiled brightly. "Seeing your face makes my anger disappear." He took his hand away from hers. "To be honest with you," he said, "I used to come here when I was little." Dominic boldly took Sienna's hand. "And lately, every time I come here, I've hoped to be able to show you this garden." Sienna looked delighted. "Wow, it's so beautiful. The fountain looks like a giant flower petal." Dominic pointed to the sky. "Tonight is the night of the twin moons. There are 2 moons, and that's not all. Look up at the sky. The sky is filled with countless stars, and there are so many shooting stars streaking across, as if they're falling to the ground." Sienna couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, it's a meteor shower." Dominic wanted to know what she thought of them. "Yes, what do you think?" Sienna was incredibly delighted, watching without blinking. "They're so beautiful." Dominic smiled gently, gazing at her with tender eyes. Sienna looked at Dominic and said sincerely, "Thank you for letting me see this wonderful sight." Dominic's eyes, looking at her, became increasingly enchanted. "I'm so glad you like it." He confided in her. "There was a time when returning to the palace was my only goal in life, just to be able to see this garden again. For that to happen, I had to be recognized as a prince and contribute on the battlefield. But when I returned to the palace, I wasn't happy." His childhood memories came flooding back, a time when his world seemed filled with only dark colors. He was a victim of those around him, of false rumors, of whispers and gossip. His food was nothing but leftovers, fit only for animals. He glanced over at Michael's table. Michael had everything. He lived a much more luxurious and affluent life. Dominic gritted his teeth in anger. He immediately stood up and left. There was a huge gap between him and Michael. Their worlds were completely different. But perhaps, at that time, Michael didn't understand everything. His face was crumpled and sullen as he watched Dominic leave the table. Dominic was sad, left alone by the door, facing that favoritism. Hearing about Dominic's experiences for the first time, Sienna said sadly, "That must have been a difficult time." Dominic reassured her, "But it's not like that anymore." Sienna was surprised. "Really?" He replied, "Yes, really." He looked at her and smiled gently and affectionately. Then he added, "Even just watching you brings me so much joy." Sienna pouted shyly. "Yes, that's supposed to be a good thing." Dominic burst out laughing, of course. Seeing Dominic like this, Sienna felt somewhat relieved. She was glad to see him happier. This is the first time I've watched a meteor shower with him. I'm really happy." Dominic pretended to cough, covering his mouth with his hand. He lowered his voice. "Him? Miss Sienna." Sienna replied cheerfully, "Yes." Dominic said shyly, "I've been wanting to say this for a long time." "But what should we do?" Sienna asked with a bewildered expression. "What do you want to tell me?" Dominic turned to look at her intently. "Speaking seriously, I don't want to be friends with you anymore." Sienna was startled by his words, feeling a little unwilling. "Excuse me, you're saying you want to end our friendship?" Dominic laughed loudly. That's not it." Having said that, Dominic immediately moved closer to Sienna. He hesitated before speaking. "Sienna, may I kiss you?" Sienna's cheeks flushed crimson, utterly surprised. Yes. Dominic gently touched her hair. She still hadn't regained her composure. Dominic, just ask me for a kiss. Dominic said seriously, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. Then he leaned in and kissed Sienna's lips. The scenery was romantic and their hearts were aligned. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer. Sienna was taken aback by his touch, her face flushed with shy embarrassment. They shared a deep kiss, and in that moment, both seemed lost in the intoxicating feeling, unable to escape. Sienna thought, I don't know what this feeling is anymore. Dominic reached out and snatched the necklace from Sienna's neck that Michael had given her. Then he threw it down. The clattering sound of the pearl beads scattering filled the air. Then they continued to lose themselves in sweet kisses. Sienna's mind suddenly became confused, like, my mind is becoming more and more confused. This feels so strange. Her legs wobbled unsteadily. Then they stopped, their breaths ragged. Both blushed with embarrassment. Dominic put his arm around Sienna's neck, gazing at her deeply. Sienna dazedly touched her lips. The kiss was strangely passionate and real, beyond her imagination. Dominic was a little nervous, unable to look directly into Sienna's eyes. Please don't forget what I said. They held hands tightly amidst the meteor shower, as if heaven and earth were witnessing their moment. Sienna replied, yes. I can't look into his eyes. A voice called out from the doorway. Pig, it's Juan. He pointed at Sienna in a panic. What are you doing here? Why are you two together? Dominic quickly evaded the question, bowing politely to Sienna. Young Master Juan is here, so I'll take my leave. Sienna replied, oh, yes, see you later. Juan clenched his fists angrily, his face scowling as he yelled, what's going on here? That bastard, did he do anything weird to you? Zen, say something. Sienna, as if struck in the heart, blushed, shyly covering her mouth with her hand. The next morning at the Francis mansion, Sienna was playing cards with her father and two brothers. One called out, hey pig, it's your turn to exchange cards. Why are you spacing out? Lancelot, seeing this, called out Anna. Sienna sat lost in thought, not focused on the game in front of her. Her mind drifted back to last night's kiss with Dominic. She still couldn't believe it was real. Did we really kiss? Her face suddenly flushed red, and she shyly covered her face. Could it be? But if so, why hasn't he contacted me? Lancelot, seeing Sienna like this for the first time, was a little worried. He had never seen Anna so distracted while playing rote. Arthur inquired, did something happen at the ball? One replied, I don't think so. Sienna, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Father, Lancelot, Juan, I'm curious about something. How do romantic relationships usually start? Arthur and Lancelot were stunned, their faces frozen. One was so startled, he spat out his water. One jumped to his feet, pointing and yelling accusingly at her. I knew it. You and that brat did something, didn't you? Sienna was startled and blurted out, oh, I forgot Juan was there too. Completely unlike Juan, Lancelot calmly asked, what happened? Juan, still fuming, continued, this girl, she and Prince Dominic were holding hands on the balcony, standing close together, giving off a very suspicious atmosphere. Sienna hurriedly waved her hands, explaining, suspicious? It wasn't like that. Lancelot gently advised her. Listen, Anna, when you're in the early stages of a relationship, it's best to limit contact with the other person as much as possible. One, sitting beside them, immediately agreed cheerfully. One spoke knowingly. That's right. Most typical lovers only see each other once every 3 months. Sienna pouted and frowned, looking skeptical. She thought her brother's words were unreliable, so she turned to Arthur and asked, who are you trying to fool? Father, were you and mother like that? Arthur nodded. Yes. He put his hand on his chin thoughtfully. I think we saw each other every 6 months. Sienna found it hard to believe. Huh? Really? Juan continued to remind her. Don't even touch a hair on that guy's head. And no holding hands either. Sienna scratched her face and gave a wry smile. At this rate, we'll be talking about this forever. Sienna quickly ended the conversation. I think it's time for me to go pack. Arthur took out his watch and looked at it. Is it this late already? One said, that stupid academy. Do you really have to go? Lancelot smiled gently. Don't be absurd, Juan. Sienna also seemed to be very reluctant to leave. She thought to herself, I'm also very sorry to have to leave. A lot has happened during my vacation in the capital, but I still enjoyed my time here very much. It was good to see Father. Arthur looked at Sienna affectionately. Be safe, Anna. She smiled brightly and replied, yes, Father, don't worry. Then she thought, it would be even better if Father and Grandfather made up. Juan, despite his grumbling, was still very concerned about her. He advised, "Hey, pig, whether it's at the academy or the capital, nowhere is completely safe. What will you do if you're in danger?" Sienna immediately replied, "Go to the Francis territory." Right away, Arthur asked, "You told her to go to Francis instead of the capital?" Juan rolled his eyes and hesitantly replied, "But it's dangerous here. A while ago, she couldn't even open the gate because she was worried about the night squad in the capital." Arthur agreed, "That's true. What else were you taught?" Sienna confidently replied, "The best defense is a direct attack." Arthur and Lancelot's expressions were completely nonchalant. "Excellent. You know your lessons well." Sienna gave a wry smile. "That's your reaction to my declaration, father?" Back at the academy, Professor Zin's loud shouts echoed throughout the grounds. "Zin, what are you dawdling for?" He angrily reminded Sienna, "You need to use every second to hone your skills, don't you? But I'm sure you don't care at all, do you?" Sienna was frightened, internally crying, I'm sorry. My vacation was over, and I was back at the academy." The scene now shifted to outside the academy. The academy. The bright sunlight was shining everywhere. Sienna held her luggage and sighed in relief. Phew, finally back at the academy. Ugh, I shouldn't dawdle. I have to hurry. Before leaving through the transfer gate, Juan crossed his arms and seriously asked her backslash, "Do you remember what I said?" Backslash Sienna forced a smile and replied backslash, "The best defense is a direct attack." Backslash, having thought it over, she quickly left backslash. "I've spent too much time saying goodbye to my family. What if I'm late for the first class after the break?" Backslash, just then, a plume of white smoke appeared, causing Sienna to stop in surprise. Backslash. It turned out Zin was leaning against the wall, smoking. Seeing him, Sienna exclaimed in surprise backslash, "Professor Zin." Backslash Zin was also startled by Sienna's appearance, the cigarette in his hand falling to the ground. Backslash Sienna smiled and asked him backslash, "Did you have a good break, Professor?" Backslash Zin said backslash you. Backslash then he angrily grabbed Sienna's shoulders and questioned her backslash, "Why are you so late? The second exam is right around the corner." Backslash, she stammered, explaining backslash, "I came back late." Backslash and coldly said backslash, "No, there are still a few days left, but you are late." Backslash, he gritted his teeth, angrily staring at his student backslash. "You need to use every second to hone your skills, don't you? But I guess you don't care at all, do you?" Backslash Sienna was also frightened by Zin's attitude. She stammered, backslash, "I'm sorry." Backslash, finally, Zin calmed down enough to ask the person in front of him backslash, "Anyway, do you know the theme of this exam yet?" Backslash, hearing this, Sienna exclaimed in surprise backslash, "No. Have they announced the theme already?" Backslash, Zin pushed his glasses up with his hand and seriously announced the news backslash, "Yes, just this morning, and the theme is smoke food." Backslash Sienna fell silent, her face showing clear surprise. Inside the school, she was now holding a pile of equipment, hurrying down the hallway. Sienna recalled her conversation with Zin earlier. He gritted his teeth and scolded backslash, "You didn't bother honing your skills during the break? How could you be so carefree? And why are you so decadent?" Backslash, she laughed wryly, only now feeling like she had returned to the academy. Suddenly, Sienna stopped when she saw someone sitting ahead. It was Axios. Backslash. After calling out to him, she put her pile of things down on a chair and asked backslash, "It's been a while, hasn't it? How have you been, backslash?" Seeing that he still didn't answer, Sienna called out in confusion backslash him. Backslash Axios was silent, his head bowed, looking very dejected. She worriedly asked backslash, "Axios, are you okay?" Backslash, looking closely at his face, Sienna became even more worried backslash. "Why do you look so pale? Do you need me to take you to the infirmary?" Backslash. However, when he looked at Sienna, his eyes were filled with coldness. Axios brushed her hand away and yelled backslash, "Mind your own business. Don't worry about me." Backslash. Sienna stood there, stunned, looking at Axios. She thought to herself backslash, Axios wanted Professor Zin to mentor him, right? Is he angry that I became the professor's student? Or is there something he can't say? Axios helped me when I was in trouble, but I couldn't do anything for him. Even so, I can't just leave him alone, even if it feels that way. Backslash. Having thought it over, Sienna smiled gently backslash, "Of course, it's my business. I'm worried about you. We're friends, aren't we? When you're having a hard time, you should lean on me instead of suffering alone." Backslash. Axios coldly turned away. A moment later, he covered his face with his hand, painfully recounting everything to Siniana. My name. Siniana asked, confused. What? Axios continued. That's not my name. He looked up directly at her and called out, Siniana Francis. Siniana's eyes widened, and she asked suspiciously, how do you know my name? Axios didn't answer her question, but continued his story. And my name? Siniana, frightened, quickly stopped him. Wait, don't say it. That's against the Academy rules. Ignoring her plea, Axios continued, revealing a name, is Joshua. Joshua Chevy. Siniana thought in astonishment. He's Xavier's eldest son, the one who was kicked out of the house. He's not as famous as his sister, so I never thought it could be him. Siniana suddenly remembered her own thoughts when she saw that name. If you read it backward, it becomes Joshua. That's a pretty common name, huh? She wondered in disbelief. Joshua? Just then, Sweetie appeared, waving at her. Son, you're back. Saniana Rabia Isuaria. Sweetie asked her, have you heard the announcement about the judge for the second exam? She told Siniana some very important news. It's going to be Iron Xavier, the Saintess of Xavier. Joshua coldly turned away. At that moment, Joy suddenly called out, my carriage just arrived. Let's go check it out. Siniana looked worriedly at the person sitting next to her. Joshua. Joshua stood up and said, you said we were friends, so I'll give you a piece of advice. He stood in front of Siniana, seriously warning her, be careful of everyone who approaches you, no matter who they may be. Having said that, Joshua turned and left. Joy asked Siniana curiously, what's with the atmosphere? Did you two have a fight? Siniana immediately denied it. No, not at all. Just then, Dominic appeared, reminding them, you students over there, class is about to start. What are you still doing out here? Joy's group exclaimed in fear, Headmaster. Dominic looked coldly towards Sweetie and Siniana. He smiled very gently. Siniana blushed, smiling back. Dominic spoke, son, come with me. I need to speak with you privately. Siniana was extremely surprised, but immediately agreed. Ah, yes. At this moment, the two of them were in a storage room. Siniana asked curiously, Your Highness, where are we? Dominic looked awkwardly away. He said to Siniana apologetically, I apologize for bringing you to a place like this. I have a guest coming to my office soon. Anyway, it's been a while since we've seen each other at the academy. Dominic asked anxiously, are you all right after the ball? Siniana blushed and turned away. Ah, the ball. She blushed, pursing her lips without answering. Seeing this, Dominic smiled and asked, what are you thinking about? Siniana stammered, well, somewhere cramped and dark where we can be alone. Her next words surprised Dominic greatly. I don't know what that means. A place that can make me tremble. Hearing this, he burst out laughing. Ha ha. Dominic leaned closer and asked gently, are you just realizing that now? Siniana pursed her lips, blushing as she looked up at Dominic. A moment later, she angrily scolded, your Highness is so cruel. Dominic's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? What did I do wrong? Siniana said sulkily, you kissed me, but you haven't contacted me at all. Dominic's eyes widened in surprise. He blushed, smiling gently. Did I upset you by my lack of communication? Dominic's hand reached out to touch Siniana's. He said, then I must cheer you up, mustn't I? Siniana blushed, calling out, your Highness. She looked up at him and seriously asked, do you kiss people who are just friends? Dominic asked back, confused, what are you talking about? Siniana sadly stammered, well, maybe the kiss didn't mean anything to you, and I'm probably the only one tossing and turning in. Bet over it. Her words left Dominic utterly stunned. He took Siniana's hand and explained, of course it meant something to me. Dominic gently placed a kiss on Siniana's hand. He affirmed with utmost seriousness, I like you, Siniana. Seeing Siniana's disbelief, Dominic continued to explain, I like you very much, not as a friend, but romantically. Having said that, he blushed, too embarrassed to look directly at her. Siniana's face also flushed crimson. After a moment, Dominic anxiously asked about her feelings. What about you? Siniana hesitantly replied, I've never felt this way before, so I'm not sure. She placed a hand on her chest and thought to herself, I think, I like Dominic. Siniana recalled the previous ball and voiced her thoughts. I believe I feel the same way as your Highness, but there are too many eyes watching us. She was incredibly worried by Dominic's confession. I don't think we can be lovers right now. Dominic lowered his head, replying coldly, I understand. Then, he appeared remorseful, sighing apologetically. Siniana, I'm sorry. It seems I prioritized my feelings without considering your position. At this moment, Siniana was also deeply moved by his words. Suddenly, Sienna made a suggestion. So, could we start a relationship that's more than normal, like something ambiguous? Dominic asked back, confused, ambiguous? What's that? Sienna stammered, explaining, that is a step toward a serious relationship, like the road that leads you before you reach your destination. Seeing Dominic's silence, Sienna started to feel anxious. You don't like it? Dominic smiled, gently replying, no, I like it. Let's do that. He moved closer to Sienna and continued, if the destination isn't far. Before her astonished gaze, Dominic placed a kiss on her forehead. We can take it one step at a time. The scene shifted to outside the academy grounds. At this moment, someone was stepping down from a carriage. Iron haughtily walked into the academy. A male student, stunned by her beauty, exclaimed, "Whoa, that's Saint Iron." The blue-haired girl beside him also covered her mouth in surprise. They say she's the most beautiful lady in the capital, and she's truly radiant. At this moment, an academy instructor appeared and bowed to her. "Welcome, Saint Iron." Iron asked, "You're an instructor at the academy, right? Could you lead me to the headmaster's office? I need to speak with Prince Dominic privately." After a while, in the headmaster's office, Iron suddenly said, "You must be surprised by my sudden visit. I was too, when I was suddenly appointed as a judge. But thanks to that, I can see you, which makes me very happy." But Dominic ignored her and coldly sipped his tea. "Oh, you must know, I don't think this is a coincidence." Dominic got straight to the point. "What do you want?" Iron placed her teacup on the table and laughed. "You already know." He remained silent, coldly listening as she continued. "What I want is you, Dominic." She recalled the previous battle and said, "You saved me." When Dominic appeared on horseback, the enemy frantically shouted, "It's the Imperial Army. We can't let them save Saint Iron." His face was stained with fresh blood, his eyes cold as he looked down. Iron added, "You saved me from that horrific battlefield. I've never forgotten that moment." Iron blushed as she moved closer to Dominic. And then, "I developed feelings for you." But Dominic remained unmoved, only glancing at her coldly. "I worked tirelessly to protect you, because the transfer gate is crucial to the war. Nothing more." Hearing this, Iron's demeanor immediately changed. Her voice turned cold. "You're as heartless as ever. Does the fact that I'm the fourth prince's fiancé bother you? But that's not a problem. I can ask the Empress to rectify that." She clung to his arm and explained, "I'm only engaged to him for my family's influence. I wouldn't regret it even if the engagement with the fourth prince were annulled this very moment. So, Your Highness, please be my fiancé." Dominic burst out laughing. "Dahaha, how strange. I've said it many times and very clearly that I have no feelings for you and have rejected you already." He turned and dismissed her. "I'll pretend I never heard what you just said. You may leave." Iron stammered, "Your Highness." She bit her lip in frustration. Iron watched Dominic's retreating figure and shouted, "Could it be because of Lady Sienna?" She hurried after him, shouting no. Iron embraced Dominic tightly. She shamelessly declared, "You've always belonged to me. I don't want to lose anything else to Lady Sienna." Dominic coldly exposed her true colors as, "Oh, that's why you colluded with House Turvan and tried to undermine Sienna's position." Iron's eyes widened. She stammered that. Before she could finish, Dominic turned and dismissed her again. "The door is that way. I won't see you out. If possible, go somewhere I'll never see you again." Elsewhere, Sienna massaged her arm and complained, "Ugh, my whole body aches." Earlier, Zen had exploded in anger, questioning his student. "What? You want to go out at a time like this? Have you lost your mind?" Sienna thought to herself, "He kept nagging me when I told him I was going out this weekend. He also made me double my practice." She stretched, feeling happy. "But thankfully, I'm still allowed to go." Sienna's face flushed as she remembered Dominic's invitation. "Are you free this weekend?" The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. A date with Dominic. "I'm so nervous." But as Sienna walked, she suddenly stopped in surprise. Seeing Dominic's door wide open, Sienna wondered, why is the headmaster's door open? When she saw Dominic standing close to a girl, she wondered if it was Aaron Xavier. Sienna's eyes widened in surprise. Erin was pressing her hand against Dominic's chest, her body close to his. Sienna silently looked at the necklace in her hand. She wondered what the hell was going on. Inside, Dominic was ordering Erin to leave, telling her the door was right there and he wouldn't see her out. "If you can, go somewhere I'll never see you again." Tears streamed down Erin's face. She bit her lip, looking at Dominic. The door was still open. After going outside, Erin didn't leave immediately but stood there. Clutching her skirt, she spitefully uttered a name, Francis. Just then, Sienna walked towards her. Erin seemed not to notice her arrival. She asked in surprise, "Oh, who are you?" She silently observed and assessed Sienna, a girl with blue hair like Navirius, the ruler of the East, and crimson eyes. After observing her, Erin immediately exclaimed, "Sienna, your lady Sienna Francis, aren't you?" Sienna bowed her head and said, "You must be Lady Iron Savier. I heard you'll be a judge for the second exam." Iron immediately confirmed, "That's right. By the way, are you here to see Prince Dominic?" Sienna panicked, stammering a denial. "No." She forced a smile and explained, "I just finished today's training, so I'm on my way back to the dormitory." She thought to herself, "Why am I telling her this?" Iron smiled and said something quite cryptic that I see. "Perhaps fate has led us to meet. Please have some tea with me." Sienna waved her hand and quickly refused. No need. But Iron continued to be friendly, insistent on inviting Sienna, that it's just that I'm very happy to meet you. I hope you won't refuse. A plate of cookies and a cup of hot tea were on the table. Sienna finally went to Iron's room. While drinking tea, she thought, "I shouldn't have come here." The portal that Iron opened to get here wasn't stable. She pursed her lips, thinking wearily, and "I don't feel comfortable." Just then, Iron laughed loudly and said, "I really wanted to meet you, Lady Sienna. Ha! You have no idea how long I've waited for this day." Hearing this, Sienna was extremely surprised. "You wanted to meet me? Why?" Iron lowered her head, smiling as she explained, "We're the only two saints on the entire continent. I'm sure you're well aware how difficult it is to be close to other ladies, just because you have the special power to open portals," Iron declared. "So, I decided that if I ever met someone with similar powers, I would definitely befriend them." She looked at Sienna and continued, "I haven't had a friend to confide in for years." Hearing this, Sienna asked, "Do you have something particular you want to confide?" Iron smiled, tilting her head as she looked at her. Before Sienna's astonished gaze, Iron said, "The thing is, I like Prince Dominic." Sienna suddenly realized something. The scene she had witnessed earlier, wasn't it a misunderstanding? Iron continued, "But lately, I think His Highness is being distracted by someone." Sienna exclaimed in confusion. What is she talking about? She thought to herself, recalling the time before Iron left. Dominic had given her a warning, telling her to fulfill her role as a designated judge properly, and that if she plotted anything against the academy or the exam, then I won't let you off the hook, even if you are a saint. At that moment, Sienna had been eavesdropping outside the door. She could tell for sure that Dominic seemed displeased to see Iron and appeared quite wary. Sienna tapped her teacup lightly. Iron continued to smile amiably at her. "Lady Sienna." Iron's eyes narrowed, her voice turning cold. "It's you, isn't it?" Sienna reminded herself not to jump to conclusions about what happened between Iron and Dominic. Feigning ignorance, she asked, "Are you talking about Prince Michael?" Iron covered her mouth, laughing. "Oh my lady, the prince I'm referring to is..." Before Iron could finish, Sienna quickly interjected, "It must be Prince Michael, right?" She reassured herself confidently. There's no reason to be intimidated by the atmosphere here. With that thought, Sienna added coldly, "You're Prince Michael's fiancée, so your feelings for Prince Dominic seem rather inappropriate." As soon as she finished speaking, a strange silence fell over them. Iron put on a pitiful expression. "You needn't worry about that. The Empress will surely allow it." Sienna was extremely doubtful. She thought the one who loves Prince Michael so much would allow them to break off the engagement without any repercussions. Suddenly, Iron grabbed her hand. "So, you must help me and Prince Dominic get together, Lady Sienna," she pleaded earnestly. Sienna stared at her hand, now tightly clasped in Iron's. Incredulous, she exclaimed, "What?" Sienna thought to herself, "Only when His Highness confessed to me did I vaguely realize my feelings for him. I was afraid our relationship might be used by others for political purposes, so I couldn't be honest about my feelings for him." However, as this thought crossed her mind, she angrily flung Iron's hand away. Iron was startled by the sudden action. Her eyes widened. Sienna coldly refused. "I'm afraid I can't do as you ask, Lady Iron, because I also like Prince Dominic." Sienna made an important decision. "I should stop being cautious about avoiding gossip. These are my true feelings." Iron burst out laughing. "Oh my, what a pity. I thought you had some sense." Suddenly, Sienna noticed a bruise on Iron's arm. She thought. What's that discoloration on her arm? Iron spoke. "Lady Sienna, I wonder if you've heard that your family's second son has traveled quite far from France's territory for summer training." She held the teapot in her hand. Sienna asked coldly. What are you trying to say? Iron replied, imagine if all the tea in the pot was dumped out by her. Iron said mysteriously, he's training somewhere where the family members aren't around. What would happen if a mysterious gate were to open? All the cookies just sank into the water. She continued, and he were to suddenly encounter a massive flood. Cookies can still be eaten even if they get wet, but people can drown in a flood. After hearing this, Sienna just lowered her head silently. She gritted her teeth in anger and ordered Iron, tell me, where's Own? Iron just laughed loudly. Haha, who knows? Someone from the Francis family should know better, right? Sienna took out a yellow stone and shouted, Gawain, Lancelot, if you two are at Francis, answer me. But the only response she received was a terrifying silence. Sienna started to feel anxious. She thought to herself, I can't contact them. Something's wrong. Just then, Iron clapped her hands and exclaimed, ah. She smiled and asked Sienna, you said you would inform His Majesty about the engagement plan with Prince Michael tonight, right? Sienna immediately denied it. I never said that. Iron interrupted her. After all, you love him, Lady Sienna. Iron pretended to think and then said, whether you open a gate or take a carriage to the Imperial Palace doesn't matter. Just do whatever you need to do to get to the Emperor and tell him that you will marry the fourth prince. Do it tonight. At this moment, Sienna was very worried about her brother's safety. She wondered if I don't do as she says. On will die. Iron looked extremely disheveled. After taking off her gloves, her entire arm had changed color. She was tilting her head back, drinking something. Iron's arm trembled more and more violently. The black mark on her hand grew darker and darker. She leaned on the table and frantically called a name, Dominic. Referee, it's mine. At this time, Sienna was walking alone outside. She was extremely worried, asking herself, what should I do? Doing as she says is the only option. Just then, the stone in her hand emitted a light. Sienna cried out joyfully, Lancelot, Lancelot, while riding his horse, said, I apologize for calling you back so late, Anna. Sienna hurriedly informed her brother, don't worry about that. Own is in danger. Iron is planning to use a portal to do something to him. Lancelot, while talking to Sienna, gave orders to his subordinates. I know, we're also looking into what's going on. Turn left. Lancelot added, give me some time. I'll have some knights come to the academy. You have to stay safe, and I'll contact you again if I find any trace of Own. Seeing that he was about to end the communication, Sienna immediately called out, Lancelot, wait. Lancelot's worried voice rang out, what is it? Sienna pursed her lips and thought to herself, I need to review what happened earlier. We used Iron's gate so we could have tea together. I'm certain her gate isn't stable. Having thought this through, she immediately told Lancelot, even if she kidnapped Own, she wouldn't be able to open a gate to a place too far away. Sienna regretfully thought, if only I knew where the training session was taking place, then I could search the nearby area. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Sienna exclaimed in surprise, Aosji. No. She looked at the person standing before her and quickly corrected her address. Joshua asked Sienna unexpectedly, you just got back from meeting with Iron, right? Sienna didn't answer but coldly countered, yes, so what? Joshua bowed his head apologetically and spoke up for his sister. I don't know what happened between you two, but she's not able to make rational judgments right now because she's on strong painkillers. If there's any tension between you two, I'm sure she didn't mean it. Hearing this, Sienna exclaimed in surprise, huh. Joshua continued to defend Iron. Although she hasn't been well lately, she's always been a kind and caring person. Sienna gritted her teeth and angrily retorted, no, you're wrong. She coldly questioned Joshua, you're protecting Iron because she's your sister, right? But do you know she kidnapped my brother? Joshua asked in astonishment, what did you say? She angrily yelled, if she were truly as kind and caring as you say, she would never do such a thing. Sienna remembered her two brothers, Lancelot and Juan. Before leaving, Juan had even instructed her, no, remember what I said. The best defense is a direct attack. Sienna's eyes widened. She suddenly realized it's her. She approached Joshua and said, Joshua, I'm telling you this up front. Joshua looked anxiously at the person before him. Telling me what? Sienna coldly declared, from now on, I will stop at nothing to achieve my goals. Inside Iron's room, a bulky servant said, forgive me, Lady Iron. Iron, holding a teacup, looked calmly out the window and asked, so, is Lady Sienna in the dormitory? The servant replied, no, ma'am, she's not there. Hearing this, Iron chuckled softly. Good news. I wonder if she's gone to the Imperial Palace yet. Suddenly, the servant said, I've been informed that Lady Sienna is currently in the herb garden. Iron stood up in surprise and asked, "She's still at the academy?" The servant remained bowed and replied, "Yes." Hearing his confirmation, Iron immediately gritted her teeth. Does that girl still not understand her own situation? Having thought it over, she yelled, "Take me to the herb garden immediately." The servant said worriedly, but you have an appointment with Master Joshua tonight." Iron's footsteps stopped. She said in a low voice, "I'm sure Joshua will understand. After all, he's my twin." That evening in the herb garden, the moon hung high in the sky. The wind blew gently, rustling the leaves. Sienna walked over, fuming. Seeing her, Iron asked, "You're here, Lady Sienna?" She continued, "You should go to the Imperial Palace before His Majesty retires for the night." Sienna nodded. "Yes, I suppose I should." She said coldly, "Just a few hours ago, I was planning to do as you suggested, my lady. But I changed my mind after running into someone." Iron was secretly surprised. What? Without waiting for her to ask, Sienna asked first, "Do you know the saying, an eye for an eye?" Iron asked irritably, "What are you?" Sienna cut her off, shouting, "Come out." From behind her, footsteps approached. In just a moment, all 4 Francip knights stopped beside her. Seeing this, Iron was slightly apprehensive. She brought knights to the academy. A moment later, Iron smugly thought, but calling them out so hastily, I can just use the transfer gate to escape. Doesn't she know that even though we're of the same rank? Just then, Sienna suddenly called out, "Lady Iron, you chose the wrong person to mess with." Hearing these words, Iron furrowed her brows, letting out a confused, "Huh?" Sienna opened a gate, and Joshua, his hands tightly bound, instantly appeared before them. She said, "I'm not the only one with an older brother. Did you forget that?" Iron anxiously cried out, "Joshua." Meanwhile, Sienna recalled the time she parted ways with her brothers in the capital. One had asked, "Hey, remember what I told you?" She had replied, "The best defense is a direct offense." Lancelot, standing beside her, had patted her head and said, "That's right, Sienna. Don't show mercy to those who harm you." Back in the present, Sienna walked towards Iron, thinking, I got the idea from my brother's advice. When I think about it, I don't need to do as Iron says. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Sienna spoke, "If I have to hold a funeral for my brother, then you'll do the same." She shouted, "Tell me now, where is Juan?" Iron, by this point, had touched her magic bracelet, preparing to open the transfer gate. Meanwhile, Joshua was looking at her. He asked, "Iron, what the hell is going on? Did you really take a Francip hostage?" Iron remained silent. Her hands clenched so tightly they trembled. Seeing this, Joshua's voice also trembled. "Why aren't you answering me? Is son telling the truth? Are you sacrificing an innocent person's life just so you can have Prince Dominic?" After he shouted this, Iron turned and walked away. Joshua called out again, "Iron." She paused briefly, turning her head to say, "Lady Sienna doesn't have the guts to kill him." Having said that, she continued walking. Sienna calmly replied, "I'm not so sure about that." She placed a hand on Joshua's shoulder, her voice deepening. "You don't get to decide, Lady Iron. Bring me proof that Juan is still alive. Otherwise, you'll lose your brother too." A while later, beside a large tree, Sienna leaned down and said, "Iron's gone back. What do you think?" Joshua raised a hand to his forehead and sighed. "Daha, what do you mean by that?" She straightened up and said frankly, "I apologize if I upset you. I need your help." Having finished speaking, she thought, I made Joshua meet Iron to buy more time. Joshua will be disappointed by what his sister has done, and I'm also guessing that Iron's resolve is shaken. Above all, if I can get Joshua's help, that would be the best possible outcome. Sienna sat down and took Joshua's hand. "That I have a request. Joshua, please give me information about Xavier's army." Upon hearing this request, Joshua immediately asked what. Sienna replied, "I need to know so I can pinpoint Juan's location as quickly as possible. Even if Iron really used the gate to cause the flood, Francip's forces could escape immediately, but that wouldn't be possible if Xavier used their squad to hold back my soldiers." Joshua shook his head. "There's no way my family dispatched a squad anywhere. If there was, it must have been Iron acting on her own." Sienna continued, "That's why I want you to tell Marquis Dio to let me investigate the matter myself." Joshua asked, "And what if I don't?" She replied, "No, I believe you will. You saved me before when Frank and his crew were harassing me, and you also testified when Frank stole my formula. If you wanted Professor Zinglucci as your advisor, you could have used your family's influence to push me aside, but you didn't." Sienna smiled and said, "You're a good person at the Xavier estate. With the help of Siniana's transfer gate, Zojua arrived home. Standing in front of Marquis Xavier's door, he reached for the doorknob. Just as he was about to open the door, he remembered that afternoon when Siniana had said, "Zojua, let me tell you up front, from now on I won't hesitate to use any means necessary to achieve my goals. And so, right now, I'm going to kidnap you." At the time, Zojua was surprised and asked, She continued, "Come with me," without resisting. Without waiting for his reply, Victor and Carter, both clad in black, approached. Siniana continued, "If you're ready, let's begin." Remembering that, Zojua sighed. What kind of girl is Sun, kidnapping me so boldly and then saying? He recalled Siniana's word from earlier, "You're a good person. There's no way I'll stay quiet if I know my sister is doing something wrong." He continued to think, "She called me a good person." Just then, Johan's voice rang out, "Zojua." Seeing Marquis Xavier, Zojua called out, "Father." He asked in a haughty tone, "Why are you home? Shouldn't you be at the academy preparing for your exams?" He lowered his voice and said, "I got you into the academy as you wished, so I expect you to prove that it was worthwhile. Why don't you learn from your sister? Are you trying to say you're going to give up on your studies too?" While he rambled on, Zojua remained lost in thought. He reminisced about happy childhood memories, then sank into contemplation. I don't remember when my perspective changed so much. This frustration in the corner of my mind is impossible to understand. But who has time to care about my feelings now? Finishing his thought, Zojua sighed, "Father, Iron has secretly mobilized the family's troops." Hearing this, Johan was stunned. What ridiculous thing are you saying?" Zojua replied, "Once you investigate, you'll know I'm not lying." He turned to his father's aide. "Check the location of the army commander." The aide bowed, understood. While the aide investigated, Marquis Xavier broke out in a sweat, his body trembling slightly, but he insisted, "I'm sure you're wrong. Iron would never do such a thing." At the same time, he thought, if news of the troops being secretly mobilized gets out, the situation won't stop at a simple reprimand from the Emperor. That's why the soldiers are always monitored and recorded with magic stones. If someone other than the head of the family mobilizes the troops, there will be a record. Johan muttered, "Moreover, for what purpose would Iron deploy the squads?" The image of Iron clutching her head in pain, crying out, "Dominic," flashed before him. Johan's eyes widened. Could it be? Before he could voice his speculation, his aide called out urgently, "Master." Johan hurriedly asked, "Well, where are the troops? Are they still in the territory?" The aide hesitated. "Yes, about that. Their location appears to be the mountain range east." Marquis Xavier snatched the map, his voice trembling as he asked, "What?" After looking it over, he clutched the map tightly, gritting his teeth and whispering Iron. Then, in a low voice, he asked, "What in the world are you doing?" At the same time, in Iron's room at the academy, she grasped the magic bracelet. In the eastern mountain range, a flash of light appeared. Siniana, hidden beneath a black cloak, walked ahead, saying, "One is around here." Following her were Lancelot and Barkis. After speaking, she clutched her pendant, thinking, "It seems I can't open a portal here. Iron must have already opened one." Barkis hesitated slightly, asking, "My lady, regarding the information we received concerning the soldiers' movements, you said it was Xavier's eldest son who dispatched them. Is this information reliable? Perhaps because we received it from the kidnapper's brother. I'm still skeptical." Siniana raised her head and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, he's my friend, so we can trust him." Just then, Lancelot suddenly called out, "Wait." He turned around, his left hand quickly grasping the hilt of his sword. Looking into the distance, he saw a blue-haired young man surrounded by Xavier's soldiers. Siniana called out loudly, "One." At the same time, he was crossing sword with a soldier. "Huh?" Siniana said worriedly. "Lancelot, hurry." Lancelot replied, "Understood." Then he commanded, "Everyone charge." The two forces clashed directly. The sounds of clashing blades, flesh being cut, and screams rang out continuously. Siniana could only watch from the sidelines, her face filled with worry. Suddenly, a torrent of water appeared in the sky. The rushing sound immediately attracted the attention of the soldiers. Before the soldiers could react, the torrent crashed down. Brief cries of anguish were quickly drowned out by the rushing water. Both groups of knights were engulfed by the flood. Siniana's eyes widened, her heart clenching. Lancelot, at the edge of the battle, shouted, "Careful!" On the other side, one coughed up blood, swept away by the water. As he was about to fall into the chasm, Siniana cried out, "No, Guan!" Without hesitation, she jumped down, grabbing a tree branch with one hand. Her other hand grasped the straps of Juan's armor. On the cliff face, most of the Xavier soldiers lay still. Below the cliff, Juan's legs hung limply. Sienna held him, dangling in midair. Sienna bit her lip and cried out, her brows furrowed. Her arm trembled from the strain. At this moment, Juan regained consciousness, calling out Zin. Because of the excessive weight, the branch grew weaker and weaker, the last vestiges of hope disappearing. Sienna panicked. No, the branch is going to break. Juan, she urged, grab my hand and climb up quickly. Juan firmly refused. No, then you'll fall too. Sienna retorted angrily. Stop talking and do as I say. Before she could finish, Juan interrupted, speaking seriously, let go, Zin. Hearing this, Sienna felt despair wash over her. She clung tightly to the branch, refusing to let go. No, I won't let go. Sienna sobbed in anguish, screaming, I'll never let go. Juan smiled happily, raising his sword slightly. Honestly, you're still stubborn at a time like this? He swung his arm forcefully, severing the strap of Sienna's dress that she was desperately clinging to. Sienna's face darkened, and she screamed in despair, no. Juan immediately plummeted into the abyss. Sienna tried to reach out and grab him again, but this time his figure faded, no longer within her reach. Sienna sobbed miserably. Juan. The teleportation gem suddenly flashed. A powerful blue light suddenly erupted around it. Everything seemed to freeze. The sky darkened, leaving only black and white. The light seemed to merge, forming a large vortex that covered the entire sky. It appeared to be a portal through space and time. Then it suddenly vanished, returning the dark, silent space to its original state. In a room bathed in warm yellow light, Sienna slowly opened her eyes. The worried and frightened faces of Lancelot and Juan gradually became clearer. Seeing Sienna awake, Lancelot called out, Anna, are you all right? Juan's face was tense, his eyes wide with bewilderment, his furrowed brows creating a deep wrinkle between them. He quickly asked, Hey pig, are you okay? How do you feel? Can you get up? Sienna was stunned and immediately sat up. She stared blankly at Juan, who was bandaged all over, as if she didn't understand what was happening. Still in disbelief, she reached out and squeezed Juan's face. Are you a ghost? Juan replied, confused. What are you talking about? Lancelot explained, I think she's still disoriented. Sienna suddenly stopped, staring intently at Juan. Her face crumpled, her lips pursed, and her eyes welled up with tears. She lunged forward and hugged Juan tightly. Juan smiled gently. Hey, do you know how easily you cry? Sienna yelled angrily, I'm sorry. Juan was bewildered. Hey, what for? Sienna looked down sadly. For trying to sacrifice yourself. Promise me you'll never do that again. Juan paused in silence, without any reaction. Then he gave a smile of emotion and happiness. He stepped forward and hugged Sienna tightly. I'm sorry, Zen. I'll never do that again. Sienna's face looked vulnerable, her eyes sparkling with tears as if they were about to overflow. Then they hugged each other tightly. You have to keep that promise. After regaining their composure, the three siblings sat down to talk. Sienna was extremely curious. So, what did you do to survive? Juan and Lancelot explained to her, you probably don't remember because you fainted. He survived because you opened the portal. Sienna thought, the light I saw before wasn't a dream. Juan picked up his sword and continued, moreover, you didn't just save me. You also transported everyone on the cliff to a place near this village. Sienna asked further, so Xavier's army is here too? Lancelot reassured her, don't worry, we've taken care of them. Juan scratched his head in embarrassment. Of course, a few of them died when we tried to capture them. Sienna was curious. Huh? How did that happen? Juan remembered the spell engraved on the wrists of Xavier's soldiers, the same way Adam died when he tried to reveal the secret. Xavier's army was also placed under a similar spell. Sienna silently analyzed. That means the ones who tried to kidnap me were soldiers from Xavier's army, and it's highly likely Aaron is the one who came up with this plan. Juan stood up and said, anyway, I think it's time we head back. Pig, can you open the gate? Sienna replied dejectedly, I tried a little while ago, but I'm too exhausted to open it. Juan pondered, it seems we'll have to stay here for a while. Sienna looked around the room, feeling a bit unfamiliar. She said, I just remembered, where are we? Lancelot answered, this is the place where Marquis Francis XI enacted the non-aggression pact. Sienna was surprised. Really? Lancelot elaborated. We don't know the details either, but before he could finish, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. It was Sura, a small child with long red hair. Sienna was startled. A child? Immediately, all burst through the door, scolding, Village Chief, I told you not to go alone. Sienna was dumbfounded. She just called the child Village Chief. All's face registered surprise as she looked at Sienna. Then, in a warning tone, she said, I see you're all awake. Then it's time for you to leave. You shouldn't be here. Lancelot stepped forward and hesitantly asked, your name is All, right? You said, this is the place where Marquis Francis XI enacted the non-aggression pact. However, the current Marquis Francis isn't. The 11th. All's face turned pale. A shiver ran through her. Then, try to maintain her composure, she replied. I know who you are. That blue hair. Everyone here knows which family you belong to. That's why I provided this place for you. But I want you to leave the village immediately. We don't accept outsiders. From the beginning, Sura had been staring intently at Sienna without blinking. What caught Sura's attention was the jewel on Sienna's sleeve. It shimmered, emitting a brilliant light. Sienna noticed this. She's looking at the jewel on my sleeve. Then, pointing at the jewel, she asked, Do you want this? Do you like this topaz? Sura beamed, showing immense delight. Sura immediately ran toward Sienna. All, startled, tried to stop her. Village chief. Sura touched the jewel, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face, and giggled happily. But, mistaking it for food, she took a large bite. Sienna glanced over, stunned. Sura anxiously watched Sienna's reaction. All frantically picked Sura up. Village chief, please don't do that. Spit it out. Sura, uncomfortable, spat the jewel onto the floor. Then, annoyed and sullen, she said, That's not food. Sura stuck her tongue out playfully at Sienna, then quickly hid behind All with a defiant look. Sienna didn't know how to handle the situation. Sienna looked closely at Sura. Sura's face was smudged with dirt, pale and lacking vitality. She thought to herself, she looks like she hasn't eaten in days. Sienna turned to Juan and asked, Doesn't this village have any food? Juan replied, They do, plenty of it, but instead of cooking it, they starve. Sienna worried, as she and the others will be staying there for a while. Oh dear, if I want to reopen the gate, I need to stay here at least until the day after tomorrow. I can't let the injured soldiers starve. I think I know why they have so many ingredients, but don't do anything with them. Well, this is all I can do. Sienna spoke softly, making a small request. If you don't mind, may I make a suggestion? The soldiers looked at the food Sienna had prepared herself, their faces full of longing and admiration. Well, what is this? It looks delicious. Sienna replied with a cheerful smile. This is bacon. Barkus was surprised. You made this yourself, miss? The soldiers happily enjoyed the delicious meal, moved to tears. Thank you, miss. You're the best cook ever. Sienna said gently. There's plenty more. Eat as much as you like. She breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried about the upcoming exam, but at least I can get some practice here. Barkus was a little curious. Where did all this meat come from? I thought we'd starve because they're rationing food. A soldier with his mouth full mumbled. When Sun suggested cooking, they agreed without hesitation. Barkus was surprised. Really? Thank goodness. I thought I was going to starve to death here. The soldiers ate heartily, constantly praising Sienna. Miss, you saved us. Thank you so much. Sienna was a little concerned. The soldiers don't have much food because of the ambush, but the villagers here haven't eaten for longer than I thought. At first, I thought the ingredients were spoiled or something, but is there no one in this village who knows how to cook? I know they've been isolated for a long time, but the situation is a bit strange. Why did Marquis Francis XI issue a non-aggression pact with this place? A soldier, staring intently at the tempting plate of potatoes on the table, asked, Miss, can we eat this? Sienna turned and replied, I'm sorry, but you can't have that. I made it especially for someone. The soldier looked a little disappointed. Too bad. We'll have to try it sometime. Inside the village, there was a very large garden, lush with flowers and greenery, giving off a very pleasant feeling. Sura was sitting alone in the garden. Sienna approached. Hello. Sura was startled. She quickly moved away, keeping her distance from Sienna. Sienna felt apologetic. Sorry. Did I scare you? Sura explained. We're not allowed to talk to outsiders. Sienna smiled. I know, so I'll leave right after I give you this snack. Sura's eyes sparkled. A snack? Sienna presented it to Sura. These are honey butter chips. Sura took a deep sniff. It smells so good. Sienna thought to herself, I put a ton of butter in them. Of course they do. She's reacting well. Sura took a piece and put it in her mouth. She couldn't help but exclaim, continuously popping the chips in her mouth. What is this? It's so good. Sienna looked very pleased. Just eat your fill. Your name is Sura, right? What are you doing here? Sura replied. I'm looking for a 4-leaf clover. Siniana was curious. Why are you looking for one? Sura continued to look down as she searched. To put in Zukni's coffin. Siniana asked. A coffin? Did he pass away? Sura answered. Not yet, but soon. Siniana was shocked. Sura continued. Mother said people eaten by the darkness will die. Siniana asked. What does it mean to be eaten by the darkness? Sura quickly stood up. She leaned in and whispered, warning Siniana, you can't tell anyone. See, Adelin's children are liars, so they tricked us and did bad things. From then on, the villagers started being consumed by the darkness one by one, and we've been stuck with this terrible curse for generations. Siniana replied in horror, What? Sura, that story. Suddenly, a scream echoed from afar. Hearing this, Siniana immediately ran towards the source of the scream. Worried, she thought a scream. Arriving at the scene, Siniana's face hardened, her eyes wide with confusion and fear, as if she couldn't believe what was happening. A man, covered in darkness, blood smeared all over him, was struggling to crawl on the ground, trembling and slow. Siniana's eyes were filled with shock as she stared at the man. She seemed to recognize some danger. Wasn't this the disrespect? Sura hurriedly ran over, dropping the plate of potatoes she cherished. She yelled, Mr. Zukni. Siniana held out a hand to stop her. Sura, don't go near him. It's dangerous. Sura was shocked, but the villagers who saw the scene became worried. Village chief, stay away from him. You mustn't go near. Siniana gulped, afraid. She stepped in front of Sura, arms outstretched, shielding her. Back away, Sura. Sura, heartbroken, couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed. Siniana focused on the darkness surrounding Mr. Zukni's body, which was gradually sagging and distorting. She analyzed the situation. It's clear what's happening. He's transforming into the disrespect. But how can this be here? I thought they only existed inside the gate. Suddenly, one called out from afar, Son. One, Lancelot, and Barkis rushed over. One gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, we're too late. Suddenly, from behind, someone slashed at Mr. Zukni's body. One yelled, Get away from that thing. Hurry. Mr. Zukni screamed in pain, his body already overtaken by the darkness. He coughed violently, blood splattering everywhere. Siniana felt dizzy. That blow had come from all. Siniana's body trembled uncontrollably, unresponsive. All pursed her lips angrily. What did you do? Mr. Zukni collapsed, his body mangled, blood staining and blackening the ground, a horrific scene. All's hands trembled as she gripped her sword. Siniana was stunned. Everyone rushed over. One asked anxiously, Son, are you all right? Are you hurt? Siniana said sorrowfully, You killed a villager. All lowered her head, her voice strained. I was only helping him, so he could still be a great warrior in our tribe. All raised her blood-soaked sword. All the villagers placed their hands on their chests and prayed. May the warrior's path to the next life be blessed. May the warrior's path to the next life be blessed. May the warrior's path to the next life be blessed. One shuddered. The people in this village are crazy. The villagers continued to pray. May the warrior's path to the next life be blessed. All raised her sword, as if disgusted by her own hand. The villagers' prayers echoed. May the warrior's path to the next life be. Siniana, pale, looked at all. Adelon. Sura sobbed uncontrollably. She yelled, Hey, don't look at all like that. She protected us before Mr. Zukni completely lost himself. When the shadows completely consume them, we won't be strong enough to defeat them. Siniana said tensely, Sura. Seeing Sura burst into tears, the villagers ran over to comfort and encourage her. Chief, are you all right? Please go inside and rest. Siniana was dazed and disheartened. I understand now. The reason this place has a non-aggression pact. The next morning, in a vast valley, everything was covered in a thin layer of mist, making everything appear hazy. The atmosphere was silent. The sky was clear, and the first rays of sunlight peeked through the trees. Siniana, Lancelot, Juan, and Barkis quickly left the village. After witnessing yesterday's events, Barkis was still shuddering in fear. We need to get out of this scary village quickly. Siniana suddenly stopped, clenching her fists. She hesitated, thinking about the village. Her mind was still troubled, wondering how the villagers would live after she left. Zukni, the man Sura wanted to remember as a person, was the last cook left in this village. She recalled asking Sura, Do you trade with the merchant guild? Sura nodded, yes. Sineana gave Sura a gem, carefully instructing her, next time you trade, use this to hire a cook. Sineana smiled brightly, all right? Sura clutched the gem in her hand. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded. This seemed to have become a major concern for Sineana. Ha, I should learn more about this village. I'll have to ask them to go to the library at Francis Castle. Seeing Sineana lost in thought, one approached and asked, hey, Sineana replied. One glanced away, embarrassed, and stammered, ahem, yesterday, that special dish you made. Did you give it all to the village chief? Sineana recalled. Special dish? You mean the French fries? Lancelot immediately told Sineana with a gleeful expression, haha, that's right. Juan was sulking because you didn't give him any. Juan blushed and retorted, hey, I wasn't. Sineana covered her mouth, giggling. Oh my goodness, you were sulking because you didn't get to eat something I made for a child. Juan yelled, no, I wasn't. Sineana chuckled. If you wanted some, you should have told me. When we get back to the academy, I'll make another batch and send it to you. Lancelot joked, haha, that's right. Make sure it's the biggest portion. Juan blushed in embarrassment. Hey, stop it. That's enough. At Francis Castle, where Navirius, Sineana's grandfather, resided, Navirius's subordinate reported to him, that is all, sir. Navirius was surprised. No wonder I haven't heard anything about her lately. At the Francis estate in the capital, Lancelot's subordinates had also investigated something. That is all, sir. Lancelot was satisfied. Very good. Both Navirius and Lancelot, upon hearing the news, glared angrily. Sineana went through all of that. Xavier estate. Matisse rushed in, clutching a pile of documents, and stammered, we're in trouble, sir. No one wants to trade with our merchant guild in the south, and business in the north is rapidly declining. We've lost all our Thunderstone trades. Johann gritted his teeth, his eyes wide as he clutched his head. What's going on? Just a week ago, they were begging us. There's no way this could have happened so suddenly. He hesitantly added, yes, I believe it's related to a Kinshin stone, sir. He suddenly exclaimed, what? Explain yourself. Matisse told him, until now, Kinshin stones were only available in Francis, but they've made them available throughout the empire. Marquis Francis put them up for sale just once at half price to anyone who stopped doing business with us. Johann, upon hearing this, angrily roared, Arthur Francis, that bastard. Suddenly, a soldier entered with a panicked expression. My lord, you must escape immediately. He asked in confusion, what's going on? The soldier explained, His Majesty has allowed Francis's troops to come to the capital for training. They're assembling near the estate as we speak. Johann fidgeted restlessly, as if in disbelief, and yelled, the Emperor allowed that? Impossible. Such a thing has never happened. Then he thought to himself, damn it, the Emperor must have been bribed with a Kinshin stones. The soldier timidly continued, they're assembling troops under the guise of training, and we don't know what they'll do. After all, Francis's children nearly died because of Lady Erin. Your life is in danger. Johann seemed to lose control of his emotions and cried out, damn it, where's Erin? Why can't we contact her? The soldier calmly bowed his head. My lord, you must leave this place immediately. We'll escape through the mountains. Johann sat alone in the carriage and muttered to himself, I've thought about this countless times, but I can't think of a reason. Why would you do something like this without telling me, Erin? Was it you, Erin? A mysterious voice spoke. We've heard about the recent events. Erin Xavier has been investigated. He yelled at the yellow gem, you bastards. What did you do to make Erin do something so reckless? The mysterious voice calmly replied, we contacted you to inquire about her actions, but it seems she acted on her own. Adelon doesn't need a priestess who can't be controlled. Therefore, Marquis Johann Xavier, we've decided to revoke your status as the 13th holder. You should worry about your daughter. It's unfortunate, but we have no other choice. We will not contact you again. Farewell. Johann exclaimed in confusion, wait, listen to me. This can't be happening. I didn't do anything wrong. Suddenly, the carriage shook, causing him to lose his balance. The horse neighed, making him curiously poke his head out to ask, what's wrong? He froze, his face paling as he saw someone. It was Navirius. Johann stammered in shock. He sat on a high rock, leaning on his sword, looking powerful. Furthermore, he revealed his frightening gaze. Johann looked at him fearfully, the head of Francis. Navirius's soldiers began to approach him. He got straight to the point, bring the Marquis here. Johann, tied up by the soldiers, struggled. What do you think you're doing? Let me go. Yes. The soldier, now betraying Johann, reported to Navirius. We have brought the Marquis as you commanded, sir. He replied with satisfaction. Good. Well done. This is the reward I promised. Johann, seeing this, cried out, You bastard. He trembled with rage as he thought. The plan to quietly escape through the mountains. Was it just a plot to betray him? Not long after, Navirius approached him. Johann, frightened, stammered, Lord, please calm down. Let's talk. Let's resolve this through conversation. Lord Francis. Navirius's voice was terrifying as he pointed his sword directly at him. I am extremely displeased. My frail granddaughter had to use a great deal of power and collapsed because of your daughter. Johann quickly replied, I apologize. I will discipline my daughter severely. Please spare her. I also didn't know anything about this matter, but I'm sure there's a misunderstanding here. Navirius added, Your daughter kidnapped my grandson and held him hostage. She also demanded that my granddaughter marry someone she didn't want to and pushed her to the brink of death. No grandfather would forgive just because you claim it's a misunderstanding. Just know this won't end with a few broken bones. Anyone who harms my grandchildren deserves to be removed from the family line. Farewell, Marquis Xavier. Without hesitation, Navirius killed him. His final scream startled the birds in the forest, sending them scattering. Navirius lowered his sword and stood before Johann's corpse. The butler politely approached. What should we do with the Marquis's body, sir? He was silent for a few seconds, lost in thought. Then he instructed the butler, send word of his death to the academy first. Let Xavier's daughter know about her father's death, and she will leave the academy. The butler stiffened, quite surprised by his decision. He looked at Navirius's back and wondered, impossible. He killed a member of the Lyra's 11 golden seats, just to pull Xavier's daughter out of the academy. No, impossible. I must have misunderstood something. Despite these thoughts, he couldn't disobey Navirius's order. As you wish, master. Francis Manor. At this time, Victor was reporting. To Arthur, he quoted Johann's words verbatim. Adelon doesn't need a priestess who can't be controlled. Therefore, Marquis Johann Xavier, we have decided to revoke your status as the 13th holder. That's all I heard from their conversation, sir. He rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Adelon, I want you to contact. Victor looked up and asked, with whom, sir? Arthur murmured, that person, Siniana's maternal family. Meanwhile, at Princess Siniana's residence, the examination hall for the second exam. She was running at full speed towards the exam venue. Siniana hurried to the hall. After a while, she finally arrived. Siniana exclaimed with relief, Thank goodness, I made it just in time. Zin, arms crossed, was leaning against the wall behind her. Seeing her, he asked, What are you so relieved about? Siniana turned around in alarm. Professor Zin. She was secretly terrified that, oh no, he's definitely going to scold me. Zin grumbled at her, his voice laced with annoyance. You skipped class, and even the practice session. Real impressive. Who's your instructor, anyway? They must be amazing. She could only lower her head and softly say, I'm sorry. In her mind, she thought, I knew it. He then handed her a uniform and said gently, Tomorrow, I'll ask why you skipped class. For now, focus on the exam. For this test, you have to prepare a dish using all the provided ingredients. As for the meat, I recommend you make bacon instead of cooking it any other way. Siniana cheerfully obeyed him. Yes, sir. Zin reminded her, good. I expect nothing less from my student. She responded enthusiastically. First place, sir. A voice announced throughout the hall. The exam will begin in 5 minutes. Siniana looked at Oxley's nameplate area. Annoyed, she thought, he's late, which means Aaron isn't here either. Siniana was paying attention to those around her, so she seemed distracted. She told herself, no, I have to focus on the exam now. This will determine whether I'm capable of taking the Royal Kitchen's entrance exam. Just do what I practiced. I've been diligent. I'm sure I'll do well. Osoj still hadn't arrived, and Siniana was busy working hard. On the judge's side, Professor Lia, Joshua's instructor, frowned and muttered, Osoj, that kid. How could he be absent? Beside her was Zing, who didn't seem bothered and whistled nonchalantly. Lia crossed her arms angrily. TSK, I guess the family took on Sun as a new disciple instead. Zing turned his head the other way and said, Professor Lia, you're Osoj's instructor, aren't you? Oh, it's such a shame he couldn't make it. Lia couldn't stand his mockery and snapped. What did you say, you lazy, good for nothing? Zing covered his ears and pouted. Goodness, just because your student is absent doesn't mean you should take it out on me. The judge next to them stepped in to stop them. Come on now, both of you calm down. Look at Senator, she's making capellini. Instead of serving bacon to meet the requirement, using it as a side ingredient is definitely smarter. Siniana was cooking a dish called capellini, a type of pasta so thin, it's nicknamed angel hair. Liao looked at her with admiration. Her skills are truly outstanding. No wonder she placed first in the previous exam. My goodness. Xing couldn't help but notice her as well. Now she had finished her dish. Xiniana proudly exclaimed, "All right, it's done." Zin lifted his chin haughtily. "I never taught her that. Did she learn on her own?" Lia and the other judge exchanged annoyed glances. That arrogant. After the exam ended, the examinees went outside and chattered excitedly in the hallway. When will the results be out? I heard they'll announce them on graduation day. I'm done for. I didn't use a single vegetable. My dish got a bad reaction from the judges. Xiniana walked while imagining the judges tasting her dish. She wondered sadly, my dish wasn't bad, was it? But she didn't want to dwell on it. She clenched her fists and said resolutely, "The exam's over anyway. I should go see Iron." She recalled her past experiences that I met him when I dropped the others off at Francis. He frantically demanded I take him to the capital, saying he'd take care of everything. But there's a problem. I need to end this myself. Xiniana stepped into a dark room. She entered the messy room. Iron was sitting alone on a chair, wearily cupping her face. Then Iron spoke. "What are you doing here, Xiniana Francis?" Xiniana didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. "I have something to say to you." Iron's eyes widened, her voice low. "What could you possibly have to say?" "Oh, are you here to boast about destroying my gate? If not, are you here to pity the poor saintess who lost her gate?" Seeing Iron grit her teeth, Xiniana felt a surge of anger. She glared at Iron, thinking I was going to suppress my anger and talk to her properly, but I refuse. She stepped forward and slapped Iron hard across the face. Iron froze, stunned by Xiniana's action. Iron was about to retort, "Do you think you can?" when Xiniana cut her off, raising her voice. "What? Pity you? You shameless thing. Do you think you deserve pity? What does your broken gate have to do with me? That's not what's important right now. That slap was for putting one in danger. Now, there are 3 more. Another sharp slap rang out. Xiniana, furious, raised her hand and said, "This one is for threatening me." She slapped Iron repeatedly, listing her offenses. "This one is for hurting my knight, and this one is for making me late for my exam." After the barrage of slaps, Iron clutched her face, slumped to the floor, and weakly said, "Do you really think you'll get away with this?" Iron was unrepentant. She looked up and yelled, "My father is one of the 11 who hold Elira's seat, and he will make you pay for this. You really like putting yourself in danger, don't you?" Seeing Iron's lack of remorse and her counter-threat, Xiniana scoffed, "Huh, are you going to ask the Adelon Church to kidnap me again?" Realizing her plot had been exposed, Iron panicked. How? Xiniana angrily revealed the truth. The one who sent people to ambush the royal carriage was you. The mark that appeared on the forehead of the ambusher and the one on your soldiers are the same. Iron paled at those words. Xiniana, seeing this, concluded, "That means those men were yours." Ignoring Iron's fear, Xiniana continued, "They were afraid I'd find out about the irreverence, but clearly, Adelon is the faction conducting those experiments related to them. The Adelon Church is the religious power that opposed Julak Jian in the Continental War. It's the religion that Komia bravely protected. But when she married a marquis of the empire, they kidnapped her and stole her body to use as a sacrifice. The children of Adlerin are liars, so they deceived us and did evil things. The remnants of Adlerin used a member of Sura's clan for their experiments. They tried to turn him into one of them." At this point, Xiniana crossed her arms, looking at Iron with a sharp gaze, and accused her, "You're in league with the Adlerin." After hearing Xiniana recount everything, Iron felt she couldn't hide it anymore. She laughed maniacally, her laughter growing louder and louder. Then, Iron stopped laughing and challenged Xiniana, "Yes, you know. So what?" She stood up slowly and declared, "It doesn't matter." Pausing for a moment, Iron stubbornly stated, "What matters is that Dominic is mine." Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded. A servant rushed in, throwing the door open and shouting, "Miss Iron." Iron flinched at the servant's words. "I have bad news." The Marquis, Iron felt numb as the servant continued, "has perished." She couldn't believe it and rushed towards the servant. "What?" Iron muttered as she walked. "You're lying. It can't be." Reaching the servant, Iron grabbed his shirt and yelled, "No way. Are you sure?" The servant reported the commander of the Royal Knights retrieved his body. He left a will with the butler. Iron completely lost her composure. Just then, Joshua entered. Iron, seeing a familiar face, she exclaimed, "Joshua." Iron said shakily, "Joshua." Joshua took her hand comfortingly. "I know. Let's go." We have to return to the capital immediately. But Iron disagreed. No, she cried frantically. Our relatives will seize the manor. We need to protect it. I need to contact the priest first. Hearing Iron's words, Joshua gritted his teeth. He shouted angrily, Does that matter now? Father is dead. Suddenly, Iron shoved him and screamed, Shut up. Seeing her push him away, Joshua was stunned. Iron trembled for a moment, then lowered her head, covering her face. Oh, Sienna, who had witnessed everything, hesitated, unsure what to do next. Thinking back, something felt wrong. Many in the Empire often praised Iron as a wonderful and elegant saint, hence her good reputation. After everything was lost, Iron went mad and screamed, Oh! Seeing that, Sienna wondered, but how could she fall apart like this? Even if she hid her true nature until now, it's still strange. Someone so meticulous shouldn't lose control like this. Suddenly, she recalled Joshua's words. She isn't able to make rational judgments because she's on strong painkillers. Sienna realized, could it be because of the medicine she's taking? While she was thinking, Joshua was attacked by something. It kicked him, sending him flying past Sienna, surprising her. Joshua crashed into the wall and spat out blood. Reactively, Sienna turned to look, but her eyes widened in horror. Looking at Iron's arm, which was beginning to deform, Sienna was terrified. What is that? A black liquid was covering Iron's body. It spread from her hand to her face. Finally, it consumed Iron's entire body, making her scream in pain. Witnessing the process, Sienna took out her bracelet and deduced she's turning into an impiety. Iron is also one of Adlerin's experiments. I have to stop her before the transformation is complete. Sienna muttered, Merlin, but a moan made her hesitate. No. Iron, now no longer human in appearance, clutched her head, staggered, and groaned. Ugh, I don't want this. It hurts. Joshua, seeing her like this, cried out worriedly, Iron. Sienna was in a dilemma. She thought frantically, what should I do? The only way is to kill Iron, but then Joshua will lose his sister. Suddenly, someone rushed into the room. Dominic quickly pulled Sienna into his arms and out of harm's way. Sienna was surprised by his timely arrival. She watched him raise his sword to defend himself and softly said, Prince Dominic. But not long after, Dominic suddenly pulled her aside. The spot where they had just been standing was corroded by the liquid. Seeing this, Sienna thought in horror, the pillar melting. Suddenly, Iron collapsed to the ground, clutching her face, moaning and crying. Her face was no longer human. Unreconciled, she screamed. They said, the experiment was a success. Iron's form seemed to morph into a monster. She roared ferociously at Alon. After these words, Iron used her tentacle-like, transformed arms to attack Dominic directly. Dominic also raised his sword and slashed at them, creating a terrifying clang. After the impact, he gritted his teeth, realizing such incredible strength. Sienna, behind him, worried, this is dangerous. At this rate, His Highness will be seriously injured. Thinking this, she quickly clutched her bracelet and called out, Merlin, help me. The bracelet on Sienna's wrist seemed to react to her call. The light from the bracelet began to grow stronger, enveloping her. And then a pair of legs belonging to the sacred beast Merlin appeared. As soon as it was summoned, it lunged at Iron, biting and tearing at her, knocking her to the ground. Iron, tormented by it, could only scream in agony. Sienna quickly covered her ears at the sound of Iron's screams. Iron looked up and cried, Referee. Immediately after, she glared straight ahead and yelled, Dominic is mine. Iron had completely lost her mind. She unleashed a barrage of tentacles towards Sienna while screaming, Sienna Francis, I won't let you steal him. Suddenly, Dominic pulled Sienna tightly into his arms. He shielded her, taking Iron's blow. Dominic coughed and spat out blood. Sienna looked up at him and saw that he was injured. She said worriedly, Your Highness, your shoulder. Despite the situation, Dominic looked at her gently and said, I'm all right, Mississippi. The referee is mine. Hearing these words, Iron's tentacle, which was piercing his shoulder, twitched, and she uttered, Referee is Domi. The liquid-like tentacle slowly petrified. The petrification spread throughout Iron's body. Finally, it reached her face. Iron repeatedly murmured his name, Domi.Nick. Suddenly, Joshua, clutching his stomach wound, struggled to stand up and cried out Iron. Sienna also looked towards Iron in surprise. Where Iron had been standing was now a stone statue. Dominic, unable to bear it any longer, collapsed. Sienna hurriedly supported him. "Your Highness." But his weight was too much for her to bear. Dominic fell to the floor. Sienna, flustered, asked, "Are you all right?" She held him in her arms and softly asked, "Prince Dominic?" Suddenly, Sienna trembled as she looked at the hand that had just held him. It was covered in blood. Seeing this, Sienna sobbed, "No, don't. Dominic." Dominic seemed to hear Sienna's panic cries and those of a few others. So he tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't fight off the drowsiness. Dominic remembered himself as a child. Someone once gripped his hand tightly and showed him each sword stroke. That person said, "If you don't kill the enemy on the battlefield, you will be killed. Even I, your instructor, even in death, you must use this body as a shield to destroy the enemy. Don't forget that." Carrying his instructor's words, he grew up and conquered the battlefield. Right here, he once raised his sword high, and Dominic, full of spirit before his soldiers, commanded, "Charge," as the sun began to set and dusk approached. Elsewhere, it would be time to rest, but not on the battlefield. The battlefield was littered with corpses. At this moment, he and his instructor were surrounded by enemies. His instructor, wounded all over, stood with his back to Dominic. As soon as he finished speaking, he mustered all his courage and shoved his instructor's body forward as a shield. Blood splattered across his face. In that instant, Dominic seized the opportunity, lunging forward and slashing the enemy's throat. He continued to swing his sword, ending many lives. The brutal battlefield was not for the weak. He had to always be strong and ready to fight, using any means necessary. Finally, the result came. A soldier holding a flag shouted, "Victory belongs to the Empire." All the surviving soldiers raised their weapons to celebrate the victory. Hail Prince Dominic. Dominic had stepped on thousands of lives, sacrificing much to gain everyone's recognition. Hail, hail, hail. Dominic held a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. He stood silently before a gravestone. His memories flooded back. His sword instructor had said, "If you don't kill the enemy on the battlefield, you will be killed." Dominic suddenly became angry. He cursed under his breath, "You old fool." A sudden rustle echoed. He turned around cautiously and called out, "Who's there?" He suddenly saw Senna staring at him from beside a nearby tree. Dominic looked at her thoughtfully for a moment. Then he asked, "You again?" Then Dominic and Senna sat together under the shade of the tree. In front of them, Senna looked at his hand, showing concern. She worriedly asked, "Does your hand hurt a lot?" Dominic replied, "Not much." Senna knew with just one glance. She immediately said, "You're lying. It looks painful. Teacher said we can be honest when we're hurt." Dominic had been taught the opposite. He replied indifferently, "My instructor used to hit me on the head with the scabbard when I complained of pain." Senna found this strange. She asked again, "Hit you on the head?" Next, she offered, "Let me help ease the pain." With that, her hand gently cast a spell. Sparkling golden dust fell from her hand, healing the wound. Finished, she gently stroked his head, making Dominic flinch slightly. He looked at Senna, who was tenderly stroking his head. She smiled sweetly and asked, "How is it? It doesn't hurt anymore, right?" Dominic froze for a few seconds. Suddenly, he said, "Hey, you often appear in my dreams, and every time it happens, I desperately want to meet you in real life. But now it's different. I found someone who looks just like you, especially her smile." Hearing this, Senna felt quite bewildered. A voice echoed in his head, "Prince Dominic." Hearing this, Dominic didn't feel uncomfortable. He quickly stood up. He said, "I must go now." Senna felt a little downcast. She asked, "Really?" He frankly replied, "Yes." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Her face is filled with the light of happiness. If I don't go, she'll be worried." The dream ended, and Dominic woke up, the sunlight from the window causing him to squint. Turning to his side, he saw a young woman sleeping beside him. Gently wiping away the tears at the corner of her eye, he thought, tear stains. She must have been very worried. Dominic warmly gazed at her. Albik had witnessed everything. He stood with his arms crossed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You've been on the battlefield for years, yet you couldn't dodge that blow? So how are you feeling?" Dominic gently stroked Sienna's head. He indifferently replied, "Same as always. This kind of injury is nothing." The golden mark on his shoulder suddenly glowed. Dominic thought to himself, "I've recovered quite quickly from the time I was on the battlefield. I initially thought this was an ability I inherited from my kind mother." He suddenly remembered Iron's words, "Arbiter, Dominic." He pondered. "Iron called me that. What is it? And why did she call me that? I should investigate it." Having thought it over, he said, "Albik, find out what Arbiter could mean." Albik replied, "Understood. Do you need any further treatment?" Dominic calmly replied, "No need, but keep my schedule clear for a while. Albeek asked in surprise. What? You just said you were fine. Dominic said without hesitation. I'm planning to skip work. Albeek immediately replied, Ah, I understand. How shameless. Sienna had woken up by now. She rubbed her eyes and called to him, Dominic. He asked with a hint of worry, You're awake? Did I wake you? She suddenly cried out, Your Highness. Then she hurriedly embraced him as if it were the last time she would see him. Are you all right? It must hurt a lot. I'm sorry. It's my fault you're like this. Dominic hadn't expected her to hug him so tightly. He softly reassured her, Don't say that. This wound is nothing to speak of. She carefully touched the wound on his shoulder, her voice filled with worry. But it went right through your shoulder. Dominic's voice deepened as he replied, I've been getting wounds like this all the time, so I'm used to it. Sienna's haggard expression finally relaxed. That's right, you've been on the battlefield since you were little, haven't you? Dominic calmly replied, Yes, it was very difficult then, but it's all right now. More importantly, he gently placed his hand on hers. His expression became unusually serious, although it left a scar, and I know it hurts there. I found someone who makes my heart race. Every moment, Sienna's innocent mind was processing the sweet words she had just heard. Finally, she blushed and turned away, shyly murmuring, Where did you learn to say such things? Dominic chuckled at her reaction. Do you like it? He continued, slowly recounting. I was quite worried because you weren't at the academy these past few days. I look for you every day. As a result, Albeek had a difficult time that I can't believe I didn't know you were in such danger. I'm so sorry. And I miss you so much. The more he spoke, the redder Sienna's face became. Finally, she bravely confessed, I miss you too, very much. Frozen for a few seconds, Dominic hesitantly spoke. May I kiss you? Seeing him so innocent made Sienna's heart race. She hesitated, thinking of how to answer, so as not to be seen as easy, but still get to kiss the handsome man. And then she said, That, I'm not sure I can answer because my heart feels like it's about to explode. Their fingers intertwined. Dominic boldly confessed, Sienna, I like you. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum. Her sparkling eyes now only held the image of the handsome Dominic. She breathed, I like you too, Dominic. Sienna didn't hesitate to lean in and give him a quick peck on the lips. The sudden attack stunned Dominic for a moment. Then, the two of them were lost in the sweetness of love. Dominic couldn't quite believe it. He said, My lady, you said you like me. I didn't miss here, did I? Sienna nodded, and Dominic's heart pounded again. He said, Albeek, who had been a third wheel this whole time, took this opportunity to speak up. Sorry to interrupt the mood, but can I go out now? I missed my chance to leave earlier. Sienna realized that someone had witnessed her loss of composure. She jumped up, her face as red as a tomato, stammering, She quickly ran out, covering her face in embarrassment and shouting, I have something urgent to take care of, so goodbye. Central Tower at the Imperial Palace. A meeting of the 11 Lyris seats. Everyone was buzzing about Iran. Is it true that Saintis Savier turned into a monster? Careful what you say. That hasn't been confirmed yet. I also heard that Marquis Savier committed suicide. What the hell is going on? From what I heard, it happened right when the Emperor allowed Francis's troops to come to the capital for training. Lagos, the Minister of National Defense, slammed his hand on the table and said loudly, They definitely used military force to pressure the Marquis into committing suicide. Moreover, the Eastern Academy, where Saintis Savier died, is also where Saintis Francis is studying. This can't be a coincidence. Xaverius slammed his cane on the ground menacingly, silencing everyone. Once the necessary quiet had returned, Xaverius slowly began to speak. Joshua, the son of Marquis Savier, testified that Saintis Savier turned into a monster. He glared and asked in a deep voice, Does this still require further speculation? Lagos remained doubtful. How can we believe that testimony? Xaverius calmly replied, He is the Saintis's own flesh and blood. Are you saying you don't believe the testimony of a family member? This sparked more murmurs. Furthermore, despite losing his family, he hasn't said anything to arouse suspicion from other families. There's no reason for us not to believe him. Xaverius pondered. When we fiercely retaliated against his younger sister's actions, Joshua must have realized that Savier's survival was threatened. He immediately spread the word that Francis wasn't involved in this incident and avoided the potential second harm that could befall his family. Quite clever for his age. Arthur suddenly spoke up. Perhaps you can answer this question, Count Lagus. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint. He coldly stated, I hear you were the one who sent Iron Savier to the Eastern Academy. What was your reason for doing so? Caught in his wrongdoing, Lagus couldn't help but feel flustered. Grania's orders had been to appoint Iron Savier as a judge for the second exam, and to ensure she met Dominic. Forced to endure this interrogation, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, I was just following the Empress's orders. Calendula tapped his fingers on the table. What can we do? The dead can't speak, so we must trust the words of the living. Duke Calendula, a member of the 11 Lyris seats, continued. However, Calendula directed his gaze towards Navirius. You should advise your niece to exercise some restraint. Upon hearing these ludicrous accusations, Navirius stood up. Ha! Are some of you trying to accuse my niece? Remember this. Navirius slowly walked towards the door, his voice laced with menace. When you challenge House Francis, what you gamble is not your honor, but your life. Once Navirius had completely left, Calendula quickly approached Lagus. He placed a hand on Lagus's shoulder, making him jump. Glaring at him, he said, We agreed to bury this matter, didn't we? Lagus could only lower his head and mutter, I apologize. Calendula's voice dropped to a low growl. Be careful from now on. With that, he quietly left, leaving Lagus seething with frustration, but unable to do anything. Arthur sat silently, witnessing everything. At the Academy's bulletin board, students jostled each other. Sienna slowly approached, her mind still replaying the deep kiss she shared with Dominic. I confessed to Prince Dominic. The thought sent a strange thrill through her. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her, startling her. Zin. Sienna quickly responded, Sweetie. Sweetie asked cheerfully, Have you seen the results of the second exam? Without pausing, she blurted out the answer, You're first. Sienna couldn't believe her ears. On the bulletin board, her name was indeed at the top, first in the class. Zen, she exclaimed in surprise. First in the class? Sienna stared at her name in disbelief. The professors weren't too happy, so I was worried I'd fail. I can't believe I got the highest score. With this score, I can get into the royal kitchen. A smile unconsciously spread across her face. Sweetie beamed at her. I knew you'd do well. You were first last time, too. Amazing. Ha. Sienna brushed her hair back, embarrassed that you're exaggerating. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, Zen. Joshua softly said, Congratulations on placing first in the second exam. Sienna was utterly surprised. Joshua, smartly dressed in a suit, walked over and greeted Sienna. Congratulations on placing first in the second exam. She replied, Joshua. He continued, I came to congratulate you and give you this. This is Iron's mana bracelet. Oh, she looked at the item before her in surprise. This is your recipe book. Are you giving it to me? He gently replied, Someday, you'll find it useful. He slowly fastened the bracelet around Sienna's wrist. She admired the bracelet, thinking to herself, everyone in the academy knows how serious Joshua is about cooking. Then, hugging the book, Sienna pondered many things. For someone like him to give up cooking, he must be really struggling with that decision. She looked at him without hesitation and asked, What are you going to do now? Joshua turned his back slightly and answered, I will return to the estate. My father and Iron's funeral needs to be arranged. Her eyes welled up, and she hesitated for a moment. Then she spoke up resolutely. Let me use the portal to take you to the capital. If you want, I can even take you somewhere outside of Eulagian. He replied in refusal. No, there's no need to help me like that. You are Francis, and I am still Savier. Sienna softly murmured, but Joshua chuckled, silly girl. As he spoke, he gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Why worry about me? His smile brightened. I'm Phoenix. He added a reminder, focus on your final exams. Having said that, he turned to leave, waving back. I'm off. As he walked, he thought to himself, I need to leave this place before it becomes more precious to me. Then, when I become Marquis Savier, I will definitely repay you. A hand knocked on the door. It was Zin sitting in his office. Come in. Footsteps echoed with each stride. Zin looked up and said, You again? A handsome face with a pure, bright beauty appeared. Long time no see, Zin, Luc. The two sat down at the desk. Zin asked, What is it this time? Dominic replied, I have a favor to ask. Zin Luc scratched his head and fiddled with his ear, making Dominic cringe at his actions. There's a welcoming banquet for the delegation from Ada coming up. Oh, you wanted to show off my dual pouring skills. He thought to himself, It's been half a year since I came to the academy on the Emperor's orders to invite Zin Luc back to the the royal kitchen, but he's not easily persuaded. Dominic said, "It's not for Ada this time. Please accept. The crown prince and the Ada delegation have already arrived in Yulajan." Zin was stunned. The crown prince. Ata, the kingdom of magic. Dominic spoke about the country. Ada is the kingdom that lost the war against Yulajan. After surrendering, they offered their crown prince as a diplomatic hostage. When relations between the two nations eased, the crown prince returned to Ada. Decades have passed, and both the crown prince and Prime Minister Julia Orion have frequently expressed their desire to visit Yulajan as a gesture of friendship. Zin retorted, "However, the royal kitchen isn't just for show. Why does it have to be me?" Dominic answered firmly, "His Majesty has put a lot of effort into the hospitality for the delegation." He added, "Furthermore, the Crown Prince of Ada requested to have your dishes again. He wants to eat the dish he had when he lived in the Empire." Zinna's face froze, "And I've been informed that Prime Minister Ryan is also bringing your master's recipe book." Hearing Dominic's words, Zin asked incredulously, "She wants to return that book?" He thought back to the past. His master suffered from amnesia in his old age. He had promised to leave the book containing his life's work to Zin. Zin recalled, sadly, unfortunately, he didn't remember where he had left it. The memory surfaced. "So, I never found my master's recipe book." The thought struck him, "I can't believe my master left it with the Prime Minister of Ada." "Zinel, C replied, "even if the Crown Prince requests it, my food won't bring him comfort." Dominic quickly responded, "I know you weren't part of the royal kitchen staff back then. That request was just an excuse for him to visit Jian. In reality, this trip might be for Julia Orion. Everyone knows that she makes numerous journeys between Jian and Ada on behalf of her nephew, the young crown prince. That Prime Minister Ryan loves a man from the enemy nation. He rubbed his head, I don't know." Dominic chuckled. "Anyway, if you refuse, you won't get that recipe book back." He asked Zinel, "See directly, so what are you going to do?" An image appeared of him in chef's attire, ingredients and numerous dishes laid out on the table. Footsteps drew closer and closer. "Zinel, C held his head in thought. Siniana's voice rang out, "Professor Zinel, C." He quickly replied, "Oh, Siniana, what are you doing here?" She answered, "I came to research course materials, but..." Looking at the dishes meticulously arranged on the table, she curiously asked, "Are you testing a recipe?" "This is jakbal, a dish made from steamed pig's feet and spices." Siniana asked, "What is this?" Zinel, C gently asked him, "Would you like to try some?" "Yes." She sampled a piece, the flavor flooding her palate. Unable to contain herself, "Oh, it's delicious. The texture is so tender, and the sauce isn't too salty. It really complements the meat." The rich, savory flavor of the dish permeated Siniana's senses. "It tastes just like the jakbal I know." "Interesting. Who knew I'd get to taste salty jakbal dip?" He said bashfully, "I'm not confident about it yet." She didn't understand why not. "This is really good," he replied, "because I deduced it from my master's recipe. He was from the South. I try to recreate it based on the memories of someone who ate it, but I've never actually tasted it myself." Her curiosity piqued. She asked, "How did they describe the taste?" He thought for a moment and replied, "The texture of the meat was chewy, unique, and it had a sauce made from seafood." Siniana thought excitedly to herself, "Wow, he recreated this dish just from those words." Professor Zinel, C, is amazing. She recalled a time when she also recreated a dish based on memory, but she only succeeded because she knew what the final product looked like. An idea struck her. "I'm lucky I can learn from the professor." Zinel, C pondered, "Come to think of it, Southern cuisine is this girl's forte. Perhaps it will be useful." He quickly suggested, "Siniana, would you like to be my assistant?" Siniana was stunned by his question. "Yes." Siniana walked slowly down the hallway, her face flushed. Her heart pounded. Recalling Professor Zinna's question, "Would you like to be my assistant?" she thought to herself, "That means the professor has accepted me, right?" That afternoon, after receiving the question, Siniana said in surprise, "You want me to be your assistant?" He nodded yes. "I'll be the head chef for the upcoming welcoming banquet for the Ada delegation. I need to leave for the royal palace right away, so please come there when you're ready." Receiving his confirmation, Siniana replied, loudly, "Understood." She thought excitedly, working as the head chef's assistant at the royal palace. That means I'll get to enter the royal kitchen. I can't miss this opportunity. I'll ask His Highness for a leave of absence. Just as she thought this, she ran into Dominic and hurriedly called out, "Ah, your highness." He said cheerfully, "Lady Sienna, I didn't expect to see you here." Sienna nodded and replied, "Me neither. Actually, I was just about to go see you. Would you come to the storage room with me?" At this vaguely suggestive request, Dominic immediately blushed. Huh? The storage room. A moment later, at the storage room in the annex building of Francis Castle, Dominic cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Ahem. "So, why did you ask me to come all the way here?" Sienna looked at him with sparkling eyes. "That I wanted to request a leave of absence. Professors in LUC said he wanted me to be his assistant at the royal palace." Dominic chuckled awkwardly. Yes, that's so. That's good news." Suddenly, Sienna changed the subject. My father's birthday is also coming up soon, so I'm planning to stay in the capital. Dominic, though slightly puzzled, said, "I'll certainly grant you leave. But do we have a talk about this here?" She avoided his gaze slightly, fumbling for something in her pocket. I recently went shopping for a birthday present for my father. Remembering that time, when she said, "I'll take this one too," Lancelot had asked suspiciously, "I thought you just finished picking out a gift for your father." Sienna held up a finger. "Shoo, it's a secret." Lancelot then thought, "Oh, it must be for me." Gwen also smugly thought, "The name on that is definitely mine." But to their disappointment, Sienna presented the gift to Dominic. "This is a gift for you." Holding the small gift in his hand, Dominic asked in surprise, "For not me?" Sienna nodded. "Yes, please open it." After opening the gift, Dominic exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." She continued, "It's a fountain pen. I thought of you the moment I saw it." Hearing this, Dominic looked up and smiled. "Thank you very much." He reached out and took her hand, his tone extremely serious. "I will treasure it." Sienna turned her head slightly, a blush creeping up her cheeks, but her voice was still full of concern. "Don't neglect your treatment while I'm away." He replied, "I won't. Don't worry." Suddenly, she said, "And I want to kiss you before I go, but that would violate the Academy rules, wouldn't it?" Dominic immediately responded, "I can't abolish that rule." Sienna nodded. Ma'am, I'm sure you can." Then Dominic slowly leaned in. A scene overflowing with sickening sweetness unfolded. The overly sweet kiss lasted for an unknown amount of time. After a while, Dominic was the first to stop. Sienna, however, was still lost in the moment, looking somewhat surprised when she finally came back to reality. Seeing this, Dominic chuckled. "I think you still have a lot to learn about kissing." Sienna tugged on his sleeve, pouting slightly. "Then teach me how to kiss, headmaster." Her expression made Dominic blush, his nose practically gushing blood. After a few seconds, he smiled. "Son, you're really something." Another scene not suitable for children unfolded. After who knows how long, when the kiss ended, Sienna quickly took a breath. Dominic, seeing this, remarked, "You're a fast learner." Hearing this, Sienna's face turned as red as a tomato. He kissed her nose and said seriously, "You must come back soon. There's still much to learn." Sienna touched her nose, both embarrassed and exasperated. "Stop teasing me." Dominic laughed. "You're so cute. How can I not tease you?" The day of departure arrived. Sitting in the carriage, Sienna thought, "What should I do? Dating is so much fun." Seeing her giggling to herself, Navirius gently called out, "Anna? Sienna?" She startled and replied, "Huh, yes." Navirius, Sienna said distractedly, "I was thinking about having a meal with the delegation." Navirius nodded without a doubt that IT is indeed something to look forward to. Moreover, I heard that the delegation invited Xing LUC to lunch. Sienna, no longer flustered, calmly replied, "Yes, he's my instructor." Navirius said in surprise, "Is that so? I didn't expect that." LUC being at the academy was surprising enough. Sienna was even more surprised that L.U.C. Is that his real name? Navirius nodded. "Yes. Back then he competed with the royal chef and was praised as a genius of the century." Xing, the previous royal chef, only had one disciple, and that was LUC. Sienna stammered, "While what?" After the musical interlude, the two quickly arrived at the banquet. Amidst the bustling scene, a servant said, "This is your place." Seeing that another person had pulled out a chair, Navirius gratefully said, "Thank you." At this moment, Sienna said, "Sir, I'll go to where my instructor is." As soon as she finished speaking, shouts suddenly rang out, "Danger! Get out of the way! Over there! Call the royal physician!" On the other side of the banquet, Ada's prime minister, Julia Orion, was supporting the crown prince. seeing fresh blood flowing from the crown prince's mouth. She cried out in alarm, "Your Highness!" Amidst the commotion, a knight looked at Xing's dish, then called out, "Luke," after pondering for a few seconds. He turned and shouted, "Arrest the chef." Professor Luke was immediately restrained. At this time, Sienna also arrived. Seeing the scene, she called out worriedly, "Professor Xing Luke." A servant said, "Don't go near him. He harmed the crown prince." Another one also said, "Saintess, please step back." Hearing the two servants call her Saintess, Luke frowned and looked up at her. That evening at the prison, after arriving in front of a room, Sienna slowly opened the door and walked in. She softly called, "Professor Xing Luke, are you all right?" Luke gave a self-deprecating laugh and sighed, "That I'm the one locked up here. Why the long face?" Sienna was silent for a few seconds. Then she said, but without waiting for her to finish, Luke pushed up his glasses and interrupted, "No need to worry about me. More importantly, are you Saintess Frances?" Seeing the surprise on her face, Luke asked seriously, "Should I kneel? Should I greet you by saying, 'May glory be with the house of Francis'?" Sienna said with a hint of anger, "I never asked you to do anything like that." Luke lowered his head, somewhat disappointed. "You tricked me." Sienna was startled. Then she also lowered her head in thought. That's right, Professor Xing Luke knew Oxakai came from the House of Xavier. Remembering the phrase, "I can't stand those who want to use food for political purposes," she thought again. "I said I wanted to open a small restaurant by the sea, and that's why he accepted me as a student." Once everything clicked, Sienna pursed her lips, clenched her hands, and asked angrily, "Why would I trick you?" Luke raised his head, She continued, "If I were cooking for political purposes, why would I hide my identity and enroll in the academy? I could just stay home and tell my father or grandfather that I want to be the royal chef's apprentice. Even I suggested kneeling before you. So do you think the other royal chefs wouldn't do the same?" Luke was left speechless and could only exclaim, "Good heavens!" At this, she pointed at him and said, "And you tricked me too." Luke defensively asked, "When did I trick you?" This time, it was Xenia's turn to interrupt. "I overheard that Xin isn't your real name, and you didn't say you were a student of the previous royal chef. You said you couldn't reveal your identity due to academy regulations, but you were deceiving me from the start." Luke avoided her gaze slightly, saying, I didn't do it on purpose." Xenia put her hands on her hips. "Me neither." Luke siged point. Xenia also quietly exhaled. Then she asked, "Anyway, what happened? Why are they keeping you here?" Luke replied, "I only served the dish I made." Fortunately, the dish I prepared seemed to be something from the Crown Prince's memories, but he collapsed after just one bite. Xenia frowned. "Could it be an allergy?" Luke shook his head the delegation didn't mention any, and they said he's never had allergies before. Hearing this, Xenia stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Then is it possible the food was poisoned?" Luke said reluctantly, "I was afraid of that too, so I handled everything myself from buying the ingredients to preparing the dish." Xenia could only raise her hand to her forehead and sigh. "This looks hopeless no matter how you look at it." Luke lowered his head. "Indeed, I don't think you can do anything." He sighed dejectedly. "I shouldn't have taken you on as a student or asked you to come help as an apprentice. I'm sorry you have a scoundrel like me for a teacher." Seeing his despondent appearance, Xenia thought to herself, "I've never seen Professor this depressed." Then she declared resolutely, "I'll try to find a way to help you." On the way back from the manor, Xenia pondered, "I've been sorting through the situation on my way back to the manor. The only people near the Crown Prince when he was poisoned were the delegation from Ada and Emperor Jalajan. However, the Emperor wants friendly relations with Ada, so he couldn't have been the one to poison him." She stared at her notebook. "The Crown Prince is only receiving treatment from Ada's royal physician, so if I want to know what caused him to collapse, I'll have to meet with the delegation or the Crown Prince himself. But I'm sure the delegation will be very reluctant to meet with anyone from Jalajan. The only option is to ask Prime Minister Ryan, the person closest to the Crown Prince. I'll remake Professor's dish and give it to her. If I say I made it to restore my teacher's honor, she might agree to meet." Reaching this conclusion, she looked up and called, "Sir Navirius?" He responded with a questioning him. Xenia asked, "Were you already Marquis Francis when the Crown Prince of Ada was here as a diplomatic hostage?" He nodded. "Indeed." She continued, "What kind of person is Prime Minister Ryan?" Navirius stroked his chin. "The only thing I remember about her is when she suddenly burst into tears in the palace." Xenia was stunned. She cried. Navirius recounted, "She yelled at me, saying I was looking down on Ada, but I wasn't. I just thought their nation had a lot of loudmouth fools." Xenia could only chuckle awkwardly. She closed her notebook and said, "Could I ask you a favor?" Navirius asked, "What is it?" She replied, "Could you tell Prime Minister Ryan that Luke's student has remade his dish and ask if she'd be willing to try it?" Navirius asked anxiously, "Why would you do that?" She answered, "I have to save my teacher." The next day, Xenia's dish was delivered to the crown prince. She and Navirius sat on the sofa, waiting. After a while, someone called out, "Prime Minister Ryan has arrived." Julia, wearing a purple dress, entered. Upon seeing Navirius, she frowned and sighed. Xenia suddenly thought, so the person who caught the crown prince yesterday was Prime Minister Ryan. While she was pondering, Julia asked, "What did you want to see me about?" Navirius replied, "We need to speak with the crown prince, so I requested an audience with you." Julia furrowed her brows and, covering her mouth with a fan, muttered, "How shameless." She stepped closer and said, "After 50 years, you finally remembered this melancholy old woman?" Navirius, impassive as a log, retorted, "Do you still enjoy spouting such thoughtless words?" The air suddenly thickened with tension, leaving Xenia dumbfounded. What's going on? Then, she silently gasped, "I think I know what this is about." During the time she resided in Jalajan as Ada's special envoy, she fell in love with a man who lived here. A thought flashed through Xenia's mind, but the man in that story was Grandpa. Her jaw dropped, her face covered in a cold sweat. Thinking of this, Xenia blurted out, "Grandpa, was she one of the women you dated when you were young?" Navirius, startled, asked, What the hell are you asking?" Xenia said, "Lancelot and Juan told me that when you were young, you dated a lot of women. As expected, you really were a playboy." Under Xenia's gaze, Navirius, sweating, said, "Those brats, what kind of distorted story have they been spreading?" Xenia narrowed her eyes and continued, "Come to think of it, even Empress Sophia said you had 70 lovers." Navirius quickly defended himself, a blatant lie. "I only cared for your grandmother." She turned away. "Enough, Grandpa. I don't want to hear it anymore." Navirius, hearing this, urgently called out, "Wait, it's a misunderstanding, Xenia." After a while, Julia, walking ahead, said, "This way, please." Behind her, Navirius suddenly raised his hand and asked, "What is it?" From the crystal embedded in his ring, someone's voice echoed, "Yes, Your Excellency. Duke Calingula has arrived at the estate. Naveus frowned. I'm Busse. Tell him tomorrow." The voice replied, "I already told him that, but he insists on seeing you immediately. He says it's urgent." Xenia, overhearing this, thought curiously, Duke Calingula, the head of the Lyra 11 seats, something must be very urgent for him too. Come personally. Having thought this, she said, "I'm fine. You can go back." Navirius hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "I apologize. I'll be right back." Xenia smiled and said, "Yes, let me see you to the gate." With that, she immediately opened a portal and sent Navirius on his way. After he left, Julia said in surprise, "You truly are the saintess." Xenia said, "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Prime Minister Ryan. If you don't mind, would you like to see what I've brought?" Julia asked, "What is it?" Xenia opened the food carrier and said, "It's my teacher's dish, prepared by me." Looking at the dishes, Julia asked in further surprise, "You made these yourself? Are you a chef?" Xenia nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes, I'm studying at the Eastern Academy, and Professor's in Luke is my teacher." She heard that the dish he served at the banquet yesterday was a nostalgic one for the Crown Prince, something he used to eat during his years here as a political hostage. Julia frowned slightly, her eyes downcast. "Correct, but..." Without waiting for her to finish, Xenia interrupted, "I understand why you don't believe me. After all, His Highness fainted after eating the food my teacher made. But please believe me this once. I assure you, he's not the type of person to poison the food." Julia mused, "How can I believe that?" Xenia replied, "Because it contradicts everything he teaches. He pours his heart into every dish he makes. A chef is supposed to move people's hearts, not harm them. I swear on my name as the Saintess of Francis." Hearing this, Julia opened her folding fan, closed her eyes in thought, and then said, "Francis? You have faith in that name, do you?" Hearing her say that, Xenia couldn't help but wonder, does she have some dissatisfaction with her family? It's true that she and her grandfather don't get along. Then she asked, "May I ask what happened between you and your grandfather?" Julia sighed. "Your grandfather is a top-class scum." As soon as these words were spoken, Navirius, in the distance, scratched his ear and muttered, "Is someone talking about me?" Xenia let out a questioning hum. Meanwhile, Julia pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere, wiping her tears as she spoke. He toyed with my fragile heart until I sobbed all night, then completely ignored me. This was when I was taking care of the crown prince. You had become a political hostage in a foreign land. I was exhausted and angry every day. I looked for a place to cry because I didn't want the Jew La Jian people to look down on me. And then your grandfather gave me a handkerchief. Back then, hearing Julia's sobs, Navirius approached her and offered a handkerchief. She raised her head and said loudly, "I'm not crying because I'm weak. I'm just angry." Navirius said, "I understand. You're here as a political hostage, so it's understandable to be angry and frustrated, but you're holding up quite well." Hearing this, Julia looked at the handkerchief and asked, "Why are you giving me this?" Navirius asked back, "Is it rude to offer a handkerchief to someone who's crying?" After Julia took the handkerchief, Navirius smiled. He said, "You're a strong person." Seeing his smile, Julia's heart felt like it was bathed in summer sunlight. She continued, "After that, I asked to see him. I said I wanted to meet and chat about trivial things sometimes." Sienna asked curiously, "And then? What did he say?" Julia imitated Navirius's voice. He said hundreds of women wanted to date him, so I had to get in line. Sienna's eyes narrowed, filled with disappointment. She bowed her head apologetically and said, "I'm sorry. I want to apologize on his behalf." Julia laughed and replied, "No need." Of course, Zen also faced quite a few obstacles back then. Sienna asked curiously, "Are you talking about the previous royal chef, my teacher's mentor?" Julia nodded. "Yes, I couldn't eat after that trash rejected me, but I recovered after tasting Luke's dish. That's why I'm very supportive of your relationship, Mississippi." The sudden change in the story confused Sienna. She asked, "Yes, what do you mean by that?" Julia replied, "That old man needs to experience the feeling of unrequited love too, doesn't he? We have to see him spend the rest of his life in regret, watching his precious granddaughter, whom he never let out of his sight, be stolen away by another man." Here, she laughed loudly. "I wouldn't want to miss that." Sienna laughed along with her. After a while, Julia led Sienna down the hallway, the dish she had made being pushed along behind them by a servant. Upon arriving, Julia stopped. Sienna looked over, remembering Julia's question. "You said your teacher's name is Luke, right?" When I saw Luke's student cook this dish, something he'd never even seen before, I was truly astonished. His skill is undeniable. I'll give you a chance. I can bring you to His Highness, but the rest is up to you. Back in the present, Sienna thought to herself, "I'm about to meet the crown prince. It's a good thing grandfather isn't the playboy I thought he was." While she was lost in thought, Julia turned to the guard and said, "Step aside, Sir Judah." Judah anxiously said, "Prime Minister Ryan, you can't do this. Why are you bringing a citizen of Jew Lagion into His Highness's sick room? People will claim that we're subservient to the empire again." Sienna hurriedly said, but I, not letting her finish. Julia raised her hand to stop her and simultaneously said, "Sir Judah, do you care more about what outsiders will say than His Majesty's health? The Saintess of Jew Lagion has come to find out what harmed His Highness. Step aside." Under pressure, Judah could only reply, "Fine." After entering the room, Julia immediately covered her nose with her hand. Sienna also stared blankly at the smoke swirling in the room. At this moment, Julia spoke. "Your Highness, must you smoke in your room?" The crown prince, sitting on the bed with a cigarette in hand, replied with a laugh, "Haha, but I can't move freely yet, so I have no choice. Please understand." Having said that, he gave Sienna a harmless smile. "You must be Saintess Francis. I hear you're Luke's student. You're quite brave to step up and prove your teacher's innocence." After praising her, he asked, "So, how do you plan to prove his innocence?" After a moment, Sienna's dish was brought forward. The crown prince stroked his chin and said, "This isn't Luke's dish, is it? The one that made me faint after a single bite?" Sienna stood beside the bed and said, "The dish my teacher made was thrown away. This is the one I made." She added, "My teacher has no reason to harm your Highness. I implore you to taste this dish, so that the false accusations against him can be cleared. If you suspect it's poisoned, I will eat it with you." Julia also said, "Your Highness, you don't need to force yourself." After they finished speaking, the crown prince simply stared thoughtfully at the plate of meat before him. A few seconds later, he said, "All right, I'll try it." Sienna gave a bright smile and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." A servant immediately brought over utensils. Julia asked again, "Is this all right?" The crown prince replied, "This dish brings back memories. Do you remember, Prime Minister Ryan? The day you brought me this completely unfamiliar dish made by Zin, and we first confided in each other about the humiliation we'd experienced in foreign lands. Julia asked again, do you remember all of that? The Crown Prince replied, of course. Hearing his confirmation, Julia said, although this might be a dose of nostalgia for you, it hasn't even been a day since you collapsed from tasting the same dish. The Crown Prince chuckled, but I recovered right away, didn't I? If someone intended to kill me, they should have used something else. Blushing slightly, he added, besides, the dish from lunchtime was quite delicious. How could I resist after seeing something that looked so good? Julia sighed, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Just do as you please. The Crown Prince then skewered a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. His eyes widened in surprise as he said, oh, the flavor is incredible. Like master, like student. Oh ho, even the texture is just as I remember, chewy yet tender. He pointed to the vegetables and asked, by the way, how should I eat these? Sienna replied, this lettuce is for wrapping the meat along with the garlic. It cuts through the richness and allows you to savor the flavor better. Let me wrap one for you. Looking at the enormous wrap she presented, the Crown Prince hesitated, will I have to open my mouth wide to eat this? It seems rather unseemly. Sienna said, it's all right, Your Highness. It's just the three of us here. You don't need to be so formal. She thought to herself, food like these lettuce wraps should be eaten in large bites to stimulate saliva production while chewing, and the wide opening of the jaw stimulates the eater's brain. That's how people fall in love with wraps. Seeing the Crown Prince enjoying the food, she asked, shall I wrap another one for you? His mouth full, the Crown Prince mumbled, After a while, the entire plate of meat and vegetables was gone. Rubbing his stomach, the Crown Prince remarked, I don't think I'm imagining it. My body doesn't feel heavy even though I ate so much meat. Julia, beside him, quipped, you'd always feel that way if you stopped smoking. The Crown Prince gave an embarrassed laugh. That's not going to happen. At that moment, Sienna asked, what about Master Luke? The Crown Prince turned to her, that a talented student like you must be worried about your teacher. He's a lucky man. I will request the Emperor to release Luke. Hearing this, Sienna bowed her head. Thank you, Your Highness. She thought to herself, I was even considering the possibility of having to speak with the Emperor privately. Thankfully, this matter has been resolved quickly. Noticing Aaron's magic bracelet glowing, she wondered, why is Aaron's bracelet flashing? Suddenly, a blinding light erupted. In the blink of an eye, she was pulled into the gate. An unfamiliar voice echoed. It's done. Shielding her eyes, Sienna asked, what's going on? Am I inside the gate? A bear? Lucy. The teddy bear ran towards her excitedly. Sister, I did a good job, right? Sienna asked curiously. Who are you? Sister? You're cute, but... The teddy bear grinned, that I'm glad I could protect you. Sienna grew more perplexed. Wait, I'm sorry, but are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? I also don't understand what you mean by protecting me. Upon hearing this, the teddy bear was rendered speechless in surprise. A second later, its entire body emitted a red light. Sienna quickly shielded her eyes. When the light subsided, the teddy bear before her had transformed into a young boy. He whimpered, Sister, do you hate me? Sienna said, flustered, no, it's not. The teddy bear continued, but I like you a lot. What should I do so you won't hate me? She said helplessly, first, could you change back into a teddy bear? After he transformed back, she asked, so, are you Aaron Xavier's sacred beast? The teddy bear replied, no, she only uses me when she wants to. You don't know how scared I was. I was stuck here and couldn't get out. Seeing his eyes welling up with tears, she said, I'm sorry. What did you mean when you said you protected me? She asked. The teddy bear started that. Before it could finish, Merlin's voice rang out. I'll explain. A flash of light appeared, and Merlin materialized. The teddy bear quickly hid behind Sienna in fright. Sienna called out cheerfully, Merlin. Merlin turned to the teddy bear and scolded, You idiot! The mage's barrier broke because you opened the gate without permission. Sienna froze, thinking the barrier broke. The teddy bear stammered, but that smoke was really bad. It was the poison of disrespect. Sienna's face immediately paled. She asked what? She thought, distraught, the barrier is broken? I'm allowed to use the transfer gate within the palace. But if the barrier is broken, it means I used enough power to teleport all the way to Eltra. But my permitted range is only within the capital, so if I don't give a good reason, I could be arrested for breaking the law. Thinking this, she put a hand to her forehead and sighed. The teddy bear, seeing this, teared up and said, but that smoke was really bad. It was the poison of disrespect. Sienna, let out a small gasp. It added, that terrible poison could kill you. Sienna's face paled further. She thought, the poisonous smoke in the Crown Prince's room. It must be the cigar he was smoking. At that moment, Merlin spoke. The smoke was indeed toxic, but since that man was the one smoking it, it wasn't serious enough to bring someone here. Sienna once again raised her hand to her forehead. In any case, the Crown Prince is in danger. I should return to his sick room. The teddy bear asked guiltily, did I make things difficult? I'm sorry. Don't abandon me. Looking at its large, round, glistening eyes, Sienna's heart skipped a beat. She bent down and said gently, don't worry, I won't do that. The teddy bear asked, really? Sienna nodded, really. But what should I call you? You look like a teddy bear. The teddy bear replied sadly, I don't have a name. Sienna paused. It doesn't have a name? Then she said, then I'll name you. You look like a teddy bear. Let's call you Teddy. Upon hearing this, it jumped up and down happily. I like it. I'm Teddy. Sienna smiled. Nice to meet you, Teddy. But I have to go back now. Can you take me back? Teddy replied cheerfully, yes, I can. See you later. Then, Sienna appeared in the Crown Prince's room. She sat on the bed, looking around blankly. I'm back in the sick room. But where did the Crown Prince go? Outside, Julia was busily directing the servants. Seeing her, Sienna rushed over. Prime Minister Ryan. Julia, with a worried expression, asked, Miss Sienna, what happened? The palace suddenly shook, and then you disappeared. I was so scared. Sienna replied, I'll explain later. There's something more important. I need to ask you about the Crown Prince's cigars. Who prepared them? Julia looked puzzled. Why would you? Sienna interrupted. Please, just tell me. Julia hesitated for a few seconds and then said, when we were in Eltra, it was His Highness's aide, but now it's Sir Judah. Sienna was startled. Sir Judah? Julia nodded. Yes, the man we met in front of the room. Are you looking for him? But he went with His Highness to see the Emperor. Hearing this, Sienna was shocked and thought. Teddy said the poisonous smoke was the poison of disrespect. If Judah prepared the cigars, then it's highly likely he's working for the Adelon faction. They're doing this to incite war between the Empire and Eltra. Thinking this, her face darkened. This is bad. What if the Crown Prince collapses while talking privately with the Emperor? Forget about promoting friendly relations. War is inevitable. She hurriedly called out, Prime Minister Ryan, we have to go to His Majesty. Just then, a voice rang out, oh dear, this is a difficult situation. The one who spoke, Lagos, slowly approached. Upon seeing him, Julia frowned and called out, Count Lagos. He continued, you've spectacularly broken the Imperial Palace's barrier again by opening the transfer gate so carelessly. Your father and grandfather will be in a difficult position. Don't you agree, Saintess Francis? Seeing the soldiers behind him, Sienna frowned and bit her lip. But she calmly said, His Majesty gave me permission to use the gate. Lagos retorted, but you broke the Imperial Palace's barrier. Sienna argued, I made a mistake because I'm still not experienced in using the gate. Lagos added, even so, there's no denying what you've done. Seize the Saintess. After giving the order, he continued, I hear you served the Crown Prince something a little while ago. He collapsed before His Majesty. Sienna exclaimed in shock, wait, what made him collapse wasn't the... But before she could finish, Lagos said, I'll hear your explanation in the interrogation room. Don't make me use force. The soldiers surrounded her, and Sienna pressed her lips together, saying nothing more. Lagos said, come along, Saintess Francis. After arresting Sienna, he went to her room. Inside, Duke Calendula asked, how did things go with Sienna Francis? Lagos replied, I imprisoned her for breaking the barrier. Calendula said, she deserves it. She almost ruined our plan. Lagos looked a little worried, but news of the Saintess's arrest will quickly reach the Francis manor. Hearing this, Calendula tapped his fingers on the table. Certainly. How many of our people do we have at the Francis estate? Lagos replied, most withdrew after Adams. Incident. Calendula clicked his tongue. TSK. Order our soldiers to the capital and kill those Francis people. Lagos asked fearfully, is that wise? We'll lose 2 members of the council if this is exposed. Calendula interrupted, there's no need to worry. The war between the Empire and Eltra will break out before then. If there's any problem with the plan, then just kill the Crown Prince. Scene changes to the prison cell. Sienna sat hugging her knees in silence on the old cot in her cell. She sighed and said to Luke, imprisoned in the next room, I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't expect to be locked up like this. Luke calmly replied, what did I tell you? You couldn't do anything. but I'm sure you tried your best, didn't you, Saintess Francis? Sienna frowned sadly, but everything still turned out like this. The imperial palace is like that. They easily accuse and lock people up, even if they haven't done anything. Luke said, I suppose your formidable backing is proving useful. I just overheard the guards talking. Marquis Francis resigned, and the former Marquis is coming to the capital. Sienna's eyes widened. What? My father and grandfather are coming. She started to get off the bed, then paused. Wait, formidable backing. Luke, now with a headache, brought a hand to his forehead. If you think you can use your family's influence to prove my innocence, know that I have no intention of leaving this prison. He added, cooking is. Sienna interrupted him. Professor, where did the guards say that? Luke gave her a puzzled look. The scene shifted to a meeting of the noble families. Someone asked, how could this happen? Such a troublesome issue occurring during an event meant to foster goodwill between two nations. Is Crown Prince Eltra's fainting spell simply a coincidence? No matter how you look at it, it seems like we're trying to assassinate him. A blonde-haired man slammed his hand on the table angrily. This could be a plot against us. They sent their frail crown prince on purpose to accuse us. The emperor, who had been resting his chin in his hand with his eyes closed, finally spoke. First, restrain yourselves. Let's hear the opinions of others. What do you think, Count Lagus? Lagus, surprised to be called upon, looked towards the emperor. He pursed his lips in silence for a moment. Then he said, it took 20 years to rebuild from the devastation caused by the Continental War. Crops have only recently begun to sprout again in the lands the holy nation's priests destroyed. The emperor agreed. Indeed. Under Duke Calendula's intense gaze, Lagus continued, starting a war at this time would be difficult for both nations. However, Eltra has completed its war preparations. They even sent their frail crown prince in a desperate attempt to find fault with us. We must arrest Julia Orion and the other envoys. We must be the ones to seize the initiative. A sarcastic voice rang out. The initiative? Are you serious? But we can't let them attack first. The man wearing glasses stood up and slammed his hand on the table angrily. Stop straying from the main point. Let's wait until the crown prince regains consciousness before talking about war. The emperor asked with a headache, when will we reach a conclusion? Then he stood and said, we will discuss this again once the crown prince awakens. He then left. Duke Calendula stared at Lagus, startling him. Duke Calendula nodded at him. Lagus's face was covered in sweat. He then turned and called to someone behind him. Sir Judah. He trailed off. Poison the crown prince. Judah was horrified, but accepted the order. Understood. That night, a masked figure carrying a smoking candle infiltrated somewhere. Wherever he went, the guards fainted. He reached the red curtain and pulled it back. Then he placed the candle down, and black smoke filled the room. The person lying there was Ada's crown prince. He looked at him for a moment, then raised his knife. He whispered, I'm sorry, your highness, but this is all for the revival of Adelon. Just as the knife was about to strike the crown prince, a pair of purple boots appeared, swiftly kicking the knife away. It flew through the air and clattered to the floor. The masked figure was Judah, now sprawled on the ground with the knife held to his throat. Standing before Judah was Julia Orion, her face filled with rage. How dare you try to assassinate his highness? Have you lost your mind? As long as I'm watching over him, you won't have a chance, Sir Judah. He stammered, PR Prime Minister Ryan. A hand reached down and picked up his knife. Seeing the newcomer, he gasped, Saintess Sienna. Sienna ignored him, focusing on the knife. A small mark on the hilt was undoubtedly Adelon's. His words caught her attention. Impossible. Count Lagus said he'd locked her away. Suddenly, a voice rang out. So, the one supporting Julia Gian from Adelon is Count Lagus. Seeing the newcomer with golden hair, he asked, who are you? Recognizing the newcomer's face, he exclaimed in surprise, Empress Rowena. Judah was horrified. The imperial family is here too. Rowena slowly approached him. Is it you? The insect who threw Lady Sienna into that filthy prison. Thank you for watching today's video. Our story continues with many exciting developments ahead, so don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss the latest episodes. We wish you relaxing and enjoyable moments. See you in the next video. Thank you for watching.